Chapter 1, Fired. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. The game company boss is standing in front of a young man with thick black eyes, named Yesun, 25 years old this year. He is the main programming person in charge of this Dragon Ball mobile game Dragon Ball, Evolution of Gods, and the chief planning of the game team. Don't look young, Yesun's student days showed a high level of talent in programming. At the same time, he improved his game planning training at the university, which is a practical school among students. When he was a senior, Yesun was fortunate to be seen by the current boss in the National Rookie Game Setting Team competition. Not only did he buy his own game development team, but he was promoted to the entire game studio at the age of 25. Chief planner, to tell the truth, he himself was a little surprised. In March of the same year, the game team received a Dragon Ball mobile game research and development project, and the time of this mobile game project was too fast. Yesun himself had been working overtime for a month, but the results obtained still could not achieve the desired effect. Because there have been a lot of mistakes in the entire R&D work, such as the failure of the marketing department and the R&D department to reach the same frequency, the R&D process has become extremely uncoordinated. Faced with the boss's doubts, Yesun rallied and explained patiently, according to the previous research conducted by the planning team, there are too many Dragon Ball mobile games on the market now, and we can't kill a piece of this mobile game. In addition to being meticulous, it must also have distinctive characteristics. Now I am conquering the character lineage upgrade module in this mobile game. Many people on the internet feel that this is the finishing touch, which is different from other Dragon Ball mobile games. Obvious difference. But, we need time. The game boss sighed deeply, but you know that we have invested a lot of money in order to win the Dragon Ball adaptation of the mobile game copyright and the largest operator channel. The foundation laid by the marketing department cannot be wasted, and time is not waiting for others. Our board of directors temporarily decided to cut off a part of the original plan for follow-up, and just show the first one to be displayed. In my day, Yesun was really speechless. What kind of thing is this? It is understandable to forcefully increase the difficulty of research and development in a hurry, but this is a bit too much for Nima. After the team's research and market forensics, the current direction of this Dragon Ball mobile game is roughly correct, and the planning team has been strictly implementing the original process. These are the plans that the original directors agreed. Yesun had a strong hunch that a pot would appear soon. The boss obviously can't wait. The mobile game market is really scary, but the reason should not be this one. Is it money laundering? Yesun thought. The boss continued to say, in Dragon Ball's world setting, plus the 4 sections of martial arts upgrade, bloodline upgrade, prop exchange, and drug development, it is indeed a good idea. And I do not want to overthrow the planning team. The original case of the case, but the time is not waiting for others. We always have to make a choice, right? As soon as this word came out, this game was considered cold. I am afraid that most of the original case of the planning team will be cut off. The Dragon Ball mobile games on the market are basically under the banner of become a Super Saiyan side by side, and then carry out the adventure similar to the comic plot. But the problem is that no one has ever thought about creating new character settings under the setting of the Dragon Ball world framework. These newly set characters do not necessarily have to take risks with Sun Wukong and them. However, these new ideas are now becoming the boss's challenge. Look, the Dragon Ball world exploration link in this original case is too much. It is unnecessary. Toriyama does not pay hard work. The core soul of Dragon Ball is the role of Sun Wukong. If you don't take risks with Sun Wukong, this is it called Dragon Ball? If there are no Super Saiyan like Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks in the characters you can choose, will the players buy it? Speaking of this, there are a few more. The boss is really excited, if you really make it according to your ideas. When the concept of the Dragon Ball concept is over, all of our company's investment will have to be floated. Obviously there are Turtles Kigong, World King Fist and Vitality Bomb. Well-known skills are enough. What bloodlines and exercises do you want the characters in to upgrade? Is this inexplicable? There is another point I always wanted to ask you, what is the setting of this Super Earthman in the middle and late stages of the game plan? Is there such a setting in the comics? Seeing that the boss was obviously deliberately stabbing, Yesun could only helplessly replied, "Boss, I told you this time last time. This Super Earthman setting is the finishing touch of the entire mobile game. Can the Asians awaken into a super form, or even a form? Are Earth people destined to be a lower ethnic group? This is what I said, there are too many places to dig deep. Our original plan was really good. Imagine that in the game, let the player control the role of the beautiful boy and girl warrior on the planet to carry out lineage evolution and martial arts upgrade little by little. Is it the biggest selling point? There are also plots in the comics. You can also participate in it." The boss patted the table and shouted with exhaustion, "Enough! You do have to be responsible for this project from today. I have signed an old senior plan to lead the team to complete the rest of the production. You can rest. As for the issue of money, we can discuss it someday. After all, it is you who has delayed the progress of the entire project. You can't let me pay the full cancellation fee. My day, Lao Zi delayed the project? Don't you want to overturn the original progress yourself? Did the planning plan get the approval of the directors after screening and research?" Yesun scolded inwardly. When he saw the boss fired himself directly, he insisted that there was no attack, but sighed heavily. The businessmen are already impatient, and even want to throw the pot on themselves. Shit, the boss's temperament can't be covered. Please understand me. The team you led failed to keep the same frequency as my pursuit of the market. You can take your program code home to rest. It won't be used tomorrow. I will talk to you about the details of the contract." Perhaps he was aware of his gaffe, and the boss quickly added the latter sentence, but Yesun shook his head and left without speaking. When he announced his departure from the Dragon Ball mobile game production team, the members couldn't help but regret. Everyone understands the boss's mentality of enter the market quickly and get a vote to leave, but he didn't expect it to be so ugly to eat. Guys have never seen such anxiety. As long as young people have technology, there are so many IT companies, and more of them are just regrets and angers of being evicted. Yesun returned home with his computer, and as soon as he entered the door, he seemed to be drained of all his strength. He knew that the structure of the board of directors was complicated, and it was not necessarily necessary to take this opportunity to transform money laundering. If you want to make money on the game soon, then this is a good deal. Alas, when the market is big, this is not good. Anything bad can be made as long as it is on the shelf. It was you who agreed to plan the plan, and it is you who abandoned the plan now. I do understand. It's so hard to make a game. If you do agree, our planning team can't force the ideal to advance the game. After all, if we lose money, we can't afford it. Now looking for Lao Tzu's back, Benzema will cry out loud. Yesun took a bottle of beer from the refrigerator for himself, and sat down at a computer desk and drank it. He looked at a desktop on the computer screen where Sun Wukong transformed into a Super Saiyan God, and entered God. After a while, I only heard him murmur, "What's so great about the Super Saiyan God? The monks in the fantasy novels that have been turned upside down and broken into the broken world can kill you anyone. Dragon Ball, the world setting that measures the strength or not by relying solely on combat power and destructive power, is not a high-end universe in itself. What can you do with the Turtle Kigong? 1. The two-way foil or the mountain and river chart?" After drinking a few bottles of wine, Yesun started talking nonsense to the computer. If it was heard by others, it would be impossible for him to laugh out loud, because he was talking about unconvincing childish words. For example, if I were in the Dragon Ball world, don't even think about turning your palm out of you. As he talked, Yesun's consciousness began to blur. He just felt he was very tired. His eyelids seemed to be heavy. He fell down desperately. Before his eyes fell into darkness, he still saw that Sun Wukong became a Super Saiyan, the desktop of the god. On this silent night, Yesun's heart also stopped beating, and then the computer also fell into a black screen of death, which could never be turned on again. On July 13, 2017, game developer and planner Yesun died at home at the age of 25. All his inheritance was inherited by his parents. Perhaps it is gratifying that Yesun also has his brother and sister, so his parents not old yet. The following is not the text, please readers take a look at it, so as to avoid the waste of time and disgusting afterwards. First of all, this book is the Grand Master stream, not the kind of apprentices everywhere. The earth develops a stream, the protagonist manipulates, plans, and cultivates all masters and forces. Unifying the earth, fighting the universe, but it is definitely not Long Aot and Zhao Rishan the kind of casual killing others, pretending to hit the face and pushing down all kinds of sisters. Of course, some should still be some, he 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 he. Secondly, this book will have internal power settings. After all, the protagonist needs to teach martial arts to improve the bloodline and other functions for his own power. In the early stage of this book, it may be slightly more urban. But I guarantee that I will try my best not to deviate from the flavor of Dragon Ball, and will closely follow the setting of the Dragon Ball world drawn by Master Toriyama, so readers should not spray me because of the internal power setting. After all, Master Toriyama first the setting of Chi was originally influenced by the Hong Kong martial arts movies of the same period. This internal power setting is not excessive. In addition, some readers greatly dismissed this chapter as superfluous and should start writing directly after crossing. I asked the editor-in-chief and asked if I could delete the first chapter. He replied, "There are so many people in Dragon Ball. You have a predecessor and it is not a good feature." Finally, the recommendation ticket, the reward, and the monthly ticket are all the motivation of my code, please. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 2, Yan Luodian. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Yesun had a weird dream. He dreamed that he was walking on a long road, and this road was above the clouds. You can't see the end at a glance in the front, and you can't see where you are when you look back. It's even deeper when you look down. Don't look at this road is very long, but it is not spacious. It is estimated that the width is about 2 meters, without any protective measures. It is estimated that it will be difficult to climb once it falls. He didn't know how long he had left, anyway, he was not tired at all. Lying trough, this dream is too long, what the is this? Yesun feels weird more than that. Except for not feeling tired, he found that he had never experienced hunger or thirst. And there is no alternating day and night here, which is strange no matter how you look at it. Walking around, Yesun has an illusion, here is like the Snake Road in the Dragon Ball comic. Ah, don't I attach too much to the success or failure of the Dragon Ball mobile game, so I dream of Snake Road when I dream. Just when he was thinking about it, suddenly a voice came from afar, "Hey, that undead over there, go this way. The king is checking the life and death book. If he misses these reincarnations, the king will be blamed." Yesun was shocked. He turned around and saw that a man with a small sprinkler was waving to himself. This man has blue skin and a sharp angle on his head. Isn't this the uncle of the civil servant who sprinkled water on the Snake Road in Dragon Ball? Do I really dream of Snake Road? Ha 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 ha, a real dream. I really want to see if King Yan Luo is like a giant uncle like in the comics. As soon as he thought about it, he immediately realized that if this were really Snake Way, wouldn't he find the Realm King by going to the other side? Yesun walked towards the civil servant uncle and asked politely, "Hello, please tell me where is Lord Wang's residence?" The sprinkling uncle seriously replied, "It's enough to walk in the direction behind you, but at your speed it is estimated that it will take hundreds of years to get to the Jiwang, but Yan Luodian is on this side, and I will be here soon." Right. Yesun thought about the plot of the Dragon Ball comic, and it was indeed the case. The realm of Wangji was too far away. It took half a year to run when he first went at the speed of Sun Wukong. At the 14-second level, a 1,000,000-kilometer snake path cannot be reached in hundreds of years. It's really strange, how could a wandering soul be directly on the Snake Road? Looking at the uncle of the civil servant, Yesun called, "Haha, I'm lost, where is my headache? If I don't meet you, I might go to Jiwang." After hearing this, Uncle Sprinkle suddenly realized, and said kindly, "Come on, I will take you to Yan Luo Temple now, because you are lost, so Lord Yan may call you 2 words, don't be angry." Of course Yesun knew that King Yan had a bad temper, and the gods of the earth were not dared by the atmosphere he scolded, but Yesun already began to wonder if he was really dead. "This dream is too real, do you cross it yourself?" "Will not." Yesun shook his head subconsciously. This is not an online novel. The reason for so many crossings may be that his work pressure is too great. So this dream has been particularly long. Who said he was very obsessed with Dragon Ball? Thinking about the day and dreaming at night. There is nothing bad about being able to come to the Snake Road and walk to the Yan Luo Temple in the dream. The uncle of the sprinkler was very naive and romantic. He didn't realize at all why Yesun, a wandering soul who drank Meng Po Tang, could know that the opposite side of the Snake Road was the Realm King where the Realm King was. This is very strange in itself. It didn't take long for Yesun to be brought to Yan Luodian by a water truck. Here is different from the comics. This temple of Yan Luo is very magnificent. In terms of intuitive experience, Yesun only feels as if standing at the foot of the enlarged version of the Potala Palace. However, the appearance of this Yan Luo temple is more than the Potala Palace. It's much more complicated and spectacular. Seeing this, Yesun nodded secretly in his heart, this should be what the 6 reincarnations should have, the comics are too pediatric. After Uncle Sprinkler left, Yesun could only walk into the gate of Yan Luo Temple alone. The gate was nearly 100 meters high, and Yesun was a dwarf from a small country. Before he could sigh, a man in a formal work uniform hurriedly greeted him, and after seeing Yesun, he was very polite, "Sure enough, you are the only one. Where did you go?" "The same batch of souls as you, all of them have been judged by the life and death book. Fortunately, today the king is on a business trip. The reincarnation matters are temporarily represented by our judges team. Otherwise, if the king knows, he will throw you directly to hell. Will I wait for the next batch?" Yesun said indifferently. Who knows that the staff member is very dissatisfied and said, "It's nonsense, do you know that 10 palaces Yan Luo is in charge of the 3000 world reincarnation, the soul of each world has his special mark, and the soul of every birth is born on time once it is missed, forcibly traveling to other worlds will cause a large area of butterfly effect. Causality is inconsistent, and no one can afford this responsibility. Each batch can only reincarnate within the time limit, and it will not be outdated." Yesun was shocked. The Dragon Ball comics did not mention these settings, or did they say that they were unconsciously made up in their dreams? Then what should I do? Will it die? The staff sighed, no matter what kind of person you were in your life, after crossing Nihi Bridge, drinking Meng Po Tang, walking across Huangchuan Road and coming here, we will treat you the same, you are lost. In the end, we also have the responsibility to lead the unfavorable. Now that you can only work overtime, think about countermeasures. The staff apparently felt a little guilty after entering the Yanluodian, and after confirming that the other judges were not there, they walked in. He knows that King Yanluo absolutely does not allow this to happen. Yesun's soul is treated as a trivial matter. The most troublesome thing is that he will be deducted from his performance. The members of the other judges' team may not step on their feet and wear small shoes for themselves. Some type of. After all, I am responsible for this batch. Once there is a problem, I can hardly blame it. Is there any way? Yesun looked at the Yanluo Hall of Nyoda University empty, leaving only a particularly huge office table case, and a large laptop. The staff knew that in a few moments, there would be someone from the judge team to verify the situation of the previous batch. After the verification was completed, the next batch would be opened, and then they would not be able to hide it. However, time is tight. He must quickly find a way to send Yesun's soul out, so that the reincarnation system will automatically record it, otherwise his performance will be lost, and the immortal civil servant files will have bad reviews. How can he be promoted in the future? Is there any problem? Yesun asked strangely when he saw the staff so anxious. It seems that a certain decision was made. The staff turned to Yesun and asked cautiously, "Boy, because you missed the time, the system will not start reincarnation for you. If I use a little bug in the program, if you force it away, will you blame me? What about this?" The man said helplessly, "To be honest, if the king found you didn't leave, then you wouldn't be able to walk away, and you could only be thrown away from the Snake Road to be a coolie, and I would also be demoted and punished with honor and loss. It's a loss, and colleagues from other judges' groups can't wait for me to get out of business quickly. The competition among civil servants is really great. My day, it turned out that this brother wanted to shirk his responsibility. Why should I blame you? Because all souls that have not been outlined by the king with the life and death book certification, once they forcibly go to the reincarnation, some unpredictable changes may occur, such as you were originally human, but it may become a beast, because you do it's really humane, but without the sketch of life and death, you can't lock humanity 100%. Yesun laughed, "Just do it, you can do it even if you do it." The staff member was overjoyed and sighed that this soul was so good to speak. If you change another soul, you will come to the king to complain yourself. Lao Tzu is really a genius. It is a trivial thing to sacrifice your soul to guarantee my own performance. The staff immediately took out a laptop computer, then jumped onto Yan Wang's desk, connected the data cable to Yan Wang's computer, and then opened a program very tightly. Yesun saw his eyes bright. "You can still do this when you cast a tire. Okay, go, or it's too late." The staff pointed to a gap opened by one of the doors and said, "Go, as far as the world goes, it's all your luck." As soon as Yesun's mouth was pursed, he spread his hands and said that it didn't matter. He swaggered into the door and waited until Yesun's figure disappeared. Which staff immediately cleaned up the scene. Everything seemed to have never happened. Fortunately, I have been trained in the reserve camp of the Vice Admiral of King Yan, and I know how to program to intervene in the main program of reincarnation. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Brother, good luck. If you die in the future, drink Mengpo. Before Tang remembers to say thank you to me, people who skip the life and death book and enter into reincarnation, in general, the fate will change a little bit. In short, they will not be ordinary people, and they are destined to be wonderful for a lifetime. I hope to realize all the values and ideals you pursue. But the buddy of the judges group never thought that Yesun didn't drink Mengpo soup at all, and he airborne into this universe with the Dragon Ball version of Yanluo Dian and Ji Wang Snake Road, which was a super big crossing in itself. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 3, Vicious Peach White. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Yesun was covered with light after entering the door, and immediately lost his normal consciousness. He only felt that he had always been in a rotating state, but he could not see anything clearly. In this rotation, Yesun remembered that he often had irregular diet due to overtime work, and then appeared a series of dizzy blood pressure. However, he did not expect all these efforts to be paid with the cancellation of the boss flow, really maddening. Alas, when I was studying programming, I always dreamed of making a Dragon Ball series of games. Finally, I found a platform, but I couldn't even run the compiled program. It's really abominable, and I wasted my time. I wish you bankruptcy soon. Under the inner curse, Yesun's consciousness also fell into a darkness. He felt that this dream should wake up soon. After waking up, he should discuss the amount of the contract with the boss, and then take his own program to interview other mobile games. Companies do not believe that their technical capabilities will not find new partners. After a long time he heard someone talking in his ear, as if calling him. Aksun, Aksun, cheer up and wake up. Although Yesun hasn't opened his eyes yet, listening to the sound is like a young man calling himself. Is it the younger brother shouting himself? But he should not have a holiday? The sound seems to be a bit wrong. Thinking about it in his heart, Yesun opened his eyes hard, and his vision slowly changed from blurred to clear. Compared with the person in front of him, he felt the severe pain from his body. Difficult. How could this be? Great, you almost died. Yesun pulled his senses back from the pain in the whole body, and then looked at the person who was talking, and was instantly shocked by thunder. Standing beside the bed was a rather sturdy young man with thick eyebrows and eyes full of perseverance, but what shocked Yesun most was that this young man also had an eye on his forehead. Who are you? The teenager's expression was startled, and he was startled. Did Master Tao Bibai start too hard, hurting your brain and causing amnesia? Peach White? Does anyone in this world really name their children Tao Bibai? To say Peach White, the first thing everyone thinks about is the world's first killer in Dragon Ball, dressed in Qing Dynasty costumes and braided hairstyles. Peach White. Yesun's heart twitched abruptly, and he asked tentatively, Are you Tianjin? Tianjin Fan was silent for a moment. He felt that even if Aksun was not as severe as amnesia, he was most likely to suffer a brain concussion due to the severe damage, and there was a moment of unclear memory. I am Tianjin Rice, do you remember what happened to you? Yesun's eyes widened, and he lay in a daze as if lying on the bed. A dumb expression did not reply to the Tianjin meal. When Tianjin Fan saw this, he did not continue to ask him, but said directly, Aksun, time is running out. I must go back to Hexian Lu now, otherwise Master Hexian will be suspicious. Speaking of which, Tianjin Rice's face was dark, also. Your parents' death is indeed a disaster. Uncle Tao Bibai is a killer. I guess he must have paid you the enemy of the Ye family. So you will be shot against you. While listening to the Tianjin Rice narration, some pictures began to appear in Yesun's mind. Many familiar faces appeared in the picture, but these faces had never been seen by Yesun. Why is this feeling? Peach White? Tianjin Rice? Never seen the Ye parents? And he is a disciple of Crane Fairy's dream? What's the matter? Yesun, muttering to himself, looked up at Tianjin Fan like a monster, and Tianjin Rice was also frightened by his amazement, and hurriedly explained, Aksun, I'm sorry, I really want to help you, but Uncle Do Bibai is too strong. He and brother Hexianran are brothers. The people who Uncle Do Bibai want to kill can't run away. With my martial arts of this degree, even Tao Uncle Bai Bai can't even touch one of his shirts. I can't help you at all when you undo your martial arts. I'm really sorry. What Tianjin Fan understood and Yesun wanted to express was not a story at all, but Yesun's dream in Yan Luodian before contacting it seemed to have been through. At the moment Yesun's heart was empty, and that feeling was indescribable, because he knew he was the soul directly descended onto a 13-year-old boy with the same name and surname. The unclear future of this life is extremely painful for Yesun. Not only that, I learned from Tianjin Feng Cao that his body was directly broken by Tao Bibai, and even cut off the right hand hamstring and left foot hamstring. In particular, Yesun's mind echoed the words after Tao Bibai scrapped himself, I killed your parents, and I wanted to kill you, but your parents used all the property bribes on me to plead with me. For the sake of you being an apprentice of Hexianren, I just abolish you. You are welcome to seek revenge after finishing your cultivation. When Tao Bibai said this, he laughed arrogantly. What was even more disappointing was that his master Crane Immortal was mocking and laughing, as if it was not his disciple who was abolished, but only a wild dog. Hateful. Yesun recalled that these memories could not help but his eyes were wide and his face was twisted, and his face was grim. He knew that this was Yesun's instinctive resentment reaction in this world, but because the souls of these two people were melted together, Yesun felt completely resentful of this kind of resentment. No, he is going to abolish these two brothers and let them be like a dog with a broken ridge in their lives, begging for a living. Looking at Yesun's gritted teeth and bruised blue teeth, Tianjin Rai sighed deeply and said, Here is a backpack with some money saved by me and dumplings. Although not much, if you want to go back to your hometown, you can use these. If you don't want to go back to your hometown, you can go to the market to buy some seeds of grain, and then settle down in this village. This is the house that was originally left by the relatives of dumplings and will not be discovered. Yesun raised his head and looked at Tianjin Fan, then he grinned and showed a long-lost smile. Tianjin Rice, do you think you can't compare with Peach? Tianjin Fan nodded his inferiority complex. He had worked hard, but he still couldn't hold up to 3 moves in Tao Bai's hands. If it was not because Hexianren focused on cultivating himself, changing to other teachers and brothers would basically kill him. Hexian Liu is so cruel. It seems to be just training killers, not inheritors. Work hard, you have unlimited potential. I personally think that after 3 years, your master and uncle will have nothing to teach you. Thank you for your kindness. I accepted it, but then I have to heal, and then revenge must be made. Tianjin Fan shook his head, his face blue, and said helplessly, although the dumplings have superpowers, they can forcibly connect your bones and hamstrings, but after all, the injuries are too serious, and they have been broken, and the nerves may not be able to be taken back. Healing, Uncle Dobibai is indeed too ruthless. Aksun, don't think about revenge first, good luck. After talking about Tianjin Fan, he turned and left. Yesun didn't speak. He needed to consume the current situation. Familiar with the main story of the Dragon Ball world, he naturally understood that Tianjin Fan was a decent character. Although the initial shot was fierce, but after all, Hexian Liu is too. Created by a person with improper mentality, the educated apprentice who is able to teach is absolutely not a good thing to provoke. However, Yesun cares a little. He traveled through the world of Dragon Ball through Yan Luodian, but isn't that Yan Luodian the Yan Luodian in Dragon Ball? Or is it that the world where he was originally is also managed by this Dragon Ball Hall of Fame? I'm going, what the is going on? Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 4, Conjecture of 100 Combat Power. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. In the following time, Yesun was half dead and cultivated. In the future, Tianjin rice and dumplings would take time to take turns to heal themselves. To be honest, Yesun was very moved. At least these two people were sincere. Want to help himself out of the current crippling situation. After reorganizing the meridian for Yesun with Qigong, Tianjin rice finally said easily, "The recovery is very good, but if you want to practice martial arts in the future, you still need to get good medicine. We brought them in the mountains. The medicine is not as effective as those in those cities, and the price is too expensive. There is really no way." Yesun nodded. After taking turns to treat Tianjin rice and dumplings, he obviously felt that his body's functions had recovered. At least he could get out of bed and walk around, but he still had to abduct him. About half a month later, Tianjin Fanlai made a farewell to Yesun, saying that it was he Xianren and Tao Bibai who would take them out to practice. This time it will be a little longer, and the content of the exercise may be severe. The three of them made a goodbye. Yesun looked at the ugly face of Tianjin rice, and could not help guessing that the Hexian stream must have passed the cruel selection and evaluation. Finally, the Tianjin rice with outstanding martial arts talents and superpowers dumplings won. As for the rest of the people, refer to Yesun's abolished ending to know. Tianjin Fan tried every means to raise some money for Yesun, which is also a kind of benevolence. In addition to sympathizing with Yesun, Tianjin Fan also has a large part of his guilt. After all, he is the core disciple of Hexian Liu. Yesun knows that the next time he sees Tianjin Fan is the 22nd World First Martial Arts Conference almost 5 years later, and the 21st World First Martial Arts Conference about 2 years later is the first time Sun Wukong and Kellen compete. Of course, the next champion is Jackie Chan, a pseudonym. Tianjin Fan imparted a luck decision of Hexian Liu to Yesun, and told him that he could strengthen his bones every day according to his heart decision. Although he could not restore the muscles of the martial arts practitioners, he had to return to normal. The appearance of people's daily life should still not be a problem, but it should not be too much effort. Useless, even if the hands and feet are restored, it won't be as flexible as usual. Shit. Yesun's identity was one of Hexian Li's disciples, but his talent was too bad. The same group of students have almost learned Zhou Tian's luck. By the time he could vaguely guide a faint week's weather, other students were already studying other martial arts. As for Tianjin rice, they could even perform wushu, and dumplings could also use miniature holes. It is conceivable that for the immortal Hexian, who is extremely utilitarian, Yesun, a waste disciple, should be. Yesun tried to move his body, and then smiled bitterly, which was really invalid. If it were not for the Qigong and superpowers of Tianjin rice and dumplings, he would heal himself in time. I am afraid that he will have to fall on a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Hey, Tao Bibai and He Xianren are only too rubbish. They lived nearly 300 years old but had less than 300 combat power. They dare to waste Lao Tzu. I must you too. Yesun screamed fiercely. As a Dragon Ball enthusiast, his knowledge of Dragon Ball is not only limited to the development of comic plots, but also many things that are easily overlooked, such as Earth's biotechnology and black technology. As long as you can get in touch with Buma and use their technology research and development capabilities and financial strength, it is not impossible to restore your body for yourself. In fact, there are really many ways to save yourself. Of course, these are all afterwards. He now starts to draw up the following plan. If he remembers correctly, Tianjin Fan and Buma are the same age. Now Tianjin Fan is 15 years old, that is to say Buma has just entered high school, she has not yet go to find Dragon Ball, then the main story of Dragon Ball comics has not been triggered, and Sun Wukong is now just an 11-year-old little boy living in a deep mountain old forest. Since this is the case, then try to become a partner of Wu Wukong, only then, otherwise I have no chance to turn over. With Sun Wukong's innocent personality, as long as you treat him well, he will double to you, and it is too simple to be friends with each other. It's not that Yesuan did nt have the courage to run on his own, but the current poor physical conditions could nt even practice martial arts. He just wanted to follow the protagonist, take risks with Sun Wukong, and then exchange his friendship for Sun Wukong's recognition and trust. After the Dragon Ball, I wish to let my physical condition directly return to the peak of humanity on Earth. That's right, this is the wish, because Shenlong can't realize things beyond its ability. For example, it is impossible to make a wish to Shenlong to adjust his combat power to more than 500, which is simply unrealistic. The fighting power of the gods that made the dragon is only about 300, and although the fighting power of the dragon is a mystery, it is killed by the big demon king, so the dragon may not have the skill to fight. Here is Yesuan's judgment after directly abandoning the original Dragon Ball GT plot. After all, Dragon Ball World is still in an unknown stage for Yesuan. Even if he has read the manga and dare not pack the ticket, he will definitely follow the manga plot 100%, but Tianjin, the fact that rice and dumplings are good people gives Yesuan confidence, even if it is not 100% in line with the comic plot, but it is also inseparable, which is enough. Although the dragon's ability is limited, it should be no problem if Yesuan's crippled body is just turned into the Earth's peak body. The pinnacle of the human body should be the limit of the genes of ordinary people. After reaching the limit, try to find a way to focus on the evolution of genes. After all, the genes of humans are really worse than the races of Sion and Frisia. Is too far. Yesuan crouches in the dumplings courtyard for 1 or 2 activities, and also thinks about the stage of the Earth's peak. You can refer to Turtle Fairy and Crane Fairy, including Tao Bibai, who are also fairy-level characters who have lived 290 years old. It is not their long life, but their fighting power has exceeded the 100 mark. This should be the dividing point between fairy and ordinary people. These are the relatively reasonable conclusions after Yesuan wrote the Dragon Ball related comments before and discussed with many Dragon Ball enthusiasts. Once the human combat power exceeds 100, then some essential changes in the genes will occur, such as the body's reflex nerves can be avoided bullets, muscle strength can also withstand the attacks of bullets and general bombs without being seriously injured. Refer to the yellow hair Lan Chi has used a gun to attack Gaixian and Kellen, but it only makes Gaixian and Kellen feel very painful. Only, did not cause effective killing. Looking at the Turtle Fairy and Crane Fairy blade can pick up bullets freehand, it is just a replica of the Fire Cloud evil god, no wonder the Turtle Fairy will be called the of martial arts. It's no wonder that Tao Bibai was so swayed, but the government didn't dare to openly send people to suppress him, because it's hard to beat him. Generally, hot weapons are useless to him. Using heavy weapons will definitely cause innocent casualties. However, senior government officials have a headache. After all, the other party is the world's first killer. If you think about Sun Wukong's downcoming from Kailin-Ta again, the combat power will exceed 100, not only defeated Peach White, but also singled out the entire Red Ribbon Corps. So many Dragon Ball enthusiasts have put the Dragon Ball World characters for the first time. Metamorphosis is locked in combat power to reach 100. At least when the combat power exceeds 100, you cannot be bound by worldly forces, even if you can't do whatever you want, but you can have enough life to complete what you want to accomplish. Yesuan exhaled, Gaku and Gaku, I can only bind my destiny with you, I hope you can help me grow. With his heart settled in mind, Yesuan decided to first aim for a combat power of 100. After all, pragmatism is important. He has no capital. According to Yesuan's memory, their Ye family's assets have decayed, and they are defeated by Tao Bibai. The eggs are almost under the threat of temptation. Peach White, no matter what happens, you will definitely die in my hand. After all, Sun Wukong has not completely killed you under the Kailin-Ta. You will live until the Devil Bu blows up the earth. Haha, before that I have time. Growing up. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 5, Wash the Pulp. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Over the next period of time, Yesun lived in this village as a dumpling's relative. After a while, he also became acquainted with several family members around him. The little girl in the village saw Yesunjun's beautiful appearance. They would blush and shy, but couldn't help but say hello to him. A topic is inserted here. Yesun in the world used to be a dead man's face, but Yesun in the world of Dragon Ball looks really good, but now he is a downcast boy. However, the people in the village knew that Yesun was here to recuperate, and occasionally they shared the extra meat and other nutritious food at home with Yesun, which moved him deeply. They all said that the rural people are tricky, at least the people in the hometown of dumplings are really honest. What Yesun has to do now is to do his utmost to digest the heart of Yungong left by Tianjin rice. As long as he can successfully turn this mind circle around Zhoutian, then it is made. However, Yesun also has a headache. Although Yesun in this world is not low in value, his physical talent is too bad. Even if he understands the meaning of the exercise route, his body runs very slowly. With the passage of time, Yesun's body has been able to return to normal walking after 1 month, and at the same time, Xian Lu Xin has gradually finished running. At this time, Yesun's body was trembling, and his forehead was covered with sweat. The roots of this body were too bad. He endured those painful pains from the already broken meridians. He was very hard and silent, and finally explored. A month later, I found a stable route, running in true energy, and was about to walk a week. It's done. Yesun only felt that the true chi in the body was connected end to end, and the sky finally became. Although the blocked meridians are difficult to expand, the meridians interrupted by peach and white cannot be cultivated, but at least the body has not been completely abolished. These have a foundation for cultivation. But one of the hamstrings were broken, which really broke Lao Tzu's future, hate. When he was again resentful of himself, there was suddenly a strange voice in his mind. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for upgrading to LV1. As the first upgrade, Xiaolong will conduct a free martial arts practice lottery according to your actual situation. What? Xiaolong. Yesun jumped up in an instant, completely in pain in his body. His expression was extremely wonderful, shock and joy coexisted. After confirming the data panel in his mind, his tears fell instantly. Because Xiaolong is the name of the upgrade system assistant in the Dragon Ball mobile game set by him. This system program is written by Yesun slowly from beginning to end. One by one, the years are all devoted to the time on this upgrade system. If you really bring this upgrade system in when you traverse, does that mean you have 1/2? After slowing down, Yesun wiped tears from the corners of his eyes and responded, Xiaolong, the selection system matches the drawing martial arts system. After receiving the instruction, the whole body data and actual situation of the owner are being scanned. The system will give the host a most suitable internal power mental method according to the principle of teaching according to the aptitude. Immediately afterwards, Yesun saw a treasure chest on the data panel in his mind, and then there seemed to be something shaking inside the treasure chest, trying to escape. As a firework bloomed on the panel, the items in the treasure box broke free. When Yesun saw a few large characters on the book, he was overjoyed at the moment, and only saw a few large characters written on the cover of the book, washing the marrow. Ha 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 ha, I knew that once my new talent with poor talent entered LV1, it would definitely be one of the basic foundational skills of Yi Jinjing and Shen Zhaojing. I did not expect to get the best wash the marrow, God help me too. Yesun was so happy that even his nosebleeds came out. With the mesh washing classic, it is only a matter of time before he returns to a healthy body, and the biggest function of the washing marrow is to wash the marrow and cut the bone. Limited expansion and development is the release of potential. There are still plans in front to ask Shenlong to restore his body to the pinnacle of human fitness, but now it can be achieved by washing the marrow meridian. Even a stupid person, as long as he can release 100% of his potential, it will definitely be better than the average excellent person, but if once a person who is excellent in itself is tapped to 100% potential, it is too scary. For example, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, such as Frieza in Resurrection F. But then he discovered a fact that completely shocked him, that is, there is a red line in the introduction of the mesh washing classic in the panel. Mesh washing can promote the evolution of human lineage. Promote bloodline, evolution. Yesun's eyes narrowed and his head filled with question marks. He thought about all this carefully. He didn't seem to have programmed the function of lineage evolution into the role of mesh washing classics. Is it because the meat washing classics itself has this function? Yeah, this is the real world. It's impossible for everything in the real world to follow the procedure I wrote. Haven't I thought about whether the comic plot will be 100% displayed? There must be some changes. Now that he was certain of the change, he pressed his inner excitement and quickly checked the specific introduction. It reads, Mesh Washing Classics is divided into 9 layers, each practice of the upper layer, the lineage will evolve accordingly, the higher the lineage, the longer the lifespan, the more the body will shine, the most important thing is the stronger talent, the upper limit of cultivation will also be higher. Yesun found that there were so many introductions, and it didn't seem to have much detailed explanation. He could not help thinking that perhaps after reaching the 9th level, humanity will undergo a biological transformation, such as becoming a god? Why was Sun Wukong able to knock down Tao Bibai after experiencing a Kalen Tat? Why does every scion get a serious injury, and once he recovers, he will greatly increase his strength than before? In the final analysis, it is blood lineage. The scion bloodline evolution level is higher than that of the earth. Therefore, the average combat power of the scion warrior can easily exceed 1000. And the average combat power of the earth warrior can be 50. Thank God! The average difference is so much, then it is conceivable how big the upper limit gap is. Sun Wukong's combat power will increase obviously every time he practices, or every time he fights. And clean them? It is already the limit to exceed 100,000 combat power, and there is nowhere to go. Even the Tianjin rice of the descendants of the universe trinoculars, the final achievement is not much better than the Klins. This is the gap of ethnic origin. When they arrived at the Devil Bu, Klin had already used martial arts practice to do their best to upgrade the bloodline on the original primitive human lineage, but the starting point was too low, innate, and it was really remarkable to have that kind of achievement. If, suddenly, they were forced by external forces, they could force the human lineage that has upgraded the limit of Dao to take another step forward, maybe a qualitative change will be completely produced. Maybe it can really open the status of Super Earthman. The upper limit is greatly improved, and the combat power is more than 1 million, but it is a pity that Toriyama did not draw it like this. But Toriyama did not paint like this, and it did not mean that Yesun couldn't do it. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 6, Comparison of Combat Power. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Mesh washing can maximize my potential to the limit of human lineage, even beyond the limit. Time is precious, and time will change. After finishing talking, Yesun immediately clicked on the 4 words Start Practicing on the data panel. At that moment, he saw the entire mesh washing classic as a glimpse of the light in his mind. This is a very magical way of learning. Regardless of Yesun's ability to learn, it is forcibly filled directly. It does NT work if you do NT want to learn. Whatever you look at, you see a NT forget it. Because Yesun is passively remembering at the same time as the Jing, his whole body has begun to heat up, and the originally very weak real energy turned into an uncontrollable frenzy, which is quite unreasonable at all. When the meridians are broken, they are forcibly pulled with true qi, and when the meridians are narrow, they are forced to widen and rush past. If the meridians are not connected, they drill directly to the end. Yesun's expression was so unbearable that he was rolled over by this mandatory blood-washing bloodline, and his body was in pain. After a few seconds, he blushed and couldn't even speak. I just felt that there were thousands of insects and ants biting all over the body, and thousands of silver needles were inserted into the nail gap. Not only that, he also heard all the creepy sounds of poo and click from inside the body, and these sounds kept echoing in his mind, and the body seemed to start from the smallest cell burst. After the painful death came alive, Yesun finally passed out. If you let Tianjin rice come to practice like this, it will definitely not hurt like this. The key is that Yesun's congenital bones are too bad, so once the bone marrow is washed, it means that he will suffer a serious sin of poisoning bones. Yesun does not have enough endurance, but has nothing to do with endurance. The pain stemming from the change of every cell and even DNA cannot be carried by endurance. In this case, fainting is the greatest happiness. When Yesun Luo passed, his level experience value was rapidly increasing, and soon became LV2, and then began to sprint madly towards LV3. Mesh Washing Classic is so overbearing, for the first time it will make the most changes within limits. This is the arrangement of the program instructions given by Yesun. The 9 levels of the pulp washing channel correspond to LV1 LV99 respectively. The first layer of the pulp washing channel only has a greater effect on the bloodline of LV1 LV10 warriors, and so on. After the level enters LV10, it will automatically start the cultivation of the second layer of pith washing. But the improvement of the bloodline will not bring too much experience value soaring, otherwise it is enough to practice the marrow washing. Nonetheless, as the effect of the first washing of the pulp washing channel, the level of improvement is still very obvious, first quickly rushed over LV5 and then started to strike at LV6. Finally, when the Medulla Sutra hit LV7, it finally stopped, and then the experience value of LV10 required Yesun to practice by himself. This experience value cannot be recharged with money, or why the boss will he be so dissatisfied with Yesun that he is in chaos. Although Yesun had been comatose, he was awakened several times by severe pain, and then tragically passed out. This torture was far more than tens of times more painful than when Tao Bibai abolished his martial arts. He didn't open his eyes until late in the evening, but unlike in the past, when he woke up this time, he felt his body was very relaxed, without the pain of meridian rupture, and not because of the fracture of the joint bones. The inconvenience of daring to get up directly. Yesun was overjoyed and immediately came back with a backflip on the spot. However, he was almost vomited by a smell. He suddenly stunned and found that he was covered with mud and blood stains. Presumably this is the body after washing the bones. Garbage was rejected, and there must be some broken DNA that was eliminated. Yesun hurriedly took a bath for himself, otherwise he would not be able to survive at all, and it was too stinking. Hey? Right, I should look at the data. Xiaolong, show me my current personal data. Xiaolong immediately replied, you just need to open your personal information. Yesun stunned, and could not help laughing awkwardly. This upgrade system was originally part of the menu bar. In other words, the so-called system itself was the personal information panel of Dragon Ball mobile games. Not only personal data, but also space backpacks, martial arts upgrades and other options. He clicked on his personal data and saw that Yesun's level was LV7 at the time, and the combat effectiveness data immediately attracted Yesun's attention, which read Minimum Combat Effectiveness Assessment, 82. That's 82? Lying trough, I set the goal of desperately breaking through 100 combat power, and turning around to achieve it. Nima. I'm so a genius. Yesun finally couldn't help laughing. In fact, his analysis of the fighting power of the whole Dragon Ball world had only one basis, Sun Wukong. According to his serious analysis and search, the combat power of Sun Wukong was estimated to be only about 30 when he was in the deep forest. The specific basis is that in Dragon Ball Z, it was clearly revealed that Sun Wukong had a combat strength of less than 10 when he was born. Yi found that Kakarot had only one combat power, which belonged to the lowest fighter in the Scion. In other words, it was a waste, so he was sent to the planet of low combat power Earth. At that time, the coordinates of the Earth were already exposed in the Scion aggression plan, only because the Earth's rating was too low, so the low-level warrior Kakarot carried out the aggression plan. According to the original plan of the Scion headquarters, after Kakarot killed all humans in the Earth, he would send the Scion to the completion of the mission, and then the Scion sent the appraisal department to the Earth to appraise the value of the planet, put it on the auction table and sell it to rich cosmic people who want a place to live. But unfortunately, Kakarot had just left his forefoot, and the hindfoot universe King Frisha had wiped out the Scion star. What was even more nonsense was that Kakarot was severely injured by the fall of the Valley Brain, so he lost the Scion's the memory, and at the same time, his temperament changed greatly, became the innocent, obedient Sun Wukong. At this time, Yesun's 82 combat power has surpassed the fledgling Sun Wukong, at least at a certain level in the martial arts family, but it is still very frizzy. The specific situation can also be compared. Sun Wukong later received unprecedented training in the battle with the Red Ribbon Army under the training of the Turtle Fairy. One of the biggest transformations is that he climbed Kailan Ta and met Karin Fairy to gain strength and speed, and then defeated Tao Bibai neatly. At this time, the combat power of Sun Wukong was already comparable to that of the Turtle Immortal, about 140. The biggest basis is that Bulma used the detector to detect the combat power of the Turtle Immortal is only 137. Considering that the combat skills of the Earth people can converge, so this is certainly not all the strength of the Turtle Fairy. Yesun thinks that the fighting power of the Turtle Fairy can hover around 160. And when Sun Wukong met Tianjin Fan at the world's first competition, and when he fought with him, Sun Wukong's combat power had exceeded that of Gaixian, about 170, and Tianjin Fan's combat power at that time should be about 150, so Tianjin Fan and the Turtle Fairy was extremely anxious during the battle. There is one thing to mention here. At that time, the Turtle Immortal who became the Jackie Chan saw Sun Wukong defeating Queen Gappa, and fell into a tangled heart. There was only one reason. He judged that Sun Wukong had surpassed him. As a master, he was naturally very happy. But at the same time as Wu Tian, the of martial arts, he was scared, nervous, excited and unwilling. Later, Sun Wukong met the Piccolo Demon King. Sun Wukong was not his opponent at first. Until he went to Karinta again and drank the real super water, his ability was greatly improved, about twice. Guess the combat effectiveness at that time was close to 300. Until Sun Wukong and Piccolo compete in the world's first martial arts finals, their combat power should fully exceed 370. After Leitais reaches the Earth, the two will be 300 plus under load, and the combat power can show 400 under normal conditions. The appearance of End is 500 plus once started, and the Turtle faction Kigong exerts 700 plus, and the magic light cannon directly soars to 1000 plus combat power. At this point, there is a simple and clear comparison. As long as Yesun's combat power breaks through 300 as soon as possible, then the Piccolo Devil will not threaten him after breaking the seal. I don't have enough fighting power, I have to learn stronger martial arts and other means, especially my ability to fight. Since this is the case when I wait for LV10, I will use an opportunity to choose exercises and choose an outside practice. Of Hung Gong. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening. Please collect. www.readwn.com. Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 7, The Strongest on Earth. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. No one knows the upgrade method of this Dragon Ball mobile game system better than me. In addition to triggering the main task, there are many branch tasks that you can find yourself. In addition, I set up a performance martial arts system, which will be obtained for every new martial art. The corresponding experience value is not only that, every martial art that has been learned has its own proficiency. As long as you enter the martial arts system, you can earn experience points by practicing martial arts. A normal game should be to do missions to gain experience points to upgrade, to obtain skill points through the upgrade method, and then use the skill points to upgrade the martial arts that have been learned. Yesun naturally retains the basic settings of the skills game, but the martial arts upgrade system is not the same. Martial arts such as Mesh Washing Classic cannot use skill points to click to improve. Skill points can only be used to improve the 6 basic indicators of strength, speed, reflex nerve, body strength, blood line-up, and talent root. As for the promotion of martial arts, it is necessary to learn martial arts independently. The game boss was so dissatisfied with Yesun because Yesun designed a routine that was almost heartbroken. 1. Take the task to gain experience and increase the level. 2. After acquiring skills, you can bless any of the 6 basic levels. The improvement of these 6 indicators will bring about a qualitative change in combat effectiveness. This also retains the pursuit of pure combat effectiveness of Dragon Ball world, especially the kind of Dragon Ball Z world that only improves the ultimate cultivation method of physical fitness, but here Yesun made a change through his own understanding of Dragon Ball, that is, the qualitative change of martial arts. 3. If the fighting power is improved without practicing martial arts, it will directly lead to a decrease in the number of shots in the battle of the main task in the next line, and it can only attack with fists and feet. Although the damage is still large, it can't sustain the opponent's various skills. The plot is struggling, especially if the opponent has various props to use, and you can only win with fists and feet, and it will be very laborious. 4. Since you want to avoid being passive when doing missions, you must learn martial arts and then try your best to perform missions, and upgrade your level to get skill points. 5. Then the question is coming, insist on improving these 6 basic data, in addition to the attack power will be faster, what is the difference? The answer is to increase the success rate and stacking rate of the heart attack. Where is this game worth the money? Only after you upgrade to level 20, you can buy various items in the mall, which can be mentioned later. Yesun opened the martial arts system and looked at the martial arts name above. He was stunned for a while. It turned out that in addition to the Mesh Washing Classic, he also learned Zion He Hand, Dancing Sky Technique and Cloud Crane Heart Sutra. The Yunhe Heart Sutra should be the complete version of the heart paste left by Tianjin Fan. As for the Wushu technique, there is nothing really great about it. Anyone who can refine the spirit can fly. Then practice the crane. Yesun in the previous life has not learned martial arts, but this time, Yesun Master Cheng Zion Li, this crane Zion Li never taught the disciples when teaching his disciples. Boxing, mind and body are all taught, but unfortunately a few can live out of the teacher's door, so naturally there is no need to worry about martial arts. The entry requirements for Hexian Liu are not low, and it is allowed to get started with arts, so the physical quality of the disciples under the door will not be bad. Yesun entered Hexian Liu was detained in Hexian Liu purely as a hostage until Tao Bibai devoured the Ye family after his birth. Yesun started. The immortal crane's hand seems to be a martial art of immortality, but in fact it pays attention to breaking force, breaking cleverness, powerlessness, and cleverness. In the final analysis, it is a word, ruthless. It is better to say fist than hand. If the tiger flies out of the cage, the feet rise like a dragon in the sky. It controls the speed with power and crushes the skills with power. It is different from Muay Thai's dead practice at the expense of health. Xian Liu naturally practices both inside and outside. He closed his eyes and adjusted his inner breath, then opened his eyes, and a burst of force spread out. One move, like flowing clouds and flowing water, without procrastination, his limbs and spine perfectly fit, between the dynamic and static opening and closing, like a long bow filled, the strength of the bowstring is tightly tightened, the fists and feet are closed. The conversion is like a low-pitched dance. Hoo! After finishing work, my body and bones were crackling, and I just felt that my body's breath was more and more refreshing. Experience value really improved. Continue to practice. Anyway, close to 100 combat power means that I have been out of the ordinary people category. No one in this small village can hurt me. Yesun's eyes showed the fierce glare of hatred. He must abolish the two old ghosts of Tao Bibai and Xianren, so that they might as well die. But at this moment he suddenly remembered something important in his mind. Yeah, isn't my upgraded skill point very much? Yesun patted his forehead and quickly opened the data panel, only to see that he already has 36 skill points. Ha ha ha, fortunately, the system set by Lao Tzu was a novice welfare stage before level 10. I really helped a lot. This time I solved my urgent need. The next goal is to fight for a sprint of 300, and then show my strength. Yesun's inner ambition spontaneously emerged. At this moment, he only felt that he would be the king of the world before the Scion came, and he had enough time to delve into the path of upgrading. Hey! There are 9 skill points in the bloodline upgrade. However, even if I suddenly realized that this should be a gift from the Shi Jingjing, he would be a lot easier, and then only need to manage the other 5 data. However, Yesun suddenly remembered something in his mind. If washing the marrow can increase the bloodline data, does it mean that he can directly improve the body strength data once he has been exchanged for external practice of Hung Gong? Then Yesun took a closer look at the other 5 data, and found that even more or less already had skill points, which made Yesun overjoyed. He understood why the boss thought he was mad, and he really did practice martial arts. Being able to independently improve various body data, I am really too stubborn and deserve to lose my job. I'm really too young. After upgrading my bloodline data, I also strengthened my other physical fitness data. From a practical point of view, I really don't need to do more. Strength plus 5. Speed plus 7. Nerve reflex plus 6. Physical strength plus 5. Talent root plus 2. Lineage evolution plus 9. Yesun exhaled. He couldn't stop his complacent appearance. He had some scruples, but it was so simple to compare and understand what it means to own the system. I did not win half, but completely won. In this case, I do not have to waste my skill points on the 2 data of physical strength and lineage evolution. I will concentrate on strength, speed, and reflex nerves. As for the talents, you can slow down first. This is the most important. It is also the least important. The current level does not need to waste skill points on talent. So Yesun made a fairly reasonable allocation of his 36 skill points. First of all, he ordered 10 points for strength, 10 points for speed, 10 points for the reflex nerve, and the remaining 6 skills. Point him to think about it carefully, still gave 3 talents bones, all the rest gave strength. Strength plus 18. Speed plus 17. Nerve reflex plus 16. Physical strength plus 5. Talent root plus 2. Lineage evolution plus 9. This is all the physical data of Yesun right now, and the thing that makes him most happy is clearly written in the column of combat power, 175. More than doubled directly. Nice job. Yesun could not help but roar loudly, and now the 170 plus combat power has caught up with Sun Wukong during the decisive battle with Tianjin Fan, which means that at this moment, Yesun has temporarily become the strongest man on earth. He closed his eyes and felt the strength of the body and the arrogant inner breath. The corners of his mouth could not help but a trace of arc, and his time came. Like Dragon Ball, the Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, the Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 8, Ready to Leave. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. What can the combat strength of 175 do? In the longitudinal comparison of the entire Dragon Ball world, go home and farm, you can do nothing. But if you compare it horizontally over a specific period of time, you can do too much. Murder, arson, and looting are almost at hand. If the ambition is greater, and you want to play with the black forces, learn to arm and seize the party like the Red Ribbon Army. It is completely fine. Next, try to condense chi, at least those Qigong waves and the like still have to know. Yesun is immersed in the joy of cultivation every day. He never tires and completely forgets the passage of time. Zion Liu's Heaven Crane Palm has been practiced by Yesun more than 1,000 times. The tricks have already been learned. Now it is time to learn new martial arts. The experience value finally came to LV8, and the combat power soared to 186 when it broke through to LV8. Yesun knew that this was because he hadn't yet practiced the second layer of the Psalmist Sutra. Once he had practiced the second layer of the Psalmist Sutra, the combat effectiveness would definitely exceed 1000, and the increase in combat effectiveness would be more exaggerated for every level up. For example, upgrading from LV70 to LV71 may increase hundreds of thousands of combat power at once, which is not necessarily, of course, the premise is that the practice of washing the marrow cannot be interrupted. If you just stop the princess washing to the second level and stop, it is estimated that even if you reach the level of LV90, Yesun's combat power will be kept at 100,000, just like Kellen and Yamcha. However, if at the time of LV90, suddenly opened the third layer of the Mian Shijing and practiced successfully, then the combat power will suddenly increase from 100,000 to 1 million. Okay, now that the fighting power has exceeded 180, it's time to go back to the strange Ye family and take a look. Decided in his heart, Yesun decided to leave home immediately. Although it seemed that the programmer Yesun had taken the soul of the martial artist Yesun, but in fact the two were frightened together, their memories were intertwined, and their emotions were interlinked. Otherwise, why did Ye Sunming know that Tao Bibai was just a fighting scum of 140 combat power? He didn't have to rush to kill him at once, or was it still difficult to control his anger and killing intentions? Because his memories and emotions told himself that Tao Bibai had killed his parents, this hatred was not shared, and he never died. Lying trough, all the money left by this Tianjin rice was squandered by me, Nima. Because martial arts require a lot of food supplements, the wealth that Tianjin rice originally left him to make a living was actually used up by his 3 meals a day of big fish and meat. Well, since this is the case, go home while doing tasks, and you can also practice and upgrade by the way. Yesun put on his cleanest dress and decided to decently depart from the village chief before leaving tomorrow. Due to the evolution of blood lineage, martial arts improved rapidly, which made Yesun's physical quality soared. And even his height was raised a little. The little boy was already quite muscular, and the villagers saw him with bright eyes. A bear-like ant made a friendly beckoning to Yesun and shouted, "Aksun, it's really handsome to be more handsome. Do you want me to help you find a girlfriend?" Yesun refused to cry, but let him go, so he hurriedly walked towards the village chief in the laughter of all the ants. The most interesting setting of Dragon Ball world is the coexistence of different humanoid species. Those who have passed Dragon Ball know that there are quite a few animal-like orcs on Earth, and such orcs live in harmony with ordinary humans. From the perspective of biological evolution, this is unscientific, but he is too lazy to delve into it. The village where the dumplings are located also coexists with the orcs. At the beginning, Yesun was completely unable to adapt. You can imagine a panda wearing a robe, wearing a hat, and holding a cigarette rod, sitting under the tree, with an ordinary human old man. Is it a game of Go? When Yesun watched cartoons and animations before, he felt that the styles of cartoonists such as Toriyama and Oda Iekiro belonged to fairy tale artists. They used comics to create an ideal fairy tale world, but once this beautiful fairy tale world extended from the second element after 3 yuan, he was very weird. The village chief is also an old panda wearing a robe, giving a very amiable feeling. After listening to Yesun's parting declaration, the village chief nodded and said, "Dumplings please me, if you want to leave one day, please invite us. I will give you a map of the nearest city. After all, our green bamboo village is a place outside the world. Except that young people will go out for accidents, most people will not come here. Aksun, if you want to come back, we welcome you." After talking, the panda village head smiled very kindly, and Yesun's heart suddenly burst into a warm current. The village head really looked like his grandfather, and every sentence was sent by emotional concern. "Children, don't cry, I will give you something to make our lucky bamboo person lives in a village, hoping to bless you back home safely, and I will bless you forever." Yesun scolded I wipe in his heart. His previous life was obviously a heartless cheeky face. When his girlfriend proposed to break up because he had been addicted to game programming for a long time, he did not hesitate to wave his big hand and signal. "Go away. Why is it so easy to be emotionally controlled in the Dragon Ball world? It must be that Master Yesun in this world is too emotional, so this is the case." He comforted himself. Ding dong, Xiaolong reminded that with the blessing of the head of the village of Ulzhu village, the lucky value of life will be permanently increased by 5%. My day. Yesun's spirit shook in an instant. So good? But Yesun immediately thought about it. If he simply regarded this world as his unfinished Dragon Ball mobile game, then he could say that every step would trigger the corresponding main line or branch line plot, which is nothing incomprehensible. After Yesun politely received the lucky wallet, a sound of the system immediately came to his mind. Ding dong, Xiaolong reminded, get F-level props, panda purse, body strength after wearing +1. Hey, it's kind of interesting. As a game developer, Yesun showed an unexpected smile. Since this is the case, he basically knows the next setting, everything is under control. Village head, you also know that I was chased by the Zhou family. Fortunately, I was helped by dumplings to cultivate in his house. In the past 3 months, everyone in the village helped me a lot, otherwise I will not recover. Quickly, I hope to repay everyone's kindness and go. The head of the panda village immediately shook his head and said, Aksun, we don't want to trouble you. Those kindnesses are actually not a big deal, just put your hands down. If you really want to repay them in the future, it is better to wait for you to have 1 or 2 in the village after you have money. Children go to study in big cities. Sure enough, as soon as this remark came out, Xiaolong immediately came again to prompt, whether to accept the F-level task, subsidize at least 1 child in Green Bamboo Village to go to school in any of the 4 major cities. Accept. After accepting the task, Yesun immediately said, Mr. Village Chief, our Ye family is also a big family in the capital of the East. We have a wide network of people. Even if it has fallen, it will not be bad. If the village chief can trust me, please take a child from a village walks together, and when I get to the capital of the East, I will immediately ask my family to apply for a child's admission certificate. The head of the panda village immediately said with delight, It's so good, I believe you. Believe it? What if I kidnapped the kid? Yesun couldn't help crying and laughing, it was indeed honest. After talking, the head of the panda village motioned to Yesun to wait for him. It walked to the back hall on crutches. Yesun waited a moment and saw the head of the panda village walk into the lobby with a few pandas. Yesun said, "Oh, I saw these red pandas with blood on their faces, and their hearts were almost instantaneous, and those red pandas were obviously very young, and they were all very scared, grabbing the panda village chief's shirt and staring." With black eyes, he looked at Yesun curiously. "Grandchildren, this is Brother Aksun. Who of you would like to follow Brother Aksun to study in the East Capital?" "Grandpa, can I still play with the puppy next door when I go to the capital?" "It must not work anymore." "Then I won't go." "Grandpa, can you eat Aunt Xiang's osmanthus cake when you go to the capital?" "I don't know, Aunt Xiang will stay in Lvzhou village all the time." "Then I won't go." The red pandas are basically reluctant to go, and Yesun looked helpless. The children were naturally reluctant to follow strangers, but at this time, a red panda wearing a green robe asked Ye directly. Sun's question, "Brother Aksun, after going to the capital of the East, can you follow the martial arts master to learn martial arts?" "Ah!" Yesun froze for a moment. He looked closely at the smallest panda, clearly so cute, but his eyes were full of perseverance, a natural kung fu panda. The head of the panda village is obviously very dissatisfied with the problem of the red panda, and taught him, "Dodo, you are only 1 year old, why did you think about fighting?" However, Dodo just looked at Yesun stubbornly. Yesun laughed and said, "No problem, you can learn anything you want, including martial arts. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect www.readwn.com. Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 9, Celestial Bear. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Dodo, you tidy up, we will leave tomorrow morning. The two-headed little boy named Dodo ran around Yesun happily and ran around for several times. His mouth was always called "Learn martial arts, learn martial arts and learn martial arts." The kid who got the candy is extremely cute. Yesun could not help laughing, but the head of the panda village was also teased and laughed by his grandchildren. This scene is full of joy. Perhaps the ancients said that the joy of Tianlun is so. Dodo spent the night tidying up his clothes, and as a result he packed them up, which was 2 or 3 pieces of Chinese-style clothing, namely green robe, white vest, and blue hanfu. The main reason is that Lvzhou village is indeed poor, far away from the urban area and lagging behind in commercial development. Many adults only have 1 or 2 clothes, and it is good for children to have 3 clothes. Yesun has always wanted to spit out a bit. The development gap of the Dragon Ball world is beyond imagination. In the same country, there are super-era cities like Zidul with cars flying all over the sky, and there are villages that are so poor that they have no water. There are both powerful capsule technology and ox carriage trips. The wide gap between the rich and the poor is dazzling, but how can the development of the country be summed up in one word? The next day, Yesun packed up the package and the rest of the money and went to the village entrance. After arriving there, he found that he was already full and almost all the villagers arrived. Dodo walked to Yesun under the watch of his grandfather and mom and dad. After everyone had served Yesun and Dodo for a breakfast, they set off for each bear. Everyone originally wanted to give Yesun a carriage, but Yesun refused it. The reason given was that he wanted to practice, and everyone saw that the persuasion was invalid, and that's all. After Yesun got the map, he threw it directly to the system to scan. A more detailed and accurate map appeared on the system map. As for other places, it was grey. It was obvious that Yesun had not set foot in those areas. A 13-year-old young man and a Pandaren child under 2 years old were on the way. At first, the adults in the village persuaded the head of the panda village to take back their lives. Both of them were still children. Yesun really wanted to go back and put together he returned to Dongdu. But the village chief refused. His eyes seemed to see the vast world. He said deeply, "Jade can't make a weapon, Aksun's child is in great trouble and will not die, there will be a blessing, and Dowdu may follow him. Opportunity, we don't have to worry too much about the child, I always think that Aksun's child." Speaking of which, the head of the panda village paused, and then continued, "The breath of Aksun's child is very powerful, very powerful. I even think that no one on this planet can deal with him, maybe only God can do it." The villagers were all startled. They didn't understand the meaning of the village head very well. Did it mean that Aksun reached the level of a god? On this day, the village chief sat under the big banyan tree at the door for a whole day. Perhaps he felt in his heart that the world would undergo earth-shaking changes. Yesun and Dowdu strode up the mountain road, bypassing a hill, and suddenly found that the two were standing on a high mountain. Looking up, the clear blue sky in the distance was like a large sapphire, and occasionally a few white clouds embellishment. During the reunion of the mountains, the clouds lingered during the period, giving people a sense of leisurely ink and wash that the cloud is deep and there is no place to live. Yesun opened his arms involuntarily, closed his eyes, and let the body and mind greet the cool mountain breeze. For a time, the memories of two souls intermingled were all left behind, and the past cannot be pursued, cherish the present. As soon as this simple truth came to light, Yesun only felt that his own soul had been sublimated. With the Sushan mountain wind, he opened the posture and once again danced the crane palm of the immortal stream of the crane, and it moved with the wind. "Move as you like." Dowdu stood aside and looked at Yesun who was dancing fist. Somehow, he had the illusion that a crane was dancing, and he could not see clearly that he was dancing fist until he rubbed his eyes hard. But Dowdu is indeed quite qualified to practice martial arts. He looked at Yesun, who was martial and motivated by his feelings, and he was unconsciously fascinated. His cute and short body also practiced with one trick, one person, and one bear here. The scene of dancing fist together in the mountains is really unspeakable natural tranquility. After Yesun finished his work, he just felt refreshed, but he didn't even sweat at all, the body was full of strength, and every cell was full of energy. But just when Yesun wanted to check his experience value growth like obsessive-compulsive disorder, he suddenly heard a strange noise behind him. He turned and looked curiously, and it was a cute panda that was bleating. Waving his little short hands and short legs, it seemed to be punching a crane fist, but this stupid look really made people laugh. Yesun simply squatted beside him and watched Dowdu's non-stop sound of high number. Hey? Dowdu actually finished a whole set of Xianhe fist? No, right. Yesun was dumbfounded and felt that he had refreshed all three views. Do pandas have unique talents for learning Kung Fu? At this moment, Yesun remembered some of the settings in Kung Fu Panda, and immediately said, "Do, Xianhe Fanfan." Immediately after Dowdu heard this, the waist of the small bucket twisted, and the paws turned like wings of a crane, only to see two palms pull out of the paws at once, and a snap hit the tree trunk beside, leaving two bare paw print. Nima. Yesun's eyes widened, sweating, and there was a feeling of eating xiang. In this life, he learned this fairy crane fist. He didn't know how many times he and his brothers laughed at him, he didn't know how many times has the Hexian reprimanded, and it is common to be beaten. As a result, a red panda less than 2 years old suddenly exerted his strength, and I was really tired. Dowdu, tell me, have you learned martial arts before? Dowdu doesn't seem to know what he can do with his energy to print two bare paw prints on the trunk. He glared at the watery eyes and almost raised his head 90 degrees to the half-squatted Leaf Sun, honestly replied, I haven't learned it before, but I mentioned from my uncle outside that there are powerful martial artists outside, and I can interrupt the big tree with one palm. My day, Tianzong strange bear. Okay, from now on, I will teach you to learn martial arts, but you must promise me that you will not be lazy in learning martial arts in the future, have you heard? Hearing the sternness in Yesun's tone, Daodu straightened his body immediately, made a military salute, and replied, hear it. Okay, now let's move towards the capital of the wind. Let's go there and make some money first. So the game developer Yesun, with the strange bear, started to pretend to force life. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 10, Cultivation in the Mountain Forest. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. There are two figures in the mountains and forests that are moving at a very fast speed. The two figures jumped over when they encountered a deep hole, and they passed around when they reached a boulder. Passed. Daodu, speed up, you can't be a martial artist like this. Yesun seemed like a gust of wind to come and go freely in this mountain forest where ordinary people could not travel. Daodu's dream was completely inspired during the half-month of following Yesun's cultivation in the old forest in the deep mountains. He wanted to be the strongest in the world panda guru. Daodu wants to create a panda stream and is famous all over the world, but he is still a weak chicken right now. Daodu did unexpectedly print palm prints after learning the crane's palm half a month ago. After repeated observation and testing over the past half a month, Yesun discovered a more shocking result. Panda's natural perception of the air of heaven and earth far exceeds that of human beings, no, to be more precise than any species on earth. To put it bluntly, every panda is a master of natural energy, and human beings can only condense their vitality through hard work. As long as they are enlightened, they can instantaneously work. But that's all. Panda's understanding of martial arts is not much better than other species. In addition, pandas have mild temperament and don't like fighting. So even if a panda knows that it can condense qigong, it often won't go further. Daodu is an alternative to pandas. He not only particularly likes tossing and jumping, but also has a dedication to martial arts that is not lost to Yesun. So Yesun decided to train Daodu to let him learn the most basic combat skills first. Daodu, as a panda that has awakened inner strength qigong, runs at a different speed. He uses almost all his limbs, flashes and moves, accelerates to change direction, rolls and jumps, and flies to chase Yesun's footsteps. This has been the case for the past half a month. In an extremely complicated and difficult terrain, Daodu's explosive power and flexibility have been greatly improved and progress has been rapid. If Daodu followed Yesun before leaving the village, he was a chubby, then Daodu can be said to be a supernatural protector. Hoo brother Yesun, I really can't run, you are too fast. Okay, then take a break first. Daodu looked up and saw that Yesun fell very slowly from the trunk. His body was as light as a feather. Daodu suddenly stared at Venus and exclaimed, Brother Yet, can you float in the air? Well, yes, although unskilled, it will soon be able to fly in the sky like a bird. The feeling of admiring Daodu's eyes is full of words, I want to learn. I want to learn. Teach me. Teach me. Seeing Daodu's impatient appearance, Yesun didn't have a good air, I didn't even learn to run, so I wanted to learn to fly. After being reprimanded by Yesun, Daodu was very wronged, and he worked hard, but he really couldn't keep up with Yesun, and Daodu could pat his chest and said that he had improved much more than half a month ago. In fact, Yesun knew the changes of Daodu himself. But he couldn't make him proud. It's almost a fate to be proud of pandas. It's basically a national treasure of I am a panda, what are you? He took the time to measure Daodu's current 100-meter speed, which has reached about 10 seconds, which is enough to show that Daodu's speed is much faster than the average 100-meter athlete, at least has reached the basic finals of the Olympic Games. The grades are better than that of Sun Wukong, who just came to Gaixianren to study art. After seeing Dao Du tired and unable to move, Yesun also felt a little soft-hearted. After all, Dao Du was a little boy less than 2 years old, and he couldn't desperately practice him. Yesun stopped falling when he was about to fall to the ground, but settled in the air half a meter above the ground. He grabbed each finger with 5 fingers, and a stone in the soil was photographed directly in his hand. Then Yesun closed his eyes and felt a slight induction. The lightning shot, the stone burst out like a sniper bullet. Suddenly a screaming roar came from the forest. After a few seconds, the roaring sound stopped. Dao Du is about to get up, let's go eat. A big word was placed on the ground, and Dao Du, who didn't want to move, suddenly jumped with a carp, and he clapped happily, let's eat. Let's eat. He rushed into the woods, and Yesun also flew in directly, but he did not fly fast enough. The flight speed is now estimated to be 13 seconds in 100 meters. After the two reached the prey, Yesun suddenly froze. It turned out that the stone had just hit a dinosaur about 5 meters high. It was really too much to eat. Yesun left and looked at it again, then again. Looking at Dao Du, who has been drooling all over the place, he is curious. Dao Du, do you Pandaren also like to eat meat? Dao Du's saliva flowed out like a waterfall, and he nodded with certainty. Grandpa usually lets us eat meat once every 10 days, but Dao Du wants to eat every day. Isn't your staple food bamboo? Dao Du was full of question marks, and the honest way replied, bamboo shoots are just a dish. Our staple food is rice, but the bamboo shoots are really delicious. In the past, when the village was famine, the village head let everyone eat bamboo shoots, so although the village is not rich, everyone has never been hungry. Yesun nodded slightly, which was justified. The bamboo shoots grew very fast, almost arrogantly. As long as there was a rain the night before, the next day when I saw it, I would see it grow up again. What's more, the name of the village is called Lvzu village, so you should know that there is less, but it is impossible to reduce bamboo. Yesun cut the 2 legs and tail of the dinosaur with an air knife after 3, 5, and 2. After collecting the dried firewood, Dao Du was very skilled at stacking firewood together in a barbecue format. Yesun first set up a barbecue stand with the fastest speed, and then cut the thigh meat of the dinosaur one by one with an air knife, and neatly skewered it on a wooden stick. Dao Du sat on the side very well, drooling on the stone. Everything is okay, only to ignite. Brother Yesun, the match has been damp, and there is no way to ignite it again. Dao Du thought of the matter and said in a panic, his face full of apology, only because he stepped on the slip and fell into the water, so the salute was only allowed. The match was damp. But Dao Du suddenly raised his head. His eyes full of stubbornness, but Dao Du will get out of fire. Yesun smiled slightly. This cute product was really a sense of responsibility. He closed his eyes and ran the true qi down the meridian to the young merchant, and then pointed it out. That small stream of compressed true qi burst into a hot temperature. Instantly that piece of firewood was lit. Great! How did it happen? Dao Du was extremely curious about all martial arts. Yesun replied, Do, this is the qi I told you. Qi is the most basic energy of the human body. As long as you can compress the true qi to a certain density, you can produce a great energy response. A pile of firewood, just to melt the rock with gas, is also a small meaning. Dao Du blinked his eyes wide, seemingly incomprehensible, and Yesun didn't explain too much. These little kids didn't need to explain too much. When they found the bottleneck themselves, they would naturally ask questions. The cultivation between the mountains and forests lasted for nearly a month, during which one person and one bear had been fully integrated into the wild jungle. I was hungry for wild game, thirsty for drinking dew, and it rained into the mountain forest. In the face of precipitous peaks, I climbed up with my bare hands, and in the rush of rivers, I swam past. Anyway, as long as the route remains unchanged. In fact, Yesun knows that this kind of practice has little significance for improving his combat effectiveness, but he wants to experience Sun Wukong's experience of walking alone in the world. At the same time, he can find a feeling of fighting and hone his hardships. Environmental endurance. And Yesun has started fighting against Daodu during the course of his journey. Of course, Daodu did his best to attack Yesun, and Yesun did not evade at all, just stood there and took every move and every way of Daodu. When Daodu showed flaws, he immediately gave a beating. So Yesun's daily task became eating and sleeping and playing Daodu. For Daodu, the most nightmarish practice time in his life was officially capped. Until later Daodu had already become a great god-level presence with combat power. He often remembered this sad time, and even awakened from nightmares more than once. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect www.readwn.com. Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 11, Poor Daodu. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Boom. 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 No one knows that a heart-wrenching hunt is happening in the old forest of the deep mountain at that moment. It was a human flying in the air chasing a qigong wave launched by a cute little panda. Daodu's eyes burst into tears, and the small face was full of fright, and he was crawling and crawling, desperately escaping, and at this moment he suddenly felt a burning breath coming from behind, and immediately rolled in place. Then there was an explosion in the place where you just stood. Ah! Brother Yesun, forgive me. Daodu will never steal sweet potatoes anymore. Woo! Daodu cried and begged for mercy, but Yesun in the sky was smiling with a high face value. Just like the boy in white in the novel, this smile has the smell of sunshine, but... Dong Dongbo. Ah! Lord Tian Shen saves life. Daodu will now run instinctively when he hears the three words Dong Dongbo. If there is a floating camera shooting all the way at this moment, you will find that the road is basically full of blasting pits of various sizes. Just 3 days ago, because Yesun failed to control the temperature of the cave waves, the result was that a mountain fire was triggered by one finger. Fortunately, the weather was not pleasing at that time, and it took a long time for heavy rain to extinguish the forest fire. Otherwise, Yesun wouldn't know how bad it was. Everywhere a person and a bear go, the chickens and dogs are restless, the flocks of birds run around, and the beasts are horrified. There is no monster that dares to come out to protest even once, because as long as the basics who dare to show their heads are born. This hunting down training has lasted for almost a week. Daodu is tired and running like a year. Yesunil is not tired. The most important thing is to be happy. Of course, Yesun can't really do this just for fun. His purpose is to train Daodu, and also to train himself. First of all, Daodu's speed is already very fast, so a small panda fled in the forest. It's hard to catch. Even if you catch Yesun, you don't dare to bombard it hard, you have to control your qigong skill properly. Not only that, he has been exploring how this kind of exaggerated qi can achieve a balance between physical shock and heat decomposition. The turtle school qigong that Sun Wufan was killing in Jiru is the physics of the turtle school qigong. Only when the bombardment and thermal decomposition reached the extreme, could Shala be turned into dross. In addition, there is also the problem of the running route of Genkai. It is not that the martial arts can condense the qi, not to mention letting it go. After Yesun's talents and a few skill points, his thinking and understanding of martial arts have exceeded generally there are too many warriors. The combat effectiveness of 100 is a peachy white wave, and the combat effectiveness of 1 million is used by Frisia's move to kill Vegeta's one finger. In the final analysis, the strength of qigong or the physical quality is fundamental. The connection is not too big with the practice of the practice method. The thing of true qi can be practiced by an individual. The reason why there are 3, 6, 9, etc. is only caused by the difference in talent. How did Yesun comprehend the waves? Because Hexian Liu's inner power mentality is suitable for compressing true gas, accelerating the speed and the effect of one-shot blasting. He immediately thought of the martial arts such as the One Finger and Six Veins Excalibur. Although he could not learn it himself, he still tried to guide the true energy in his body from the angle that a martial arts fan could understand. In Danshan song, a white clear stream flows up from the large intestine, passes through the big bones through the lungs, passes through the 5-mile and elbow miao, and descends along the Kukit to Shangkong to Sanjian, the 2 rooms completely penetrated, and then the true energy gathered in Shangyang, wrapped around the fingertips. Holes and waves are actually that simple. Yesun actually has little interest in these Qigong waves and the like. He likes Dragon Ball mainly because the world setting is great, but in the end it is the fighting content, but it makes the student Yesun, who is accustomed to reading various online novels, quite whisper. However, he went to the village to follow the customs and wanted to be in the Dragon Ball world. He would be embarrassed to greet people with some big tricks that would blow up the city. He always suspected that the Dragon Ball world was actually not that simple. The most superficial surface world, although I do know what Toriyama thought, but Yesun's idea is not just the simple earth, Namek, Realm King, Great Realm King, Destruction God Billis, etc., but really reached the level of fairy gods and ghosts. Forget it, it's too early to think about it. Let's find a way to grow and talk about it. Just when he was thinking in a daze, Daodu didn't know where to go. Yesun coughed and directly shouted, "Daodu, come out." There was no response. Daodu was bitten by a snake and was afraid of Jingsheng for 10 years. Yesun frowned, and then shouted again, "Dodo, don't hit you, come out soon, the wind is coming, clean up the line, and then we go directly to the highway." There is still no response. Yesun's face twitched slightly. Is it true that he is so excessive, the integrity has dropped to this level? "Daodu, I won't give you meat after I come out again." Then a terrified voice came weakly, "How can this be?" Yesun's mouth flicked, and as soon as Daodu made a noise, he captured Daodu's position, mainly because Daodu Chi was too weak, but Yesun's own cultivation was not enough, and his ability to sense Qi could not naturally follow Dragon Ball Z's back. Those buddies compare. When Yesun found Daodu, he saw Daodu holding his head, burying his small brain in the soil, and holding his to Yesun. Yesun couldn't help crying, "Daodu, don't hide, I see you. You're lying." "I really saw you, I won't lie to you." Daodu's ears moved, as if Yesun's voice was really close. He raised his head and looked at the smiling Yesun. He couldn't help but tremble. His 2 eyes were tearful, and he still could not bear to be afraid. Patted the dirt on his body, and then looked at Yesun. After Yesun's smile with a danger signal solidified, Daodu immediately stood up and ran away, but no matter how he swings his legs, there is no sign of progress. "Have you run enough?" Yesun lifted Daodu in one hand. Just watching the little panda running in space there. Daodu seemed to find that he was not advancing, and he immediately realized that his feet were off the ground and he was caught by Yesun in one hand. I'm not running." "You're lying. It's a lie to you. Who is the little flower? Aunt Bear's puppy next door. You fart, dogs are more honest than you." "Nonsense, Xiahua used to steal my buns." "Come on, don't you just a bun, do you insult Xiahua doggy?" One person and one bear talked in such a weird way, and had been arguing for half an hour, until Yesun felt that he was a silly beep, and then stopped this unnecessary debate. One day later, the two finally saw a road leading to the capital of the wind, and finally the tragic escape of Daodu finally reached a paragraph. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 12, Rich Playboy. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Yesun and Daudu crossed the mountains and finally stood on the mountain road to the capital of the wind. It is worth mentioning that standing on this mountain road can overlook the entire city. Daudu, do you see it? That is the capital of the wind. Daudu stood on the guardrail of the road and shouted excitedly, "Wow, it's much larger than our village. It turns out that other humans live in this big village." Yesun covered his forehead. He remembered Sun Wukong when he first went to the capital of the west to find Buma. It was a typical representative of the villagers entering the city. Yesun, who saw the words of Dragon Ball, couldn't help but laugh at the kind of walking to Grand View Garden when Xiao Wukong entered the city. This is the case of Daudu, who is already making treasures before entering the city. Then Daudu didn't know which cramps, and the bouncing on the road never stopped. Yesun looked at him, thinking that Xiao Daudu should never have walked through such a smooth road in his life, so it is inevitable complacent. Thinking of this, Yesun couldn't help but feel sad. He took the hole and hunted him down for so many days. As a result, Daudu was still so innocent and happy, as if those unhappy holes and waves had been forgotten by him. "I am a happy little watermelon. I am not afraid of the wind and rain. I just want to grow up faster." Daudu ran from side to side, with unlimited energy, and he didn't know what freestyle was being sung. Anyway, it seemed to be really happy. However, when Daudu chased a butterfly and ran left and right on the highway, I saw the roar of the engine and the sharp friction of the tires at the corner. Yesun stunned, shouting, "Listen to the sound, is this Nima drifting?" Sure enough, as soon as the voice fell, I saw a very windy Pazanai wind sun directly drifted and turned the corner, less than 5 meters away from Daudu. Yesun was anxious and wanted to go before saving Daudu. He suddenly saw Daudu somersault before he jumped in place, and he flashed through the car accident that had been unavoidable. Yesun whispered beautifully, and then moved slightly to the left 2 steps, just past the car that was galloping. The time difference is ingeniously controlled, which shows the style of the martial arts master. Just kidding, Yesun can now catch a bullet, not to mention a sports car drifting across a curve. This kind of scene simply rolls over with a football, and then you slowly open the double span to let it pass. In the same way, no quick response is needed at all, and it is done naturally. The driver of the Pazanai only slowed down after driving a few tens of meters. Yesun knew that the driver was about to attack. After all, this situation is strictly the fault of Daudu. Who will run around the road in random of? The door hasn't opened yet, one head is out of the window. It's a young man with dyed hair and ears. There is a blackish air between his eyebrows and his expression is frivolous. While Yesun still secretly nodded for his ability to look at his face, the blonde killing Matt had already called out, "Fuck Nima, are you crazy? What are you doing on the road?" Daudu said apologetically, "I'm so sorry." "Sorry for a few, if you want to die, just say that, I will drive over to help you get rid of." Yesun frowned slightly. The young man in front of him was very uncultivated. Daudu's eyes widened. He didn't know what to kill Matt. Just when Yesun was about to fight back, he suddenly saw a woman suddenly drilled out of the co-pilot's position. Here, the woman seems to be wiping her mouth with a napkin. This scene is very reminiscent. "Hey, very powerful, the officer can also drift, old driver." In his heart, the young man turned from a disdain to a trace of appreciation. Those who dare to play like this are masters, admire admiration. "Romeo, don't pay attention to this kind of country gangster. You can see that their clothes are from the country, so why don't you see them in general?" The young man named Romeo seemed to have a temper, and wanted to pretend. Yesun froze. Is this product called Romeo? Is the Bai Chi called Zhu Yingtai? No, Zhu Yingtai is not that kind of person. Yesun shook his head. After Romeo got out of the car, he saw that his sports car tire was damaged due to the violent rubbing of the car just now. An anger burst into his heart. He directly pulled out the revolver in his waist and shouted at Yesun, "Damn, you this country man, do you know how much I need to change a tire? Can you afford it?" Seeing this kid holding a gun at himself inexplicably, Yesun smiled and said, "Then ask this Luo Ji, how can I compensate you?" "Not many, just take a 200,000 thing." "What if I don't take it? Can you still shoot me?" Yesun was very curious about this incomparable young man to see what he could do. Hani, this kind of country boy is really annoying. He broke his knee with a shot and let him live with his dog all his life. Yesun was very upset after hearing this. Before Bai Qi, he was persuading Romeo not to know him like a country boy. He didn't expect to encourage him to shoot and waste himself. It is really the most poisonous woman's heart. Once the woman has power, the means are comparable. There are more men. "Boy, there is no surveillance here, even if I kill you, no one will control it, and let me be honest, my dad is the director of the Metropolitan Police Department. I have shot and killed people on the street these years. Something happened, let alone this wilderness." Romeo smiled, "I wouldn't really shoot, if you kneel and give me a head, this is fine, I forgive you that you can't afford the tire money." Yesun sighed. It looks like he is going to kill today, and he can also a sports car, and make no profit, just because he did not plan to wear this ragged clothes to the wind capital. "You are a dog without shooting. What did you say? You are my son without speaking. Go to hell." The young man saw the arrogant boy so arrogantly, he suddenly got angry, pulled the trigger without hesitation, only heard a gunshot. Yesun still stood there without moving, but his left hand was raised, it seemed just caught something. At first, the young man thought that he was distorted, but at this time, he saw the most incredible scene in his life. I saw that the little boy who was a few years old slowly opened his palms, and a bullet suddenly appeared in palm. "Liang Shanbo, your bullet is slower. I accidentally reached out and grabbed it. Otherwise, you shot another shot on my forehead. This time I absolutely control my criminal hand, absolutely not grab the bullet." Romeo was terrified, and the body took a step back involuntarily, but the so-called evil was guilty, and since the first shot was fired, then he would never do anything, just kill this kid. Boom! 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 Several loud gunshots rose in a row, and he stopped shooting until the bullets hit. This time he determined that he had hit the key, whether it was the head, the heart, or the abdomen, but then he was dumbfounded. A smiling child standing there. Impossible! I hit it clearly. Yesun was very proud, because everything was as he expected. After the fighting power exceeded 100, the strength of the human body and the density of muscles were no longer able to be penetrated by this bullet. Although there was still some pain, this pain it must be much lighter than being punched in the abdomen by a scion. "Ronaldo, shoot me, don't stop. Are you, a monster?" Yesun broke his finger and smiled, "If you don't do it, I'll do it. There's no monitoring here. Your dad is the president of the country and you shouldn't find me." At this moment, Romeo made a god-level prediction. I saw him directly kneeling down in front of Yesun, begging for mercy, "Please master, don't remember the villain, please spare me a dog's life. Brother, how about your morality? You should be eaten by the dog." Romeo burst into tears and wailed. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 13, Romeo Altman. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Seeing Romeo smash the road directly, Yesun took a breath, but his mother was a little moved. Dodo, this is a textbook-level attitude of confessing mistakes. You learn something and won't beat others in the future, just do it. Dodo bit her finger, snorted. You get up first. The young man shouted, no. You don't forgive me, I will kneel to die here. Yesun burst into tears, my day is really a personal talent, can't kill. Okay, you get up. The young man shivered for a while, then cried and said, Master, as long as you don't kill me, don't abandon me, the younger brother is willing to be a bull and a horse, please report it. He responded with a loud finger, return to the issue of compensation and discuss again. The young man quickly got up and rubbed his hands like a shop boy, and asked respectfully, I don't know which school the master is a master of, but the martial arts are so strong. Yesun showed an intriguing expression and quipped, so you seem to know the abilities of martial artists. The young man patted his chest and proudly said, it's true, my brother's father attended the first martial arts conference in the world when I was in high school. At that time, I broke into the top 8 of the martial arts conference as a fighting instructor in the police school Chiang. It's just a pity that he lost to Kingapa who won the championship. Kingapa. Yesun froze a little, and a strange emotion appeared in his heart. Unexpectedly, he could hear the news of King Gappa from the mouth of this young kid. At that moment, the feeling of the Dragon Ball in Yesun's heart moved him a little. Do you know King Gappa? Of course I know that this King of Gappa defeated my father in the 8-for-4 game, and later won the championship of the first martial arts championship in the world. Oh, and I heard that from the preliminaries to the finals, King Par never let the opponent touch his body from beginning to end. Yesun nodded slightly. This is exactly the same as the setting of Dragon Ball. This King Garpa may have an impression of many Dragon Ball fans. He played in Tianjin Rice when he first participated in the first martial arts meeting in the world. In the first game of the preliminaries, King Gappa met Sun Wukong. At that time, many martial arts masters including Yamucha felt that Sun Wukong was too unlucky. However, King Gappa was tragically kicked by Sun Wukong and passed out. It is entirely conceivable that a former champion, faced with the tragic defeat of 16-year-old Sun Wukong, King Gappa suffered too much because of this defeat, making him desperately cultivated after experiencing the resurrection of the Big Devil event. 3 years later, in the first match of the martial arts conference 3 years later, he met Sun Wukong again. This time it was even more tragic. Even Sun Wukong's body could not be touched, and he was fainted. Due to the appearance of King Gappa's outfit as India SA3, and being eliminated by Sun Wukong in the first game of the preliminaries, Yesun still has a deep impression on him. King Gappa's combat power should be above 60, 90 the following. When Sun Wukong followed Buma when he came out of the mountain, his combat power was less than 20. However, King Gappa, who has rich combat experience and martial arts qualities, if he does not have a combat power of 60, it is impossible to take it without allowing his opponent to touch himself. To the champion. Then your father is really powerful. I know that King Gappa is also outstanding at the martial arts home. Haha, that is. Yesun then asked again, you are so good in admitting mistakes, can you still see my level? Yes, the younger brother does not know Taishan. When the master catches the bullet, he should know that the master is a martial artist who is far beyond the limit of humanity. As it turned out, Yesun secretly sighed that this should be the normal reaction of ordinary people. The most incomprehensible place in the Dragon Ball comics world is the blindness of human beings. It has clearly experienced two sensations like the return of the Big Devil and the arrival of the Scion. After the World War, humans seem to be completely unaware of the powerful power that the martial artists can possess, and do not even have the most basic ideas. Ordinary humans can be understood as having no information without this consciousness, and they are too far away from their lives. But the government's still ignorance looks like people can't figure it out anyway. Even Dr. Gallo can rely on the Red Ribbon's old book to continue the study of artificial people. It makes no sense that the government of this world will have nothing to inspire humans' potential research. Looking at this kid, the status and popularity of the martial artists should be far beyond the settings in the world of Dragon Ball comics. Yesun tickled his finger and said, "My teachers are kept secret for a while, but I am not a country boy who knows nothing, so put away what you think of the rural people." Yes, the younger brother is superficial. Where is the master going? I wonder if the younger brother can send you. Yesun stunned a little, wondering why to let this kid entertain himself first. Anyway, he stayed in the Wind City for a while to make money, but Yesun was not in a hurry at all. I am now only 13 years old, there is no need to overcultivate. Secondly, Sun Wukong, the protagonist of Dragon Ball, has not yet begun to take risks, and as a point of time, Yesun has nothing urgent to do. 3 times Yesun has clearly stated that it is number 1 of the martial arts family on Earth. There will be no danger on the Earth. At least 5 years before the recent disaster, Bix Devil is coming again. Joke. At the speed of Yesun's current practice, I am afraid that he will be able to single out with Frisha 5 years later. What kind of big demon king can stab to death with his finger? Your name? The young man laughed and said, "The younger brother's name is Romeo Altman." Yesun froze, and then scolded, "Nima. I asked you your real name." No, master, our family is the Ultraman family, Romeo is my name, Ultraman is my surname, and my name is Romeo Altman." "Oh. That's it." Yesun slapped his forehead and laughed at his ignorance, which was different from the cosmic hero Altman. "Okay, then I will call you Ultraman." "Well, the master just called me Romeo." "Okay, I said this time I mainly want to return to my hometown in the East Capital, but I have no money on my body. I originally planned to work in the Wind Capital to earn some money. Now that I meet you, I should be able to solve a lot of trouble." As soon as Romeo heard it, he immediately said solemnly, "The master is assured, as long as the master does not dislike it, let's live in our house first. There is me in the wind, no one dares to say anything to the master. That's really disturbing." Having said that, Romeo suddenly shut up, and then asked some tentatively, "I wonder if the master Guigang is 16 years old this year." 13 years old. My looks as old as 16 years old. It's too incredible, you can pick up bullets at 13 years old, the master is really a genius." Yesun snapped his fingers and pointed to Daodu over there. "This is the little brother I brought back from Shimen. Come with me." Romeo respectfully bowed Daodu, and then opened the door in a very gentleman. Yesun said to Daodu, "Daodu, come here, brother Yesun invites you to take the bus." Daodu ran over with curiosity, and then stood outside looking at the left and right. The small head was all asked, "I have been in a bullock cart. What kind of car is this?" At the same time of doubt, Daodu also used his bare claws to scrape on the body of Pazanai Wind Sun, listening to the sound of sand rustle. Yesun was sweating heavily, Romeo was in tears, and he was the most human. The important thing is to be happy. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 14, Problem Students. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Daodu lay on the edge of the car window and completely explored his head. The red panda from the deep bamboo village was full of endless curiosity about this colorful city. He had never seen such a big building, such a wide road, so many people. Seeing Daodu's non-stop laughter and shouting towards the car window, Yesun felt that this was too dangerous and reminded, "Daodu, pay attention, if you fall outside the car, brother Yesun may it doesn't matter to you. Doudou quickly recovered her head in a panic, sitting honestly in the position, without saying a word. Yesun thought Doudou was really a simple and innocent child, he must not cause any shadow to his childhood, otherwise, it would be a loss of conscience. But Yesun completely forgot how Doudou fled in the mountains in the past few days, and he cried for a ditch drill, and he was really sad. The construction of the entire wind capital city can be said to be at the upper middle level in this country. The reason why it is called the wind capital is because this is the first city in the country to use wind to generate electricity, so in order to commemorate this feat, the entire city it was renamed the capital of wind. The wind capital is located on a highland plain, just on the windward slope. The wind force is strong and weak all year round, but because the forest around the wind capital is excellent, there is no such trouble as sand and dust, and the air is very clean. However, the capital of wind has a fatal flaw. Because of its inland location, economic development will be limited. Romeo let the woman get off the car after entering the wind capital. It was originally the bai chi that she knew on the wine table. It cost her money to vent her desires. As a result, she was almost exhausted by a martial arts master. He was afraid now. Romeo, discuss something. Master, you say. I won't go to your house. If you don't mind, it's no problem to borrow money from your card. Yes, it is robbery. Romeo immediately patted his chest and boldly said, I would definitely not be able to help the master in fighting, but it is too simple to say financial support. After finishing, Romeo took out one of his credit cards and handed it to Yesun, and said, this card can be overdrawn by 200,000. The master can use it with confidence. I will make up for the vacancy every month with the money in the bank account. Okay, people are very happy, this is not a robbery. Where Yesun would be polite to him, just because this kid scolded himself so badly, he should be broken into bones and sent to the hospital for further study. The medical cost was more than 200,000. It was already his greatest tolerance to spare his life. Don't think that Yesun is overbearing. Now Yesun's attack power has reached 197, and it can only rush to 200 to reach the level of the first generation of the Big Devil. Again, as long as Yesun desperately upgrades, he can immediately rush to the LV10. Once the second layer of marrow washing is started, the combat power of 1000 plus is a stubborn thing after successful cultivation. It can even be said that Yesun wants to be a justice warrior or an evil Dao devil, depending on his mood. Not to mention 200,000, it is really killing Romeo, and he is generously driving his Pazanai Wind Sun into the wind capital. What can the city's security forces do? Arrest yourself? Can you catch it? Kill yourself? Can it be killed? Want yourself? That's really congratulations. Before the appearance of the big demon king, Yesun could let the world fall into dominated terror again. There are only 3 major military powers in the world, and hundreds of other small powers, which are negligible. If you want to turn the world upside down, it means nothing. We live in Qingnian Business Hotel. You come to me in 2 days, teach you 2 tricks, and take care of your life. Romeo seemed to hear some exciting news, and his pale face was all printed with a touch of ruddy. For him, this is the highest value that 200,000 can buy, let alone 200,000, which is 2,000. Everything is worth it. Master, you have a good rest. I will visit you again in 2 days. After speaking, Romeo drove away and disappeared in the street. He just wanted to find a place to drink and celebrate. At this moment, Yesun wore a blue robe and walked into the business hotel with a red panda. The girl at the counter saw a so handsome little boy walk in with a red panda and immediately said, to stay in the hotel, you need to ID card, or student ID. Yesun is only 13 years old now, and he certainly doesn't have an ID card, but there is a student ID in the package that Tianjin Rice has sent him. Yesun dropped off early to go to Hexian Liu to learn martial arts, and eventually turned into a tragedy, so now it is also an option to go back to school to continue studying. Hey? Dongjaidu Tianyuan School? Isn't that a school famous for martial arts talents? I heard that all the students in it will martial arts. Those teenagers with high martial arts will be admitted first by well-known domestic universities. The future is basically no worries. It should be mentioned here that the country's middle school system where Yesuan is located is a 6-year system, and then at the age of 18 to enter the university. Although the middle school age is also divided into high school and junior high school, in essence, except for some students, it is directly prohibited except for admission. Other students have no pressure to enter the university. In other words, students who are banned from school will lose the opportunity to attend high school because there is no entrance exam, so there is no such thing as choosing a high school. Students who are banned from entering any high school will be refused admission. Education is so cruel, there is no chance of elimination. If everyone performs well, naturally everyone can go to high school. The reason why the Ministry of Education did not give that part of students any chance is actually related to the crime of minors. Most of the students who were eliminated from high school are students with big problems in character and morals. Once they are eliminated, it will be automatically recorded by the Metropolitan Police Department, and when the incident occurs, you can immediately target. Some people would say that putting this group of misbehaving children into society so early would not exacerbate their depravity to the society. This caused a heated discussion in all walks of life, but in the end the king listened to the opinions of many parents. At least not because of these two poor students with moral problems, which influenced the learning environment of other mellow students, and finally made this education reform. Yesun's face is very unsightly, because the waiter at this counter is already looking at him with disgusting eyes. Yesun's student card is covered with a red stamp suspending school, and a blue stamp waiting to observe is also covered below at the same time. I wrote a comment from the Academic Affairs Office under Yesun's student number, stubborn character, because of his first day, the admission is still short, and voluntarily suspended from school to reflect, the school temporarily gives the school to stay and look at the treatment, and waits for his second day to return to the school to do further studies decision or not. Are you the only one? The waitress seemed to see the little bastard, his words full of disgust. Yesun was so violent that he shouted, "Are you blind? Didn't you see these two?" This scream shattered all the glass of this restaurant. All the guests and staff members quickly covered their ears. The waitress was scared and shoved to the ground, eyes full when looking at Yesun. Is frightened. Then the mutation began to ferment. The hotel security staff rushed up immediately, surrounded the Yesun regiment, and the security leader stepped up to take Yesun's student ID from the frightened waitress and looked at the two carefully. Behind the eyes, he replied disdainfully, "So it turned out that the talented students of the Tianyuan school in the eastern capital, no wonder their temper is so big, but you want to spread the wild with the skill." Yesun frowned, questioning, "What do you mean?" "Boy, what you wrote here is to stay in school to check. Believe it or not, I just need to call you the Academic Affairs Office and state your bad behavior today. Do you think you still have a chance to go to high school?" Yesun hates people threatening him the most. Looking at this middle-aged man with an adulterous look, Yesun smiled, "Do you believe it? As long as I can't go to high school, my first thing is to come back and burn this hotel." When this remark came out, everyone felt cold in the back. Some of them unconsciously took a step back and looked at Yesun vigilantly. This kind of problem student who has been eliminated by half of the high school department is basically not good stubble. Alarm! Let the police handle it. After saying that, the middle-aged man said fiercely, "What's the matter, stinky kid? I don't believe you dare to stalk in front of the police. There are surveillance cameras and recording discs. All audio and video materials are automatically backed up to the police in the database of the hall. As soon as the police come, you will wait to receive the notice that the school has ordered you to drop out." Yesun said indifferently, "I want to call my lawyer, at least I have this right. Is there a lawyer in the wind? Can't see it is a rich young master, let him call. Hello, is it Ultraman? Hello? Master? Is the master you? It's me, what's up, can you come to the business hotel I'm in? I'm almost shot by the police. You know, I am a law-abiding person. It's hard to use force. There are so many surveillance cameras here. I really do not want to cause trouble to your father, but I can't control my criminal hand. As soon as Romeo heard it, his back was cold. And he understood Yesun's meaning. He immediately cursed, lying trough, there is a lousy, who dares to move you. I'm coming now. After the big brother's mobile phone was hung up, Romeo directly took a 360-degree turn in violation of traffic regulations on the city's main road and accelerated away in the opposite direction. As soon as the traffic policeman looked at his license plate number, he immediately gave up the chase. At this time Romeo prayed inwardly, "Don't kidding, you foolish bets, if that buddy started it, it would be a terrible tragedy. If the wind blows are really a big deal, my dad will definitely be small people who go to the king to take a copy, really want that, I will not let you go, burn your hotel with a fire, and then kill all the hotel owners." Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 15, Free Forever. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Daudu didn't know what happened, but he saw the faint smile on Yesun's face and subconsciously shivered. With his understanding of Yesun, this kind of human and animal is harmless, and the smile full of sunshine is Yesun wants the whole signal. Brother Yesun, calm down, Daudu is a little scared. While Yesun was thinking about some issues, he only felt that his shirt was being pulled, and he looked down at the nervous look of Menda Daudu. Yesun shrugged helplessly and said, "Relax, I won't use it wholly." Daudu wouldn't believe him, and he ran out subconsciously. Anyway, the first battlefield must be inside this hotel, so escape right. Yesun saw Daudu running outside, he couldn't help but toss his lips, this little panda is really not righteous enough, wouldn't he stay to cheer himself up? Half an hour later, the police still didn't come. The hotel security team also found something was wrong. The police didn't justify the delay. They called again and again to confirm that the police only responded to "the police are out," but the policeman who fart, not to mention the journey for half an hour, it should be there in 5 minutes. The slightly smarter people immediately responded that this was suppressed, and when the overwhelming response continued to call the police hotline, they simply occupied the line. How is this going? The security captain realized that the situation was wrong, and when he looked at Yesun again, his eyes were full of fear, and he was about to ask Yesun if this matter could be good. Suddenly, an unusually harsh tire swept through the ground. After Romeo stepped into the hotel lobby fiercely, he saw Yesun, who was surrounded by the center. He subconsciously looked at the surrounding environment, especially if there were any dead people. After confirming that it was safe and sound, he immediately stepped forward and respectfully greeted, "Master, are you okay?" "It's okay, it's because this hotel looks down on people and makes me angry." Romeo frowned, looking at the head of security, and said politely, "What about you?" The security captain had naturally seen Romeo, the second generation of the famous rich second generation official and the first dude in the entire Wind capital can be described as nobody knows, no one knows, at least Romeo in this youth hotel with at least 3 figures girls have been in and out. "Master Romeo, are you here, do you want to stay or eat? I eat next door to your mother, and I know that your kind of low-grade broken hotel can only be used for play. If you stay in it, you will be devalued." Master Aksun is a martial artist in the world. It's you who thrived, and you turned out to be a master, and you do nt have a king yet. When the crowd hadn't responded yet, Romeo had scolded his head and scolded, and now they understood why the police weren't coming, and for a long time this little boy was a friend of the policeman's son. It hurts. It wasn't until the hotel owner rushed over that Romeo stopped being abused. The owner was a kindly fat man. After careful inquiry, he looked at Yesun's student ID card, and then looked at the counter waitress with very strict eyes. An old Rivers and Lakes who had been on the court, the fat boss knew that the student ID of this classmate Yesun had caused him to be treated unfairly, so he had an attack. The fat businessman immediately turned up the surveillance camera to see it. I saw Yesun shouted on the screen, and the glass around the entire hotel shattered. After carefully inquiring about the situation at that time, he told Yesun that after being respectful, he immediately judged that the child was a master of martial arts, and martial arts were still very high. Then he took Romeo aside and asked in a low voice, "Romeo, you honestly told me, where did you find this boy?" Although Romeo is frivolous, he is not a fool. He naturally knows what attitude he should take towards this person. The boss's industry is a huge hotel chain industry. Youth Hotel has hotels in almost every city in the country. Do nt look at this hotel. High-end, but the business hotel itself is fast food, and the main thing is that the people spend their time in the high-end stores. As for what greets foreign guests, it is naturally a high-end hotel, but how many times do foreign guests come in a year? I don't hide from you, I'm on the road. Then, grabbed my bullet directly with the palm of my hand. At first I thought it was a misshot. Only after I hit him with every shot, he turned out to be like a good man. Believe me, I was not a miracle if I didn't die. If I had practiced Iron Head. Tugong. I mean that he is young and he doesn't have a killing heart. If he has the strength to change to an adult, my head has been screwed down. The fat boss took a breath. He had mixed for decades and was well informed. It was clear that there were some special martial artists who could temper the body as hard as iron, and at the same time let the reflex nerve far exceed ordinary people. Bullets are no secret at all. It's so powerful at a young age, I should make friends. Thinking of this, the fat boss immediately apologized on behalf of the hotel and gave Yesun a black card that read Youth Chain Hotel Unlimited VIP. This time even Romeo was shocked, which means that Yesun will not go where to practice. As long as there is a youth hotel chain, all consumption and accommodation of Yesun are free, and it is permanently free until Yesun dies. Everyone was shocked by the boss's generosity. This is equivalent to kneeling Tian Yeksun, really don't say. Yesun himself accidentally got this treatment. This does not mean that Yesun will not be in his future life. Fenwen, homeless, as long as you have been living in the youth hotel? The fat boss hosted a banquet for Yesun to catch up with the wind and dust that night. Douda disregarded the image and ate it. The original farce was turned into Yesun's personal banquet. Romeo also borrowed flowers to offer Buddha. Dust washing is cancelled. According to Yesun's original plan, he stayed in the capital of the wind for 2 months before leaving. During this period, he will find a way to make some money. The fat businessman expressed his willingness to sponsor Yesun 1 million, Yesun directly refused. VIP permanent card is right, he made his own guilt, but this million has no reason to accept it. With short hands, Yesun will not be stunned by this. So after Yesun leisurely stayed in the youth hotel, he began to plan to upgrade his level to LV10. Besides, he's in Liu's mind. Palm and body can no longer increase his experience value. Okay, it seems time to trigger a little task. Next goal, LV10. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 16, Urban Rogue. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. After living in the youth hotel for about 3 days, Yesun began to formulate a mission plan. Since he had read the manga, he knew that Buma would soon start the adventure of finding Dragon Ball after the end of the holiday, and then the main storyline of Dragon Ball comics officially began. At that time, Yesun will also act, and his goal is to get a Dragon Ball and summon a dragon to make a wish. General tasks are definitely difficult to increase experience points, and larger tasks are required. In the middle of the night, Yesun put on the black canvas shoes he bought, blue denim cropped pants, and a handsome black hooded outerwear. Then he also put on the black mask purchased in the store and glanced at it. Daodu kicked the quilt on the next bed and shook his head slightly. Yesun knew that the panda had thick hair and didn't like to cover the quilt. It was normal, so he gave him a thin blanket and adjusted the air conditioner properly. He had watched Panda TV before and knew that the temperature in the Panda Pavilion was very low, otherwise Panda could not stand it in the summer, especially the sultry weather in Sichuan. Just when Yesun opened the window and was ready to go out, he only heard Daodu say, "Daodu, can't eat any more. I want strawberry-flavored ice cream." Yesun froze, turned his head to look at Daodu, and saw that he was drooling desperately when he was sleeping, thinking that food was really made from an early age, and his dreams didn't stop. After dancing out of the window with the dance of the sky, close the window, leaving only a small opening for easy entry when you come back. Youth Business Hotel itself has only 7 floors, and Yesun is on the 7th floor, so it is very convenient to enter and exit through the window. In the dark night, he disappeared into the night sky with an acceleration. No one knows that in such a dark night, there is such a person flying in the sky. At this time, on the street of a civilian area outside the city's main city, a nuisance incident is taking place. The police are desperately chasing the gangsters in front. Holding things like baseball bats and chains, flee there. This escape is a game for them, and it is also a source of happiness. What they do every day is to drive their own modified cars and travel through the city in the night, smashing luxury cars, smashing shops, smashing windows, firing indiscriminately, venting arbitrarily to show their sense of existence. Citizens have long been intolerable to this group of guys. Almost every day, there are alarm calls to the police station, but this problem has never been solved. Headquarters, here on Block C16, the rogues were found. The other party had a total of 5 vehicles. 10 people were expected, but they all wore masks and could not identify themselves. Understood, chase them, and then arrest. The police behind were a little embarrassed. If they could arrest, they would have already arrested. Over the past few months, this group of gangsters has no known impact on the city. They sometimes rob property and attack innocent people. Even when the police are about to catch them, they directly attack the police with guns. Say this dangerous gang with weapons of killing. At this moment, a police car suddenly exploded on the way to catch up. This scene shocked all the police. For a time the scene was in chaos. The violent explosion made many people who had fallen asleep wake up. Yoa, I am so crazy, this group of policemen are really stupid. They care about the property of the people around them and do nt dare to do it, but we do nt have that concern, ha 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 ha. Behind a series of reconstructed off-road 4WD vehicles, a muscular man with a one-way broom head said disdainfully, "What we runaways are to conquer this city, and now it's just a little gift for this group of idiots." But crooked brother, can the batch of weapons we bought be received on time? I heard that the other party had a history of eating black. The crooked brother sneered, in the capital of the wind, can anyone still be arrogant to me? When fully armed, I don't believe they dare not deliver. Brother, the note is coming again. Crooked brother shouted excitedly, monkey, give them a little color. Another young man on a modified off-road vehicle immediately put out a green machine gun, then installed the bullet strip, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger towards the police chasing behind, and saw that it was arranged by bullets. The finished fire snake enveloped the police. This group of poor policemen were first attacked by rockets, but before being relieved, they were suddenly green and blue by Green's machine gun. "Captain, the enemy's firepower is so fierce, we are very passive right now." The police captain with glasses was a kind uncle. At this time, he was sitting in a police car and holding a communicator and said nervously, "You remember, shoot at the right time." "What?" Then there was a rustle from the communicator. The sergeant's face changed and he kept calling the policeman over there, but unfortunately the policeman over there had been attacked. The sergeant's face was ashamed. Requesting the government to dispatch special forces, after all, it means that their police are incompetent. Hateful. Seeing the passive beating of the police, the gangsters could not help laughing, and they shouted, "Go back and eat she, idiot sliver. Sooner or later this city belongs to us. Long live Runaway! Runaway!" When the emotions were intense, the members of this group of gangsters were still holding machine guns at the surrounding street lights and vehicles, very arrogant. When Yesun heard the explosion, he immediately flew to the scene of the incident. His eyesight is far beyond ordinary people. Naturally, he can see at a glance that a group of non-mainstream runaway convoys are holding dangerous weapons and are proud of their weapons. Shining lined up chasing the long dragon, it looks imposing, but actually passively dies. However, Yesun did not watch the police for half a minute before judging that the police were incompetent, but he was considering whether to take action. Ding dong, found the E-class mission to stop the criminal action of the rogue, is it acceptable? Yesun's eyes lit up, and he was excited. The more people there are, the easier it is to get tasks. Accept. At the moment of accepting, Yesun quickly landed towards the street, because the task's rating is related to the degree of completion and time. He must hurry up. Yesun's 100-meter speed has broken through to about 3 seconds, which is a near crazy speed. It can be converted to maintain this speed, which can basically reach 120 km per hour. Although this speed is not comparable to the big buddies in Dragon Ball Z behind, but in the plot setting of Dragon Ball just started, it is definitely the world's first speed. Yesun in the dark night is like a ghost walking on the street. Unlike those cars, Yesun's movements can be freely controlled by super reflex nerves and strong physical qualities. A guy with green hair was shooting arbitrarily with AK-47, but at this moment he saw a shocking scene, only to see the side of the sports car sometime when he followed someone. That's right, just one person. Really alone. The man is moving parallel to the sports car at the same speed. Green hair still feels dazzled and rubs his eyes subconsciously, but Yesun bends down and pulls the lower edge of the car body. After controlling the strength, the force is one. The whole car turned very strangely by 90 degrees, and the door slid forward against the inertia. The people in this car haven't reacted to it yet, and have lost their resistance due to the flip of the car body. When the police saw that the car of the rogue had turned over, he immediately surrounded the car and tortured the injured and unconscious rogue. "Captain, there is another rogue in front of you." "Captain, that motorcycle also turned over." "No, Captain, it seems that the rogue's car has all turned over." The captain of the police face was dumbfounded. When he arrived at the place where the elder brother was tortured, he saw the elder brother who had not fainted. The police captain joked, "You are the mastermind of the gangster, we seem to have seen it." The mask was removed, and the crooked brother who showed his true face showed a disdainful smile. "Do you know who I am?" "You are." "Ha ha ha ha, I am the brother of the mayor of the wind, you dare torture me, you bitch. Even if you are the mayor's brother, we can only handle it impartially, please understand our hardships." Hearing the police captain's stern expression, he naturally understood what he meant, and he couldn't help getting angry. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Okay, I know, sir, you work really hard. The policemen were all in a low mood, and even if he crooked him, he would be released on bail soon. They all know this kind of rules, so the police captain will let the elder brother understand their bitterness silently. To be honest, no one knows whether elder brother will be jealous of this group of policemen when they go out, so the police can only whisper the request from Brother Wei understands that this is only their job, and the rest will be handled by Brother Wei's own family. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 17, Mission Failed. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Complete the task, get 83 experience points task reward, 15 experience points cheating cheats. Cheats for drag racing. Yesun is full of black lines. Yes, this game experience is very good, it is really a kind of equipment style chaos to reward, very powerful. Use cheating cheats. Used successfully. Yesun closed his eyes and felt this kind of duck-filling knowledge growth. He knew all kinds of drag racing techniques and modified vehicle methods in an instant. Although it was redundant, he had to admit that this drag racing cheat was really interesting. Driving a Ferrari, with school flowers, and drifting freely on the city streets is the dream of every boy. Although it pretends to be a little bit, it is indeed the case. The night passed quickly. Yesun returned to the room at dawn. He didn't feel tired at all. On the contrary, after going out this time, he had a sense of energy because of his muscles. Daodu, you won't let you eat breakfast if you don't get up again. Daodu's ears moved, her small eyes suddenly opened, Anna jumped up from the bed, and then waved her hands and said with joy, Daodu wants to eat eggs and drink milk. Okay, quickly wash your face, brush your teeth and get dressed. Later, the hotel will come without breakfast. After Daodu finished these with the fastest speed, he followed Yesun to the restaurant. Because of the special account given by the boss, Yesun and Daodu appeared in the restaurant as soon as they were taken care of by the staff. Words. Daodu had a lot of fun. Yesun had no habit of eating breakfast before, but after all, he is now a 13-year-old boy, and he has officially entered the stage of puberty development. Yesun still has less than 400 experience points from the LV10. He will be able to upgrade soon. He has decided to practice meditation during the day and go out to fight crime at night. Anyway, when he is walking around the city, he will always encounter various tasks. The reason for not going during the day is simple, and there are basically no tasks. He will not do such boring things as helping the grandmother cross the road. Such tasks with an experience value of only 1 are too tasteless. Daodu, when we are full we go out to play, and brother Yesun takes you to eat the sundae. Daodu has heard of ice cream, but she doesn't know what a sundae is, but since Yesun wants to invite him to eat, it will definitely not be bad. Whether taking a bus or a taxi, Daodu is a curious look. In fact, Yesun himself is full of curiosity. He looks at these various people. There are ordinary people in the earth, there are many beast humans. These beast humans are completely indistinguishable from the lives of ordinary human beings. They don't get along well, and their qualities are also very good. When Yesun looked at Dragon Ball in the past, he felt that this kind of world like fairy tales was simply unrealistic. First of all, from the perspective of biological evolution, the DNA difference between mammals is not big, but the small genetic difference determines the biological structure. There is only one possibility to want a bear to live and work like a human. The IQ of this bear reaches the level of human beings, and at the same time it must have moral cultivation, that is, to get rid of animal nature. No matter how you look at it, it's a fool's dream. Unbelievable, what major evolutionary events in this Dragon Ball world will cause all mammals to become humans? However, Yesun quickly denied his previous question, because only mammals and canines and cats would become humans, and he kept recollecting some of the pictures in the Dragon Ball animation. He did not remember if it is wrong. Crocodile men wearing karate suits have also appeared on the world's first martial arts assembly, and crocodiles are not viviparous mammals, but oviparous reptiles. Strange, really strange. Not only that, there are many inexplicable creatures in Dragon Ball, such as the werewolf who hates the turtle fairy, such as the dinosaur-like master who met in the quarterfinals when Sun Wukong first participated in the martial arts meeting. Another example is that the first villain of the Dragon Ball series, Pilaf, is the king of Chowder. He is a human race that is different from humans in common sense. It is neither an orc nor a cosmic man, but the Earth. A peculiar human race among people. This is actually understandable. People who have studied the subject of biological evolution should know that during the evolution of humans, they actually branched into different human species, but later our ancestors of this human species survived and became master of the Earth. Soon, after the bus arrived at a lively square, Yesun took Daodu straight to the ice cream shop. Yesun first ordered Daodu a 5-colored fruit ice cream and ordered a sundae for himself. Anyway, this kind of time can be enjoyed at least before facing the threat from the universe. Daodu was very happy. He had never eaten such delicious food in Lvzhou village, nor did he wear these styles of clothes. After the ice cream shop, there was an amusement park, and then a hot pot restaurant. Until the sunset, Daodu Bean just happily expressed his willingness to go back. Alas, the children are so wild that they can't play at all. I remember the same when I was a kid. Thinking of the past, Yesun couldn't help but feel sad, and didn't know how sad the family would be after learning of his death, and whether the boss would feel guilty. After returning to the hotel, Daodu was tired and fell asleep early. Seeing the time was running out, Yesun put on the night walk dress again and sneaked out. He still flew in the midair of the city, constantly hitting the mission. Ding dong, received the F-level mission to rescue the teenager bullied by the bad boy. Yesun froze, hurriedly looking at the red arrow where the mission took place, only to see a group of people bullying a person in a dim alley. That should be it. He flew at the fastest speed to the place where the incident occurred, watching calmly what was happening under his feet. The bullied teenager had a swollen nose and blue face, while the other 7 people laughed coquettishly. Little Q, as long as you drink this bottle of urine, we promise to let you go home. The teenager named Xiao Q didn't speak, but closed his mouth, but judging from his trembling situation, he was obviously very afraid of these people. Xiao Q seemed to have found the courage, but said with lack of confidence, I will tell the teacher tomorrow. Who knew that the bad boy who was headed was laughing? Haha, tell the teacher what? Do you want all the schoolmates to know that you drank my urine? Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. The other 6 people laughed loudly, but immediately after that bad boy slapped Xiao Q on the face, Yesun heard loud slaps across the old high. Sure enough, this slap hit, and little Q burst into tears and asked, Jack, why do you always bully me? Who the is calling you arrogant? If you have a good academic record or look handsome, I'm too lazy to move you, but you guys have poor learning and poor popularity and dare to despise Lao Tzu. The one named Jack gave some inexplicable reasons, but Xiao Q was obviously puzzled. How can I offend you? When I walked through the aisle of the teaching building today at noon, you not only gave way, but also dared to look at Lao Zi arrogantly, several arrogance. I didn't despise you, this walkway is so wide, you walk on the left, I walk on the right, and I didn't hit you. Bump your mother. After talking about Jack, he punched and kicked Xiao Q, and then said directly and viciously, drink this bottle of urine, and I won't trouble you in the future. Yesun shook his head slightly. He didn't stop it. He just wanted to see if this guy named Xiao Q would really drink. If he compromised in front of Yin Wei and chose to drink urine, then Yesun turned his head and left. This coward was not saved. Value. After the thought flashed, I heard Xiao Qiu crying and shouting, "Don't think about it, there is a kind of killing me, otherwise I will not let you go, you are just a garbage that is not destined to high school." Jack was obviously used to domineering in school. Hearing the angry sarcasm of Xiao Qiu, he suddenly got angry and hysterically scolded, "Little bastard, I will kill you." Immediately afterwards, Jack threw the bottle of urine directly on Xiao Qiu's face, and then made a punch with his best effort to the position of Xiao Qiu's temple. This is called Jack, but it was a brute force. When he punched, Xiao Qiu immediately fell conscious on the ground, but he still hugged his head subconsciously, withstanding the kick of 7 people. Yesun still looked faintly without hands. The voice came from his mind, "Task, stop the bad boy, declare failure." Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 18, 3 views are refreshed. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. When a key idea was put forward, the police captain who was responsible for arresting the rogues curiously asked, "He, why is it a wrist? First of all, if you hit your head, it must have penetrated your head. There should be brain cells on the coin, but the biological department did not identify this substance. Secondly, if it is the chest, with this destructive power to predict, the amount of bleeding cannot be so small. Finally, the leg was ruled out because the crack of the telephone pole was not in the right position. If it is a leg, it should be bounced into the pole through the ground, then the crack should be an acute angle crack from bottom to top." The police nodded again and made a very reasonable statement. The police captain stroked his glasses and asked with doubts, "Then the person who threw the coin should be standing in parallel, but there is no surveillance video or witnesses. I didn't receive a report. I was completely confused. Would it just be a normal fight together, and then I overtook? And then they were separated?" But as soon as this word came out, there was no confidence in everyone's heart. The young Achi resolutely denied, "No, in fact, we still have some clues. First of all, the broken limb is not there, then there are 2 situations. First, the amputated victim is the victim. After killing the victim's wrist, the murderer takes the victim's body and wrist together. Second, the amputation is not the victim. The reason why I don't say that the amputation is the murderer is because I am not sure about the real situation in the alley. Let us just consider another wave of people. Oh, okay, no matter which group of people, as long as it is not the extreme case of corpse destruction, then the person who broke his wrist should first go to the hospital to pick up his wrist." After finishing this remark, everyone's eyes lit up and someone immediately clapped, "Yet, let's quickly check the admission report of the Wind Capital Hospital to see if we had to go to the hospital last night to remove the injured limb." The police found this breakthrough point and acted immediately. But the police captain took a very serious look at Aki, who was also serious, because they were all thinking about the same thing. After a while, the captain said, "There is another thing, Aki, this thing is taut, go check it." Aki immediately got up and said, "Thanks to the captain's trust, I will check it." The police were still depressed. The captain sighed and said, "What kind of person would be a coin that can be used as a sniper bullet?" As it turned out, the police officers here suddenly realized that someone immediately asked if someone had made a coin gun, and the discussion started again. But at this moment, no one knows that the doubts in Aki's heart are not here. As a martial arts champion of a police school, the most admired person in his life is Wu Tian, who is known as the god of Wushu. He had heard of Wu Tian before when the teacher walked the world when he was young. There was a rumor Teacher Wu Tian used to smash a wall directly with a coin. If the person who shot really has the same strength as Teacher Wu Tian, wouldn't it be terrible? The police understand that people who can use coins to strike this kind of strength are not only powerful, but also terrible precision. Such characters appear in the capital of the wind. What should I do if I am a terrorist? Aksun was allowed to investigate. He changed into casual clothes, and started this investigation. He wanted to find the master. Turning back time to last night, Yesun took Xiao Qiu and flew away from the scene, went directly to a pool on the outskirts of the city, and then threw Xiao Qiu directly into the water. Xiao Qiu, who was originally in a coma, was choked by water. Immediately awake, his head crawled out of the pool with a dull face, and his face was dumbfounded. If it was not the pain from his body that made him remember the truth of the beating in the past, he thought he was dreaming. Did it react? Xiao Qiu heard the sound and looked at the figure wearing a black hoodie, but Xiao Qiu didn't see clearly the person's appearance, because the light was too dark and his face was wearing a black mask, but Xiao Qiu still asked, "Just now what about the person who hit me? Who are you? Why am I here? What do you want to do? So, which question do you really want to ask?" Little Q was stunned, and it was a little unclear, so Yesun chuckled, "The one named Jack, I broke my wrist directly, and the others sent him to the hospital. So you saved me. Don't get me wrong, I didn't save you. If I really want to save you, you won't be pissed." Xiao Qiu was a little embarrassed. "Since you didn't save me, why did you interrupt Jack's hand and bring me here? I originally wanted to go home for dinner, but suddenly I heard that Jack's plan was to pick out all your hamstrings and hamstrings, so I stopped it." After Yesun finished speaking, Xiao Qiu's face changed drastically. When he passed out, he was almost picked off by the king bastard. "Fuck trademark!" Xiao Qiu was furious in an instant, and he immediately yelled and yelled. He didn't feel that this person was cheating him, because this person didn't need to cheat himself. But soon Xiao Qiu regained his composure and asked with vigilance, "Excuse me, if you save me, why would you bring me here? Are you rich?" As soon as Xiao Qiu heard that, his face was blue, and he really wanted to grab the money. Those of Jack might have left after stunned themselves, and this guy moved himself here to make money. No, it should be kidnapping, and then let the family members fight for money. If he is not a kidnapping offender, why did he get the same as a man in black? Yesun naturally understood what the kid was thinking, and said indifferently, "If you have money, you will take a taxi home, and I will go back to bed. If I have no money, I will borrow 20 yuan from you. Just give it back to me." "What?" Xiao Q's expression, a question mark all over his head, but he still replied, "No need, I have money." Yesun waved to him, "I don't know if it's far from your house, but you're still hurry, and the taxi fare will be doubled after midnight." As soon as the voice fell, Yesun directly used the Wukong technique to slowly take off, and an acceleration disappeared into Xiao Q's eyes. Seeing this scene, Xiao Q was shocked. He stared at Yesun as he flew farther and farther, until he saw the figure again, and suddenly fell to the ground. "He can fly? He can fly? He can fly?" Xiao Q just sits in the same place and repeats this question non-stop. Why do humans fly? Is it an alien? Thinking of this, Xiao Q shook his head and let himself wake up. He suddenly reacted that what Superman said just now should be true. A person who can fly is definitely not a simple character. He doesn't need to deceive himself. Yes. He said he would come here to find him again at this time. Xiao Q was refreshed tonight with 3 views, which made him doubt the scientific view of the world. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 19, Trial. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. After receiving the report, all the police immediately opened an emergency meeting, combining the hospital admission time for the amputation of the injured limb, the time of the incident in the alley, and the situation reported by the reporter, Jack, all one by one. This is the same thing, but the weird thing is that it seems that it is not the little Q who was beaten that looks hurt, so does it really by the murderer? At least Jack and his parents must have bitten the words, but the police are not stupid. How can one listen to such a thing? The captain of the police immediately said that Xiao Q must know the master, and asked the police to go to school to look for Xiao Q and conduct interrogation. However, He raised his doubts. He thought that this matter might have nothing to do with Xiao Q, and he thought that Xiao Q and the master might not know each other. Everyone should remember the incident of the gangsters a few days ago. After we interrogated the gangsters, they all said that the sudden collective overturning was because a person wearing a black hoodie and a black mask took a very fast. The speed appears on the outside of the car, and the car rolls over. As soon as this remark came out, the police were all shocked, with the speed parallel to the car and the power to overturn the car, so it is not surprising to use a coin to break a person's wrist and break a telephone pole. After the police captain asked He and others to go to school to interrogate Xiao Q, he immediately set off to report the matter to the Metropolitan Police Department. After all, such a terrible master appeared and he needed to let the director know. After the camera turned, He and others went to the school to find Xiao Q, and said they wanted to know some things about Xiao Q. In order to avoid affecting the order of the school, the police's interrogation was in the principal's office and accompanied by a dozen teachers. The leaders witnessed together. He asked, "Do you know Jack?" "No, beat me last night." "Do you know about his broken wrist?" Xiao Q nodded and said, "Listen to my classmates." "Oh? Did you listen to your classmates?" "Yes, schools are spread all over." He and I asked, "What's going on?" "It's said that Jack was cut off his wrist." Xiao Q replied truthfully. "But, don't you think what everyone said is relevant to you?" Xiao Q was uncomfortable. The way these policemen asked questions was really disgusting, so he bluntly said, "Isn't it that I cut his wrist? Can you elaborate on the situation last night?" So Xiao Q gave the policeman a repeat of the process of explaining to the teachers. At the same time, they also focused on prompting them to be forced to drink urine. The policemen all frowned, which was too much. Hearing this, one of the leopard orc policemen also said in particular, "It seems that the way of friendship exchange between students in your school is not very appropriate." These words sounded embarrassing to the leaders. The leopard policeman seriously asked, "Little Q, I asked you 3 questions, I hope you can answer it truthfully." After all, Jack was indeed broken his wrist. And it was his parents who reported it. The accused of surnamed Yu hired the murderer and added an attempted murder. When Xiao Q heard the anger, who was the attempted murderer? But he still held his temper and nodded, saying he knew everything. The first question, "Have you bought a murderer?" Xiao Q immediately replied, "No, I have no money, even if I have money, I don't have the courage." Second question, "Do you know the murderer who was up to Jack's disability?" "Do not know." The third question, "After Jack was attacked and went to the hospital for treatment, where did you go?" "After waking up, I went home." The leopard police paused for a moment and added, "Sorry, my third question is not very careful. What I want to ask is, where did you get the taxi?" Xiao Q was shocked. He subconsciously thought that this group of police had definitely found the taxi he took last night, so he knew that he left the crime scene after Jack was injured and went to a park in another district. It's not necessary to conceal, and I can only tell the truth, but this truth really shocked the police and the teachers. When the teachers heard that the mysterious man directly separated from the place, they were all in a daze. But the policeman's face was dignified, and that was the number one. A key inference was completely correct, and the capital of the wind came a terrible master. Wait a minute, Xiao Q, you said that Superman flew away at last. Well, it just flew away. Everyone took a breath. The police looked at each other. He had heard that a special kind of exercise could make people fly into the air, but the exact details were unknown. It seems that we must go to the director. This matter is related to the social security of the capital of the wind, and we must act with caution. Little Q almost answered the question. Anyway, he was not buying a murderer, and it seemed that Jack was really abolished, which made Xiao Q, who was humiliated, happy and not nervous at all when facing the police. You said that the man flew away. Mr. Police, you have repeatedly asked this question more than a dozen times. That person did fly away. I thought that person was playing blindfolded eyes, but I woke up in a coma unless I was really used to fly. Take the means to go outside that park, even if it is smooth, the car will take 20 minutes to arrive. Looking at the transcript, A Fei thought carefully and asked, why do you think he wants to take you to the pool? Probably because I was in a coma, and was again. It was too pitiful, so I still went to the sink to wash. The teacher was silent. This reason actually said that in the past, the police were suspicious. They could not determine whether the two knew each other, but they still believed that Xiao Q did not buy homicide. It is true that, as you said, do you have a way to contact the master? No. Really? Really not. After some careful inquiries, everyone saw the same questions, but the truth was the same. But Xiao Q mentioned that Superman told himself that if he did NTC Jack and others trying to take advantage of his coma, he would use a knife to make a decision. With his own hamstrings, then he will not deal with a small bad boy. The police are all cold on the soles of their feet, thinking that these bad boys are actually able to do it. No one will think that Xiao Q is lying. And there are more cases of bad boys than that. The headmaster's face was close to Tai Ching. He was holding his emotions. Now that the reporters are all around the school gate, the school has no way to cover up the house ugliness. After returning to the police station, the police immediately convened a meeting and carefully stated the content of Xiao Q's transcript. Especially Xiao Q mentioned that the master was wearing a black hoodie and wearing a black mask, and everyone immediately understood this. It was the mysterious man who helped arrest the rogue. At this moment, a man in a suit came in. He was accompanied by a group of staff. The police chief and the rest of the police quickly got up and saluted. The middle-aged man in the suit immediately returned a salute, and then signaled everyone to sit. This physique is strong. Although he is wearing a suit, his figure is very fit, and it is full of strength at first glance. It is not the kind of fat-headed person sitting in the office drinking tea. He is the head of the police department of the Wind capital, Rod Altman. It was Romeo's stupid father. After sitting down, Rod spent about 10 minutes listening to the reports of the following group of people. Then he spent another 10 minutes checking all the testimonies and corresponding confessions. Then he looked dignified and said nothing. The police chief asked in doubt, "Director, did you arrest that Superman?" Rhodes said slowly, "Are you all idiots? Such a powerful master, do you even want to arrest? But he disabled a child after all." Rhodes frowned and said disdainfully, "Isn't it a waste of a bad boy? What does it matter? Because a small borer that is very likely to endanger society will offend a martial arts master who is meant to do justice. I have got." Everyone was sweating and telling the truth. Now these words are not what a police chief should say, but they are more like what a gang leader said. "Director, there is a ruthless request." Rhodes saw the young Achi take the initiative, nodded and said, "You say it. Please also ask the director to demonstrate to us that the strength of the Superman has reached that level." "Oh, it's too simple, you can understand it if you compare it a little bit. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 20, Frustrated Little Q. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. As soon as the voice fell, I saw Director Rhodes grabbing the desk with one hand and throwing it. The desk broke the window and flew directly into the fountain at the gate of the police station under the sight of everyone, causing many people to exclaim. I don't know what happened. The policemen in the conference hall were all dumbfounded. He and the captain of the police were all sweating. This director was too rude, but the effort of this body was really not covered. Rhodes saw the shock of everyone, and his mouth outlined a satisfactory arc. See, this is the strength of the top 8 in the world's first martial arts conference, but even if I am only in the top 8, that year. The champion of this year, Kingapa, won the championship without anyone touching him. Tell me, how good is the real martial artist? Not waiting for everyone to speak, Rhodes took a coin from his bag and then ejected towards the large vase beside the door. Only a crisp crackling was heard, and the vase of that person's height shattered to the ground. If it's the strength of the champion, shooting someone's wrist with a coin is a trivial thing. Seeing that the director explained to the public what the masters are with practical actions, they secretly rejoiced that they did not act recklessly. The martial arts fighters with this ability cannot rely on the police alone, and even if the army is mobilized, they may not be able to kill this master of various levels. Did the kid say the master's contact information? Little Q denied that both parties have contact information. Rod said indifferently, well, follow him until it is completely determined that it does not matter. Even though Lord Rhodes had given instructions, everyone immediately began to act. The first step is to find out where the master is sacred. In fact, with this level of master, as long as you have a high profile in your ordinary life, you will be immediately discovered. This is common sense. The news of Xiao Q's investigation by the police went wild. Neighbors in the neighborhood were rumored that Xiao Q had chopped off others, and it was very likely that he would be expelled. His parents naturally noticed this when they were playing cards. They returned angrily. The family asked Xiao Q. Seeing a little swollen nose with a swollen blue face, he didn't care at all and asked directly what happened, asking Xiao Q to explain clearly. Xiao Q explained everything truthfully. No matter whether it was beaten, he was splashed with urine after refusing to drink urine, which was not missed, and finally said that Jack was cut off by the mysterious man after he fainted. Then Xiao Q also carefully explained the situation where the police came to the school to take notes. After finishing the talk, Xiao Q suddenly found that the atmosphere was wrong. He looked at his father and saw that this middle-aged man had brutal bruises and blushing. He was clearly coming on the verge of eruption. Also, the police said that there was a follow-up situation and would follow up the investigation. As for Jack suing me for the murder, the case has not yet been filed. Who knows as soon as this was finished. Xiao Q's father kicked Xiao Q to the corner, and then scolded, "You little bastard, our family's face has been lost by you. Why didn't his mother get killed outside, so that I could still get a compensation? If you are a waste, you can do nothing, you can cause trouble, what do you want you to do?" Ms. Q did not scold, but she still said abruptly, "Forget him to drop out of school, there is not so much money to waste at home." Xiao Q didn't cry this time. He just fought calmly and looked at his father with red eyes. At this moment, he only felt that there was no light in the world and no meaning in life, as if all this were false. I was beaten, my parents didn't listen, and I was bullied. My parents in turn accused me of making trouble. There are many lies in this world that say the same as the real ones. For example, everything the parents do is for the sake of their children. In fact, this sentence is completely nonsense. Parents who are stupid can ruin their children's future in an instant, especially those parents who are not at a high level. The way they teach their children, don't expect any great things. It's already not easy to add chaos. Seeing Xiao Qiu didn't speak, his father continued to scold, I don't need to eat tonight, tomorrow I will go to the school to apply for you to drop out, and then follow me to the market to guard the stall. The husband and wife took turns insulting Xiao Qiu. After an hour, the two were also tired. They asked Xiao Qiu to clean up the tableware and chopsticks. They continued to go out to play mahjong. This is how they live every night. Sitting at home, Xiao Qiu felt a trace of death in his mind. He felt that he had been abandoned. Born in such a family, he was just kidding himself. Shall we jump from the window? He asked himself, but at this moment, he remembered a figure flying in the air, could not help but muttered to himself, if I can think of that person too, I can spread my wings and fly, and I can easily break the wrist of the bad guy. Enough. However, at this moment, he suddenly remembered the sentence said by the man in black, come here to find me tomorrow night and return the money to me. Does the man in black really want to go to that place tonight? Little Q's heart moved, immediately took the bicycle key, and rode the bicycle towards the park, counting the time. In fact, it is still very early to go, but Xiao Qiu can't wait to know the answer. Is the man in black? Go there and wait for him tonight. When he arrived at the park, Xiao Qiu waited anxiously, and the time passed by, 1 minute and 1 second. With fewer and fewer people in the park and the night getting darker, he began to panic. If people just casually said, come here and pay me back if you owe money. It's almost 23 o'clock, it looks like it's gone. After talking, Xiao Qiu turned and wanted to leave by bicycle. Just then, a voice came, are you really here? Xiao Qiu was in a state of excitement, turned around and looked up, saw a figure under the night glow, and slowly landed. Great God, we meet again. Great God? What do you call it? Yesun looked at Xiao Qiu and immediately asked, I didn't save you yesterday because I wanted to see if you have guts. I'm glad you did. I would rather be stunned than compromise. The reason why I want to shoot is really because the garbage used a knife and wanted to cut off your tendons and hamstrings, so I am welcome. Xiao Qiu was very excited to tell everyone who happened on this day to Yesun, including his parents' beatings and curses. Yesun was so speechless that this kind of parent was simply trash. Oh, don't say this, God, I want to ask, what do you want me to do here? Yesun laughed, reshape your confidence. Because Yesun immediately got the next task after the failure of the previous task, D-level task, rebuild the self-confidence of the teenager. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 21, Tiandao Gong. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Yesun glanced at his eyes, grabbed Xiao Qiu's shoulder in an instant, and then the two flew directly into the air, then disappeared. He got out of the grass beside him, and looked at the sky with puzzled face. It seemed that the master knew that he was here, so he left with a small cue, but He heard it very clearly, then this case the truth should be the same. Sure enough, directly flew away. He looked at the starry sky, his heart gave birth to infinite yearning. At the same time, on the top of a 50-meter high floor, Yesun solemnly said to Xiao Qiu, I will reshape your self-confidence in the shortest time, so that you can get a full range of virtue and wisdom development, to ensure that you can become an excellent student, excellent talent, excellent. Hey, hello, did you listen to me? I'm sorry, I just can't figure it out for a while. Why do you want to help me? Because my spare egg hurts. A strong response, Xiao Qiu was at a loss for a while, and the style of the big gods was never something that small people can guess. Yesun frowned, and shouted, "Don't you want to restore your confidence? Miss you. It's over if you don't want to tell me what is the most inferiority you have." Xiao Qiu thought about it carefully and replied, "When facing girls I like, I am the most inferior." Nonsense, no matter who confronts the person they like, they will have low self-esteem and low self-esteem. This is human nature, and I ask you what you most care about your flaws. No money. Yesun burst into tears, and moved directly to applaud. Good honest children are at least more honest than themselves. At a young age, they have mastered the essence of confident standing money. There is only one word for money, I only say it once. But even if I gave you the money, you are still a beggar mentality, do you accept this? Xiao Qiu nodded immediately, not to mention, even if he now has hundreds of millions, he doesn't know how to spend it. This is a different level. If the high-level people have money, the whole person's standard of living will be transferred to a higher level, such as listening to concerts, traveling around the world, Broadway drama, and finding a higher level of women to accompany themselves. The low-level people have money, and they are upstarts. In short, they are more indulgent in eating, drinking, and gambling. But in essence, his living standard is still very low, and the amount has changed. If you want qualitative change, it is only related to one's thinking maintenance. Considering it all together, Yesun immediately said, "Little Q, you have now become a school figure because of this matter. Since that is the case, why not just take advantage of it and use this name to thoroughly hype yourself, but the most important thing is your kid must be confident. Little Q is unknown. I just feel that I am short and ugly. Even if I continue to study, it is absolutely impossible to go to university. This country has 12 years of compulsory education, but the difficulty of college entrance examination is quite large. The elimination rate is at least 40%. The highest year, even more than 50%. What should I do?" He said his worries, and Yesun laughed, "Idiot, don't you give yourself more chips in the next 3 years of high school. What chips can I have? Learn martial arts and become a warrior." Little Q suddenly surprised, "This is impossible, it is too difficult to become a warrior. The Martial Arts Association in this country is extremely strict in issuing the warrior's qualification certificate. The people who participate in the assessment must punch at least 1,600 pounds. The meter speed is within 11 seconds, and the reflex nerve must not be hit by rubber bullets more than 10 times within 10 seconds. No matter which point, it is a fantasy to me." Yesun's mouth flicked, so easy, but he couldn't pretend to force it, because pretending to be a force in front of a martial arts Ziobai didn't make any sense. "I entered school early. In fact, I am now 16 years old in junior high school. My height has not grown in the past year, and it is only 1 meter 61. The class is the shortest and my body is shaped. It's too late to practice." Yesun was stunned. It was true that Xiao Q's inferiority complex was not unreasonable and could not do anything. Even the 5 senses were standard construction sites to move the brick face. It was a god, poor boy. "When I think of myself again, I am 13 years old and I am already the first martial artist on earth, and I have reached a height of 1.75 meters and a face value of 7 points. I am also a child of everybody. The coming Dragon Ball upgrade system is simply a bunker and can be called a winner in life. This is not a win on the starting line, but a lying on the finish line." Looking at this little Q, Yesun suddenly had a very interesting feeling. No matter how he looked, Xiao Q seemed to be the opposite of himself. He was good and he was bad. "I teach you martial arts. After you learn these martial arts, I guarantee that your shortcomings will be fully compensated." When Xiao Q heard it, he was immediately excited. "What martial arts is it?" "My own creation of heavenly Dao Gong. Tian Dao Gong. Oh, this Kung Fu will make you want to live, but it will make you rebirth. wash your bones and bones. You insist on practicing for 3 years. I guarantee that your height will grow to at least 1.7 meters. At the same time, I also guarantee that the turtle's facial features will change a little bit, and become more temperamental and perfect. As for the qualification of a martial artist? Ha ha ha, you don't care about this thing at all, because if you start to practice, it means that your physical fitness will increase sharply, strength, speed, and nerve reflexes will far exceed ordinary people. Little Q does not self-channel. Can it really reach this level? Otherwise, why am I so strong? Lying trough, this answer is invincible. Sit cross-legged. After Xiao Q sat down cross-legged, Yesun began to guide his inner breath with true energy. Yesun intends to teach the first layer of the mesh washing classic to Xiao Q. Yesun will not give him back because of the small Q is not enough for him to give him such a big favor. Besides, I gave him the back. It is estimated that little Q can't practice. The talents have only that point, and it is useless to take good exercises. Xiao Q only feels that the blood in his body is constantly rolling, and every cell and muscle in the whole body is constantly torn, especially the expansion of the meridian is almost dead. And the inner strength effect of the washing of the meridian itself, this made Xiao Q's completely trashy body almost collapse. If Yesun forcibly protected him with real gas, Xiao Q would definitely die on the spot. When Xiao Q woke up, it was already dawn. When he got up, he saw Yesun standing there. At this time, he was covered with a bad smell. Fortunately, today the school is on holiday. Otherwise, how would he go to school? Go. Where to go? Bath, you are so stinky, do you want to smoke lousy? Yesun recognized Xiao Q in a water hole in the mountain forest on the edge of the city with Wukong, and then said, in the next few days, you are here to practice what I taught you last night. Remember. Remember, remember, it's hard to remember. I feel pain in my body all the time, and I haven't stopped it. It seems that last night the practice continued to happen. That's right, use your own consciousness to guide the inside information, don't be lazy, anyway, it is estimated that you don't want to go back to that home. The following is not the text, it is pure tuko. If you have something to say, do nt curse. The author you can think of naturally can think of it, but the novel is not a script to be taken for granted. The novel is a story that must have a process. What do you think you want? Please find out, now the author is creating according to his own ideas. If you feel that the author does not fit your ideas, do nt read it. Do nt just shut your mouth and call the author an idiot. The author also has his own detailed outline. Whether the protagonist is revenge or development, it is carried out step by step. If you are really unhappy, apply for a writer number, write it yourself. How to write it, no one stops you. If you think you are a reader, you can trample on the efforts of the author at will. Let me tell you, you do nt vote for recommendation, you do nt reward, and you do nt pay. The author has no obligation to you, take care of your mouth. If you do nt like this book, do nt read it. If you think it's not right, you can make comments in the book review area. If you open your mouth, you will curse people. It is almost uncultivated. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 22, Double Bond. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Yesun returned to the hotel immediately after dealing with Xiao Q's practice site. He happened to meet Dodo, who was awakening and looking for himself anxiously. This is the case with children. But after seeing Yesun, Dodo regained his ability to eat. He insisted on pulling Yesun out to eat delicious food. Yesun's but he, when he was going to take him out, unexpectedly discovered that Romeo had been waiting for himself in the lobby. "Altman, are you waiting for me?" "Master, are you going out?" Yesun nodded and said, "Yes, this little fart kid is greedy, so I can't bear him." Romeo stopped talking and seemed to want to say something. Yesun chuckled. He certainly knew that Romeo was trying to teach him Kung Fu, but Yesun didn't have the interest to teach a dumb boy Kung Fu. That was a waste of time. But after all, in this city, he was still taken care of by this kid. "Listen, Romeo, I won't teach you personally, but I will let people teach you, and the people who teach you are also me." Romeo said with a start, "Am I an apprentice?" "Grandson, I have no plans to accept disciples, because for me, only extreme geniuses are eligible to accept me as a disciple, okay?" Romeo lost his heart for a while, but he knew that his hollowed-out body would certainly not be able to cultivate any magic skills, so he immediately asked, "Master, may I ask, where is the gentleman you teach?" "Go, drive your car." Under Romeo's surprise, he quickly opened the rear door, invited Yesun and Daodu into the car, and then drove directly to the suburbs in a sports car. After reaching a mountain area, Yesun led Daodu and Romeo went to Xiaoqiu. Sure enough, Xiaoqiu continued to practice there without delay. Yesun woke him up from his cultivation with a cough. Xiaoqiu heard the voice of the great god and quickly got up to meet him. This was also the first time he officially saw Yesun. His eyes lit up, "So the gods are so handsome." Romeo saw such a short turtle, and was wearing only a pair of shorts, and was immediately surprised. "Master, what are you talking about?" Yesun snorted and said, "Romeo, your dad is a master of martial arts, that must have taught you Kung Fu, right?" "Yes, my dad also built a training room in order to let me practice martial arts, but I haven't been going very much, but I still have the foundation." "Oh, pretend to be you, foundation? Do you mean you have practiced boxing for 2 days as a student?" Romeo is very embarrassed, but it is not like that. Because Romeo is the son of the police chief, it is inevitable that he will be exhausted by his father's reputation. If someone retaliates against the head of the roads by hurting Romeo, wouldn't it be bad? Romeo, who understands this, basically practiced boxing every week, but he didn't make much progress, but he didn't go backwards too much. He also made troubles and fights in school. If he had practiced boxing himself, he might have been beaten into the hospital. You can't always move your dad out to fight others every time you fight. Although you are a lie, you will not be ashamed. I've only taught Xiaoqiu for a day now. Do you want to try it out to see what the results are? You call me a master and Xiaoqiu calls me a great god. No matter which name I call, I have to come up with the corresponding level, right? As soon as Xiaoqiu heard this, his face suddenly turned pale. Romeo was a grown-up adult. At first glance, he was a wealthy son, but he was just a civilian. "Little Q, are you scared?" "To be honest, I'm not confident." "It's honest, it's more than finished." Romeo smiled all over his face. The master was exaggerated. Although he didn't have much strength, he could at least see at a glance that Xiaoqiu's body didn't seem to have been trained in martial arts. It's a comparison. Yesun waved his hand and said, "Wait slowly, I didn't say to let you fight, Xiaoqiu hasn't practiced boxing, and playing with you is just to death." "How do you compare?" Romeo was also startled. Wasn't it a contest? As soon as Xiaoqiu could hear it, he was relieved. He really could martial arts. Yesun snapped his fingers and pointed to Daodu who was chasing after the butterfly and said, "I only taught Daodu for less than 3 months, but Daodu's ability can already be overcome. More than 80% of martial artists on this planet, I taught Xiaoqiu 1 day, and I can catch up with Romeo's practice for more than 10 years. This is my method." After he finished, he didn't care what Romeo and Xiao Qiu thought, and said directly, "Dodo, take off." Dodo stopped and looked at Yesuan, then jumped out of the spot and jumped more than 20 meters high. This scene scared Romeo and Xiao Qiu. Then Yesuan let Dodo fight the tree again. Dodo immediately according to this, the cute bear paw hits 3 palms in succession according to a thick and thin tree pole, and the tree is cut off. "How is it?" Yesuan looked at the 2 brutal buddies with a smile on his face, jokingly said, "You two, let's jump on the spot." Romeo and Xiao Qiu glanced at each other, and immediately followed suit. As a result, Romeo jumped to the same height as ordinary people, but when Xiao Qiu took off, the body's conditioned reflex triggered a trace of inner strength. Just 2 meters away from the ground, Romeo was stunned. With a shocked expression on his face, he looked at Yesuan, and then looked at Xiao Qiu himself, who was also dumbfounded. For a time, the scene was so stiff. Yesuan applauded and praised Xiao Qiu. "After all, I was taught for a day. The jump at the spot was 2 meters high, and I was barely qualified." Xiao Qiu was so happy that he couldn't suppress this kind of joy, but Romeo had a pale face, but he was the son of the director of the police department. He practiced martial arts for more than 10 years, but his bouncing power was not as good as a small turtle. "Romeo, I know you are not convinced. Come and try your strength again. I won't let you wrench your wrists. I will let you throw stones at the same tree and make a judgment." Dodo was indeed unhappy with a smiling face. He ripped Yesuan's shirt and grunted. "Brother Aksun, these 2 brothers are really weak, Dodo doesn't want to play with them. Dodo, go and play a big fish. Today these 2 brothers want to practice martial arts and need to eat a lot of meat." Dodo immediately jumped into the lake with excitement, and then rushed directly into the middle of the lake like a fish, then drilled into the lake. Romeo and Little Q haven't reacted yet, only to see Yesuan directly in a hole. All the piles of rubble in front were bombarded to the ground. "This is Qigong wave." Romeo's face changed greatly, screaming in excitement. His knowledge was not only comparable to that of a small citizen like Xiao Qiu, who can send Qigong waves, all are the top martial artists in the world. Romeo's reverence for Yesuan reached an incomparable level, his eyes gleaming with golden light, and Xiao Qiu didn't quite understand what the light-like thing was just now. Yesuan smiled and said, "From today on, I will only teach Xiao Qiu Qigong, and Xiao Qiu will teach Romeo how to use Qigong. Then Romeo is the son of the police chief and has the best martial arts resources in the entire capital of the wind, so you come to teach Xiao Qiu fighting. Do you two understand what I mean?" Romeo glanced at Little Q, which was very unpleasant at first, but when he heard that he had to teach this little turtle fighting skills by himself, he couldn't help but react. The original master did not intend to teach martial arts, so he used this method to promote the mutual learning. In this way, no one owes anyone. The master is the master, and the cultivation methods arranged are completely different from others. But Xiao Qiu suddenly had a wit in his heart. He seemed to understand the meaning of Yesuan. If this Romeo is the son of the police chief, it means that he is a character of the upper class of the capital of the wind. Is this the help that the great said? How to restore your own confidence? Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect www.readwn.com. Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 23, Rigorous Training. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Romeo and Xiao Qiu started their own cultivation career. According to Yesuan's arrangement, Romeo reopened his training room and gave a card to Xiao Qiu, saying, "Little Qiu, you should understand the meaning of master. Master, he has such strength at a young age, but he is a talented genius. He is willing to motivate us to cultivate in this way. It is already benevolent and righteous. Next, the two of us support each other. The more you learn, the more I learn. Xiao Qiu naturally understood this meaning. Yesun tried to tie the two people's cultivation progress together, probably to rebuild their self-confidence. This is a kind of conspiracy, and no one will suffer. For Romeo, Xiao Qiu's background is actually very easy to check. It only took him 2 days to find out all the circumstances of Xiao Qiu, including his academic performance and the lawsuits he is now in. Romeo's brows are tight, and now the police every day I was looking for Xiao Qiu, and this product simply stayed in the training room, so I never went out. Aren't you going to school? My parents thought I was wasting money at school, so they gave me an application to drop out. Then Xiao Qiu also talked about how he used to be rejected by his parents. Romeo didn't listen to him. Did he even have such parents? Should I call someone to hack your father? Lying in a trough, Xiao Qiu hurriedly stopped Romeo's phone call. Are you kidding? Can this kind of thing be frustrating? Romeo let people go to the school to check the status of Xiao Qiu's school, and found that the goods had not been dropped out. His parents saw Xiao Qiu running away from home, even more irritated. He didn't call the police, nor did he go to school, just like a posture of love to walk. But Jack's side hurt, because Romeo found 3 lawyers to deal with Jack, accused him of attempted murder, intentional injury, and personal insult. Romeo not only has to deal with Jack. He had to clean up the accomplices. The police were dumbfounded, the school was dumbfounded, and even the director of roads was dumbfounded. He wondered how his daddy's son had mixed up with Xiao Qiu. But as smart as he was, he immediately realized that this situation might not be that simple. Romeo must be hiding something from him. He privately investigated 1 or 2, and found that Romeo was practicing martial arts every day, which was just Mars hitting the Earth. Rhodes was puzzled, and he was immediately asked to find out the situation. Even the woman who drove Romeo had found it, not to mention the incident in the youth hotel. In this way, things were already clear. The master who had been made by his son turned out to be the mysterious man. Rhodes applauded his son for the first time. He didn't expect this son to return garbage to garbage. As for Xiao Qiu, he should be a master apprentice, and his son should want to have a good relationship with Xiao Qiu. Rhodes would like to ask a master, but he did not dare to step forward and disturb, so he could only observe the changes of his son on a daily basis. Sure enough, Romeo has undergone some changes in the past half a month. First of all, his face became rosy, no longer an excessively pale face. And secondly, he was shocked to find that Romeo's physical fitness has increased. But in the eyes of martial arts masters, this is an embroidered pillow with frivolous footsteps, lingering shoulders, and sickness. Now Romeo has a solid body and walks vigorously, and his body is full of explosive power at first glance. Later, Jack withdrew the case, and Romeo did not, but the school did not intend to let go of those bad boys. The group of bad boys represented by Jack was issued a prohibition of further education notice. No matter what the relationship between Jack and other people's homes, in this incident, it didn't work, and Xiao Qiu returned to the school to continue his studies. Romeo patted his chest and promised to help Xiao Qiu solve the problem of high school tuition for 3 years. But at the same time, it also requires that Xiao Qiu can't hide the clumsy. All the masters have to teach him, and the two hit it off. What makes Xiao Qiu even more happy is that he is really tall. After practicing the internal force method given by Yesun, within a month, his height has grown from 1.62 meters to 1.68 meters, and the skin is no longer rough, but emits a healthy bronze color. At the same time, because of the effect of washing the marrow, Xiao Qiu not only changes in height, but also has a beautiful body shape. This kind of beauty is not a kind of muscular bodybuilding, but a very natural line beauty. Romeo was shocked to see how little Qiu changed so much. He could understand why the master could be so strong when he was 13 years old, which is really amazing. Romeo confirmed his determination to ask Xiao Qiu and began to work harder. Yesun told the two men that strength training is not bodybuilding training, but explosive training. They must have vigorous exercise. Therefore, these two people mainly play sandbags, and there are various kinds of equipment for exercising explosive power. Soon Romeo made a request to Roth to buy equipment for training explosive power and reflex nerves. Roth just smiled and immediately approved it. All training equipment used this military standard. Yesun actually has two tasks, one is to save the future of the decadent youth Romeo, and the other is to rebuild the confidence of the inferior young teenager Q, but he is very uncomfortable with Romeo's style of acting as a playboy, so he does not intend to teach him directly, and it is only to teach Xiao Qiu, and let Xiao Qiu convey how to practice. Romeo knew what he knew, so it was not good to complain. The situation after that was also interesting. Yesun continued to fight crime in the way of the mysterious man in the middle of the night to win mission experience for himself, but these experience values are not high, and the rewards are the same. LV10 is always late. However, there has been a very interesting change in the situation. Xiao Q's revision is very fast. After the first step, this kid has made great progress. Yesun originally worried that Romeo was dissatisfied because the small Q practice was too slow, but in fact, Romeo could not keep up with the speed of the small Q practice. If you click the progress bar of the first layer of the pith washing, the small Q has already practiced. It's about 9%, but Romeo can't even practice 2%. You must know that the slower you go back, the better you can't do it. When Xiao Q reaches 100%, Romeo may not even touch 50%. Master, it may be that Xiao Q is not very good at teaching people. So I am too slow to practice. Romeo couldn't help but said that originally he felt that he should urge this little Q no matter how he viewed it. Hurry up and practice. But at the moment, the little Q is getting stronger and stronger. He can't even keep up with the pace of the little Q. Let me talk about the equipment in the training room, whether it is weight training, speed training, or nerve reflex training, the weight required by the little Q both level and difficulty are far ahead. Until yesterday, after Xiao Q directly hit a weight of nearly 1,600 pounds with a punch, Romeo was awake and he was pulled down so much. Yesun shook his head directly. Do you feel that you are more powerful, you can crush others at will? Don't joke, if I tell you that even Wu Tian, the of martial arts, is just a color old man with little use. Only, do you believe it? Romeo was silent, and his heart was very complicated. He looked down on Xiao Qiu in his heart, but this hanging wire surpassed himself by so much in martial arts talent, as if dreaming. Little Q doesn't understand Romeo's troubles. After all, Romeo is an adult, and little Q has not yet gone to high school, and his mentality is far away. He is just afraid that his cultivation will not be urged by Romeo, so he is very hard to practice, almost immediately after school go to the training ground. Although Yesun is only 13 years old, after all, he was also a young man with a meticulous mind in his previous life. He is well aware of the subtle competitive relationship between Romeo and Xiao Qiu. This is also the effect he wants. Do you think Xiao Qiu is so powerful? You are both good at it. Dodo is only 1 year old this year, but Dodo's strength has already surpassed the two of you. Otherwise, if I'm really unconvinced, I let Dodo with you. How about 2 fights? Dodo sat on a stone and clapped her hands to sing a children's song. Hearing Yesun's words, she suddenly jumped off the stone, and Farshan Fushan ran over, looking at Romeo and the two, and then grunted and said, the 2 brothers are really weak, and I won't fight them. Romeo Khan, little Q falls Khan, childish words, endure. Dodo, if you win these 2 brothers, they invite you to eat delicious. Really, Dodo's eyes were shimmering, as if he heard the happiest thing in the world, and then he immediately set his posture, ready to accept. The battle started immediately. Romeo and Little Q also accepted professional police martial arts taught by Rhodes after all. Their punches and kicks were all aimed at subduing the criminals with effective and powerful attacks. However, the two were miscalculated, and Daodu's body was as flexible as the fish in the water. No matter how the two of them attacked, could not touch Daodu. Xiao Q and Romeo glanced at each other, and they understood each other, a long fist, and a sweeping leg. The two people's pinch was very effective. In a hurry, Daodu had to turn around in the air and then condensed inwardly. Left palm, instantly hit Xiao Q's chest, only heard a scream. Xiao Q's body was like a kicked football, shot backwards. This scene surprised Yesuan. Enough! Daodu, did not make you die. Daodu was stunned and surprised, and then saw Xiao Q lying on the ground and vomiting blood, suddenly felt that he had done something wrong, and cried in shock. Romeo looked dumbfounded at Daodu, only to feel that he couldn't believe it. So a light palm gave Xiao Q a half-death. Yesuan used the fastest speed to heal wounds with small Q. Under the operation of internal rest, the pulp washing channel begins to exert force. The pulp washing channel already has the effect of stimulating the body's potential and promotes rapid healing of the body. Healing. After seeing the situation of Xiao Q improve, Yesuan secretly cursed, "Damn, wait until LV20 level to open them all, otherwise in this case, only one fairy bean is enough." Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 24, Embarrassed Yesuan. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Small Q, the opportunity is rare. Immediately run Tiandao Gong. Xiao Q immediately cross-legged and began to practice the washing of the marrow. Daodu still cried there, and Romeo stayed in place, not knowing how to react. Yesuan snapped his fingers, let him slow down. Romeo was shocked after God came, his face was embarrassed. Let's be honest, neither you nor Xiao Q are qualified to be my disciples. One is because your qualifications are limited, and the other is because my personal cultivation is not in place, so I have no intention of educating others. The reason why I let Xiao Q teach you are purely because my head was hot before, and I agreed to the words empty to teach you 2 moves, so I want to honor my promise. Romeo was stunned and did not speak. He now feels particularly humiliated, because he is a famous young master in the capital of the wind. After all, no one would say such disdainful words to himself, but Yesuan's words are no longer disdainful, but pure disgust. He wanted to turn his head away, but Xiao Q's progress quickly told him that the best way to get rid of this mortal life is to cherish the opportunity right now. Such an opportunity is unattainable, and the sky are unbearable. Lived for a lifetime and lived under the care of my father. As soon as my father died, he immediately fell into disrepair. You rich children like this naturally don't understand what it means to work hard, you just want to pick up the ready-made, but you forgot to practice martial art itself is to pay attention to talent. Even if the world's best martial arts master to teach you, it is useless to understand now, you are just a waste boy who is not suitable for martial arts. Do NT say Xiao Q will throw you away. Daodu will kill you with only one breath in the future. Daodu has only learned for 3 months. Romeo's forehead was covered with sweat. He wanted Daodu to hit himself with the palm of his hand just now. He absolutely died on the spot and there was no chance of rescue. Your father may be very powerful, but it's a shame, because of your father's kung fu level, I don't even have the qualification to let me shoot. Romeo was angry when he heard that his father was devalued. My father is in the top 8 of the world's first martial arts conference. How could it be so weak as you said? Ha ha! Yesun pointed to a huge rock with a 3-story residential building pointed there, and said slowly, "How long do you think it will take to crush that stone? How much explosive?" Waiting for Romeo's answer, Yesun's index finger suddenly fired a qigong wave. With a violent sound and dust flying, Romeo's eyes glared and sat on the ground with a butt, trembling. "I only need one finger to suffice." Romeo sweated and stuttered, "This is a symbol of the qi of the martial arts." Qi. Gongbo. I've seen it once, but this time it's really powerful. The warrior with a powerful qigong wave is a super weapon that every country wants to win. It is rumored that Wu Tian's turtle-style qigong can suddenly flatten a hill. There are only a few of the nineth-ranked martial arts recognized in the world. Is Yesun now one of them? Why? You still look down on Xiao Qiu in your heart, even those who are exhausted. Romeo trembled all over the body. After a while, he knelt on the ground with his hands on the ground, and said painfully, "I finally know how incompetent I am, and I also ask the master to ignore my suspicions and pass on my martial arts." The mission Save the Young Youth is completed, rewarding 70 points of experience, an additional reward, 30 experience points cheating techniques of the police school. Obtained the title, Martial Arts Practitioners, all attributes are permanently increased by 1 point. In addition, each warrior taught will increase the corresponding experience value. A smile appeared on the corner of Yesun's mouth. This is what he said. Don't underestimate the programmer's determination and creativity. I said, I won't teach you. You learn with Xiao Qiu. When the two of you can break into the top 8 in the world's first martial arts conference, I'm thinking about teaching or not. Romeo and Xiao Qiu both found the motivation to struggle. They immediately set their goals in the top 8 of the martial arts conference. Among these two people, especially the ordinary people like Xiao Qiu most need to change their destiny. This opportunity must be seized. Yesun glanced at the corner of his eyes, and then said, Romeo, I need your father to do me a favor. You know my situation is a student who stays in school to check. I need your father to give me a certificate. Help the police fight criminals in the capital of the wind. Romeo immediately understood Yesun's meaning and nodded immediately, Relax, I will tell my father about this when I go back. Well, then. I'm leaving. As soon as this word came out, Romeo and Xiao Qiu both looked stunned, and even the crying Daodu stopped crying. He ran directly to Yesun, and grabbed Yesun's pants in a face of grievance. I'm afraid Yesun doesn't want him anymore. Daodu, good boy, of course you follow me. Speaking of these words, Daodu was happy and smiling, turning around Yesun, but little Qiu and Romeo said nothing. Yesun raised his head and said, The security of the wind capital is not good, you let us try a little more. I think the struggle in this city is not just between the police and criminal gangs, but also the political contest, Romeo, to relieve your burden of the impulsive dad. After finishing talking, Yesun grabbed Daodu and flew away from the place. Before leaving, he also said, Little Qiu, when you no longer grow in height, start weight training immediately. You must carry weight when eating, sleeping, and practicing martial arts. Remember me say, pass the martial arts assessment and become the most dazzling star in your school. It is actually to give Romeo advice to give the small Qiu advice. The implication is that Romeo can start weight training. After all, it is already a big man. Immediately after Yesun speeded up and disappeared in the same place, and shortly after Yesun left, a figure came out of the woods. Xiao Qiu and Romeo immediately turned around, as if facing the enemy. Seeing the coming person, Romeo shocked, Father. It turned out that Rod had been secretly observing in the woods, and Yesun noticed him the first time, so Yesun would say these things. Rod glanced at Romeo, then looked at Xiao Qiu, and then grinned, Little Qiu, as soon as you become a warrior, I assure you that the best police university in the country will open the door to you regardless of your grades no matter how, I will recommend you directly. Xiao Qiu was very happy when he heard the words. The best police university in the country is the King's Police School. The King's Police School recruits no more than 500 people each year. These 500 people are all elites. As long as they enter the King's Police School, they are destined to serve as deputy or higher cadres in the Metropolitan Police Department after graduation. For example, Rhodes is the capital of the wind that the King Police has returned to after 4 years of study. Romeo, as long as you enter the top 8 of Budo University, I will transfer all the real estate under your name to your name, because you are enough to inherit my mantle. Remember, I Rhodes choose the heir. Do nt look moral character depends only on strength. Although Yesun didn't see this scene, he knew in his heart that Rod would surely win over Xiaoqiu, especially with good means such as schooling, so Yesun left with confidence. The first layer of the pulp washing is completely small enough that Q and Romeo have grown to at least a strong man with a combat strength of about 1000. Just after he returned to the youth hotel, a message was posted on the panel, task, rebuild the bad teenager to complete confidently, rewarding 130 experience points and an additional 40 experience points. Do you want to upgrade LV10? Yesun immediately chose to upgrade. At the moment of the upgrade, Yesun's body began to undergo earth-shaking changes. First of all, his breath skyrocketed, and then his body began to make a crackling sound. Then, under Daodu's shocked gaze, Yesun finally completed this upgrade. Yesun did not check other data at all, but looked directly at the Comprehensive Combat Effectiveness Assessment, 296. Now my strength should be about the same as that of the first big devil. No, I might be worse. Let me add the attribute points first. This time there are 10 attribute points in total. After Yesun Shuo thought about it, he divided all the attribute points into 2 parts, namely strength plus 5 points, speed plus 5 points, and the rest will not be added. Then he immediately checked the combat power data, and it suddenly became 367. I rely on. He. Yesun couldn't help but smirk. It's as simple as a combat power of more than 300. He now feels incredible. As long as he wants, he can become a big devil and conquer the world anytime, anywhere. But at this moment, his expression was stunned, because he realized an embarrassing situation. He was completely miscalculated in the use of attribute points. If he opened the second layer of the pulp washing classics, then choose attribute point configuration, then the effect will be doubled. My day! Miscalculated. Yesun thought that he might have lost at least a few hundred combat powers with Barton, so he didn't get angry. This is the simplest cardinal problem. You only have the foundation of the first layer of marrow washing. It is totally 2 concepts to add attribute points on the basis of the second layer. Yesun smiled slightly. When he set this game, he did not include the option of reset attribute points. Taking into account this fact, although making games is stupid and paranoid, but in reality, how important is it? Yesun is embarrassed now. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening. Please collect www.readwn.com. Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 25, Golden Bell. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Eat an inch, grow a wise. Yesun remembered today's lesson and will not make such mistakes again. He did not choose to eat tonight, but asked Daodu to ask the waiter to bring all the dinner tonight into the hotel. Daodu left Yesun's share after eating and drinking, and Yesun asked Daodu not to allow come into the bathroom where he is. Anyway, there are 3 bathrooms in this presidential suite. Daodu doesn't have to wait for a bath or toilet. After entering the bathroom, Yesun took off his clothes and trousers, and then sat in the bathtub, preparing to start the second stage of cultivation. Start practicing. After he clicked the property panel, the pain tonight officially began. Daodu heard Yesun's screams in the bathroom, and there were some crackling bones that made him feel creepy. Daodu was very scared. He kept calling on Yesun outside and wanted to open the bathroom, but Yesun locked the bathroom door. Daodu would break the bathroom door in anxiety, but Yesun shouted, "Do nt be afraid, Daodu, I am cultivating, and it'll be fine after tonight." For Yesun's horrible practice, Daodu can only burrow into the bed, cover his head with a pillow, and tremble. The second layer of cultivation practitioners' practice at the second level almost brought Yesun's death to life. He felt that this would not work. The second level of training had already made him unable to sustain it. Thinking of this, Yesun immediately stopped practicing. After stopping, he collapsed and finally fainted. When he woke up and found that the entire bathtub was covered with black blood stains, a thick smell spread out. He quickly turned on the bathroom sprinkler and washed the whole body quickly. Yesun checked the progress of the second layer of the pulp washing channel when he was taking a shower. Only 13% was shocked. The pain was only 13%? This Nima continues, and not yet 50% of the painful body collapsed and the spirit collapsed. Hey! The combat power has soared to 489. The fighting power of 489 was already at the level of Sun Wukong when Leitais came to Earth. Yesun was both happy and sad. He kept thinking in his mind how to effectively practice the Shai Jing, even if he slowly practiced his body. Living. Body strength. By the way, why am I so stupid? Yesun hurriedly opened the martial arts panel. I saw that there was already an option to learn martial arts. As long as it was clicked, I could choose another practice among several martial arts. Among these martial arts, Yesun was the most popular. Among them is Golden Bell. The Golden Bell mask is originally physical training martial arts. It can cultivate physical fitness to the extreme. As long as the training level is high, even if it reaches the cosmic space, it will not be troubled by vacuum pressure, cosmic radiation, and fearful temperature. Originally, Yesun intended to bind blood lineage and body strength. Under the high-level blood lineage, he exhibited a powerful protective body. Even if he and Frisia played directly in the universe, Yesun was not afraid. Congratulations to the players who got Golden Bell, click to learn. Choose to study. Yesun once again admired his IQ, he could not help but cultivated. Not only that, he also practiced Golden Bell cover and mesh washing classic together. Speaking of Golden Bell, Yesun's first reaction was nonsense. The so-called Golden Bell covers and iron cloth shirts are considered the most famous body-protecting hard qigongs in Chinese Kung Fu. Legend has it that people who practice Golden Bell covers and iron cloth shirts can not only withstand punches and kicks without any damage, and even ordinary swords cannot hurt them. And even more so, it can reach the level of body protection, so as to obtain the effects that ordinary people can't imagine, such as not drowning in water, not burning in fire, endless breathing, not hungry. Of course, these are exaggerated in martial arts novels, although not impossible. Wu proverb says, "You can't fight fist," which means that only a brute force can't help a person who is proficient in boxing. There is also a saying that fist does not beat gong. It refers to someone who is proficient in boxing but can't help someone with great practice. This gong generally refers to the Golden Bell cover iron cloth shirt. In free kicks, the ability to fight is often the most basic quality for an athlete to stand on the ring. It is also the most important bottom-line requirement for a combat athlete to succeed. Experts who develop inner strength often tend to be a lot bigger than others under the nourishment of true energy. After hundreds of years of exploration, Gaixian Ren combined many classic martial arts books with Taoism to communicate the world, tried to combine motion and static, and integrated martial arts and Qigong. Based on breathing and vomiting, action guidance, and cultivation of inner Qi, he tried to "We will do our best to create our own Qigong genre, so the talents of Gaixian will far exceed the average human in physical quality." Yesun took the initiative to open the introduction of the Golden Bell and was immediately bluffed. Jingling Diangzia's Yi Jinjing, soaring to the mesh-washing classic, the world's invincible Golden Bell, building the immortal seeking Tao Shen Zhaojing. It's really interesting. So from the system's point of view, these 4 exercises are of the same level? I heard that the Shen Zhaojing is cultivated to the highest state, and it has the effect of reincarnation. I don't know whether it is right or not. It's going to die. It seems that God's scriptures still have to learn, but now the Golden Bell must learn. He impatiently turned the Golden Bell Shield exercise page, and after reading it, he really lived up to the expectations. Golden Bell itself belongs to masculine strength, and it requires a strong internal energy as the cornerstone. When practicing, it can fully enhance the spirit of the warrior, and then the chi strength can be completely materialized and formed. Admiralty to protect yourself. Internal and external cultivation, that is, majoring in body and will, supplementing vitality and spirit to the highest level, so to say that the Taoism of Kixijing really saved me the most basic level and paved the spirit for me the troubles of tempering and physical heritage. Yesun's eyes became brighter and brighter, and he couldn't help but get excited. With the 2 amazing works of Mesh Washing Classic and Golden Bell Cover, he was destined to rush to the peak of Jou. Keep reading, it reads. The Golden Bell Cover is divided into 12 levels, and there is a legendary 13th level that can only be created by the practitioner's self-perception, and each level is practiced more than the previous level, it's more difficult. This is the level. The higher the level, the stronger the effectiveness. At the same time, the stronger the resilience against the enemy. The resilience? Haha, what kind of effect is the Shen Luo Tianzheng? Yesun pouted, and many of the skills in the anime of the island country are actually already available in many Chinese fantasy fairy tales of martial arts. What kind of an infinite sword system is not the swordsmanship and Wanjian return to the sect? When the thoughts come back, as the super-studded master created by the Dharma Patriarch, if he can reach the 12th level, its power and defense are far beyond the power of the easy-ribbed black level float. God-level martial arts in the infinite realm. Hey Ji Wujian? Yi Jinjing's cultivation is really unpredictable, and only knows that step to know. The world's defense is the first, and after the 12th level is completed, King Kong is not bad. It is not afraid of water, fire, and poison, and it can sleep more. It has an endless source of power. It is a magical and a perpetual battlefield. Yesun froze for a moment, and the mesh-washing classic was also in line with the evolution of the lineage, which was beyond his own expectations. It seems that not all game systems are in their own hands. When Dao Du knocked on the door again, Yesun was already immersed in the spiritual world, but Dao Du could feel Yesun's breath, so after confirming that Yesun was fine, he didn't worry about continuing to eat at the dining table. Went for supper. The practice of the Golden Bell Hood is a little more difficult. At first, he also looked full of black lines, and he was sweating wildly. You can't guess what kind of gameplay was at the beginning. In simple terms, he was about to be beaten and wanted to be beaten with a wooden hammer. When the wooden hammer hits no pain, the hammer is used, and the hammer doesn't feel pain even if it enters the practice week. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 26, Shock the Second Layer. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Golden Bell is divided into 12 major levels. When practicing, you must break through 12 levels at a time, and each level must not be impatient. After step by step, you will naturally be proud of the world. Of course, this is the saying in the martial arts novels. Yesun in the Dragon Ball world is absolutely impossible to rely on the settings of the martial arts novels to run the world. The Golden Bell cover he wrote can be said to be a fantasy version to a certain extent. It is not necessary to directly break the void. It is worth mentioning that, unlike the Bloodline method mesh-washing classic, Golden Bell is an external practice method, and does not require a card level. If Yesun is powerful enough, he can even practice the 12th layer in one breath. Then wait for the strength of the body to explode, and then come to practice the medulla meridian without worries, so that it will live without pain. Yesun took a very careful look at all the tips and tricks in the first level. With the qualifications above the ordinary level, he could understand the meaning of the formula in a short time. He immediately followed the route of the fortune and began to try to break through the first level. According to the Golden Bell cover, the first to fourth layers have only one function, to help practitioners get through the Jotien meridian and Rondu 2 veins. Obviously they are washing the bones and expanding their potential. If you can't reach the fourth level through cultivation, you won't be able to get through the meridian points of the whole body. The qualifications are too bad. Mesh Washing Classic has gradually opened the body's Jotien meridian acupoints, and now it is indeed simpler to practice Golden Bell. At least before the two skills are truly cultivated out of the realm and power, all the way is unimpeded. The more you understand, the more amazing skills you will find. These magical skills will basically help you evolve your body. Golden Bell must at least reach the 5th level before it can show its strength. But the first 4 levels of Golden Bell Shield will eliminate people with poor qualifications. How they practice it is simply to practice external skills. Even if the practice is not good, it has fatal flaws. Those people's eyes, ears, mouth, throat, air valve, Danshan, Ziyan, and Huyan can't be cultivated, and they will leave dark injuries to the body. In the long run, they will affect Xiao Yuan. Potential consumption. When facing the enemy, one was careless and was attacked to the life gate that failed to practice in place, and basically died. Either way, Yesun wrote the martial arts upgrade system in terms of characteristics, it is to make these magical skills complement each other. When practicing the Mesh Washing Classic, you can incidentally practice the Golden Bell cover, and the Golden Bell cover can better practice the Marrow Washing in the Book of Classics. The pedigree goes up and the physical fitness goes up. Okay, the first floor, I'm here. Yesun did not hesitate to urge the true energy. Mesh washing as the foundation of the Golden Bell has already helped Yesun complete most of his potential development work. At the same time, Golden Bell cover and principle of washing the marrow should be essentially two complementary exercises. Sure enough, Yesun's body began to show faintly strong Gang Qi at the same time, and these Gang Qi constantly hammered and strengthened his body, but Tian Dao's true Qi was too fierce. Yesun could only come a little. If you are not careful, you may have to lie in bed. As the Golden Bell gradually penetrated into the cellular level and continued to conceive, it began to strengthen continuously for every part of the body. Yesun clearly feels this feeling of physical strengthening. The human body is a very precise and accurate biological structure. The cell characteristics and characteristics of each part are different, destined to the constant adjustments that must be made by the Golden Bell hood. First of all, the skin membrane, muscles, and tendons of the body's surface are the parts that are most easily strengthened by the Golden Bell. Under the stimulation generated by the continuous blow of true Qi, the Golden Bell hood flowing in the skin, muscles, tendons becomes thicker and thicker, strengthening the body cells faster and faster, and the bone cells are stronger than ordinary cells, can also continue to strengthen in this way. Reinforced iron bones are talking about the effect of the Golden Bell. The first level of Golden Bell, practice luck tossing. The aim is to make the meridians of the whole body unobstructed, and to train the body's Qi movement. If hit, it can reduce the pain by at least half. The first level is complete. The success of the first level means that people under 1000 combat power, no matter how they attack themselves, cannot cause damage to Yesun. Yesun was very happy. He only felt that his body was full of endless explosive power and defensive power. No matter how strong his opponent was, he couldn't trouble himself. Well, my foundation is very solid now, and the next layer is. But under the relatively easy surface layer, it is not so simple to practice more soft and fragile organs. The strengthened part of the tendon of the musculature of the epithelium allows external forces to stimulate the internal organs very limited. However, the direct use of Admiralty Gang Chi to strengthen, but also need to carefully consider the tolerance of the internal organs to prevent the internal organs from being unbearable and injured, otherwise use it is estimated that the time required for recovery from healing is much longer than the interval adaptation period of hammer forging itself. At this point, the exercise of washing the marrow to temper the visceral blood veins complements each other. Yesun only felt that the perineum between the anterior yin and the posterior yin seemed to have penetrated a small hole with hot air, and suddenly felt that there was a trace of hot air passing from the perineum to the chongqiang at the end of the spine. The personal perineum and chongqiang are within a few inches of each other. Perineum belongs to Renmei, and chongqiang belongs to the governor. The inner breadth of the two veins was never connected. However, thanks to the Mesh-washing sutra for him to open up the great difficulty of Renmei and Du-mai, this inside information once passed into the chongqiang point. And immediately from Yaeshu, Yangguan, Mingmen, Suancha points, all the way along the spine rises, and all the main points of the governor on the back are taken, and then the spine, the center, the twitch, the sun, the spiritual platform, the Shinto, the body pillar, the Tao, the vertebrae, the dysmenorrhea, the wind house, the brain, the strong, houting, and the Beiwi of the top door. The second pass of Golden Bell Shield, inner strength and body protection Qigong gradually form a true Qi cycle in the body, slowly accumulating thickness to protect the internal organs from injury. The Golden Bell cover itself is a complete system that can be practiced from the beginning to a certain limit, and there is no omission in the middle. In the process of continuous cultivation, it will open the acupuncture points around the body simultaneously, and then absorb the essence of the infinite vitality of the world. Replenishes the body energy that is constantly being lost during the practice. According to my settings, Golden Bell has reached the 10th floor. Even if it is the power of a giant supernova explosion, it can only cause minor injuries to the practitioners. Golden Bell is cultivated to the 11th floor. Even black holes, space-time storms, and nuclear explosions in galaxies cannot hurt practitioners. The legendary Golden Bell on the 13th floor is the realm of Dharma-like golden body. Even in the face of the explosion of the universe and the destruction of countless thousands of worlds, there is no pressure, so-called eternal life. To complete the second layer of the Golden Bell cover, you need a powerful true gas-quenching body. At the same time, to complete the second layer of the pith, you need to have strong physical qualities to support. If you practice together, they can just complement each other. So, Daodu hasn't let go of it for a long time, and horrible screams came from the bathroom again. This is a scream of heartbreak all night. If it's not that the room soundproofing is excellent, it is estimated that the person in charge of the hotel immediately will call the police. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect www.readwn.com. Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 27, The Fate of 3. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Daodu has been holding his head, squatting in the corner of the bed, shaking, and it has been 2 hours since Yesun repeatedly returned to the screaming state. Daodu even dare not knock on the door, he only hopes that Yesun can end soon. This kind of practice is really scary. Perhaps Daodu's prayer worked, and soon the screaming stopped. Daodu's ears must be heard, and the sound of bathing in the bathroom means that Yesun has ended his cultivation. Daudu happily ran to knock on the door and asked, "Brother Aksun, the soup is already cold." "It's okay, just leave it. I'll take it out again later." But Daudu was very sensible and took out the soup directly. He wanted to find the kitchen to warm up. The waiter saw a cute panda cub carrying the soup, and crouched down smilingly, asking about Daudu. After the meeting, he brought the food to the kitchen to heat it up. Daudu might be afraid that the waiter could not find which room, so he always waited at the door of the room and waited for the waiter to come back. Yesun had noticed Daudu was going out while taking a shower, but he didn't ask. Everyone in this hotel knew that there was a young panda beside him. No one dared to do anything harmful to Daudu and locked himself firmly. With Daudu's anger, he knew instantly where he went. Soon Daudu brought the food in again, and then knocked on the door happily. "Brother Yesun, the food is hot." Daudu is really diligent. "Okay, I will come out immediately." After Yesun finally treated the sludge and blood stains all over his body, he only felt that every cell in the body was full of destructive power. Under Xiao Long's prompt, his fighting power had already reached 845. Unless the Scion are attacking the earth now, otherwise Yesun sits firmly on the throne of the first person on the earth. However, the second level of Medulla Sutra cultivation is far more difficult than his imagination. Until now it has only been 36% practiced. It is worth mentioning that under the meditation of the Medulla Sutra on the body, Yesun's golden bell, the second layer of unexpected cultivation, reached 60% of the position, and with the promotion of the golden bell and the washing of the pulp, his level is also climbing, and now it has reached LV14. As long as you reach level 20, you can open the mall system, and then you don't have to worry about many things. Don't look at Yesun seems to have experienced very painful practice. In fact, his mental state is completely full, because he set himself a upgrade full blood resurrection program. This is in many games, but once appeared in the real world, it is simply bug. In addition to the effect of Xiandu recovery, Yesun can be more courageous in the face of war. No matter who he faces, he made a speculation that the higher the bloodline of the race, the stronger the battle will be, the more severely wounded. Once restored, it will be repaired as a skyrocket. Refer to Scion. Imagine if Yesun's bloodline was upgraded to the level of Scion. No matter what qualitative change will occur first, let's first talk about this advantage of on the verge of death. Once the recovery will increase the combat power. Yesun cooperated with the upgrade, the cheating method of blood resurrection and recovery from eating fairy beans when seriously injured is basically able to achieve an infinite leap in combat power. He adjusted the inner breath, and after running it in accordance with the golden bell hood, he opened his eyes and found that the fighting power had reached 879, and a pleasant mood suddenly enveloped his body. He has also speculated about fighting 1000. People who break through 100 will have a long life, such as Turtle Fairy and Crane Fairy. They will live like old men for 200 or 300 years. Once the battle of 1000 is exceeded, longevity will be transformed into longevity. This kind of longevity does not mean that it is not old, but it means that the rate of aging will be greatly reduced. It may take more than 300 years before you can clearly see that you have wrinkles. Who would have thought that the one who was abolished by Tao Bibai a few months ago would suddenly become the strongest martial artist in the world? Hey, Tao Bibai, Crane Fairy, you wait. As long as I want, I can kill you at will, but the good show always has to stay behind. I will resurrect my parents first, and then take my parents to appear in front of the enemy, then abolish all of you. Let you die better than life. Thinking of his emotions, he couldn't help but shatter the cup. Daudu, who was watching the cartoon, couldn't help but turn his head and looked at him strangely. The attribute points obtained by the upgrade will not be added first, and all will be left to be added at a later time. The larger the base, the better the effect. After breakfast, Yesun put on cropped blue jeans, white t-shirt, a burgundy thin windbreaker, and the two left and right canvas shoes were green and blue, matching the refined body shape and high-value facial features at this time. Yesun can be said to be a stylish and beautiful boy, and he completely lost the rustic when he came down from the mountain. As for Dowdu, he still likes traditional costumes, so Yesun bought him an exquisite embroidered green robe with a red belt, a little flower hat, and a small school bag on his back. As soon as the bear arrived at the counter, he checked out, and at the same time, he took 2 tickets booked for him and left the hotel. After exiting the gate, Yesun saw that the wind-blown wind sun stopped there. Romeo and Xiao Qiu had been waiting for a long time. Yesun thought about it. Probably Romeo found out that he had booked a flight, so he knew he was the morning flight to the capital of the East. A few people didn't speak along the way. When they arrived at the airport, Yesun signaled them to go back. Romeo and Xiao Qiu already knew that Yesun was not a person who likes to talk about things. Just turn around and leave. While in the car, little Qiu said with fear, "Romeo, do you feel it?" "Well, I feel that the gas emitted from the master's body is too scary. The more I practice, the more I feel the eyes of the master look like the endless starry sky. It really is." Speaking of which, Romeo's words are poor. For a time, he couldn't find a suitable vocabulary to describe it. Xiao Qiu said, "Right, I always think that the great god is not human anymore. It turns out that you think so." Xiao Qiu was stunned, and the two immediately smiled at each other. Romeo said, "Come on. Please eat this seafood dumpling at the most high-end hotel. It's like a feast for the master. After that, I started the cultivation journey. After your semester exam is over, I will take you to the underground boxing this summer. In my father's words, if you do NT dare to play underground boxing, do NT go to the world." The first martial arts meeting. Xiao Qiu nodded very calmly. His dream was like the plane that Yesun was about to take, soaring in the blue sky. This heart was no longer confined to the competition between ordinary people. "Great God, 1 year later, I will let you admit mine. Only when you become your disciple can you fully reach the peak. Travelers to the East Capital, please go to gate number 7. The plane will take off in 15 minutes. Seeing that the plane was about to take off, Yesun turned his head and said, "Dowdu, ready to go." As soon as Dowdu was leaving, he hurried to speed up and ate the ice cream in his hand. At this moment, Yesun suddenly turned around and pointed to a young man wearing sunglasses, not far away, who found himself exposed. "It was so embarrassing for a while that I could only come forward with a scalp and take off my sunglasses. Master Sun, hello." Yesun looked at the young man, raised his eyebrows, and quipped, "It's you who has been following me, Mr. Police." He was shocked. How could the master know that I am a policeman? "Guess, your anger will always appear around me." He was quite shocked, but when time was important, he directly said, "I am not hypocritical, and I do not waste time. Please ask the master, how can I go further on the path of martial arts, and ask the master not to be stingy," pointing me. 2. A smile appeared on the corner of Yesun's mouth, and the patient asked, "Very well, just because your kid is so refreshing and not ink, I will show you a way. If you want to follow me to practice, it is impossible. I will not collect waste. No matter how strong you are at the police school, it is waste in my eyes." He was silent, and compared with Yesun, he was indeed a waste. For the police school fighting champion and a person who could overturn the off-road vehicle with one hand, it was simply a battle. However, if you want to become stronger, go to Xiao Qiu. Xiao Qiu would like to teach you that I don't care. After a year, if you have the ability, come to the first martial arts conference in the world to find me." After talking, Yesun snapped his fingers at Dowdu and urged, "Dowdu, don't eat it, throw it away, and in the capital of the East, Brother Aksun takes you to eat pirate ship ice cream." Dowdu was originally reluctant. After hearing it, he threw the egg tube in his hand. He sadly carried his little school bag behind Yesun, and boarded the plane with the desire for pirate ship ice cream. He was still stunned, and after leaving his mind, he immediately left the airport. He was going to find Xiao Qiu. It seemed that the master had already taught Xiao Qiu something. The three young men in the capital of Wind, one is an inferiority student, one is a rich second generation, and one is an courageous policeman. The fate of the three of them has changed dramatically from this moment. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect www.readwn.com. Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 28, Hijacking. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. The capital of the East is about 4 hours away from the capital of the Wind. Originally, Yesun could fly to the capital of the East directly using Wushu, but he was too lazy to take a plane. It might be a little funny, actually Yesun did not take a plane in his previous life. He has been staying in a city since graduating from college and was suddenly terminated. Therefore, this life has the opportunity to experience the thrill of flying. But he wanted to vomit a little. This aircraft is numbered U444, lying in a big grass. If in the previous life China, no one would take the Udai plane home, and the airline will definitely give it to this plane. The numbered people hanged up and stepped on them directly, completely smashing the signboard. Otherwise, with his fighting power close to 1000, he grabbed Daodu and flew directly to the East capital in a few minutes. Compared to Yesun, Daodu was very surprised by this iron bird. He sat in the position and kept looking out the window, but the child was a child. Sitting and feeling bored, I fell asleep soon. Yesun has been quietly running the inner power mentality, anyway, it is his principle not to waste a minute of practice. But at this moment, he felt a strange breath, the plane was full of malicious murderous. Bloody smell? Murderous. Yesun's keen senses and sense of smell instantly sensed something was wrong. He opened his eyes and glanced uncertainly at the people on the aisle. Some of these people must have problems. Not in a hurry, I will observe one or two first. Daodu fell asleep boldly on the side, his clothes were full of saliva, his nose was still bubbling, and he slept soundly. In this case, there is no need to awaken Daodu, and it is not that the scion attacked the earth. Yesun closed his eyes, but focused on the breath on the plane. At this moment, the captain in the cab had been shot and the body fell to the side, and the co-pilot replaced the captain's job. He picked up the communicator and said, "The captain has been killed and the next step is planned." The atmosphere was suddenly wrong, Yesun's complexion changed, only to see at least 20 people walked over the aisle, suddenly took out the firearms, and said aloud, "This plane has been controlled by us, if you don't want to die, all sit quietly." The passengers were unknown, so until a robber directly killed the nearest passenger with a single shot, the passengers immediately produced horrible screams, but these screams were immediately suppressed by several gunshots. The passenger doors all hugged their heads, and their scared hearts were all split, and the robbers began to scrape the passengers' belongings. Yesun suddenly became speechless. It would be stupid to hijack the plane just to make money, but soon he would notice the red ribbons around the arms of this group of people. Red Ribbon Army. Yesun was a little puzzled. 2 days ago, he was still thinking about one of the cow's biochemical technology made by Dr. Gallo of Red Ribbon. Ribbon Corps, so this hijacking incident is not so simple. Everyone, we don't want to embarrass you either. We are the Red Ribbon Army. You must have heard of it. The government has no way to take us. In fact, we have only one purpose, asking the military to release our leader in the entire Eastern District. Then, I am so sorry, I can only regret to let everyone go out in front of King Yan Luo. The passengers are not stupid. This is to hijack the hostages to achieve their purpose. Yesun thought about it. This method is not stupid, that is, he is unlucky. Since he is on the plane, then this hijacking incident is basically not involved, and directly announced bankruptcy. The moment the plane lost contact, the ground command station immediately realized that the situation was wrong. They immediately contacted the police and the military. For a time, the police station and the Army of the Wind capital received a report that the plane was hijacked. Rumbling around. Knowing this kind of situation, Rod broke his desk with a furious punch. He wasn't ridiculous. Upon hearing this hijacking incident, he immediately realized that the airport personnel had been infiltrated. With security inspection capabilities, it is impossible for a group of terrorists to transport weapons. Director, what should I do now? Would you like to report this to Beijing? Rod seemed to remember something important, and he asked tentatively, which plane? There is one this morning and one at noon, and the destination is the capital of the East. It was the one that took off half an hour ago. Rod's expression suddenly became a little more exciting. He was very surprised to call Romeo. Romeo, which plane is Master Ye flying today? What happened to that U-444 in half an hour? Romeo, who was having dinner with Xiao Qiu, didn't know why his father suddenly asked this, and he couldn't keep up with the master. Something to tell you, the plane that the master sat on was heading for the East capital. The Red Ribbon Corps had hijacked it. After he had finished speaking, Rod was hung directly, and even Romeo's recovery was too lazy to listen. He was busy with his work. No time to chat with children. After training, Xiao Qiu was so powerful that he directly heard the message from the big brother in Romeo's hand, and was suddenly surprised. The plane on which the master sat was hijacked? How is the robber's luck so bad? Romeo was full of black lines, and the slot he wanted to vomit had been uttered directly by Xiao Qiu. No matter how big the Red Ribbon Army was, it was only silent when he met the master. Rode sat down calmly and said, "Don't worry, I'll go to the airport console now and give a few words to a friend on the plane." The subordinates were unknown, so when the police captain called Aki, he immediately explained the matter on the phone and asked him to return to the team quickly. However, after repeatedly asking which plane, Aki wryly replied, "Don't worry, those robbers are dead. Captain, do you remember the master who helped us get rid of the rogue? That is, the martial arts master who interrupted the bad boy's wrist with a coin. He was on the plane at the moment, no questionable." After the police captain heard this, he immediately shared this news with other police officers. At one time, a serious hijacking incident suddenly reduced the difficulty. The calm response of the police officers made all the reporters who came to interview dumbfounded. Now the police's mentality is so hanging? But the police hanged, not on behalf of the military, and now all high-level officials, including the mayor, are still entangled in whether to report to the capital immediately. After all, this is a big event. Who knows that Rode dissuaded everyone and expressed himself, "I have received a report in advance that someone on board is dealing with this group of robbers, which will soon be wiped out and all the accomplices can be pulled out in one go." This remark is the same as the real one, causing all the senior leaders to fill the question mark for a time. But the mayor smiled secretly in his heart. "Oh, Rhodes, this thing is to overturn your last straw. The entire plane will die. Even if you arrange the eyeliner, you will die. Prepare to go to prison, pull out your nails. The capital of the wind is basically my world." After the plane was controlled, the military, police, and senior officials of the city government all rushed to the console. As the matter was released by Rode in advance, the reporters of the wind capital basically squeezed to the airport. This matter will soon spread throughout the country. The mayor saw that Rod was so high profile, and he despised his heart. He looked forward to the moment when Rhodes' face was lost in front of the reporters in the city. "Sergeant Rode, did the robber make a request?" "No, I invite everyone to come together today, that is, to be open and honest with you to face this incident. Please believe that our police's determination will be able to successfully resolve this case." In the face of the reporters' questions, Rod explained patiently, and finally the news came from the console that the hijacker had opened the communicator and was ready to start a second contact. Rod was on the crowd, directly announced that this conversation will be shared with friends in the media. This is a very bold decision. No one has ever dared to share the scene with everyone in the robber negotiations, which is unheard of. Regardless of the final result, the name of Rod Altman will be heard throughout the country and become the figure of the year. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect www.readwn.com. Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 29, his surname is Yat, a native of Dongdu. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. This broadcast hall is already overcrowded at this moment, and it is absolutely impossible for a plane to be hijacked by the Red Ribbon Corps. Whether it is the family of the hijacked passenger, all the media in the city, or other passengers who have not boarded the aircraft, the whole hall is now crowded. Some of them worry about their family members and are anxious, some are very excited because of the hot headlines, and some are purely watching the fun, but no matter what the purpose is, this matter is a big deal. Every word that Rhodes and the robbers will broadcast through the hall, everyone will hear the content of this negotiation. How do you call it? I'm Rod Altman, Director of the Police Department of the Capital of the Wind, and I advise you to surrendered as soon as possible to avoid being killed. As soon as this remark came out, everyone in the hall made a cry of exclamation. What could this kind of negotiation be like? Sure enough, there was a sneering voice in the radio. Hey, Director Rode, did you misunderstand? Now we have hijacked the plane and surrendered our first fart. This word came, even the people in the hall nodded slightly. The initiative is in the hands of others. Instead of asking the conditions, you can persuade others to surrender. Is it funny? Who knows? Lord sneered, and cursed directly. Go to Niuniang, let me tell you directly, I have arranged a police officer on the plane. No matter if you have dozens, hundreds, or thousands of people, as long as they do NT surrender, the police officer will kill you. Do NT blame Lao Tzu for not reminding you that the hijacking is very valuable and the price of life is higher. Dangling. I do NT know which reporter's camera fell to the ground, and the sound was crisp. Everyone stared at Rhodes with a stunned look, watching the director of the police station in the Wind capital with an extremely silly look. They are now covered with black lines. I have never seen such a person. This is not a police and a robbery. Bandits are negotiating, more like gangsters are eating black. Suddenly someone scolded, Admiral, are you an idiot? Even if there are police on it, are you directly exposed to others? Not to mention the scolding of journalists, even the senior officials of the army and the city government are full of brutality, but the policemen kept the sunshine and smile in agreement, and their mental outlook is excellent. Probably even the robber was speechless. He didn't reply at all. After a while, the robber seemed to recover, and suddenly laughed out loud. Master, are you hostile to this policeman on the plane? Ah! I mean, if it's convenient, please tell the policeman's name, we'll help you solve him. That's really a big thank you. Roth went back to the sentence without thinking. At this time, all the people were full of black lines, and all turned silently to despise. The look in his eyes was very complicated. He even wanted to kill Rhodes. The mayors are all excuse me. Black question mark expressions. There was only one thought in his heart, Dr. Nima, is Rod a neuropathy? And this sentence is also everyone's idea, they can't understand the director's meaning. He touched his chin, and sincerely sighed, I have to admit that the director is a marketing genius, and he is an elite in any line. God blessed him. Fortunately, he is a policeman. If it is a gang, it is estimated that the world is in chaos. Then, When everyone was stunned, Rod resolutely said, "His surname is Yet, he is a native of Dongdu." "Oh, don't worry, and after finding Yet, please hand him the intercom, and I will tell him 2 words. Perhaps it was to the extreme that Rod had been speechless, and the robber even responded, "My day! Forget it, you wait." After saying this, Rod rubbed his eyes, shrugged his shoulders, and sighed, "Everyone knows that I have always been good at negotiating with fierce criminals. This time the negotiation is relatively smooth. I believe the minute event will be resolved smoothly." Everyone is still a "you silly beep" expression, and even a reporter prepared the title "Police Director Nerve Attack." The police undercover identity was revealed in the live broadcast. The reason is, the robbers began to search for information on the aircraft. Each aircraft will register the name of the passenger present. They quickly found a surnamed Yet in the business class list. This is also the only passenger with the surname Yet, so the gruesome robber with a firearm quickly found Yesun, who was yawning. Yesun didn't look good, so many passengers didn't look for it. Did they come to themselves? So handsome, so jealous? Is it right? Yesun turned his head to look at the soldiers of the Red Ribbon Corps with bad intentions, and asked calmly, "Mr. Robber, is there anything wrong?" The headed one-eyed dragon carried the M16, and then gestured to start. Sure enough, several robbers directly held Yesun, and then searched around him. As a result, nothing was found except for some documents. "Oh, I'm still a student who stays in school to check. Let me just say, a thin, handsome boy who doesn't want to be an actor, what a policeman." After vomiting, the one-eyed dragon asked, "There is a man named Rod, do you know?" If you are talking about the chief of the police in the capital of the wind, I know." One-eyed Longian smiled and said, "Child, do you have a holiday with Rod?" "Holiday? Yes, I persuaded his son to be good, is this count?" "Ha ha ha, that Rod blatantly shouted with us, saying that you are an undercover sent by the police to the plane, and let us take you to the communication room, saying that you want to say a few words to you. I think this product is a communist private hatred." Yesun covered his face with black thread, and covered his face. As clever as he was, he knew what Rod wanted to do at once. Forget it, give him a face, and let him earn some achievements. He is right, I am indeed a policeman." The 6 robbers were immediately dumbfounded, pointing at Yesun with their guns and shouting loudly, "Stubborn boy, don't move, or you will be killed." "Oh, I don't have a gun. I just went back to my hometown for the summer vacation. Who the knows that Rod's betrayed me?" The one-eyed dragon showed a cruel smile, "Mr. Little Policeman, should we throw you off the plane?" "Oh, yes, if it is really troublesome, you can turn back to the Wind Capital Airport first. After I get off the plane, you can take off again, or go directly to the East Capital, where I want to hijack the plane after you get off the plane. Go, I don't even ask." Seeing Yesun replying like this, the one-eyed dragon turned angry and smiled, "This kid has a problem with his brain. Forget it, he is also our bargaining chip," and takes him to the communication room. So the classmate Yesun, with a fighting power of 900 plus, with his hands in aggrieved faces, was pointed at by a few villains and walked towards the communication room. Other passengers along the way looked at this scene and cast their doubtful eyes on that one-eyed dragon. Said, "You don't have to worry about finding a dangerous man, we will isolate him so that the flight will not be affected." The passengers looked down with contempt and thought, "I wipe, you are the dangerous elements, and the hijacking must be based on the basic law." The crowd in the hall waited anxiously while praying in their hearts that the robbers would never find the police. Rod was also waiting nervously, and prayed that the group of silly bees would not go, otherwise the case would end early. "Hey!" There was a young man's voice in the radio, and when he heard it, Rod immediately rejoiced, "Hey, are you a master?" I wipe, what happens?" Regardless of everyone's reaction, Rod continued, "Haha, the master hastily walked, and I didn't have time to give you the next time. Since the group of friends with red ribbons gave this opportunity, the younger brother naturally had to say hello to you and wish the master all the way downwind, academic success. Yesun yawned, not thinking that, Admiral, do you not want me to solve these robbers and save this plane? Oh, how can this kind of little trouble trouble the master to appear? I can shoot down the plane with a shot 800 kilometers away, but I usually don't talk about it in a low key, but well, the airflow is not very good today, the shooting method it may not be possible. I mean, if the master does nt mind, it's just a matter of raising hands. Yesun is full of black lines, this rod is shameless, talent. Okay, it's just that I don't have a lot of effort. How many live do you want? Don't, these robbers can set out important intelligence, can't kill, except the pilot, all are paraplegic. Rode gave a request with a smile on his face. I don't know why, when Luo Wenda said this sentence lightly, everyone couldn't help but a chill. This is the real face of Rod, smiling tiger. About 10 seconds later, the broadcast heard the voice again, hello. Master. It's me, it's solved. Now I'm going to say hello to the pilot and let the buddy return to the capital of the wind. If not, I will unscrew his head and then carry the plane back to the airport of the capital of the wind. Wait, I won't fly the plane, don't hang up first. Rhodes wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and quickly nodded, okay. About a minute later, Yesun's voice came back, okay, you are ready to pick up the phone. Then there was the hang-up. Rode coughed and passed the silent meeting place. He clapped and said, okay, let's go pick up with me happily. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 30, The Master Flew Away. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. The site of the airport runway close to the terminal is already full of people. They are all waiting for the plane to return. There is a very strange emotion in their hearts. They both hope the plane can come back, but do not want to see this road was so pretentious, and there was no one with such complicated feelings. Look, there is a plane returning. Isn't that U444 really? After the console got in touch with the plane made a very steady landing under the eyes of everyone. After the plane landed, the army immediately surrounded the aircraft and frozen the wheel support part at the fastest speed to prevent the aircraft from taking off again. Then the army was fully armed and live ammunition surrounded every possible exit of the aircraft. After a while, the cabin door opened and an emergency slide was ejected directly from above. The soldiers raised their guns to aim. Suddenly a person slid out and slid down the slide to the ground. The soldiers looked at it, and the man was paralyzed on the ground and could not move. He passed out in a coma, with prominent red ribbons tied around his arms. Next, one after another, the red ribbon soldiers were thrown out of the slide, and then a flight attendant leaned out to look at him and shouted, "The terrorist is still healthy." Next, he said he kicked the deputy captain out of the slide with one foot. The deputy captain seemed to be frightened, his eyes were dull, he was shaking all over, and he was tortured into the military vehicle with the help of the soldiers. Police officer, there are several passenger bodies that were shot and killed by the robbers, including the captain. After hearing that the captain was killed, Rhodes looked very bad because the captain was his old classmate. Although the relationship between the two in high school was not good, but after all, they had to be friends for many years. Classmates explain one by one. The passengers who survived the crisis slid down the escape ladder. For the rest of the life, everyone wept with almost coincidence. The family members hugged together. The family members of the deceased cried out loudly. The reporters quickly grabbed the headlines. Road signaled the police to check quickly. Check the passenger list to see if there are any omissions, and then the military immediately took action and began a thorough search of the aircraft. The reporters would never miss the news of the man with the surname Yat, and started to inquire and search one by one, but finally found that none of the surname Yat was among the passengers. After the police checked it, they reported it to Rod, who shook his head helplessly. The master will fly, so he's gone. No matter how the reporter digs deeper, in the end, Rod ends with a sentence of the master flies away, but Rod knows that this matter will sooner or later be taken out of the true identity of Master Ye by intentional people. The professionalism of the reporters is far beyond ordinary people. They will find every way to find witnesses and airport staff. It is only a matter of time before Yesun's appearance is exposed. Rod exhaled, Master, in fact, with your strength, it is impossible to think low-key. At most 3 days, all your personal information will be out of human flesh. I hope that as a national hero, you can enjoy it. The advantages and disadvantages brought by this glory, the benefits can be imagined, the disadvantages are actually not counted. At most, the Red Ribbon Corps is targeted to send people, you just need to harvest. Where did Yesun go? He took Daodu to leave quickly with Wukong, very fast, and no one noticed what happened. As for the soldiers with red ribbons, Yesun just hit everyone's cervical vertebrae with thunder, and they were all paraplegic at high altitude under the bombardment of true energy. Marrow Meridian. Xiandu cannot cure the disease, although it can heal, but there is no precedent for the neurological injury to be cured by Xiandu, so Yesun temporarily does not guarantee this. Rode was shocked when he looked at the 20 or so paraplegic terrorists. He recognized the one-eyed dragon, an S-class fugitive wanted by all countries in the world. In the past, he was also the top 8 in the martial arts conference. Experts of this level were also among those who suffered in the 10 seconds, and had no resistance at all. This matter subsequently aroused the attention of the whole country, and even came to ask about it personally in the past, but the mysterious Master Ye never showed up, and suddenly caused a guess of the full name. In the mountain range not far from the east, Yesun and Daodu are on the top of a lonely mountain 1,800 meters high. At this time, Daodu is trying to keep his body about 1 meter away from the ground. Yesun is very strict, shouted, Dodo, brother Yesun agreed to teach your grandfather to teach you how to read and practice martial arts, but you have been thinking of eating ice cream all day. Brother Yesun was robbed on the plane. You slept like a dead pig. That's all right, the two of us were thrown here directly, what should we do? As soon as Daodu changed his desperate efforts to keep the Wukong technique, he was very wronged. Where did he know that he had come to sleep after sleeping? If Yesun said that the two were thrown here from the plane, he thought the capital of the East was very bad. Right here. If you can't practice sky dancing, don't go on. At the end of the talk, Daodu fell to the ground like a ball and gasped, No, I'm so tired. Daodu wants ice cream. Dodo, as long as you fly, it will only take 20 minutes from the capital of the East, and you can eat ice cream by then. Daodu raised his head, and then fell down with a swipe, only to see him sticking his tongue out, putting a big word on the ground, and he kept puffing, and then said, Daodu is hungry, Bindo wants to eat barbecued rice. Yesun covered his face, and just wanted to take him away, but suddenly realized that he couldn't do this. In the Wind Capital, Daodu didn't practice martial arts very much. He took him everywhere almost every day, but Daodu after all, he is a child, and if Jinyashi has lived for too long, he has no incentive to endure hardship. After finishing, Yesun took out his notebook and wrote an address on it. After tearing it off, he said, Dodo, you should take this address away. Daodu got up and found the note, and then said with question marks, Daodu is illiterate. Slap. Yesun patted his forehead directly, how to forget this stubble? You still have to collect it. If you get lost, you can go to the police and let the police bring you over. Doudu didn't quite understand that after Yesun pointed to the city not far away, he could still clearly see the vision of the eastern capital here. Doudu, brother Yesun is waiting for you in that city, either you fly by yourself, or you run by yourself. First say yes. If you get lost, I will leave you alone. After talking, Yesun's breath rose sharply, bowed slightly, then shot like a spring, and flew directly towards the city as a missile. Doudu seemed to realize what, anxiously dancing, shouting, "Yeah, brother Sun, take Doudu, don't throw me here alone." No matter how Doudu shouted and cried, Yesun didn't look back. Doudu sat and cried for 10 minutes. After Yesun didn't come back, he thought about it. Yesun thought he was eating ice cream, so he was very unhappy. The big deal is not to eat ice cream. Doudu patted the dirt on his clothes and put the note from Yesun in a small school bag. He ran around the top of Gushan Mountain and found that there was no way down the mountain. This made Doudu very scared. He thought, I can only fly. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 31, Back to East Capital. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Just when Doudu tried to find a way to go to the capital of the east through Wukong, the brother Yesun, who had no heart and no lungs, had already arrived in the capital of the east, which was slow at the speed of Yesun. Yesun is not worried about Doudu's trouble, because he has firmly locked Doudu's chi, and as soon as Doudu's chi begins to weaken, he will immediately rush over with the fastest speed. However, if you think about it for a long time, the east is the capital city of the eastern district of the kingdom. There will not be too dangerous creatures around it. After all, it is a population city, and ordinary people and animals are really difficult to cause damage to Doudu. This bare child, the force is not low. Doudu couldn't blame Yesun. The child was cheerful, kind, naive and lively. Even if Yesun took the whole to chase him down for so long, Doudu had never been angry. Based on Yesun's understanding of this child, Doudu must now feel that he did something wrong, so Yesun wants to punish him. Yesun floated over the east capital, and now he does not intend to go home for the moment, because he wants to clean up a person, so that Yesun cannot go home in a hurry. The person who chooses to clean up him as soon as possible, one can imagine how much hate. This person is the principal of their school, Richard. In the past, Yesun would have been like this in the school. Finally, he had to suspend school because the principal had conflicts with his parents when he was young. It's too much, but it's not an excuse for extortion. Old boy, you don't know how much money to blackmail my parents. I want you to spit it out. Thinking of this, Yesun suddenly received an F-level task: clean up the unscrupulous principal. When I saw the mission, Yesun's mouth showed a smile. Look, it's really not that I want to target you, but you deserve to be targeted by Lao Tzu. Immediately afterwards, Yesun flew towards the headmaster's house with an acceleration. During his tenure, the headmaster didn't know how much money he had accumulated and was rich with oil. The house he bought was a famous big villa on the outskirts of the eastern capital. At a glance you can see the palatial villa. Damn, it's quite enjoyable. I hope you bought insurance. Tianyuan College is the most famous school in the whole eastern district, because there are only two kinds of people in this school. One is the excellent children of the rich people, the waste can't go in, it's not enough to spend money. The other is the cold genius. Enrollment is open and transparent. Tianyuan School has a long history and was originally a martial arts school. After the restructuring, it still retains the enrollment method of martial arts expertise and has become one of the most famous middle schools in the country. As a principal in a school famous for martial arts, Richard's foundation is absolutely excellent. As far as Yesun knows, the principal Richard once reached the finals of the first martial arts association in the world. Although he was defeated in the end, the combat effectiveness should be above 50. Reference to the combat effectiveness of an uncle with a shotgun is only 5, the combat effectiveness of 50 is incredible. Yesun remembered that the principal had abandoned his wife of chaff after he gained power, and took the third to wear gold and silver, and lived luxuriously. However, he did not know how to change too many girl partners over the years. Do you think he has converged when he is old? Think too much. As for his ex-wife, he took the child back to his hometown in the Western District and never met again. Old stuff, Lao Tzu only beat your nephew, but I still remember the scenes where you scolded my parents. Lao Tzu originally vowed to clean up when he has strength, now I don't have to wait. I know you are in school now, first give you a meeting gift, and later calculate the account slowly. Yesun's inner power was running, and chi was concentrated on the index finger, a little sharply, and a fierce vigor was shot. Then the entire villa was suddenly attacked by missiles, and a violent explosion took place in an instant. The scene is very grim. Yesun didn't care if there was anyone in it. If there were innocent people, he blamed himself for being retaliated with that old thing. Joke, Yesun can now dominate the earth. Who cares about these things? Without revenge, society is considered to be a good development of Yesunda's intellectual, physical, and mental health. What more bicycles? He is different from Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong doesn't kill people easily, but Yesun has a hatred. If he can solve the problem, he will never talk about compensation. Yesun looked at the panic below. Police cars, ambulances and fire brigade quickly arrived at the scene of disaster relief, could not help but sneer, this is just the beginning, he wants to make this principal defame. Now go home first and take care of the housework. My parents have been dead for more than 3 months. It is expected that the body should also be cremated. I don't know what happened to the Ye family. I hope Uncle Dolly and Brother Sailor are still here. When he was about to return home, Yesun suddenly felt Daodu's anger, and he was stunned for a moment, thinking that Daodu was coming so soon. Sure enough, he would not grow up without forcing the bear child. Yesun flew along Daodu's air, and immediately saw Daodu carrying a small school bag, standing on the side of the road in a silly manner, with a small face in a dumbfounded manner. I forgot to give Daodu money. Because of his cultivation behavior, he couldn't find his chi accurately within a large range, and the atmosphere in the city was messy. It was really difficult for him, but let him find a way. Daodu was wearing a flower hat and carrying a small school bag, but he looked at the address slips Yesun gave him. He was indeed illiterate, but he could follow the street signs to recognize the way, as long as he wrote on this note the same word as the destination. Yesun looked at Daodu and kept holding notes and street signs for comparison, and was suddenly amused. This silly kid, the area of the East capital is larger than that of Shanghai in the previous life. There are too many similar sections, he has to find when. But Yesun did not intend to control, anyway, no one can hurt Daodu. At this moment, Yesun suddenly saw a figure in the air. It was a girl with a face value of about 6 minutes. Yesun knew her. The girl's name was Chu Chu. He was a good friend and senior of Yesun. Kiza's girlfriend, but Kaihokyu is carrying another man now, which makes Yesun very strange. Did the two break up? Hey? Could it be the green hat scene? However, Yesun did not have the interest to track people. If someone else went to open a house, would Yesun have to follow him? Now these junior high school students are really very yellow and naive. Yesun sighed with a serious heart and flew towards his home. Since he returned to the East capital, it means that a great drama is about to be staged. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect www.readwn.com. Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 32, Yezio Tao. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Yesun walked through a blue stone staircase and looked at these beautiful Oriental-style buildings. His heart was very delicate. One was the feeling of wandering back to his hometown. The other was that the Chinese people in the past life saw these Chinese-style buildings and were very kind. Everyone should know that Toriyama himself has said that he created Dragon Ball using Journey to the West as a blueprint. Basically everyone can find a prototype in the Journey to the West. The correspondence between Wu Wukong and Oolong is obvious. But it is worth mentioning that in the Journey to the West filmed in Japan, Tang Seng always made women, and this substitute female for male approach also affected the intuitive impression of the Japanese public on Journey to the West. Many people may not realize that, regardless of fiction or history, Master Xianzhuang is a genuine and pure man without any reminders. Therefore, we can easily conclude that Buma corresponds to the role of Tang Seng, then Yamuti is naturally a sand monk, and the reason is very simple. Yamuti claimed to be a desert thief when he appeared, and Lisha's site was Liasho River. The correspondence is self-evident. Dragon Ball's real escape from the shadow of Journey to the West is from Dragon Ball Z, but in Yesun's view, it actually starts from the Big Devil King. Before that, the turtle immortal who lived on the ocean island in the southern district was obviously Guanyin in the South China Sea. Don't think it is nonsense. Many people may think that the turtle immortal is too ridiculous for Guanyin, but Guanyin Bodhisattva is not a female. Generally speaking, Buddha has the appearance of all beings, and any hue is illusory. Bodhisattva does not have the so-called gender distinction. Besides, the pictures sent to the goddess of goddess in the past are the images of the grandfathers, but feudal society feels that women seek a man the fairy gave the sun quite indecently, so he changed into a female. This belongs to the old city district in the east. Most of the buildings inside are the palace courtyards of large families. They can be used in the rapid development of the city. The residential houses that are not demolished and replaced are basically the residences of the large families. The Ye family is that the Ye family was the official of the previous generation of dynasty. After that dynasty was replaced, the current kingdom has entered the era of high technology, and there is no such thing as a feudal society in the past. The foundation left by the Ye family's ancestors to the Ye family was basically handicrafts. Later, in the development of more than 100 years, the Ye family was also arrogant, and there was no small development in the light industry and the financial industry, so the Ye family as an old the family is still standing firmly in the east capital of Noda University. He turned the corner of the street and walked to a large mansion, only to see that there were still white lanterns on the door, and the door was closed, which was obviously a funeral. Oh, the door was ridiculed. After the disaster, my relatives and friends were gone. It took only 3 months to become like this. Everyone did nothing wrong, but the society was too realistic. Yesun stepped forward and wanted to reach out and knock on the door, but I didn't know why he reached halfway and stopped in the air. When he didn't go, he would hesitate because the memory of his last life was causing trouble. However, at this moment, the door opened from the inside out, only to see a young man with an old-fashioned pipe walk out with an angry face, just hit Yesun, and they looked at each other, they were both stunned. Now. Then Yesun recovered and smiled, "Brother Sailor, you are here." "Les." "Yeah." The young man named Sailor Brother seemed to see something incomprehensible, rubbing his eyes vigorously, and when it was determined that Yesun was correct, he was ecstatic. "Keep Yesun," shouting loudly, "Ha ha ha ha, you are not dead. They said that you were killed by Peach in the same way as the old lady. I did not expect you to be dead yet, ha 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 ha." The movement at the door caused the people in the house to notice. Then a big man with a big back and a waist came out. After seeing Yesun, the reaction was more intense than that of the sailor brother. He cried directly when he held Yesun. Can't stop it. After about 5 minutes, the two finally stabilized their emotions. These two are the housekeepers and thugs of the Ye family. The big man with his back on his back is Uncle Dolly, a former world fighting player. The young man with a pipe is a sailor brother. He used to be a sailor. Quite a fighting skill, the two joined forces to sail. After the two men had vented their emotions, Yesun said, I thought I was dead, but I was arrogant and let me go, and I was always welcome to revenge. I was able to return to my life. Why did Master come back now? Yesun could only explain with a wry smile, I was interrupted by Tao Bibai's leg bones and hand bones, so I have been training in a remote mountain village for the past 3 months. After almost recovering, I hurried back. Uncle Dolly immediately angered, damn Peach White, this bastard, I just hate myself for not being able to kill him. But the sailor brother did say quickly, this is not the key is that the young master is not dead, so the inheritance of the property does not need to be discussed. Uncle Dolly instantly retreated, thinking of this most important thing, anxiously said, Aksun, listen, Yun Shun inheritance right, you know. Yesun frowned, thinking back for a moment, and then his face changed. What is the situation now, lying down? Your second uncle Yejian, can't wait to apply to the court to inherit your family's property. After all, your parents are dead, and they have only you one son, and you have been missing, so the court has accepted this matter. Because Yejian is the brother of Yesun's father, if Yesun's family is dead and there is no heir, then Yejian, Yesun's father's brother, can also apply to the court to inherit Yesun's inheritance. Now when I come back, it will be fine. Uncle Dolly and brother Sailor had strange expressions. Yesun stunned and asked, what's wrong? You have a younger sister who has already played 6 lawsuits with the Yejian family in the court. Yesun opened his mouth slightly and couldn't understand, what does my sister have? How did it come out? Uncle Dolly whispered, it's your father's illegitimate daughter. Who has lived in the southern district before? What? Yesunru was struck by thunder, his father forced him so high. What's this sister's name? Yezio Tao, 12 years old, this girl is very beautiful, but it is too domineering, and the martial arts foundation is quite good. Yesun covered his forehead and asked, Ye family ancestors, women can't inherit their property, so I understand how anxious the situation is now. At this moment, a very loud break sound came from outside Yejia's door, and Yesun's eyes moved. 3 people came, 1 with a strong breath, and 2 with weak. Sure enough, I entered a woman and 2 men, the woman was a little girl, walked in the front, but the age is obviously very small, with a white line tied Chun-Li style ball head, looks very delicate, at first glance is a beauty blank. The 2 people beside them are ordinary adults, holding documents in hand, apparently followers. Hey, why not close the door? Both Uncle Dolly and Brother Sailor did not know how to reply, but Yesun asked, Sister, who are you? I am Yezio Tao, who are you? The little girl obviously didn't recognize Yesun, but the 2 people on the side suddenly exclaimed, Are you Yesun? Yesun nodded and said, Yes, I am Yesun, I am not dead, your lawsuit can be over, if someone does not agree, you can come here and tell me. As a result, the 2 adults had not spoken yet. Yezio Tao jumped directly in front of Yesun, staring at Yesun looking at the left and right, and then said, Call your brother, don't you mind? Haha, of course I don't mind. Brother. Okay. However, compared with Yezio Tao, the other 2 adults are not as good looking, strictly speaking, they are extremely disappointed. One of them immediately took out the elder brother and prepared to report this matter. How great is Yesun's power, that person the opening is Madam, things are not good, it must be Yezio Tao's mother. Like Dragon Ball, the Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 33, How to Find the Door. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Sure enough, less than an hour after Yesun's return, Yezio Tao's mother withdrew the complaint, and after being informed by the court, Yejiun sent someone to the Ye family to inquire about Yesun's situation. Yesun just used the same excuse, something wrong. After Yejiun received a reply, he had no choice but to withdraw his court application. His relationship with Yesun's father was not good. He once fought fiercely when he was fighting for his family property, which caused the two brothers to turn their backs on each other. Even if Yejiun has a heart, there is no way. If only the little girl is okay to say, but the nephew is still alive, then it makes no sense to fight. Yejiun was very helpless. Yesun was a clever boy since he was a child, and he was a thorn. He was absolutely reluctant to suffer a loss. Although he was a little ghost, Yejiun expected that he would cling to his family. I will discuss it later. This peach is not so good. You can't even kill a little fart boy, hey. When the camera turned, the man in black said, "This is what the lady meant." Since the two Ye family members are gone, the family property is naturally inherited by Master Yesun. At the Ye family, after all, Xiao Tao is also your sister, although not born to the same mother, at least the father is the same. Ye Xiao Tao just graduated from elementary school and didn't understand anything, just sitting on a chair and watching everyone. Yesun narrowed his eyes, then looked at Ye Xiao Tao, and then said, "This friend, please tell Xiao Tao's mother, as long as Xiao Tao is willing. If Xiao Tao is not willing, then please be a mother and not a child." After hearing that, the man couldn't help but he couldn't believe it was what a 13-year-old said. It was indeed too mature. The phone didn't hang up. After repeating it, the man turned around and asked, "Xiao Tao, do you want to stay here to study and live?" Ye Xiao Tao's big eyes are full of doubts. "Don't mom come together? Your mother's career in the southern district is heavy, but it's just coming." "Well, I will stay here with my brother." "Master Yesun, do you think so?" "Okay, then Xiao Tao will stay. As for the admission procedures, you should have all done it now. It is June 12th. 3 days after Xiaosheng's initial examination, the application must have been closed. Don't worry, Miss Xiao Tao's martial arts foundation is very good. She has successfully registered for the Tianyuan Academy entrance exam, and the result is not important, because she will be admitted." When the thing happened, the man in black left a bank card to Xiao Tao, and said, "Your mother said, and I will not accompany you next, let you go either for the exam or the entrance." Ye Xiao Tao nodded, very unhappy in her eyes, but she had to stay because she had to go to school. About an hour after the two left, they turned around again, this time to give a gift to Ye Xiao Tao, and then really left. Yesun asked Uncle Dolly to find a good room for Ye Xiao Tao, and then cleaned it again. The younger sister officially moved into Ye family. However, Yesun is not a fool. He knows exactly what Ye Xiao Tao's mother wants to do. First of all, after the Ye family's main industry was captured by Tao Bibai, it has been directly sold on the stock market and replaced with cash. At the same time, the Ye family is in business. A large amount of money was owed on the contract, which led to the family of Yesun that Yesun now faces as an empty shell. If he wants to continue to pay off his debts, he can only sell his property and carefully calculate it. If he sells his property, only this old house is left. At that time, Yesun had to ask Ye Xiao Tao's mother for help. In this way, to a certain extent, only Ye Xiao Tao's mother could keep the Ye family. It seems that Xiao Tao's mother has a means in the southern district. It is not a simple thing, but it is too small to look at me. It is only a matter of time for the Ye family to turn over. As for whether Ye Xiaotao is his own sister or not, Yesun has no doubt at all. He reads qi very well. Ye Xiaotao's qi is very similar to his own, and he looks very much like his father. This is enough. Actually, if this is the 13-year-old Yesun, he probably wouldn't agree that Ye Xiaotao lives at home. This kid is quite selfish and tricky. Will he let a younger sister come home to occupy a place? In the end, I will agree that it should still be 25-year-old Yesun's soul played a role, and he hoped to have a family. Yesun sighed in his heart. After Ye Xiaotao's case was resolved, Uncle Dolly had a pale face and whispered, "Master, the bank called yesterday. After paying all the debts, we now owe the bank 350 million. If it cannot be settled after 1 month, then the bank will count the Ye family property." Yesun smiled slightly, "Don't worry, it's only 350 million. This crisis will be solved soon. It's almost time, let's eat." So Uncle Dolly, who claimed to be the first chef of Dongdu, started cooking. Everyone pinched a sweat. Yesun finally stopped him in time. "Sure enough," he said to everyone, "call for takeaway." With a sigh of relief, it was too scary. At this moment, knocking sounded outside the door. Yesun's expression changed, yelled "Slot!" Everyone was surprised, only heard a cute voice from outside, "Brother Yesun, Dao finally here you are at home." Yesun's expression was so wonderful, he quickly stepped forward to open the door and looked down, only to see Dao Gensi smiling at you, and then he turned his head and said to the policeman, "Police Shu, thank you." The policeman waved his hand, and then taught 2 sentences, "Children, don't go out alone," and then went away. Dao was exactly the same as the situation after Sun Wukong entered the city for the first time. Finally, he was taken to the destination by the police. Ye Xiaotao got out of the back, squatted down and looked at Meng Daodu on both sides. Daodu looked at Ye Xiaotao, then laughed and handed over his bare paw, shaking hands cordially. Immediately after, Daodu looked at Yesun pitifully, and then put his finger in his mouth. Milky voice said, "Brother Yeksun, Daodu is hungry, Daodu doesn't eat ice cream." Yesun was amused all at once, and as expected, Daodu thought he was angry. The reason for the anger was because he shouted for ice cream every day. "Okay, eat, don't order takeaway, we go out to eat." Uncle Dolly drives the car, the sailor brother sits in the co-pilot seat, Yesun and Ye Xiaotao walk in the back, as Daodu is held by Ye Xiaotao. The girl always has no resistance to this hairy and cute goods, let alone it's a panda. By the young master, the bodies of the old man and his wife are still in the funeral home. "Can you be cremated after you return?" Yesun suddenly surprised when he heard, "Don't cremate, first get the body back, say he wants to be buried." "Burial? Okay, but if you really want to burial, maybe you can only transport it to the wild. After all, the Ye family has no title deed outside the suburbs. Who told you that I want to bury? I just let you use this excuse to get the bodies back, neither burial nor cremation, I want to resurrect them." Resurrection. Everyone looked at Yesun in surprise, but Yesun nodded and said, "Don't look at me with this kind of eyes, and go back to finish eating, I will tell you about this matter." Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 34, Social Warrior. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Seeing the dense bullet wall in front of Yesun, the gangsters looked at each other with shock that could not be seen in their eyes. The bullet seemed to be pulled by a force and slowly slid to the sides, revealing Yesun's figure. 100 gangsters with arms in the face of this young man smiled indifferently. Is there any other means? Before the gang members could speak, there was a braided Qing dynasty braided immediately, but the unshaved person ran down the second floor and shouted loudly, and move slowly, and move slowly, and move slowly. He repeated it 3 times, then ran to the crowd, glanced at the situation, and then turned to glance at the row of bullet walls in front of Yesuan. He could not help but inhale a cool breath while watching Yesuan. A beautiful young boy's face, a pimple in his heart, said, "Is this superpower? No, this is obviously an extremely powerful gas." Yesuan felt that the breath of this person was much stronger than that of ordinary people. He speculated that his warrior power should be above 50. It is likely to be a ruthless character that can use internal strength, but whether he can use Qigong waves or not is unknown. The man apologized to Yesuan and bowed his fists with respect. "This master, can you raise your hand high? Go. Seeing you have a bit of eyesight, I won't kill you." This braided man's face is a bit ugly. He is also a master of the East Capital, but he can clearly feel the gap with this young man. He feels like he is standing in front of a huge wild monster at that moment, not even the strength to lift his head. Cold sweat has infiltrated his back unconsciously. Then Yesuan's mouth showed a smile. He snapped his fingers, clear and pleasant, and then the bullet started. Dozens of screams rang again and again. One of the gang members saw that the bullets reflected back and killed, immediately pulled their legs and ran. As a result, whoever ran and died, all of them stopped and watched the boy in horror. Yesuan smiled cruelly. "Why? Don't run away. Keep running." The master is also asked to raise your hand high, because we don't know Taishan. Don't you know Taishan? Lao Tzu, your group of dogs, just took the family out for a meal and dared to shoot me. If I don't kill you, I'm sorry for my own cultivation. Immediately after the braid man found that Yesuan was gone, he suddenly heard the sound of crackling bones breaking, and when he turned around, all the remaining brothers were twisted off their necks, and they all died. He broke the necks of more than 24 people in an instant. This is so outrageously fast. Is this the speed of humans? The braided men staggered and slumped directly to the ground. They provoked a super strong man with at least 9 levels of force. This kind of strong man didn't need any superpower to block the bullet, and he could resist it only with his body. It is even more remarkable that the bullets can be used to form a protective cover to block the bullets with true gas. This kind of repair is called retrograde. Hey, take the lead. Your boss is so big. I want to see it. The braided man came over and quickly got up, nodded tremblingly, and then made a respectful please gesture. Yesuan's body floated up gently. The braided man screamed in excitement, "Dancing Kongshu! Are you from Hexian Lu?" The cold light flashed in Yesuan's eyes. The man shut up and hurriedly led the way, and Yesuan turned his head and said to them, "Don't be dazed, come with me." The 3 of Uncle Dolly awakened in dreams. They looked at each other, and they all saw the shock in their eyes. Only Dauda drank the porridge calmly, then chewed something in his mouth, and said indistinctly, "I was also looking for a lot of exhaustion, and I was thinking about what it was." Although Yezio Tao is young, she has a delicate mind and a big devil. The shock in her eyes is far more than the others. If she remembers correctly, her mother once told me that this cheap brother is just a useless second ancestor. Will it be so powerful? Does brother really want to find Dragon Ball? Does Dragon Ball really exist? I don't know why. This sentence suddenly flashed in Yezio Tao's mind, and she didn't know why. After seeing Yesuan show his strength, the first reaction was Dragon Ball. Such a powerful warrior would not joke with fairy tales. Yes, Yesuan must have got the exact news, and he would just say Dragon Ball regardless of the ridicule. Yezio Tao turned around and saw Dauda still eating glutinous rice with big mouthfuls. The whole face was covered with rice dumpling juice, and he didn't directly hit one place. "You are a snack, you can't help." After talking about Yezio Tao, he grabbed Dauda directly. but Doudu grabbed the table desperately. The bear's face was full of unwillingness. Grandpa said it was shameful to waste. Doudu has not finished eating yet. This bear child has great strength. Yezio Tao's eyeballs immediately scratched Doudu's creak, and Doudu surrendered at once. Then, at the moment when he let go, he grabbed a chicken leg quickly, so Yezio Tao was like holding a puppy picking up Doudu and walking towards the second floor. Doudu continued to eat chicken legs. At the same time, the two bigwigs waited anxiously. They knew that the first floor had started to work. After the gun stopped, the screaming continued. Now the snake wings went down. I don't know if the situation has improved. Both surprised. All the dozens of masters in the team were waiting for it, and then the door was opened. Everyone saw that the snake wings were relieved. This was right. Even the snake wings shot, plus the younger brother with 100 or so guns on the first floor. This can't solve the master who smashed the field, that's too much. Then they saw a scene where the snake wings were pale, their bodies trembling slightly and came in, followed by a strange boy floating. The bald man exclaimed, "Who are you? People who disturb your meal." The big man in white jacket is also a man of great skill. As soon as he saw the frightened expression of the snake wings, he asked vaguely a smell, and immediately realized that the people below were killed by the young man. The big man in the jacket quickly said, "This little brother, misunderstanding, please sit down." The two big brothers quickly yanked a chair open and invited Yesun to sit down respectfully. Yesun's expression was still the appearance of Laotang lawlessness. The eyes of the two big guys naturally knew that the boy was at least 9th order warriors, social warriors. Not many people talk harshly. Yesun simply sat down. The masters fighting behind the two big men were only about 15 or so, which was not enough to pose any threat to Yesun. But behind Yesun were 3 people and 1 bear, as if negotiating in the Pentagon. Yesun smiled and said, "Now it's your choice. Do you want to die or live?" Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 35, Spend Money on Life. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Faced with Yesun's inquiring into the subject, the two big men quickly sat up straight and said they wanted to live, and they must live. Oh? It's not a stunned head who died without saying a word? But what do I do if I want to kill you? I'm so grown up. I've never seen anyone shoot me in the head while I was eating. Yesun is not cruel enough, or are you all bloated? The two bigwigs suddenly felt terrified. The indescribable fear made them feel like needles. Yesun didn't suppress his anger at all, so all the warriors who had practiced their inner strength had a kind of gene deep fear everywhere. Yet, "Master, please say it." No, you say it. After all, the gun you fired, the person I killed, how embarrassing to ask me to speak. Yesun's tone was extremely cold, and he killed as if he didn't agree. In a hurry, the bald man immediately took out the black box in his hand and said, "Master, don't know if this box of diamonds can buy me a life." Diamonds? Not interested, as if diamonds are very valuable. "Master, this batch of diamonds is very pure, with a total of 24 diamonds, each of which has a transaction price of more than 10 million, and they are not smuggled jewelry, but genuine original goods." When the speech was over, the white horse hung up and took out a small box of his own. He said, "Master, the card above is the principal of my purchase of diamonds this time, totaling 300 million. I hope to buy me a life." The words between the two were very sincere, and they dared not pretend to force them, which reminded Yesun of being peachy and white, obviously a killer known to everyone, but governments of all countries did not take him at all. Rules of survival. Not enough, I think that money is like dung, you dare to shoot me, so I should deserve to take the money away. I go, everyone is in trouble, what should I do? Yesun was about to speak, only to hear Uncle Dolly lower his head and said, Master, bank. Waka, this time to remind myself that the bank is too disappointed to urge debt. Forget it, Yesun thought about clearing his family's debts first. As for this group of rubbish, he was not interested in taking advantage of it, and it would be possible to seize money, but it was not his style to seize money. Yesun snapped his fingers, Uncle Dolly took the card, and Brother Sailor took the box of diamonds, and then Yesun said, Since you are so sincere, I am not going to kill you, but I will go out to eat later. Do something low-key, not everyone has my compassion, don't let a group of weak chickens mix with society, and switch to doing business. After finishing speaking, Yesun took the people to leave directly, and was too lazy to talk nonsense. The hotel owner humiliated all the way and sent Yesun out of the hotel. As for the dead bodies, they could only wait for the two gangsters to drive away by themselves. After escaping from their lives, all of them were relieved, and the bald gangster also made two cruel words. This kills the 100th man. Is there any way to fight? The people in this saying are full of black lines. Nima, is it true that you are shooting directly at your head? But the white horse hanging big brother was covering his forehead and said straight, Old K, if you cultivate a little deeper, you will find that the young man was not just an ordinary person to fight against. Don't be stupid, he killed. You and I have more than 100 trumpeters. What if I kill you again? It's the best result if you can spend your money and buy it. It's the best result if you do nt have any money. If you do nt, you will have nothing. Hearing the man on the white horse saying this, the bald man calmed down again. He quickly gave himself a cigarette, took a deep breath, then forcibly pressed on the trembling hand, and said, You know how my old boss died, is it? The martial artist who was able to receive bullets with his bare hands suddenly burst his head. The martial artist spared my life, and I can use the boss's book to achieve today's achievements. Don't talk about it, look back and find out where the younger brother Yesun is sacred. If possible, we too should find him asylum. You said to surrender to him? Even if the force is stronger, he is just a teenager, he doesn't understand the depth of the rivers and lakes. You take a break, you don't understand the depths of the rivers and lakes. Your case of 300 million worth of jewelry, plus my 300 million bank card, threatened and intimidated us to blackmail us 600 million. Understand the depth of rivers and lakes? Old K is so embarrassed, he touched his bald head full of scars, and sighed, Hey, when you go out to talk about a business, you can hit the killing god. It is really a service, but how do we find this master yet? His name is Yesun. The surname Ye in the world is in this country, and most of them are found in the Eastern District. Check it out and find out. Bai Mazang continued, Dragon Snake is complicated at the moment, and the national political situation is also a bit confusing. Those of us said that the big point is a strong man, and that the unpleasant is the cash machine of others. If you don't find the strong man to help, do you run yourself? I have nt seen you. My 100-year-old brother is all dead? Old K, do nt forget that this world and ghosts are weak and strong, and today's money breaking may be a sign of tomorrow's big profits. Yesun didn't know what the two men were thinking. He just wanted to settle the bank's account quickly. As for the others, no one on earth could do anything about themselves, so why pretend to be a ruthless one? That night, Uncle Dolly and Sailor Brother immediately went to deal with banking practices. At the same time, Yesun contacted the previous auction house and absolutely auctioned off these diamonds. After all, the Ye family's credit crisis has not been touched for a while, and the mother and father wake up let them see a brand new family. Xiao Tao, don't be foolish. Wash your face, wash your feet, brush your teeth and sleep. You have to take the exam in 2 days. Ye Tao's eyes are full of stars. She now admires this cheaper brother too much, but she didn't expect it to be so strong. The investigation report of her mother is simply wrong and wrong. Of all the people, only Dao feels that Yesun is so powerful. Yesun often used a small stone to beat down the pterosaurs and ate them during the cultivation in the deep forest. This is a weird place that no one has noticed. It is clear that Dao is just a cute thing, why not be afraid of Yesun's killing scene? After the people went to bed, Yesun secretly thought about the next step. I'll go to Dragon Ball in a few days. After all, I can't go back to school now. According to what Richard said to me, I won't go back on the second day and I have to go back on the third day. After all, it's about studying at that time, so in the next few months, I will find something to do. I will resurrect my parents first, and I will let my parents do the business development in the future. After all, after LV20, I need funds to buy in the mall. Here I have to say that as a game programmer, Yesun once again saved himself. The mall system he set up previously needed to buy goods from the world currency of Dragon Ball World. There are 3 ways to obtain world currency: mission earning, copy earn, and recharge RMB in exchange. In other words, if Yesun wants unlimited access to store merchandise, then he must have money and then money. Then, it was a big and difficult problem for Yesun, who came across, building a business empire to make unlimited money, and then using the money to buy mall props. The next day, nothing happened. Yesun found his previous contacts and went to the largest auction house in the capital of the East. Of course, this matter still had to be done by Uncle Dolly. After all, he was familiar with the car, and finally the diamonds were unexpected. The transaction was carried out at a price of 400 million yuan, and all the money was transferred to the Ye family's finances. As a result, the Ye family's crisis was instantly solved. It can be said that in the next few days, Uncle Dolly and Brother Sailor are really exhausted, because the Ye family's industry has been engulfed and sold by Tao Bibai, so there is no way to come back. Now it is the luxury and financial credit of the Ye family. This has been extremely difficult. It's not too late, I will start tomorrow, but if you want to find Dragon Ball, you have to have Dragon Ball radar, and I don't know if Buma and their family have developed Dragon Ball radar, and there is another person I care about. Sun Wukong has 4 stars, this means that I have to deal with Sun Wukong in advance. Somehow, Yesun looked forward to the thought of seeing Sun Wukong. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect www.readwn.com. Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 36, Looking for Sun Wukong. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. On the day of the Tianyuan Academy's examinations, Yesun asked the sailor brother to drive the car from Yezio Tao to take the exam. As a matter of fact, he did not give it away. To be honest, he wanted to go back to school purely by the 13-year-old Yesun Naerzi, who was unconvinced on campus, wanted to go back to school to prove himself. I really want to change the 25-year-old Yesun, earn money early is the king. LV20 level comes. Daodu is still practicing the crane in the yard. There is no way. Yesun Zen's Kung Fu is actually fighting cranes and police schools. But in fact, this is enough. When the speed and power can absolutely crush others, why do you have to do it? Daipen spread his wings. When Yesun was in a daze, Daodu had already completed his martial arts and was standing straight in front of Yesun. Yesun then relaxed and looked at Daodu and asked, "What's wrong? Brother Yesun, are you going to leave again?" Yesun froze, wondering how the bear child knew what he was going to leave. "Daodu, who told you?" Daodu's eyes widened, and Meng asked, Daodu guessed, Daodu can go with brother Yesuan. Yesuan said with a smile, Dodo, you stay at home to practice martial arts with Xiao Tao, okay. Daodu's little mouth beeped, apparently did not want to be separated from Yesuan, complaining, Sister Xiao Tao has pinched Daodu's face all day, and Daodu is not a puppy. This shows that Xiao Tao likes you and I need you to stay at home to protect Uncle Dolly, sailor brother, and Xiao Tao, do you understand what I mean? Daodu is just a child, obviously does not want to be separated from adults, but when he heard Yesuan say this, he immediately nodded very sensibly, Daodu knows, but Daodu flies too slowly, if it goes out thing, where did Daodu find brother Yesuan? Yesuan said to himself, Dodo, listen well. Once you have a master you can't win, you will immediately run away, no matter how many others, they have their own ways to escape. Daodu is very puzzled. Does brother Yesuan want to protect sister Xiao Tao? You can rest assured that Xiao Tao has other people to protect him. As for Uncle Dolly and brother Sailor, these two old fritters grew up in Xiaodong. No one can stop them if something goes wrong. After talking, Daodu continued to practice, but at this moment, he noticed that Ye Xiao Tao also came back. Sure enough, 5 minutes later, Ye Xiao Tao jumped into the gate and clapped, Brother, how about it, I am awesome, I got the quota of the experimental class in one breath, ha ha ha. Yesuan smacked his mouth, symbolically praised 2 sentences, and then said, I will go out tomorrow, Daodu will hand it to you, don't pinch his face all day, the bear family is also a dignified bear. Ye Xiao Tao has a bunch of noses and makes a grimace to Daodu. Su, just pinch you. Daodu also slapped her tongue out with one hip. Ye Xiao Tao hardly managed Daodu, turned around and said, Brother, are you looking for Dragon Ball? Yes, I want to revive my parents sooner. Ye Xiao Tao said excitedly, I will go with you too. Daodu will go together. Neither of you are allowed to go. Why? Yes, Daodu also wants to ask why. Yesuan spread his hands and said, A snack food, go out to eat for me, a little girl, if you go out and get into trouble, how do I end? However, Uncle Dolly listened and came over and said, Aksun, let them two accompany you, anyway, there are 2 of us in this family, no one dares to make trouble. Brother Sailor came back with 2 buckets of pure water and said, Master, you can rest assured that we too have been practicing on weekdays. Although we can't compare it with Master's practice in Hexian Liu, but once a thief comes in, it's the same at S3 punches and 2 feet, and at S correct. Yesuan really doesn't want to let these 2 little ghosts go with it. 1 bean is enough for Yesuan to have a headache. If there are more Ye Xiao Tao, then Yesuan has a headache. Finding Dragon Ball is a worldwide run. You think you are going shopping in a commercial street? No, I've decided, you are at home, I will go out and come back soon, remember, my parents' freezer should always be placed in a universal capsule, cannot be released. When everyone saw that Yesuan was serious, he didn't force it. He might think it was very serious, so he didn't plan to bring other people. The next day, Yesuan decided to leave alone, but he would not go to Buma first. Dragon Ball radar is not in a hurry. He knows that Dragon Ball radar is definitely the high-end technology of Buma's family, otherwise why the Universal Capsule Company can become the world's #1 group. Universal Capsule is the patent of their family. Dragon Ball radar isn't in a hurry, I'll find Sun Wukong first. If I remember correctly, should Sun Wukong's home come from East District 439 or East District 436? Yesuan vaguely remembered that when the cyborg was looking for Sun Wukong, on the 16th, he seemed to have said the address of Sun Wukong's family, but he didn't run away in the Eastern District anyway. After Yesuan went out, he bought a large map of the Eastern District in the bookstore, and then gorgeously let the system scan it. Sure enough, a more detailed and accurate map navigation appeared on the system panel. Yes. Whether it is 439 or 436, it is not far anyway. Yesun saw that there was no one around him. His body was like Keanu Reeves in The Matrix. He bowed slightly, and then flew into the sky like a cannonball, and instantly dusted up. Sun Wukong's current combat strength is at the top of the sky. Even if his breath is more than ordinary people, I can quickly find Sun Wukong by looking for the corresponding strong breath nearby. How fast Yesun's speed is, almost at the speed of sitting on a rocket, and rushed to the coordinate position within 10 minutes, this is it. Sun Wukong's home hasn't moved. Even after he got married, he didn't leave the house left by his grandfather, but Kiki built a new house on the side, but it's really a bit remote here. Seeing that this place is already a mountainous area, green mountains and green water, and even seeing green bamboo forests everywhere, Yesun thought it should be near here. There are not many people in this place. Yesun began to look for the breath of people. There is still a clear difference between the breath of people and the breath of some raptors. Sun Wukong's breath is not strong, but he is not weak anymore. As a result, Yesun frowned, but he didn't even find a slightly stronger breath. At this moment, Yesun suddenly saw a small house. And he was instantly ecstatic. The appearance of this small house was really unspeakable and familiar. There was a big Fu sticker on the door. This is Sun Wukong. In the old house of his grandfather Sun Wufan, Sun Wukong left Sun Wukong alone to live here. Yesun quickly landed and felt a little bit. There was no one inside. Yesun knew that Sun Wukong's 4 planets were inside, but he didn't plan to steal it. At this moment, he heard some strange sounds from behind, and when he turned his head to look, he saw a little boy, bare body, dragging a big fish in his hand, and was walking towards the house. Yesun's eyes lit up. The kid had a tail in the end, looked rather cute, looking at Yesun with a vigilant look. Who are you? Do you want to steal something? When Xiao Wukong opened his mouth, he had pulled out the wishful stick behind him. Yesun's expression was a little weird. First of all, it was indeed Sun Wukong. As a Dragon Ball enthusiast, who would think that one day he would really see Sun Wukong? Yesun's memories and emotions are intricate. He is Yesun and Yesun. The familiar feeling when he saw Uncle Dolly and Sailor Brother is not something that a passerby can have, but all memories of the previous life are so clear. If it is not because there is really another system in his mind, he will even feel that he was dreamed in a coma after being hurt by Tao Bibai, dreaming that he is a Dragon Ball developer in a different world, and then wake up to dream it was messy. Yesun slowly calmed down and grinned. Yes, I'm here to steal things. Children, take out all your valuable things, otherwise I'll be welcome. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect www.readwn.com. Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 37, Seeing Sun Wukong. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Originally thinking that after finishing this sentence, Xiao Wukong would attack with anger, but he didn't expect him to suddenly ask in a circle, but Grandpa said he stole something while the owner was not paying attention. I took things away from the house, and now I have noticed them. Is this a steal? Amount. Goku's innocence made Yesun suddenly embarrassed, and then he laughed. I was joking, in fact, I was a tourist who came to travel, but I was hungry. When I saw someone here, I took the liberty to disturb. Give me something you eat? Xiao Wukong thought for a while, then smiled sternly. Yes, but I have to burn the fire to cook first. My name is Sun Wukong, what's your name? Yesun, you call me Aksun. Well, Mr. Aksun, I'll burn the fire first. Yesun's face was full of smiles, and to be honest, he still felt a little dreamy until now, but he didn't expect to find Sun Wukong as easily, but Sun Wukong is indeed the same as in the comics, you are good to him, he is good to you, you are right, he is polite to you. Gaku, let's grill this fish directly. Xiao Wukong glanced at Yesun and nodded with a smile, well, wait for me to set up the barbecue grill. After talking about Sun Wukong, he ran into the house with enthusiasm, and then took out an iron barbecue grill. The very brisk 3 punches put the whole fish on the barbecue grill, and then Sun Wukong also held an iron saw. The fish scales were cleaned with the fastest speed, very diligent. Yesun can imagine that Wukong turned into a gorilla on the night of the full moon and hit Grandpa Sun Wufan and caused Sun Wufan to die seriously. After his grandfather died, Sun Wukong lived alone and worked very hard. In this old forest in the deep mountains, he said that no one would find Sun Wukong, except Bulma, who came after Dragon Ball. Bulma deserves to be the first heroine of Dragon Ball. All the legends started when she found the wild child with a tail, but this time the legend started with me. Yesun thought for a while, and said, Gaku, don't look for matches anymore, I have a way to light. Little Wukong curiously I saw Yesun condensed his true energy at his fingertips, and then towards the wood a little, without unexpectedly igniting the fire. However, Sun Wukong's reaction was once again beyond Yesun's expectations. He saw his eyes wide open and asked, Mr. Aksun, did you use chi just now? Do you know anger now? Gaku nodded affirmatively. Grandpa used to do this before, and Grandpa taught me how to control chi, but I always can't control it. Grandpa said that all those who can use Qigong are top martial artists in the world. The martial arts are very high. Yesun really didn't even have the chance to pretend to be a force, but it's normal to think about it. Grandpa Sun Wufan's strength can't be compared with that of his son Sun Wufan, but if compared horizontally, he still lives in Sun Wufan at that time. The one who could win Sun Wufan in this world should be the Turtle Fairy, not all of them. Do NT forget, after Wu Wukong defeated Tao Bibai, to resurrect Upa's father. He went to the divination mother-in-law to divination the whereabouts of the last Dragon Ball. The divination mother-in-law asked them to defeat their martial arts masters. Gohan conducted a contest. Strictly speaking, Wukong did surpass Son Gohan in strength, but he did not show overwhelming strength to Son Gohan. The contest was much more difficult than the contest with Tao Bibai. Is your grandpa Sun Wufan? Sun Wukong surprised, How does Mr. Aksun know that my grandfather is called Sun Wufan? Call me Aksun, Mr. is very awkward. I am only 13 years old this year. Sun Wukong laughed, you are 2 years younger than you. Actually, I am the heir of a martial arts family. Our family knows a lot of master data, including your grandfather Sun Wufan. I checked for a long time before I found the place where your grandfather lives, but I only saw you, your grandfather. What about? Sun Wukong's expression was very lost. Grandpa has passed away. I live here alone now. If Mr. Aksun wants to find Grandpa to learn martial arts, you can only let you down. Yesun certainly knows that Sun Wufan has passed away. He is just looking for excuses to be close to Sun Wukong. Do NT think that you can have a good relationship with Sun Wukong by eating a meal? Such innocent and kind people are the same for everyone, except for Klin, Buma, Yamcha, and Oolong, like adventure partners from childhood to old, or the elders like Gaixianren who teach themselves. They are like Sun Wukong family members. No matter who they are killed, Sun Wukong will be angry hard to be. Of course, there is another situation. Those who turned up against Sun Wukong's upside-down opponents can also have a sympathetic heroic friendship with him, such as Tianjin Fan, Bic, and Vegeta. In other words, without taking risks together with Sun Wukong, he would not take you as his own. Sun Wukong thought of something, and immediately said optimistically, Mr. Aksun, I want to try to compete with you. Worthy of being a scion, no matter how innocent and optimistic the scion can suppress the fighting emotion in his heart. Sun Wukong said a word after Shiru's death, Buma was right, maybe it was because of me, so those bad guys will stare at the earth. But to change the idea, it is not that Sun Wukong's adventures from childhood to big, have never been outdone. When confronted with circumstances, he will never be convinced, and he will resolutely challenge him. Only then will a large number of villains be involved, especially Dr. Gero the robot's plan to kill Sun Wukong from the 16th, 17th, and 18th Tishiru. Struggling to fight back against the coercion of the powerful enemy is Sun Wukong's most valuable merit. Yesun has no reason to deal with or suppress Sun Wukong. Because of the manifestation of values, Sun Wukong has no enemy factors. Unless Yesun is really distorted in his heart, he must be suppressed more than once, which is purely full. Okay, the opportunity is rare. I'm only 2 years older than you. I don't think our two strengths will be much worse. In fact, these words are polite words. Yesun's strength crushed Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong immediately set his posture, ready to punch. Yesun was a symbolic posture. I will do it. After finishing talking, Sun Wukong immediately rushed towards Yesun. His hand was a straight punch, which was quite fast in the eyes of ordinary people, but not too fast, but in Yesun's eyes slow motion. Just like a freeze frame. Yesun put away his anger and did not dare to let out a little. He was afraid that his anger would give rise to inner strength. This one can only rely on the strength of his body. He used the fantastic crane cloud trail, that is, he sien a dodge pace of flow. Sun Wukong's fist is actually a 3-axe, which is just a few moves, but Yesun deliberately wants to elicit Sun Wukong's quick-witted moves, so when he dodges, he intentionally or unintentionally wants to actively force Sun Wukong to move. Sure enough, Sun Wukong sees that no matter how he attacks, Yesun will either pull it away with his hand, or stagger it unbiasedly. In anxiety, he suddenly turns his long fist into a short punch. In fact, it is similar to the Wing Chun fist. Fight fast. Yesun retreated slightly and slowly. Sun Wukong almost hit his body with every punch, but the distance was just right. The moment the fist hit Yesun's clothes, Yesun just pulled back. Very exquisitely let Sun Wukong's physical blow fail. This fight ended in 5 minutes, because Sun Wukong was tired and lying. No matter how tricky and aggressive the attack could not reach Yesun, and Yesun didn't fight back at all. Goku, stop playing, eat first. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 38, Simple Mind. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. It's so full, I can't eat it hiccup. Sun Wukong sat directly on the ground, happily touching his belly, and his small face was full of satisfaction. For him, the happiest thing in life is probably eating and sleeping. In fact, this whole fish, Yesun didn't eat much, almost Sun Wukong arranged it. There is no way. After eating, the sun was already hanging on the mountain, and it was about to go down. Sun Wukong smiled and said, Mr. Aksun, you are not going home at this late hour, are you afraid of being scolded by Grandpa? My grandpa passed away very early, and may have been reincarnated now. Sun Wukong waited for Yuan's eyes, curiously saying, so your grandpa also passed away, me too. Well, my father and mother were also killed. Now there is only one sister in the family, and there is a panda who only knows how to eat ice cream all day. If Uncle Dolly and Sailor Brother had to cry and dizzy in the toilet, Yesun ignored them both in order to tell the grief. Ah! Your father and mother were killed, then you are so unlucky, you must be sad. Yesun grinned, in fact, it is not particularly sad, because my parents are likely to be resurrected. Resurrection, Sun Wukong suddenly froze, and he straightened his body at once, surprised. Grandpa said that people can't be resurrected after death. Why can they be resurrected? Yesun showed a meaningful smile at the corner of his mouth, and finally into the subject. There are 7 dragons in this world. Legend has it that as long as the people who gathered the 7 dragons can call out the dragon will fulfill all your wishes, including the resurrection of dead relatives. When Sun Wukong heard this, he wowed with a cry of exclamation, and weirdly asked, "Dragon Ball? What kind of Dragon Ball?" Yesun sighed that this was the case. When Buma found Sun Wukong, he mentioned that Shenlong could fulfill his wish, which did not make Sun Wukong think of the key information point of resurrection of Sun Wufan. Don't feel nonsense, Sun Wukong is a naive and simple person with a simple mind. If you don't mention these, he really can't think of the desire to resurrect the dead. It wasn't until later that due to the Dragon Ball dispute and Tao Bibai's fierce fighting, which caused Upa's father to be killed, Sun Wukong thought of Dragon Ball as a matter of wishing to resurrect the dead. If Grandpa Sun Wufan went back to Yang Yang after comparing with Sun Wukong, he made it clear that he would stay in Huangchuan of the prefecture, and then Sun Wukong dispelled the idea of resurrecting Grandpa. Just collect Dragon Ball and resurrect Grandpa, he will definitely do it. I don't know what color it is, but that kind of beads should be transparent, and then there are stars in it. There are 7 in total. That is from the pattern of 1 star to the pattern of 7 stars. As expected, Sun Wukong rushed into the room immediately after being shocked, took out the 4 planets left by his grandfather, and handed it to Yesun, asking, "Is this right?" Yesun pretended to be surprised. "That's it. I didn't expect you to have Dragon Ball." This Dragon Ball really wanted the shape of the beads in the famous bad movie Dragon Ball Evolution, but Dragon Ball is basically like this. The following is the various exchanges between Sun Wukong and Yesun about Dragon Ball. The content is not uncommon, but it is naturally strange for Sun Wukong. "Goku, as long as I can find the 7 Dragon Balls, not only can I resurrect my parents, I can also resurrect your grandpa." Speaking of which, even Sun Wukong was excited. What he missed most was his grandfather. It would be nice if the grandfather was still alive. If the weather was cold, I would roast fire with Kong on the Kong. They all play game and practice in the mountains. It's such a good day. Now Sun Wukong's emotions may be understood. He still has no concern for friendship, no mentorship, and no wife and child's thoughts. The only thing Sun Wukong cherishes and misses is his only relative, Sun Wufan. Speaking of which, Sun Wukong immediately ran back to the room, and then started to pack up. Yesun stunned and asked, "Wukong, what are you doing?" "I'm going to find 7 dragon quickly, and then ask the dragon to resurrect Grandpa." Yesun opened his mouth slightly, and when he saw Sun Wukong, he immediately shouted Jian Tuyun, and then a yellow cloud like cotton candy flew over. Sun Wukong jumped out without saying anything, and then said, "Jindu Yun, let's find Dragon Ball." Somersault cloud. What happened? Yesun was shocked. Sun Wukong now has some dooming clouds? This is completely different from the comic plot. Sun Wukong's somersault cloud should be a gift to Sun Wukong as a thank you later. In the words of Karan Fairy, it is the turtle's dead face and thick skin from me. Of this. Did the main storyline of the comics really change? No matter what Yesun thought at this time, the doomsday cloud did not move. Sun Wukong said strangely, "What happened to the doomsday cloud? I already said to find Dragon Ball." Yesun was full of black lines, and could not laugh or cry. "Wukong, where do you ask Dragon Ball to find Dragon Ball? Do you know how big the world is and how small Dragon Ball? No matter how fast the Dragon Ball is, it does not know that Dragon Ball is hiding in where." Sun Wukong froze, and he asked, "Does it really happen?" Somersault cloud floated up and down, apparently replying to Sun Wukong's yes. Sun Wukong's small face was full of anxiety, and he couldn't even find Jindu Yun. "What should I do?" Cough. Yesun coughed back Gaku from the depressed mood and said, Gaku, don't worry, I can find Dragon Ball, but I have to find Dragon Ball radar before that. What is Dragon Ball radar? It's a detector that can find the weak radio waves emitted by Dragon Ball. What is a detector? Yesun immediately covered his face and explained to the Mao children in the old forest of the deep mountain that this was a waste of time. I was a big grass. Well, it's cumbersome to explain, in short it's complicated. Ah, that's probably it. Oh, then I get it. Yesun covered his face again, worthy of Sun Wukong. The simpleness of his mind made people blame. He understood that this thing is very complicated and difficult to explain clearly, so it is a good thing. After Sun Wukong let go of the somersault cloud, he waved his hands towards the somerset cloud. Yesun looked at the tendon cloud that disappeared in the air and couldn't help but drift away. Since the main storyline has changed, do you want to take Sun Wukong to find Dragon Ball? And based on his knowledge of Sun Wukong, the goods did not meet their goals, and they never stopped. I just said too much, and Sun Wukong was just afraid to look for Dragon Ball with me. Sure enough, Sun Wukong immediately asked sincerely, Mr. Aksun, can I go to find Dragon Ball with you? Xiaolong prompts you to get an optional sea-level mission, searching for Dragon Ball with Sun Wukong. This mission may affect the plot of the future. Accept or refuse. Plot trend? Yesun was a little stunned. What's the plot? Where is the Dragon Ball comic plot? Or does it mean that Yesun's own experience will change because of Sun Wukong? Do you accept it? Yesun got into a tangled heart. Judging from the instinctive reaction of a Dragon Ball fan, naturally he was willing to accept it, but Yesun is not playing games now, but choosing his life. No, I can't find Dragon Ball with Sun Wukong. My biggest advantage lies in knowing Dragon Ball's main storyline. As long as the Dragon Ball story is not messy, my plan won't be messy. Taking Sun Wukong with me will intervene in the main storyline anyway. It may change. But, seems to work. Suddenly Yesun thought of something, his face suddenly turned to joy, and immediately chose the option of accept, and then he smiled and said, Wukong, take a rest tonight, tomorrow I will come back to the capital of the East, and then I will draw up a search Dragon Ball's plan. Well, okay, then I will go to bed first. After talking about Sun Wukong, he ran directly back to the room, took off his shoes and lay down on the bed, and fell asleep. Yesun almost fell down. He vowed that Sun Wukong must have thought this way. The day passed when the eyes closed go to sleep now, and open your eyes to find Dragon Ball, there is almost no feeling of waiting. Alas, it's such a honest good boy, that's what the so-called simple mind is. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 39, The Butterfly Effect. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Yesun did not enter Sun Wukong's room, but floated cross-legged outside the door, seeming to gather his energy. Daodu's breath is very stable, and Xiao is also very stable, which means that they are very safe, but in the summer evening, the mountains are really crying and howling. Sun Wukong doesn't close the door to sleep and doesn't know that this is a special case. This is still the case. His current level is less than LV15, and there are no opportunities to develop many things. It should be difficult to encounter large-scale tasks in the mountains. Thinking of this, maybe you suddenly think of LV15, you can spend money to buy tasks from Xiaolong. Thinking of this, Yesun's Space Warehouse has a system bank card. This bank card is not a bank card sold by Dragon Ball World, but a wealth accumulation card given to Yesun by the system. The specific function is, no matter Yesun earns in this world, as long as the amount of money is recognized by the system as belonging to the money he earned, an equivalent amount will appear on this game wealth card. For example, Yesun now picks up 5 yuan when bending down, and then the system wealth card will immediately add 5 yuan, even if Yesun turns back, 5 yuan will be returned to the owner, this 5 yuan it will not disappear. However, the way to accumulate wealth must be fair and honest. It cannot be stolen, robbed, or cheated, and the source of wealth cannot be obtained through illegal means. Picking up money naturally belongs to the means of accumulating wealth. The games of Sword and Fairy all have a tradition of picking up money. It is normal for Yesun to add this setting to this game. Another example is that the money and diamonds given to Yesun by the 2 bigwigs in the previous hotel belong to legal income. This situation is regarded as compensation by the enemy. In this case, Yesun has now accumulated more than 600 million in assets. Since the main story has changed a little bit, then I might as well go wrong and take Sun Wukong away. It stands to reason that Sun Wukong should not have a cloud of somersault, but I have always guessed that Buma and his family are not so simple, only I am afraid that once the earth changes greatly, their family will move, and dealing with their family is inevitable. At this moment, Yesun remembered a certain key message, and suddenly his face moved. If he remembered correctly, the Scion spacecraft that Sun Wukong was riding on should be right here. Yesun was excited when he thought of this. A handful. The Scion spacecraft has a very high technological content. First of all, many people have asked why the Scion spaceship is so small, but it can easily cross the universe. At the beginning, Yesun did not bother to discuss with other people, this is the suspension technology, is it strange? Then Yesun could not be refuted by other enthusiasts, because the car built with the suspension technology known to mankind is actually not fast, and the Scion suspension technology can cross the planet is very powerful. This involves curve technology and space transmission technology, which is why many people think that the Buma family is very strange. They feel like a messenger sent by God to save human technology. It seems that the technology of the entire planet does not add up. Their family has advanced technology. Although the suspension technology is not a unique technology patent of their family, the most terrible thing is that it is bundled with the space transition technology shown by the universal capsule. As a convenient technology, universal capsule has been popularized all over the world. Many principles have been guessed. It should be the object from the 3-dimensional space to the 4-dimensional space. It can be seen that the Buma family's knowledge of multidimensional space is very developed and profound, and there can be more. Manipulate the transition of objects in multidimensional space without the need for auxiliary energy. If you want to buy a suspension car, you must first buy universal capsules, and slowly evolve to the back. No matter what you want to buy, it has become a direct purchase of capsules. It can be said that a naked monopoly has been formed. Can it be rich? I first found the Scion spacecraft, and then analyzed Scion technology. No, indeed, the cosmic technology represented by Frisha. The technical information on a small Scion spacecraft is exaggerated enough. Yesun began to shuttle in the forest and kept searching back and forth, but he still gave up first, and the sky was dim. The terrain is indeed complicated here. If many things fall into it, they can't be found at all. Early in the morning the next morning, Wu Wukong woke up and quarreled Yesun and quickly took him to find Dragon Ball, but Yesun wanted to get the approximate location of the Scion spaceship. Goku, if I remember correctly, your grandpa Gohan does not seem to be married, nor does he have a tail, isn't it strange? If you want to change someone, you must be angry, but Sun Wukong is honest and naive. He asked weirdly, Grandpa said I picked it up from the mountain. If you come back, don't you all have a tail? It's really honest, which grandfather would directly tell his grandson that you picked it up, so that a simple-minded person like Wukong would not think too much. Thinking about it, Yesun said curiously, well, we really don't have a tail. Where did your grandpa pick you up? Sun Wukong pointed to the green bamboo forest and said, Grandpa said that it was in that direction, but it seemed a little far away. Are you going to play there? Yesun grinned, okay, I will ask at random. Wukong, follow me. First follow me to the East Capital, we have to prepare for Dragon Ball related matters. In fact, Yesun knew that Sun Wukong wanted to use his ability to find Dragon Ball, but he certainly would not ask himself to resurrect his grandfather first, but wanted to help him and then resurrect his grandfather later. Yesun actually does not want to have too much relationship with Sun Wukong. After all, Sun Wukong, as the first male leader of the Dragon Ball series, has an unshakable position. He will inadvertently let people live in his shadow, and this guy Sun Wukong will open his mouth. When you are in trouble, you are not polite, why? Because the mind is simple, naive, and honest, there are not so many embarrassments. Tang Doyun. Looking at the doomsday cloud that should not have appeared here again next to Sun Wukong, Yesun felt a little uneasy in his heart. The story of this world will definitely change dramatically. But I do not know what will happen. I have said that my own crossing will lead to the inevitable butterfly effect, and it may be a sign that Sun Wukong obtained the somersault cloud in advance. Goku, your cloud of somersault is amazing. Who gave it to you? Well, Grandpa gave it to me. Yesun whispered inwardly, sure enough, it was Sun Wufan who wanted to come to Gaixian. Just then, Sun Wukong shouted in surprise, ah! You can fly! Yesun looked at his floating body and suddenly covered with black lines, only to find out. Goku, I will teach you to fly someday, come with me. After talking about Yesun directly turning into a missile and shooting into the sky, Sun Wukong immediately urged the doubling cloud to keep up. The speed of the doubling cloud is much faster than the speed of an ordinary jet plane, but it is not comparable to the Kishan Dashan in the journey to the west. Sun Wukong's somersault cloud. In front of him, Sun Wukong's dooming cloud is a walking prop, and the Gundu cloud used by Sun Dashan of journey to the west is a kind of Tenjayun technique. In other words, it is a spell. In a blink of an eye, Yesun has been thinking that this is almost the effect of flashing flash. The fact that Sun Wukong was taken away by Yesun will cause the entire Dragon Ball main story plot to be disordered. However, for Yesun, the Dragon Ball main story plot can only be used as a reference. When he comes, he is destined to change the plot. Even if the Scion come tomorrow, Lao Tzu is not afraid. It's a big deal to add all the attributes first and kill the monkeys. Yesun shouted secretly and arrogantly, he had done everything in his heart to meet any difficulties. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 40, Exchange of Grades. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Yesun and Sun Wukong soon came to the capital of the East, but Sun Wukong didn't seem to be too surprised by the scale of the city. Yesun felt strange at the beginning, but he was relieved after seeing Sun Wukong's somersault cloud. Sun Wukong, after all, it's a child, and it's normal to fly around and play with the cloud. Based on this inference, Sun Wukong should have seen the East Capital before, but most of the time Wu Wukong has not entered the East Capital. When in the air, Yesun saw Daodu practicing the crane in the yard. He was very diligent. This is also the point that Yesun likes Daodu very much. This child is very responsible and knows that this family will depend on him after he leaves, so no dare to practice slack. Daodu. Hearing the familiar voice, Daodu hurriedly looked up to see Yesun slowly landed. This time Daodu was happy and broke down. He walked around Yesun for several laps, and then said with excitement, "Brother Yesun is back, brother Yesun is back." Daodu is so happy. Yesun was warm in his heart. He bent down and held Daodu's head, and then he didn't have a good air. I haven't even found Dragon Ball yet. I brought a new partner back today to give you a look. As soon as he had finished speaking, Sun Wukong's somersault cloud landed in the yard. Daodu moved sideways by half a point. When he saw a child sitting on a cloud, his curiosity grew, and he immediately ran to the somersault cloud with small steps. Bean put his finger in his mouth, then looked at Sun Wukong, and asked cutely, "Can this marshmallow be eaten?" Yesun fell instantly, and Sun Wukong quickly signaled that he could not eat. "This is the cloud. Daodu also wants to climb up." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Well, okay, but Grandpa said that there are only 6 pure people who can get up." Hey! He was surprised because Daodu jumped up at once, and Yesun didn't feel surprised when he looked at it. If Daodu is not clean, everyone in this world should die. Daodu bounced and jumped on the Daodu cloud, and soon became a part of Sun Wukong. The pleasure of these two people was within Yesun's expectations. When Uncle Dolly came out and saw a strange child with a long tail, cannot help but curiosity. Yesun probably explained the origin of Sun Wukong, and then said, "This child is very talented, I decided to have a good relationship with him." Ah! Uncle Dolly suddenly puzzled, "Master, do you want to cultivate cronies?" "No, Sun Wukong can't be my cronies. The child's independence is very great. I just work with him now. After the cooperation, he will naturally leave. As for what he wants to do, I don't care." Yesun said here and continued to ask, "Uncle Dolly, you help me buy 4 plane tickets to the capital of the West. I'm going to take Daodu, Xiao Tao and Wukong together, but where is Xiao Tao?" Yet, Master did not know. Miss Xiao Tao went to school today. It seems that the school's entrance examination scores are out of order. The school said that Xiao Tao's admission scores did not meet the standards. What does it mean to fail to meet the standard? Didn't Xiao Tao say she has been assigned to the experimental class? Uncle Dolly shook his head and said that he didn't know, but Xiao Tao's enrollment encountered a problem. That's for sure. Yesun's brow furrowed and he had a bad hunch. Wouldn't it be troubled? However, Yesun doesn't plan to take care of this matter for the time being. After all, Xiao Tao's mother's method is not small, even if it really comes out, it should be effectively resolved. Sure enough, an hour later, the sailor brother took the car and took Xiao Tao back. Her pink and pretty face was full of grievances. When asked, the so-called non-achieving standard means that she did not meet the standard in the experimental class, but Xiao Tao very angrily said that he did meet the standard. Yesun sighed and said, "I understand that Xiao Tao's quota was bought, so the grades were changed, Xiao Tao's grades were impostered, and Xiao Tao's current grades are estimated to be the real grades of that person." As soon as Xiao Tao broke the stool at home, she jumped up and ran to the school. The old lady must tear their mouth. Uncle Dolly and sailor brother couldn't stop them. They were dragged directly to the door by a little girl with brute force, but Yesun laughed and said, "Xiao Tao, don't you think this is very interesting? Hey, are you my brother? You should help me out in this situation. With your strength, the teachers in the school dare not talk to you at all. Did your mother tell you? I am staying at the school to check it out. If I don't pay attention, I will be expelled completely. How can I help you? Dismantle the school gate and send the admissions office to the hospital. So what should I do now? Ordinary classes are ordinary classes. Strength is the most important thing. Think about it. Isn't it good for you to hang the fools in the experimental class with ordinary class strength?" Xiao Tao sat at the door, thinking vigorously about Yesun's words, not to mention, it seemed to be the case. Yesun's strength is far superior to ordinary people. The group of guys in the school can't be compared with Yesun, but Yesun can't even go to school now. It doesn't mean that you are not strong in a certain degree with your class. Relationship? Okay, Xiao Tao, I introduce a little friend to you. Yesun greeted Sun Wukong, who was playing with Daodu, and shouted, "Gaku, come here." Sun Wukong hurried over, and when Xiao Tao saw Wukong, Lu Mei wriggled and immediately said, "What kind of clothes do you wear?" Sun Wukong looked at his clothes, and then smiled cheerfully, "The clothes were made by Grandpa for me." Ye Xiao Tao ignored Sun Wukong, but raised his head and asked, "Brother, where did you find this wild kid? There is a tail on the ass, is he an orc?" Now. Night. Yesun thought about how Sun Wukong turned into a gorilla. The scions looked like half-orcs. Xiao Tao sighed and asked, "Why are you bringing a wild boy back?" "Because he has Dragon Ball." As soon as Xiao Tao heard it, he would watch Dragon Ball and chat with Sun Wukong. Yesun is now thinking about something. Should this wish be given to Sun Wukong? Because he was confident that he could trap all the dragon in one place at the instant Dragon Ball turned back to stone, but out of his son's instincts, he hoped that he would give priority to the resurrection of his parents. Thinking here, Yesun immediately said seriously, "I went to my divination mother-in-law and I need to ask her to help me convey the meaning." After that, Yesun Wukong started to disappear in the sky. Ye Xiao Tao looked at Yesun, who disappeared, and said yearningly, "I really want to learn Wukong." Who knew Daodu shook his little hand and said, "Sister Xiao Tao, Daodu can also fly." Then Daodu flew around the courtyard under Ye Xiao Tao's envious and jealous eyes. "Daodu, teach me! Teach me!" Sun Wukong is not envious because he has some doubling clouds. In fact, this is also because he has not yet met the opponent who can fly to the sky, and he has not realized the shortboard of the battle. If he changes Sun Wukong after the Battle of Bic, he will definitely beg Yesun to teach him the Wushu technique. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect www.readwn.com. Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 41, The Power of One Punch. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. The message about the divination mother-in-law is not mysterious. This superpower mother-in-law with special abilities is called a living fossil in the entire Dragon Ball series. Her lifespan is said to be more than 500 years old. Whether it is like this or not, anyway, the divination mother-in-law and Mr. Satan, it is the one among all the people of the earth who has not died until the end. Standing in the eyes of Yesun, a person who likes to read online novels, the divination mother-in-law has a very powerful power. First of all, she can accurately divination, not a stick liar, which is a kind of ability to understand the cause and effect of time and spy on heaven. Secondly, she possesses a certain ability of prophecy, and it can also be understood that she has prophecy. Many people who are familiar with the setting of online novels know that the ultimate prophecy is the big prophecy, that is, speak out the law, what is said is what it is, not because of what will happen in the future, but what will happen in the future. Of course, this ability to modify and even determine the causal rules has never happened in Dragon Ball, otherwise it will be too bad. Finally, the position of the divination mother-in-law in the world of Dragon Ball seems to be very special. Although she is not in the organization of God, she can freely go back and forth between the yin and yang realms, and bring the dead people back from the to the yang for 24 hours. It seems that the king does not have this ability or authority. Although this is not mentioned in Dragon Ball, the and the Realm King have not done so in the comics and animation, but as the highest level in the universe, the Realm King should have this ability. As for the king, it is not in the scope of the discussion. It is a creator-level character to a certain extent. It is unnecessary to talk about anything. The gods on earth respect the Yan Maoang and all the kingdom kings, but the divination mother-in-law is very casual in tone and form in front of them. And in Yesun's memory, Dajia Wang in the animation seems to have 3 points of fear for her. The ability to spy on cause and effect and between yin and yang makes the fortune-telling mother-in-law stand alone in the entire Dragon Ball. Do NT underestimate the old woman? There is a vague feeling of jumping out of the 3 realms and not in the 5 elements. Of course, the divination mother-in-law is also a well-known person in this world. In the memory of Yesun in this world, the divination mother-in-law has also appeared on TV programs. After all, she likes to make money. If you remember correctly, it should be the palace on the desert oasis, a very conspicuous place. The palace was built on the water. Yesun searched in the direction recorded in the magazine. Sure enough, he saw a very large water palace in the desert, and there were some people outside the palace. They all came to ask for divination. In order not to cause a sensation, Yesun landed a short distance away, and then ran quickly to the palace. Almost no one noticed that Yesun was coming. They all had their own concerns and had no money to prepare for the next battle. The people of Jian were anxious about whether the things they asked were in line with expectations. Yesun had no choice but to wait outside while watching the people coming out from inside. Some people who spend money fortune-telling are happy and smiling, and some are disappointed, but they hold a slight fluke. As for those who have no money, almost all of them have swollen noses and face bandages, but it is normal. Ordinary people certainly cannot win the monster players in it. At this moment, something wearing a hat like a ghost said to Yesun in the back, "That little brother, it's your turn." After Yesun walked in with the staff member, he passed through 2 houses and reached the main hall, and then Yesun saw a very familiar figure, which was a little mother-in-law sitting cross-legged on a floating crystal ball. She is also looking at Yesun. Fortune-telling mother-in-law, hello for the first time. The divination mother-in-law replied very happy, "Young people, welcome to divination. You have 2 options, spend 10 million to let me help you divination, or defeat my 5 warriors, I will help you divination." Yesun touched his chin, his eyes full of thoughts, and immediately replied, "I don't have 10 million, but I am also a martial arts person, I choose to fight." The fortune-telling mother-in-law smiled very strangely. She loved 2 things: money and competition. No matter which one she came to, she would be very happy. "The little boy is so beautiful, I didn't expect to be a martial arts person. Okay, you come with me, but are you sure not to be a helper? You know, you have to defeat one of our 5 to be a victory." "No problem, I am confident, as long as your martial arts master is not an alien." "Okay." The fortune-telling mother-in-law gave Yesun a thoughtful look. She didn't know if Yesun's words were intentional or unintentional, because when she traveled between the yin and yang worlds, the masters of the netherworld she knew came from various planets, so the divination mother-in-law was very knowledgeable. Guang, she is well aware of how strong the martial arts masters of alien civilization are, which is why she has always been rude to her younger brother. What is the of martial arts, that is, self-entertainment on Earth? Come with me, little boy. Yesun stood on a circular ring surrounded by water, waiting for the master of the divination mother-in-law. The divination yelled at the door over there, "Come out, vampire man!" From the door came a man with the image of a classic European vampire. The man was pale and his facial features were cold, like a carved statue, but the kind of breath on his body was too cold and made people shudder. The vampire looked at Yesun, revealing a greasy smile, fangs shining back in the sun, and the legs of a normal person who had been scared became soft. Sure enough, the difference between the image seen by the 3-dimensional image and the image of the 2nd-dimensional image was a bit large. Yesun felt a little bit, and the breath of this vampire was really not weak. It was predicted that the combat effectiveness was about 80. It is no wonder that after experiencing a time when the world's first martial arts society Klin could not beat him, then Klin was about 60 fighting power. He, the blood of the little boy must be very delicious. The vampire said eerily. Yesun yawned, "Come on, I'm in a hurry." The divination mother was stunned, thinking that this little boy really didn't know anything, and he must be taught to be a man in a while. "So, let's start the game." Sure enough, the divination mother-in-law ordered the vampire to suddenly leave his toes off the ground, almost drifting to Yesun in a straight line against the ground, and the speed was extremely fast. He opened his mouth of blood, and the luxurious European aristocracy had just ceased to exist. Yesun was disgusted by this scene. In the moment when he was about to be caught, he took a step forward and grabbed the gap. The punch hit the vampire's belly. The picture was still, the vampire man's eyes were wide open, his face was twisted, his saliva was flowing from his mouth, and his throat also made a sound like flies and mosquitoes. The fortune-telling mother-in-law looked at the two with a surprised expression. She didn't know what happened. In fact, Yesun's punch was nothing remarkable. It was a good time to grab the golden distance point where the vampire grabbed Yesun. It's just a step ahead of the move. Yesun looked at the vampire's distorted expression and couldn't help but abandon it. After retracting his fist, he stepped back a few steps, but the vampire still kept the posture of being hit, and his body began to tremble. "Hey, vampire, what's wrong with you?" Seeing that the vampire did not respond, Yesun turned to look at her mother-in-law, and smiled bitterly. "Sorry, mother-in-law, I was just scared by the ghost of this gentleman." He automatically let him fall into a coma and lose consciousness, but the body has not kept up with the pain reaction, so it will become this look. Please take him to treat it. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect www.readwn.com. Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 42, Strong. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. The divination mother-in-law said with a smile, "I don't care how powerful you are, it is difficult to beat the second master. You may not know it, the second master is already standing on the ring." As soon as the words fell, Yesun's back was suddenly attacked, but strangely, Yesun didn't move at all, but there was a good pain. Yesun sneered contemptuously. He now exhales his chi from the acupoints all over his body. It turns out to be a radar-type induction gas field. No matter how powerful the invisible master is, as long as he moves, it will disturb Yesun. After the inductive gas field emanated, Yesun instantly knew that someone was on the ring, and he was always preparing to attack himself. So Yesun did not intend to stop it. He just withdrew his whole body with energy, and then launched the golden bell cover, and the strong gangling gas condensed into a cover that was not easy to catch with the naked eye, waiting for the enemy to attack. The invisible man wanted to do his best to attack Yesun, but in the end he was hurt by the golden bell, and his hand was probably invalid. "Mr. Invisible Man, do I have to fight?" Yesun asked indifferently. The fortune-telling mother-in-law was very surprised. "Did your kid have sensed the invisible man, so he waited for him specially?" "Mother-in-law, there is no way for this invisible man to break through my body. If his trace is found, the only advantage will be gone." "Is this really good? I mean the example of Mr. Vampire. Place it there." The divination mother-in-law immediately stopped the battle and said, "Okay, you also won the second game, but there are 3 games behind. Don't be complacent, come with me." Under the guidance of the divination mother-in-law, Yesun entered a special place of copy. This is a place with a single wooden bridge, but the whole area is full of hot magma, and it will be finished when it falls. It's too late to surrender now. If it falls, I won't be responsible. Please start, I am really in a hurry. Hey, stinky ghost, after winning 2 games, you feel that you are invincible in the world? Carefully plant your heels, come out, Mr. Mummy. At the order of the divination mother-in-law, a sturdy man with a bandage all over his body walked out of the room opposite the Dumua bridge. This shape is indeed a mummy, not a human bandage cosplay. Boy, I remind you, Mr. Mummy has no pain, and once he starts fighting, he will endlessly ask you again, will you surrender? Yesun said with a smile, I really want to see what style is endless, it sounds so scary, just I was scared. So, start fighting. The mummy's huge body slowly walked over, and the terrifying aura was really strong. According to the rules, if you step back to the Dumua bridge, you will lose. The mummy standing on this narrow path is indeed a loss, and Yamuti loses it makes sense in his hands. Hey boy, it's your skill to get here. Unfortunately, you can only get here. Did you see the magma below? This is your destination. As soon as the voice fell, the mummy suddenly found that Yesun was gone. He was shocked, and immediately looked left and right. However, the divination mother was about to shock her chin, because as a spectator, she could always see Yesun's movements clearly. Like a shadow, it kept flashing in the blind perspective of the mummy. No matter how the mummy turned the body, he couldn't see where Yesun was. I beat Mr. Vampire with a punch, and the invisible man was injured only by the body protection and chi. Now I only use the agile body speed to turn the mummy. What kind of fact is this kid? Why didn't I listen to it before? Have you ever passed this number? Thinking of this, the divination mother-in-law immediately stopped the competition. Well, Yaziazi, you won this round. Immediately after hearing this, the mummy wondered, why, this kid is hiding, he not dare to follow me, why should I lose? Who knows that the divination mother-in-law is not polite enough, Mr. Mummy, that kid has been blindly pointing out your quick shift in your perspective. If he wants to attack you, you can't escape. The mummy was sweating in shock, no, I don't believe it. After talking, he turned his head suddenly and saw Yesun smiling at him, boy, I found you, go to die. So something that made the mummy absolutely unbelievable appeared, Yesun disappeared out of thin air under his eyes, and the divination mother-in-law clearly saw that Yesun was floating directly above the mummy's head. Speed. Yesun turned his head and said aloud to his fortune-telling mother-in-law, Mother-in-law, if Mr. Mummy still wants to fight, don't blame me for throwing him down. The divination mother-in-law began to read the spell directly because she knew that the mummy was a proud person. If Yesun didn't come to the real, it was estimated that the mummy would never give up. Sure enough, the mummy stiffened, and walked back to the room dumbly. Just kidding, the divination mother-in-law did not want to lose the mummy. The divination mother-in-law said to the tall man next to him like Yasha, Mr. Devil, what do you think? This kid is one of the best in the world. Both his strength and speed are better than mine. Although I have won 3 consecutive championships in the world's first martial arts conference, I really did not have the confidence to win her. Of course, I mean strength and speed. Then the devil man smiled dangerously, I can see the darkness deep inside him, and as long as there is a little darkness inside him, I can kill him. The demon man has a trick. The demon light is very powerful. If the evil recruit has evil in his heart, he will be turned back to ashes by the evil. When the demon man stands in front of Yesun, he will do it well. Opportunity, he didn't even bother to talk nonsense, directly shining a dazzling purple light all over his body and headed towards Yesun. Golden Bell. Yesun sighed, and the body protection chi started instantly, but the purple light wave was indeed powerful. Yesun didn't even have time to control it, and felt that various pictures of wealth, love and power were emerging in his heart, and the blood in the body it began to boil. At this moment, the medulla meridian began to run violently, and that kind of feeling was like a sprite coming out of the cold in the hot summer. Yesun instantly suppressed all the heat, and then burst into anger, the demon man's light skills were cracked arbitrarily. Are there any? No, you won. If you can't even hurt you with this move, then I don't have to fight with you anymore. It's a waste of time. Yesun was very surprised after hearing this. The demon seems to be the champion of the first martial arts conference in the world, and it seems to be the champion for several consecutive times. Even the turtle immortal is very afraid of the strength of the demon. Simply. The demon man smiled bitterly, Yesun, I think no one in this world can overcome you, I hope you can get the desire you want, I think you will bring tremendous changes to this world, I bless you. Xiao Long reminded that after receiving the blessing of the demon, the luck value is permanently increased by 1%, and all attributes are permanently increased by 1%. Yesun nodded and said, Thank you Mr. Demon Man for your blessings. Thank you. But then the Demon Man said seriously, but there are too many masters in this universe, don't feel invincible, let your vision open. The fortune-telling mother coughed, interrupted the chat between the two, and continued, Yesun, I have already found my fifth opponent. Do you want to fight now? Fight now. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 43, The Price of Making a Wish. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Is it that I haven't cared about the news of the earth martial arts for a long time? It is really unexpected that such a horror kid has risen recently, but his strength should be so strong. The divination mother-in-law sighed inwardly, and then shouted at a figure over the door, Come out, this battle must have been your long-awaited, but I remind you that this little devil in front of you is not a simple little devil, do nt be embarrassed if he defeats you. The man with the mask nodded and thanked, Thank you mother-in-law for giving me a chance. I will try my best to bring him down. Honestly, I didn't expect Axun to grow to this point in just a few months. The masked man walked up the dug bridge and looked at Yesun at a distance of 10 meters. Yesun saw a halo above the mask. His face suddenly changed and his expression was very strange. He quickly glanced at the divination mother-in-law. The Dog Blood movie's eyes focused on this battle. Lying trough, this kind of routine is used on me. I thought that Sun Wukong was a special case. In my heart, Yesun directly reached out to stop. Come on, Daddy, if you can't beat me, give up. How do you know it was me? The masked person was surprised that Yesun felt like himself for a moment. Yesun spread his hand, I'm too familiar with your anger, and you're in a posture when you compete, I know you as soon as Ma Buletin squats down. What are you doing? Yesun's father unbuttoned his mask awkwardly, revealing his true face. He had to admit that this was a charming uncle, who looked like Yesun in eighth appearance, but was more mature. Yesun's father's name was Ye Zhong. It is also a master who can reach the 8th level of the world's first martial arts conference. It is speculated that the combat effectiveness is around 60, which is not as good as Kingapa, and even worse than 100 plus Peach. Augury mother-in-law, what are you going to do now? I have to admit that I am not an opponent of this kid at all. The fortune-telling mother-in-law waved her hands disappointedly and said helplessly, Forget it, I guess it's a good thing. This kid came to you. Yesun secretly called Lying Trough. This divination mother-in-law was really not a simple thing. Ye Zhong sighed and said to Yesun, Axun, Dad is very happy that you can cheer up, you know when I was in Huangchuan knowing that you were not dead, how happy I am. Speaking of which, Ye Zhong suddenly raised his eyebrows and changed his tone, however, since your kid has this strength, why not hurry to kill Tao Bibai, and Lao Tzu is lucky to wait for him to try again in hell. Worthy of being a dad, Ye Chong's character was originally a ruffian character, and the fact that he was killed by Tao Bibai certainly made him die. Excuse me, as far as Dad is at your level, I can't beat it in vain. I am very busy with my own hatred. Asshole, if I can report it myself, I still have to count on you. Besides, I shouldn't have raised you for more than 10 years. Shouldn't you let me report a revenge for me? Should I die too early, or will your kid swell? Yesun's mouth was sharp and extremely speechless. The divination mother-in-law and the demon were full of black lines. This is like a conversation between a father and son separated by yin and yang. It is more like a gangster talking about a murder plan. It's up to you to report it yourself. I am now looking for Dragon Ball to prepare to resurrect you and my mother. Ye Zhong's expression stunned. He obviously hadn't heard the Dragon Ball legend, but the divination mother-in-law was surprised. Oh, I didn't expect you to have this perseverance, but the 7 Dragon Balls are scattered all over the world. 2. Don't worry about this time I was asking a question about mother-in-law. Oh? You didn't come for divination? Well, you ask, I will tell you if I know. Yesun paused, and then asked with a serious expression, will the divination mother-in-law, after making a wish to the Shenlong, what price will the wisher have to pay? I never believe that there will be a white lunch in this world, let alone my father when he was young. Many people have been killed, and it is reasonable to go to hell. If I have a wish, I can let him go directly back to the sun and continue to do evil, so what is the point of these 6 reincarnations? Ye Zhong was surprised when she said this, and her mother-in-law was even more shocked. She narrowed her eyes, carefully looked at Yesun, and said with a smile, breaking merit. What do you mean? Yesun knew that this was definitely not as simple as the literal meaning. If your wish is good intentions or malicious, it will be realized for you mainly within the scope of the dragon's ability, but there is a self-causal cycle in the nether world. If you want this cause, you will have to change a result. Maybe something bad will happen to you. Disaster, maybe your family will decline, maybe your luck will plummet. Mother-in-law, can you be more specific, if I want to revive others? It's that simple to fold your life. Those who were resurrected in the kingdom of heaven will certainly not lose many lives, but to resurrect those with serious sins, then the life will be terrible. I will mention here that those who have died in their lives cannot be resurrected. The reason you should understand, because Yang Shao is exhausted, even if you want to lose your life in exchange for his life, he has no Yang Shao to guarantee him to change. Yesun nodded, and when he was planning to continue to speak, Ye Zhong did scold, Son, listen well, Mom and Dad are not bad to die, but you haven't gone to high school. If it's useless for both of us the waste of your life and your life is young, I think you are not allowed to do so. To tell the truth, Yesun was still very moved, but he hadn't spoken yet. The divination mother-in-law taught, shut up, you fool, your son's lifespan is far beyond ordinary people's life, even if it's a long life. Extraordinary people, don't get cheap and sell well. Ordinary people make too much a wish, and your son makes too little a wish. Really? I just wanted to say, Daddy, go and talk to Mom, I will resurrect you, and kill you in peach. How about you to report it yourself? Okay. That's it. But your mother went to heaven, and I was in the prefecture. If my divination mother came to me, I might stay in the prefecture until the end of the life and death book, and I will be sent to reincarnation. Ye Chong is very happy. Who knows that his son will turn over and cultivate as a surge? And even the divination mother-in-law has said that the Dragon Ball legend must be true. Time is up, go back and bring out ghosts from hell, it's trouble. Ye Chong's figure gradually dissipated, Yesun sighed, and indeed there was no emotion of life and death. The setting of the Dragon Ball world really benefited them as cultivators. Grandma, thank you. The divination mother-in-law smiled slightly and said intriguingly, I can foresee that you will change this world and the fate of countless people in this world in the future. May you be lucky. Xiao Long reminded that receiving the prophecy from the divination mother-in-law, the basic attributes of the whole body will be permanently increased by 3%. Blessed by the fortune-telling mother-in-law, the lucky value is permanently increased by 2%. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 44, Purely Vomiting, nothing to do with the text. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. I just want to talk to you about some of my ideas. After all, I am the author, everyone has to listen to my ideas, right? I can't follow the plot of the Dragon Ball comics together. I didn't write this book to take the protagonist of Dragon Ball world to take another adventure, so can I understand it? So I must spend a little more effort to describe the characters on the protagonist's side, and not spend too much ink on Sun Wukong and his friends. Also, I don't quite understand why a reader friend picks up settings that are not clearly indicated in Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball didn't say that he has inner strength? There are already Qigong waves, how can there be no inner Qigong? Is it because Toriyama did not clearly say, in fact, Qigong needs to condense Zhou Tianzheng Qi before it can be turned into energy, so as long as the author wrote condensed Genkai and Zhou Tian's veins, it is a fool who does not understand Dragon Ball. Beep. Also, why would readers and friends feel what they think Dragon Ball is like, and the author must write it like this? What is two-dimensional derivative creation? What is derivative creation? What is creation? That is, on the basis of the world setting created by the original author, it is necessary to find out and fill in the gaps, and write the content that the novel author wants to show, and then directly point is borrowing chicken to lay eggs and starting a new stove. Everyone has seen Infinite Horror. The most exciting part of the Infinite Horror in Z is that after the reincarnation squad enters the various movie worlds, it expands the plot and worldview settings of the original movie world. What seems to be completely different from Bug, Silly Beep, and Logic are analyzed from a realistic perspective, and make full use of the reality conspiracy theory method to rationalize it. Therefore, please do not always take the original Dragon Ball comics for comparison, which is not good, then it is not good. If you insist on this, then the fan creation itself is blasphemy, everyone is rubbish. Finally, let's go back to the book Friend, the fighting power of Kellen and Tianjin Fan in the finale of Dragon Ball Z. It is absolutely impossible to reach 10 million, which is impossible. I do not accept rebuttals. Klin reached the level of Captain Canoe after he topped the sky, and Tianjin Rice was 300,000 fighting power when he died. This is because he used Qigong to delay Shailu's movement and intercepted Bu Qigong bombs. Point. Why is there such a big difference here? It must be mentioned that Dragon Ball Z's combat power setting is a bug. Combat power data appeared, the early stage really made people shine, and the later stage was completely chaotic combat system, especially after entering the chapter of Man-Made Man, the imagination level of combat power almost collapsed, which is completely unreasonable. Flaish's first form is day by day, and the Scion planet is destroyed in seconds. In his own words, the combat power is 500,000. The second form of Tauren is 1 million. These are Dragon Ball animation TV titles. Nightmare Super Transformation, Frieza has a combat power of 1 million. The accurate data given, the third heterosexual form should be doubled no matter how you look at it. But the fourth form is about to die, the official data is 60 million. This span is really too large, and it is completely unreasonable in terms of Dragon Ball where the fighting power balances the destructive power. The most bunker is that the data given by the first form of Super Saiyan on Nemesis is 120 million, which is almost God. At this point, the combat power setting completely collapsed, completely meaningless. If the Super Saiyan are fighting on the Earth, they can crush the Earth just with their vitality, not to mention the group of non-stop Qigong bombs. In the case of the Watch, when playing the Turtle Qigong against Shailu, who entered the second level of the Super competition, the energy impact of that level is really no joke. Even if the Earth is not broken, it is estimated that it will deviate due to the strong force. The original track. But the Earth Monarch was safe and sound, but Shailu was bombarded with scum, so you talk about whether it is a bug to die. Some friends will say that their control of power has reached the level of getting into the micro, they will not easily leak energy, and can ensure that every trace of energy is used in combat. It's not that I want to pick on, although we can't look at Dragon Ball's battle with a scientific perspective, can't we just follow the basic law? Haven't heard the phrase concentration is the essence? The finer the control, the greater the power and destructive power once it is exerted. Besides, do everyone have an illusion that Qigong waves will cancel each other out? In fact, there is no such situation that the Qigong waves cancel each other out. We all know that the effects of force are mutual. Do the two of us just use our strength to cancel each other? What about our waist? What about our feet? So who will bear the power of other parts of our body? First, the total score wins and loses. It is impossible to offset all, then the winning side will eliminate the opponent without any deviation without harming the Earth King? How could this be possible? Second, the strength of Qigong's recoil is self-evident. Who will bear the recoil? Of course, the Earth is king. Some people will definitely say, they don't directly act on the surface of the Earth, of course, it won't hurt the Earth. Don't be ridiculous, it's like if you throw a grenade into the air and explode, the crowd on the ground will be fine, is it possible? Okay, don't say it's mainly unpleasant. Writing secondary is the trouble in these places. Readers want to see you don't follow the original and write new ideas, but once you write the parts that are not in the original comic set, or write the part that you understand, and someone will immediately scold you. Have you ever seen the original work? Are you stupid? Can't write, don't write, the author is an idiot, and so on. Personal attacks. In this regard, I just want to say one thing, come, the keyboard is for you, you write it yourself. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect www.readwn.com. Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 45, Take a Step. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site, www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. When Yesun was happy to fly to the capital of the East, he always felt that he had nothing to explain, but he couldn't remember it. Since he couldn't remember to see it for a while, he didn't want to. Immediately after going back now, I asked Shang Yi Xiaotao, Daodu, and Sun Wukong to look for Dragon Ball together. In fact, Yesun would agree that Sun Wukong was purely looking at the halo of his male lead. Pretend to target others. Hey! My day! Yesun slapped his head and finally remembered what he had overlooked. He forgot to say hello to his dad about the illegitimate sister. This is wonderful. It's wonderful not to communicate well in advance. It will be wonderful when the mother is also resurrected. Forget it, the soldiers will come and stop. The sins created by myself, I will find a way to rescue it. I can't help it. Thinking about it, Yesun speeded up violently, as if an intercontinental missile was going straight to the east. The clouds in the sky were even traced. The farmers looked up and thought they were jet planes and took off their hats. The fan sighed, hey, what a fast plane, if only I could buy one. As soon as the camera turned, Ye Xiaotao blushed in the courtyard, trying his best to suspend her body, but that look was like a ballet dancer practicing hard, but Ye Xiaotao even on tiptoe there is no sense of suspension. But Daodu has been floating in mid-air, twirling around Ye Xiaotao, and Xiaotao is very dissatisfied. A panda who only knows to eat ice cream is actually higher than himself. It must be taught by his brother. How can I say that I am also a top student in Tianyuan College? Although I haven't enrolled in school, the martial arts teaching I received since I was a child is not worse than a rural panda cub. She could not accept her incompetence. Sun Wukong still leaned on the stone stool in the yard and fell asleep, and her nose was bubbling. This looks like a fight with Daodu. At this moment, Daodu suddenly shouted, "Brother Yesun is back." Sun Wukong also woke up and looked at the sky, muttering, "Something is approaching." In a blink of an eye, Yesun descended from the sky, appeared in the courtyard, touched Daodu's head, and praised, "Yes, the perception of qi is much stronger than before." Sun Wukong curiously said, "Mr. Aksun, did you find the mother-in-law with the stop sign?" It's the divination mother-in-law, indeed found it, you prepare it, we will go find Dragon Ball now." Who knew Yezio Tao shook his head and said, "Brother, I want to learn Wushu." "Okay?" Yesun glanced at Daodu and knew that this little ghost would not teach. Daodu sticked his tongue out and said, "I just let Zio Tao's sister concentrate." Concentrate on a fart. If concentration can provoke the qi in the body, then anyone can even work internally. Speaking of which, Yesun turned his head and said to Sun Wukong, "Gaku, has your grandfather ever taught you anything about qi?" Sun Wukong thought for a while, and then the optimistic smile said, "Grandpa said about Qigong, but I forgot." Yes, this is in line with Sun Wukong's style. He is a pragmatist. Once he finds good teachers and friends, his strength will grow quickly. "Okay, Zio Tao, don't worry, I will teach you about anger now." Yesun asked Yezio Tao to take a horse step, and Yezio Tao immediately followed suit. Experts knew at a glance that Yezio Tao's waist, legs and feet were thin and not stable at all, which meant that he still accepted the simplest superficial fighting training, no exposure to deep-level cultivation. Yezio Tao had been squatting on horse steps, and soon his knees started to sore. After a while, his legs began to tremble, his waist was sore, his body was hot, and his forehead was sweating. Yezio Tao couldn't hold on in less than 10 minutes. He quickly chopped up and rubbed his knees. What can this horse step show? Now the martial arts are all together with high-tech training equipment. The primitive backwardness has no way to trigger the body. Potential. Yesun shook his head and said, "You don't understand, modern training is very important, but standing horse step itself is not martial art training. Standing horse step is to stand out a horse, the so-called horse racing, that running the ups and downs are generated by the horse, which means that the body is melted into the horse. If you do not move, the center of gravity of the body is placed on the knee. If you squat for a long time, the knee will definitely be a problem." Yezio Tao is full of question marks, and this truth? Wait, that's what it says. Where do I get the horse from standing on the ground? You are a horse. I'll teach you. Yesun said, and immediately pierced a horse step, only to see his body lie down slightly, like the wind blowing across the water. It seemed to be still. The squat is the strength that comes to the sole of the foot first. When you start, the 5 fingers of the sole of the foot should be like the chicken feet. The 5 toes naturally pull the bones and muscles of the calf. The knees are straightened, the thighs are tight, and the waist is closed. That's the energy. Sure enough, Yesun's battle was half an hour, and he kept explaining to Yezio Tao about the shift of center of gravity, which he had told Daodu. What Yesun teaches is actually the martial arts method of crane immortal flow. In short, it is squatting down and running like a horse. The sky is empty and the sky is open. Zio Tao, you try to interrupt this tree in the yard. Yezio Tao shook his head and said, "It will definitely hurt my hand if I interrupt it, so I won't fight it." That's because you can only attack with your body's strength. It's all a brute force. The effects of force are mutual. Of course it hurts. Daodu, interrupt this tree. Suddenly, Daodu took a step and the palm of the bear struck out. The tree broke off in response to the sound. Although it was not an uncle, it was impossible to interrupt it so easily. Yezio Tao was very surprised and hurriedly asked, "Daodu, does it hurt?" Daodu is full of question marks. Daodu does not hurt, this palm Daodu does not work hard. Okay, Daodu's explanation is unclear. Let me explain. Daodu's energy is internal strength, not brute force. Yezio Tao curiously said, is this inner strength? Yes. After Yesuan suddenly made an elbow stroke, he hurriedly shook his arm, only to hear a pop crisp sound in the air, like a whip lashing in the air. Yezio Tao opened his mouth slightly, secretly called magic. Tell me, what would be the effect if it was thrown by my arm? Yezio Tao thought for a while and then replied. The skin is open. Yes, if I can make use of internal strength and Qigong, and then cooperate with high-tech training methods, aren't you awesome? Yezio Tao believes that Yesuan's practice in Hexian Liu really has a lot of great results, but Yesuan said, be prepared, there are still many opportunities to practice martial arts in the future. After lunch, I will leave for the capital of the West. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect www.readwn.com. Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 46, Terrorist Attacks. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Yesuan took Yezio Tao, Daodu and Sun Wukong on the journey to the capital of the West. At the speed of Yesuan, as long as the system is open for navigation, it will not take long to reach the destination, but since you have to bring people, then let's take a plane. Daodu's Wukong is just half a bottle of water. Sun Wukong's doubling cloud can only carry him and Daodu. Yesuan cannot carry Yezio Tao on his back, so take a plane. Damn, don't ever get into a hijacking again. It's not easy for me to take a plane. I will improve it later. If I learn to move in an instant, I need a fart vehicle. Yezio Tao was wearing stylish headphones on the plane, looking at the martial arts magazine. Daodu and Sun Wukong would fall asleep as soon as they got on the plane. In this way, even Yesuan felt a little tired. In fact, he really didn't sleep much. Basically, every night is to meditate and practice instead of simply sleeping. Yesuan quickly fell asleep, and after about 5 hours, Yezio Tao woke him up and said, "Brother, get off the plane, the capital of the West is here." "Eileen, so fast. You slept like a dead pig. Naturally, you don't feel that the family is passing." "I'm exhausted. It's really uncomfortable to sit on an airplane." Everyone quickly cleaned up. There was another reason why he went to the capital of the West, that is, he wanted to buy an aircraft, and the point of purchase for this life model aircraft can only be at Universal Capsule Company, which is regarded as their own independent research and development. This is also what Yesuan realized. The monopoly of Universal Capsule technology has led many military units to cooperate with capsule companies. The Buma family is too rich. Yezio Tao has obviously been to the capital of the West before, but she still sighed. The most prosperous city in the world is the capital of the West. Just because a Universal Capsule Company does not know how many industries it feeds, not only the leading industry of the capital of the West, it is also the leading industry in this country and cannot be replaced at all. Is this what your mother said? Well, my mother also cooperates with the Universal Capsule Company. Is this just to buy a plane this time? Yeah, and I have to take something, so that I can make sure I can find Dragon Ball. Yesuan called a rough car and went to the youth chain hotel. Anyway, Yesuan's VIP for life is not different. Sure enough, after he showed the black card, the hotel manager immediately put down all the affairs to greet Yesuan and lived in the presidential suite. Later, Yesuan said to Yezio Tao, "I'm going out tonight, you can take Wukong and Daodu to play everywhere, but remember, don't cause trouble, don't be afraid of things if things get messed up, hit people I am covering up, killing me, I'll deal with it, understand?" Yezio Tao was slightly sluggish. She really didn't expect her brother to be an overbearing president. But when she thought of the way he killed 100 people in the hotel, Yasuo Tao was relieved instantly. She kept listening to her mother saying that her father was a wise underworld ruffians. But the whitewashing is too fast and too direct, offending many people, and eventually leading to the scourge of murder. As soon as I entered the rivers and lakes, I couldn't help myself. Yesun opened the navigation of the western capital and found the location of the universal capsule very accurately. He took out the bicycle from the space backpack, just like a student just after school, riding towards the universal capsule company. About an hour later, he saw the trademark of the large universal capsule company beside the overpass, but the strange thing was that he was stopped after walking for a while. The person wearing the work clothes of the capsule company explained, "You will come to the capital of the West for the first time. This area is the real estate of Universal Capsule Company. If you are not a work employee or a guest who applies for a business visit, no one else can enter this area. A piece of it." As it turned out, Yesun turned his head away very sensibly. This is understandable. Any area where the richest man in the world is located must be restricted. Universal Capsule Company is the leading enterprise in this country. Any heavy industry, medium industry, and light industry unit will inevitably seek cooperation with Universal Capsule Company if they want to develop the market in an instant. Once the cooperation is deepened, Universal Capsule Company may purchase. It is to master the technology and develop and produce it by yourself, such as the aircraft and automobile manufacturing industries. At the same time of manufacturing, Universal Capsule Company can bundle and combine products with capsules for the first time, which greatly saves costs and buyers find it convenient and unusual. Yesunsi paid 1 or 2, and decided to wait until he was completely downhill before taking action. His purpose was 1. Dragon Ball Radar. Before reaching LV20, he had to come to Universal Capsule Company as a gentleman for a while. Xiaolong prompts, start the sea-level mission to get the Dragon Ball Radar. Sea-level task? This is the first time I got a sea-level task. Is it true that this task has a degree of completion? He has seen the design of the original project of the design team, and he has a relatively high degree of freedom in the completion of the task. Once he has the degree of freedom, it means that the task will be extended and a little bit of the next task will be led. Interesting, Yesun really found it interesting. In the original case, there was indeed a mission to find the Dragon Ball Radar, but there were several options, such as being able to pretend to be a businessman to talk to Dr. Bo, or to pretend to be a Dragon Ball adventure team to discuss with Buma. The method is convenient, but there will be follow-up tasks. Yesun sat in a cold drink shop, ordered a cup of coffee, and began to seriously plan to complete this task more beautifully. After rough planning, he drew up an uncomplicated plan, which may be a bit rough, but in itself, it is the best method. Since the mission uses more freedom, then play bigger. As night fell, Yesun didn't have a cell phone, and he didn't bother to hold that kind of big turtle big brother, so he was not sure what Yasuo Tao and Daodu are doing now, hoping not to make trouble, at least not until he finished his trouble. It's almost done, act. Yesun walked into the toilet, put on his black hoodie, put on a black mask and decided to execute the plan immediately. He walked into an alley and saw no one around, immediately struggling, directly shot into the air, due to excessive force on the soles of the feet, causing the concrete floor to collapse. After ascending into the air, he looked down at this super bustling world's first city, and could not help but lament the huge gap between the rich and the poor. If he became the world's richest man, he must do something for the poor people. Of course this is the same Yesun said, a part of the rewards for a good person and good task, why not do it? Go ahead, be a total bad guy. After talking, Yesun began to gather Zhou Tianzheng in his palm, followed by a blast, a hard stroke, only to see a few light emanating instantly, hit several blocks respectively, and then a violent explosion occurred. Yesun looked down at the city, bursting into an umbrella-shaped blasting effect. The firelight illuminated the whole city at once. In addition to the roaring wind sounds in his ears, the explosion produced sound waves, and he had controlled the attack strength and the scope of the attack, and did not attack the residential areas and commercial areas. The attacked areas are basically spacious streets. People will definitely die. After all, the bad luck is so bad, but it should not die too many people. He didn't worry that Doudou was there, because they were not here, so Yesun could attack. Sure enough, several neighborhoods in the western capital were hit by unprecedented explosions, which shocked the entire country at once, and fire brigades, ambulances, and police rushed to several locations. Immediately, Yesun fired a whole wave, which instantly blew up the upper half of the relatively striking 100-story coordinate building. People had not awakened from the serial explosion just now. They looked up and found that the landmark building had also exploded. What? What the is going on? Why does this happen? Someone immediately exclaimed, it must be a terrorist attack. After a series of massive explosions in the city, the entire city finally fell into chaos, and the western capital completely collapsed tonight. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect www.readwn.com. Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 47, Joker. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Buma's father, named Brives, is a super genius and an honorary professor in almost all of the world's top 100 universities, so people also kindly call him Dr. Brives to show respect. The most powerful thing about Dr. Bliffs is that he invented a lot of things, including the universal capsule. At the same time, Sun Wukong made the spacecraft to Namex. He was not only a genius inventor, but also a super production expert with ingenuity. In the Dragon Ball comics, he is a person with a dramatic character, but in Yesun's view, this professor is the real great god-level character. Yesun received the most precious life truth from his father Yezhong: a person who loves to smile may not be great, but a great person must smile. In fact, at first, everyone didn't understand how Buma invented the Dragon Ball radar. Even if she knew the legend of Dragon Ball, could she invent the Dragon Ball radar that can accurately find the weak signal of Dragon Ball? Everyone knows that Dragon Ball will send out a special frequency of hertz, a very strange frequency, and it is not occupied by any military unit or communication company. Once occupied, Dragon Ball radar will definitely be interfered. This peculiar frequency is unique. Buma should first be lucky to get a Dragon Ball, and she happened to know the legend of Dragon Ball. In the research with her father, she found that Dragon Ball has a special frequency band, so she spent time inventing to find radars of this frequency. This family is all geniuses. Real people are more dead than popular. When Yesun floated in the air and sighed, the city had already thought of an alarm. This kind of air defense alarm that only sounded in the state of war is inevitable and will cause widespread panic. Yesun waited for about 10 minutes, and then rushed towards the Universal Capsule Company. The terrorist attack will make the Universal Capsule Company turn on all the defense systems at once, so that Yesun does not have to suffer a loss. He is only praying unilaterally the 15-year-old Buma has already made Dragon Ball radar, otherwise she can only run once in vain. If it doesn't work, please ask the divination mother-in-law to do divination for me. Anyway, she certainly won't refuse me anymore. My relationship is not what ordinary people can get. Yesun floated over the Universal Capsule Company, and was shocked to find that there was a suspension machine warning. Even the most wealthy group family in the world, he surrounded the true energy at his fingertips, gently, the suspension machine immediately blasting. Sure enough, the instant the suspension machine exploded, the Universal Capsule Company immediately sounded an alarm, and a mechanical sound resounded throughout the company. There are outsiders intruding, there are outsiders coming in, and outside wearers are breaking in. Yesun just wanted to cause an alarm, just play it bigger. He reached the ground in a dive, and then started to run faster. His body turned into a shadow in the dark, coming and going like wind. The surveillance camera couldn't help catch. The big house in Buma's house rushed into the door at the moment of closure, so he and Buma's father collided. Dr. Bliff stroked his glasses and asked in surprise, "Who are you? Why did you break into my house? Introduce yourself." "My name is Joker. I came here for one purpose, to get Dragon Ball Radar and Dragon Ball." As soon as the voice fell, a girl voice sounded, "How do you know Dragon Ball Radar?" Yesun looked away, his eyes lit up suddenly, only to see a beautiful girl with a little greenish-green hair coming down the stairs. Yesun praised, "Buma is really beautiful, this looks like a school flower in any school level," but Yesun can't have time to appreciate the value of Buma now. "You should leave quickly, we have called the police," Dr. Buletin advised immediately. "Sorry, the police are very busy tonight, don't you see all the sirens in the city?" Buma shocked, "Did you do it all?" "Think so." "Hey, I haven't answered my question just now. Why on earth did you know about Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Radar?" "Oh, secret." Bumaton was anxious and bluntly said, "Dragon Ball Radar was invented by me and is still in the experimental stage. Now the function has yet to be tested and it is useless to you. Then give me Dragon Ball." Yesun wore a black mask so that Buma could not see his face at all. "Come on. Buma, don't irritate him." Yesun sighed. He naturally would not kill the first heroine of Dragon Ball, but Yesun was not a good talker, not so much patience. He walked over and picked up the ashtray of Father Buma, and then put the ashtray holding it in his palm. The ashtray began to heat up in Yesun's hands and showed signs of softening. Puma and Puma were immediately shocked. Puma Papa said, "How is this possible? My ashtray is made of quartz glass, the softening point is at least 1600 degrees, are you turning magic? If you don't give Dragon Ball to me, your dad will soften the next time." Buma was frightened. In fact, Buma didn't look grumpy, but actually he was a very realistic person. Knowing to advance and retreat, he must understand that the person in front of him is not easy to provoke, and he would surrender immediately. So Buma had to give him Dragon Ball. Yesun smiled, "Dragon Ball Radar. I haven't finished it yet. If you want to lie to me, then I will kill your father first." Don't. I really didn't finish it. It takes about a month to complete the last step. Dragon Ball Radar is very complicated. I just drew the design drawings for 3 months. Yesun saw Buma's anxious appearance and realized that the girl was not deceiving. He threw the Dragon Ball back to Buma and continued, "You will continue to study. Don't you grab Dragon Ball?" "Of course, but I still need Dr. Buletin to do something for me, a training module that can be adjusted to 300 times the gravity." Father Buma righteously said, "Sorry, I will never compromise with terrorists, and if you want me to help, why do you create panic incidents in the western capital?" Yesun's lips flicked, and he replied faintly, "I just want the whole world to know how powerful my Joker is, then I will let you know my means. Today this is just the beginning of the western capital." After finishing talking, Yesun directly floated up and looked at the Buma father and daughter in a condescending manner, announcing with a playful tone, "Dr. Buletin, you need to give me 2 things. The first one is adjustable to 300 times the gravity, the removable training cabin is the second one is Dragon Ball Radar and Dragon Ball. We will see you in 3 days." Still waiting for the father and daughter to reply, Yesun let them stare in shock, slowly lifted into the sky and disappeared into the night. "Dad, did he fly away?" Dr. Buletin looked at the night sky and his eyes narrowed slightly. The tech madman who usually smiles did not understand anything. He sighed and said, "The world will soon be in chaos. This guy's goal is not that bad. To threaten us, but incidentally to threaten us, no matter whether we agree or not, he will use the fastest means to become famous, and the whole world will suffer. Joker, do you mean clown? Well, it's just that this clown is not funny. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 48, Wanted Order. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. After the terrorist named Joker left Buma's house, Professor Book naturally chose the police. The world's richest man's alarm is not the alarm of ordinary people. That is to establish a separate criminal investigation file. Do not ask why, you are the richest man in the world, you also have this treatment. The unexpected result was that when the police began to ask Professor Bulletin about the specific situation, he was completely shocked, because this self-proclaimed intruder of Joker took the initiative to take responsibility for the terrorist attack that just happened in the city. This situation was serious. The police immediately reported it to the West Capitol Police Department, and the West Capitol Police Department reported to Beijing without hesitation. At the beginning, this incident was defined as a terrorist attack by the government, similar to the previous hijacking incident in the East Capitol. And they all suspected that it might be revenge by the Red Ribbon Army again. However, there was a sudden change in the follow-up situation. According to the police report of the world's first richest doctor, it turned out that these were all done by a terrorist named Joker. This is a big deal. The portrait of Joker was drawn by the government if he wanted to. But it's useless. It's just a person wearing black canvas shoes, black jeans, cropped pants, black hoodie, black mask. Who knows who this is? However, the fame of Joker spread instantly. Yesun returned to the hotel and watched the TV station reporting almost the entire story of this Joker. Daodu was very dissatisfied and said, "There is not even a cartoon, it is this Joker, Daodu is so annoying." Yezio Tao is still following Zimabu's instructions, and is obsessed with martial arts, while Sun Wukong is wearing a back trousers and a small t-shirt that Yesun bought him, and he sat honestly watching the news. After seeing the portrait of Joker, Sun Wukong turned and asked curiously, "Mr. Aksun, is this you?" "No." Yesun denied it shamelessly, "Not him anyway. I just feel very similar." "Well, don't think too much." However, Yesun was very shocked by Sun Wukong's intuitive response. It felt like he was born with the ability to distinguish, but Sun Wukong did not pay attention to it. It seemed that there was nothing in this world that could make him feel good. The head of the police department, Oman, immediately convened an emergency meeting. During the meeting, he heard all the information about the terrorist attack and Joker. He couldn't help but start to worry. This Joker is beyond sight. Not only the terrorist attack on the western capital, he also tried to kidnap and extort the richest man in the world, which is simply intolerable. However, he carefully analyzed the situation and found that there were contradictions. "Wait a minute, what I want to ask is what is the connection between the Joker terrorist attack and the threat to Dr. Bulletin?" As soon as the words were over, the subordinates began to express their opinions, making Oman very hot. The capital of the West is different from the capital of the East. Because the capital of the West is the lifeblood city of the country. The security force is far more than any place, and therefore the security of the Western capital itself is very good, plus the so-called class solidification and elimination, people who can take root in the Western capital, even if they are not skilled people, then they must have some cultivation and insight. People. This is the essence of a city. Why do big cities publish talent introduction strategies? The development of society is to constantly eliminate the bad ones, leaving the good ones, and the excellent people can naturally get better resources. The rapid economic development of the Western capital has also resulted in high treatment in all walks of life. The treatment of the police is second to none in the world. As a result, it has also caused some negative effects. For example, the police are easy to relax. That's enough, I didn't come to listen to you playing mahjong. I just wanted to ask you, Joker went to Dr. Bulletin's house after he attacked the city. What is the relationship between the two? Then he continued to play mahjong. Oman finally became impatient with various arguments. He said, let me stand from the perspective of Joker. Ignore whether I really want Dr. Bulletin to make a gravity room. If the best way for me to become famous is to make a terrorist attack and then to identify himself, it is naturally impossible for him to go to the police station and radio and television stations to identify himself. Then there is only one place left, the most influential Dr. Bulletin's house, and he can also expose. Although he wore a face mask, Dr. Bulletin's family did indeed see this Joker, so there will be no mixed fish. I said, so you understand? Then came a group of flattering voices such as Director Ying Ming, Director Great, Director My Idol, and I have to admit that the police department in the Western capital and the capital of the wind are really two atmospheres. I don't care about this. This Joker must want to use our Western capital to become famous. Such people are extremely dangerous terrorists. They should be wanted immediately in the country. No, they should be wanted all over the world. When the camera turned, in the distant capital of the wind, the director of roads had also received news from the Western capital and the National Police Department. Rod naturally issued a wanted order about Joker immediately, but after they got about Joker, the portrait of the sketch is very strange. Rod frowned, and the portrait looked like the mysterious man in black who helped the police arrest the gangster no matter how he looked, and he knew that the mysterious black man was Yesun. Is it really master yet? What exactly does he want to do? Turning the camera back to the Western capital, because the strong explosion last night completely shaken the stability of the city, the police immediately blocked several streets and began to patrol the city. In addition, the Oman director also issued this wanted order. Hello everyone, I am the director of Oman. This time the Joker terrorist attack is because we have too few clues, so we need the joint efforts of all citizens to crack this Joker terrorist incident. On this day, almost all companies are on holiday to go home to rest. The citizens are watching the live broadcast on TV today. The reports about Joker have not been interrupted. Various criminal investigation experts have appeared in turn. Anyway, it is the same set. Of the fall? Or is it the loss of others? The press conference of the director of Oman is estimated to break the ratings of news programs this year. The following is an A-level wanted order issued by the Ministry of National Police. If someone can provide accurate new information about Joker, once confirmed by the police, they will get a reward of 1 million. If they can provide key clues, once confirmed by the police, they will get 5 million rewards. Once martial arts masters and bounty hunters can grab Joker, they will receive 50 million rewards. As soon as this wanted order came out, it naturally triggered an explosion of public opinion, and countless detectives were dispatched, because what they now think is enough to catch a little clue that can help the police. Their goal is 1 million news and 5 million clues. As for the 50 million, I haven't thought about it for the time being. After all, Joker should be an extremely dangerous person, and all the detectives and policemen are subconsciously judged. Joker is definitely a code name for a terrorist organization, not just one people, because it is impossible for one person to achieve this degree. However, there was an interesting situation here. When Dr. Bulletin told the police that Joker flew away, the police judged that they left in a private plane. Because this is the Dragon Ball world, in the Dragon Ball world, the kind of private jet that is only for 1 or 2 people to take off is very convenient, and the capital of the West will never be restricted by air. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect www.readwn.com. Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 49, continue to teach martial arts. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Only 50 million? It seems that people in the National Police Department look down on me. Yesun touched his chin, and his eyes were intriguing. In fact, 50 million is really enough, but Yesun wants to be an unprecedented terrorist, so it is absolutely impossible to want to identify himself at such a small price. Yezio Tao was squatting and practicing all day long because of the hit, and Sun Wukong was playing with Daodu. Anyway, the youth hotel chain knew that this tailed child and Red Panda brought it by themselves, yes, so Sun Wukong and Daodu freely entered and exited the hotel without any care. Brother, please teach me, I can squat for 1 hour now, how can I control my chi? Yesun couldn't help her non-stop request, she had to ask, Xiao Tao, show me the fighting technique that your fighting teacher taught you. Yezio Tao hurriedly said, I am fighting in the fighting club of the Sparrow capital. The teacher said that this is a free fight. Then Yezio Tao practiced all the boxing, palm, elbow, leg, and other actions taught by their teacher, and then Yezio Tao himself performed a routine. Yesun looked at him and nodded secretly, having to admit that Yezio Tao's mom did find a good place for martial arts for this little Nizai, at least the fighting club taught real material, these things are well trained and used to beat people. Yan Wu routine. Very good, your teacher is very good, you have to thank him for not giving you the flower stand style, because then I will teach you less worry. Yezio Tao was very happy, and it was an achievement to be recognized by Yesun as his skill. He thought that Yesun himself also had the title of professor there, so for him to teach others to gain experience points. Then Yesun made 2 movements. He simply punched his fist, and the whole arm made a crackling sound, as if the air was exploded with these 2 shots. After seeing Yezio Tao, he was suddenly thrilled. What kind of boxing effect is hitting people? Yesun said with a grin, I will teach you the 2 old things, Crane Immortal and Tao Bibai, and I will see what they can do. Practicing is like pushing a mountain, beating a person like a whip, but you do not need to use force when you practice martial arts, but when you hit a person, you use less force, because the inner strength is the source of power. Physical strength, only strength can be used to increase physical strength. Yezio Tao's eyes were shining, and she kept nodding her head. She had no chance to touch the mysterious martial arts like Hezian Liu, so now Yesun can teach her, which is a great opportunity for her. Yesun said patiently, the spine is the midline of the human body, the top of the spine is in the back of the brain, and the tail of the spine is the tail vertebrae. Any martial arts must be practiced on the vertebrae to make the whole person qualitatively change. Seeing Yesun's serious look, Yezio Tao hurriedly concentrated on hearing the part of Qi that she had always cared about most, fearing to miss any word. When it comes to the depth of martial arts, then we must talk about a key point, Qi. This gas is naturally not the gas we breathe, nor any gas in the air, but the energy of the human body. As long as the person exercises, the body will sweat when the body heats up. In itself, this heat is Qi. The so-called refining Qi, refers to the heat generated by human movement itself. There are countless pores on the human body. As soon as the movement heats up, the gas is emitted from the pores. Yezio Tao suddenly realized that now she seems to have been indoctrinated by Daigo. Now she feels angry and nothing mysterious, but people don't want to understand it. But in this case, doesn't Qi have to be dissipated? If you exercise violently in a fight, you will sweat, even if you can't maintain your physical strength, how can you condense Qi and beat others? Yezio Tao immediately asked about the doubts in his heart. Yesun nodded and said, it's a good question, so in martial arts, to be able to keep this breath out is not easy. It is the most basic and the most advanced to martial arts. This is Qigong. Do nt look at what Yesun said is true. In fact, these are what the Hezianran said when they reprimanded their disciples, and the Hezianran taught the disciples not to hide. This is different from the Gaixian. After Yamucha became a disciple, he didn't even teach the Qigong of the turtles. He called it afraid of their pride. Actually, it's nonsense to teach disciples and starve to death. Yesun rarely taught Daodu about the problem of qi. That's because the panda is a master of Qigong. It doesn't need to be taught at all, but the beasts and humans have different meridian points. How does Yesun teach? The marrow was given to Daodu, and Daodu could not practice. As for her son Wukong? Don't be kidding, the scions still need you to teach? The easiest way to teach the scion is to beat him to death, and then wait for him to recover, then to fight again, and then resume to continue to fight again. If repeated dozens of times, Sun Wukong will be able to do it every day. I also teach a fart Qigong. Yezio Tao asked strangely, isn't the emission of qi not natural? Have you ever seen an animal angry? Especially cats and dogs. When they are extremely angry, their body hair will stand up like a hedgehog, so-called fried hair. The same is true for people. Once the cold hair blows up, the pores can be closed. You haven't had a chance to observe carefully how I fight. I will show you how. After talking, Yesun folded his hands, and then slowly separated. I saw a dazzling balloon between his palms. Yezio Tao exclaimed in surprise, but Yesun reminded, no. You look angry, I let you look at your hair. Yezio Tao looked at Yesun's hair, and it was true at first sight. Yesun's hair didn't have any perm dyed and fixed, but now it seems to be subject to static electricity in the air, but it slowly floats up, just like in the sea. Kelp floats generally, but it looks so natural again. Meeting an enemy is like a fire. People must be excited and even manic when fighting. Only in this way can they be mobilized more quickly. Those who say that learning martial arts must be calm are deceptive gossips. How can learning martial arts be calm? Yezio Tao nodded and said that when she watched the introduction of the martial arts masters in the past, they said that once they fight, these martial arts masters are like crazy cats, and they do nt lose their resistance if they do nt fight others. It will stop. In competitive games, if there are not so many rules and restrictions and the role of the referee, there will be 9 people who will die to stop the fight. If you think about it again, when you meet the enemy in life and death, do you often beat your opponent with a single blow? This is the reason, before the qi is violently dissipated. Try your best to hold your breath, and knock down the opponent quickly and effectively is the king. Well, our coach said the same. It seems that you really understand this. Your teacher is really good. The last time I taught you Ma Buletin, mainly to let you know the change of center of gravity. I will teach you a pile method today to master the opening of the whole body pores by exercising the spine. Together, that is to hold your breath. As soon as the voice fell, Yesun teleported behind Yezio Tao, one finger held her back of the brain, and then moved 1 inch by 1 inch along the vertebral ganglion and pushed gently upright. Yesun's approach drove the movement of her body's bones and muscles. Yezio Tao began to sweat all over her body, and suddenly Yesun said, "Can you feel it?" "Yes, if you are tapping my tail vertebrae, I might jump at once, like a cat with a stomped tail." "Yes, remember, the tail vertebra is your tail, find this feeling, continue to squat, this holiday will allow you to leave even the of those experimental students." Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 50, Joker Games. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. After rearranging Yezio Tao's martial arts training mission, Yesuan started activities again. This time he had to play a little bigger. There are two kinds of people in this world, those who are willing to take risks and those who love wings, obviously have a system. Yesuan is an adventurous person. The reason why he uses the name of Joker is because he wants to hide his identity temporarily, but it is not completely hidden. He understands that the shape will make Rod and others recognize him at a glance, but it does not matter. The old fox says it is absolutely impossible to betray yourself, because he is an old fox, it's that simple. As for Romeo and Q, maybe Rod will tell them the truth, but these two guys are hard-hearted and want to mix with themselves, so Yesuan is very necessary to mix decent points. Yesuan thought about it carefully. He felt that it was better to be a little more high-profile now. After all, it was a terrorist attack, not a pretense. I already knew that I wouldn't overthrow the original design team's original case. It's a fair and honest way to ask for money. Damn, how fast bank money is coming. Banks all over the world grab it every year. Every year, they are robbed next year. For the first time, Yesuan was angry at his incompetence. He said that if he had money, he would not make a pig's head. He was now forced to add a play to himself, which made him embarrassed. After eating seafood with Daodu, Gaku, and Yezio Tao, Yesuan had to go out. Daodu shook his hand to Yesuan with a smile, and the milk in his mouth whispered, "Brother Yesuan, don't use Qigong, throw it at Daodu, Daodu is afraid." Yesuan, stunned, immediately turned around and grabbed Daodu, and then used his right fist as a drill and drilled on top of Daodu's head. Daodu burst into tears and his short legs kicked in the air. And then begged for mercy loudly, "Brother Yesuan, Daodu's head hurts." "Daodu, if you dare to speak up, Brother Yesuan will leave you alone in the western capital and let the police catch you." "Woo! Daodu will never say it. I promise." After finishing talking, Yesuan put Daodu down. Daodu hugged his head, pursed his small mouth, and murmured softly, "I knew I was bullying Daodu. Sister Xiao and the little monkey knew it was you." Yesuan said, "You still say?" "No more, no more." Daodu went back to watch the cartoon. Yesuan sighed deeply. In fact, they can think of it as normal. Although many photography teams shooting city night scenes have captured the scene of the explosion, this can't hide the eyes of Daodu and Sun Wukong. They clearly saw it. There is a Qigong bomb across the sky, so don't think about it. It is an extremely powerful person who is performing a Qigong wave. Besides Yesuan, who else? Sun Wukong knew that Yesuan did this in order to get Dragon Ball, so he silently did not speak. In fact, Wukong was indeed a sensible child. He thought Yesuan was a very reliable big brother, so he did not publish whatever Yesuan did. Opinion: as long as Yesuan does not ask, he will not say. This is mainly because Sun Wukong has not seen anything in the world yet. There is no lethal understanding of this explosion in his mind. If Sun Wukong is changed, he will do his utmost to stop Yesuan even if he shoots. At this moment, Yesuan was heading towards the TV station in the night sky. He was going to do a big thing enough to be recorded in the history. This big thing was enough to come back with the Big Devil King, the Sion invasion, and a big event like Shailu. At this time, the Western Capital News Station is continuing to report on terrorist attacks. Several guests said the same as the real one. Which doctor in the deep mountain and old forest was planning what terrorist action, and which terrorist organization decided to conquer the world? It was also said that the Red Ribbon Army planned to declare war on the kingdom. Yesuan didn't know where the studio was originally, but it was very interesting that the inside of the TV station can be visited by outsiders, so there is a big sign at the door. The above is an anatomy of the TV station, which details which program is on each floor. As long as the presenters were at the event, this was originally a move from the people, but they didn't want to help Yesuan invisible. The province, like Shailu, had to make breakthroughs. It must be the West Capital News that has the highest ratings this time, so go to the 7th floor. After arriving at the 7th floor, Yesun did not directly rush into it like Shiru, but floated to the window. When he saw the office window open, he flipped in directly. When he flipped in, he naturally walked towards the live broadcast hall. He was a little dumbfounded. What direction was the live broadcast room in? He felt a little embarrassed. By the way, he asked the staff where the live broadcast room was. The staff member saw a Yesun costume. He couldn't help but wonder, sorry, it's not normal working time, tourists can't come in and visit, eh? Is your dress imitating Joker? Actually I am Joker, can you take me to the live broadcast room? I want to tell you something, thank you. I really, don't look at me with this kind of eyes, my really Joker. The staff frowned, and mocked directly, if you were a Joker, wouldn't I be a god? Tenjin is much more handsome than you, don't pretend to be forced, take me to the live broadcast room. You will call the police without leaving. As soon as the words fell, Yesun broke the wall behind him with a punch. In the strong sound, the live room behind the wall was exposed. Yesun shouted Nima le gobi, it was here. Everyone in the broadcast room looked at the broken wall with amazement, completely ignorant of what was going on. Yesun walked in slowly. The buddy behind him was already incontinent, and the situation was a bit sad. Trend. What happened? The person in charge of the director's room saw the sudden happening of the live broadcast, and he was shocked instantly. Before he could issue the treatment measures, he found that the person who came in was a little strange. The director exclaimed in an instant, is this a Joker? Lens, pointed to Lao Tzu. If I didn't take the front shot, I will throw you downstairs. I won't use it for work tomorrow. Yes. Observe. After a moment's reaction, the director said again, well, who is the one, let's call the police. Oh, good. Brother Duan Shui on the side quickly went to the landline phone and immediately prepared to call the police. Several presenters and guests in the live broadcast room were being forced. Yesun walked to the stage and sat directly in an empty seat. The camera pointed at him without hesitation. Yesun said aloud, introduce, I am Joker. I have greeted everyone yesterday. I am the planner and implementer of this terrorist attack in the western capital. I will give you 5 seconds to respond. The whole audience was silent, and everyone had question marks on their heads. Yesun glanced at the guests. He felt a very depressed feeling. Was he shocked? Seeing that it was still silent, Yesun simply continued, today I am here to say one thing. I decided to play a Joker game. In the next month, I will stay in the western capital, and I will do it every day. From 12 noon to 5 p.m., you will be generously staying at the central fountain square in the western capital. All martial arts masters, bounty hunters, and police from all over the world are welcome to deal with me. Whether you want to use martial arts or attack with a firearm, you are all with you well, as long as you can defeat me, you will get a bonus of 50 million. End of Volume 1. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect www.readwn.com. Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 51, Testimonials on the Shelves. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. I accidentally posted the testimonials to the VIP volume. Because I was busy with my work, and the editor was also ignorant of me, I had never paid attention to it. The National Day holiday was a special reminder. This matter, I will make up for the testimonials at the end of the first volume again. I'm sorry for the friends who spent money on the testimonials before. I'm sorry. As far as this book is concerned, I actually have a lot to say in my heart, but for a while I can't stop talking about it. I don't know where to start. Since this is the case, then I'll give it a little peace of mind. First of all, when I was writing this book, it was a story that I happened to leave my job shortly afterwards, not too far away. It was when I was in early 2017. I am not a new writer. I already have a novel on the shelf, but the popularity is too low to mention it, but for some reason I don't want to give up, so I have been updating it, but the update frequency is not fast, just leave it alone. Around mid-July, I suddenly wanted to see Dragon Ball, and then I wanted to follow the first Dragon Ball to see the current Dragon Ball Super. Let me talk about it here. I think Dragon Ball Super is the of Toriyama's self-smashing signboard. I saw many Japanese people expressing similar views on Twitter and 2ch in Japan. Instead of tangling Sun Wukong's story, a new story will be reopened. Any Dragon Ball comic, as long as there are Dragon Ball settings, can attract Dragon Ball fans. As for Sun Wukong, he can be used as a legend. The hero of the game appeared at a critical moment, but it didn't matter if Toriyama didn't do it. As a result, he had to figure out what was going on after Frieza's resurrection. KO Sun Wufan came out. After seeing this, he immediately abandoned it. This remark resonated with many Japanese Dragon Ball fans, and of course it resonated with me, because I did see Gohan's heart punched by Frieza's heart-stop shock and passed away there. The Dragon Ball Super style collapsed and it broke down. The key plot is almost inexplicable. The system of this Dragon Ball world has started to completely collapse, and the battle system is completely messed up. This is the so-called trapped in the dead end. Said, what I like is not the story of Dragon Ball, but its world setting. Well, turning back, I found that there was a essay activity in the backstage of the writer at that time, and there was a two-dimensional theme. I just woke up on a whim and wrote an outline of the Dragon Ball story very sloppy. I wrote 2,000 words and submitted it immediately. I didn't expect to write it in less than 3 days, and it can even be said that the real story hasn't begun to unfold. The bookmark has been booked, and the speed is quite surprising to me. Although I don't want to admit it, I still have to say one thing, I didn't even think about the book being able to sign a contract, because what I thought was to write 100,000 words. It won't take long for me to report to a new post. It is precisely because I know this that my original intention was to wait for the contract to be signed. And to get it on the shelf to earn full attendance if I didn't get a recommendation, but I found that I still had hope for this book, so I seriously wrote 200,000 words. The result does not have any recommendations. I want to try again to see if 300,000 words can be recommended, but the editor simply ignores it completely, and ignores it at all. I don't understand. I don't understand this book, because you don't look at my book and think that I am not qualified for recommendation, or the people in your editorial team think that my book does not reach the level of recommendation qualification. Then why should I sign this book? Why should I send the contract shortly after I have updated it 3 days? Is it fun to tease others? The new book I wrote from scratch in November was signed in less than 2 days, but I actually wrote that book intentionally to write novels, and I didn't expect the book to catch fire, after all. There are too many private goods entrained, and once the street photo is revealed, apply immediately for a shelf, and then seriously consider opening other new books. The results of it. I have received 2 recommendations within half a month of that book. I am really Nima. To tell the truth, if the popular theme of Dragon Ball fan can get 2 recommendations, at least the data will be 10 times higher than it is now. I took it. Therefore, the 200,000 words of this book were put on the shelf. I applied for it on my own initiative, because I don't want to waste time. To add, now that the book has reached nearly 900,000 words, there is still no recommendation, and even without giving a chance, how can my internet lowercase stand out from the book competition? I am particularly disappointed, very disappointed. A saying goes here: no recommended novels, just like young people without education, are not competitive at all. I believe that all of you are not online Ziobi. You should all know that for a network novel, there is a difference of 100 times or even 1000 times for a recommendation. He bowed his head to the editor's forces, knelt down reverently, and shivered. Back to this book, because when I described the settings of this book, because I directly wrote the martial arts internal power settings that were not clearly pointed out by Toriyama, the result was sprayed to the present. Where does Dragon Ball come from? You ruin my Dragon Ball. Silly beep author. I'm so depressed, I have such a great ability to destroy your Dragon Ball? Your childhood is simply unbearable. I just don't get it. I don't get the devil fruit in this book, nor do I use Naruto to write Wheel Eye Ninjutsu in this book, and I don't get any Gold Saint Seiya. Isn't it further clarifying the internal dynamics setting that matches the chi in the original comics? Why am I so mad? I ruined your childhood. As I said in the previous chapters, the actor has his own adventures and stories, and will have an intersection with the original characters, but will not follow them, so do NT move and ask why not push down who, why not Buma, who stipulates that the second Yuan fan must soak up the heroine. Sun Wukong is the master of Dragon Ball. He is not with Buma. Why should Yesun want Buma to be together? Where is the logic? Besides, I do NT like the character Buma. How popular is this book? Everyone can open the QQ bookstore and take a look at the starting point to know it. I can't bear to see it. This sluggish growth has given me the illusion, what does the reading group specially set up for the theme of secondary Yuan? Is NT this a waste of time? Does it make sense? So I can't waste any more time, I can't afford it, because it really does NT make sense. Some readers will definitely wake up and find that the book is on the shelf, and then anxiously said, how come this is on the shelf? What I want to say is, yes, this book is on the shelf, because according to the current development of the book, it is a waste of time to not be on the shelf, it is better to put it on the shelf early. Readers who are willing to read will naturally continue to read, not willing to read readers, even if you tell him that you can read almost 100 chapters for $10, he will still cry with you, and then either give up or go to watch piracy. By the way, during the free period of this book, the readers who screamed at me every day made me change more, and basically did not spend any money after the book was put on the shelf. Therefore, I always ignore the reminder, unless it is the monthly ticket and reward. Again, according to the normal situation, this book has not received any recommendations for nearly a year since it was updated. The editor is ignorant and should have been eunuch, but because I have further work and academics, the plan is based on the half-year cycle goal, so writing is temporarily not suitable for opening a new book. The urge to pursue hot popularity can only be suppressed, but I am used to code words. There are many, but some, just write the words in this book and write as a daily task, so do NT ask why the data is not good and persist. I am purely for fun and I do NT pursue anything. Special note, as of May 1, 2018, the book has signed from 10,000 words to the present and it is still a PC recommendation that has not been received, streaking to the wild, how can I? Let me calculate an account for everyone. With an average of 2,000 subscriptions, it can bring me 200 yuan of income, 2 changes a day, 600 yuan per month for full attendance. Okay, let's happily analyze the business value of this book. First of all, without the slightest recommendation, the book was happily put on the shelf, and the collection was less than 2,000 when it was on the shelf. It is converted according to the normal ratio. Among the 100 readers, about one person will pay to read it. Probably. I have heard some authors complain in the group before, Lao Tzu's 200,000 collection, but the result is less than 200 paid talents. Let me boldly estimate that this book is probably 10 readers are willing to pay to follow along. Looking now, my estimate is correct. Well, 10 out of 10, no matter how bold people are, how productive the land is. Then the question is coming, which means that I only have 10 subscriptions for one chapter, 30 subscriptions per day, and 3 subscriptions per day in a month, and a total of 900 subscriptions. As I said before, 2,000 subscriptions, it can bring about 200 yuan of income. Let me count 1,000 subscriptions a month, and there are always roundings. How much is it? Only 100 yuan. Plus full attendance, 700 yuan. Remember, it's the 700 blocks of full attendance. If you accidentally didn't have the time to update, even if the other 29 days of hard work were updated, then the 600 blocks are still gone. And the rest are less than 200 blocks. What are you doing? So, it's boring to consume it, really. Just put it on the shelf. Anyway, you have to support yourself by writing a book, that is to die. The job still has to work. Now a job with a lower salary can have 2,000 plus in a month, and it doesn't have to be full of 9 hours, maybe it can be more than 3,000 a month. You talk about it, even if the book is on the shelf, how much benefit can I have? The answer is, basically no good. The family introduces a reliable electronic work, which can be more than 4,000 a month, and also includes food and accommodation. Overtime pay keeps up with 5,000 plus, and then rides a donkey to find a horse, and jumps to other companies to achieve income turnover. Times, why should I not get over with a book? It's so straightforward, it also shows that I am really weak. The battlefield of online literature is so cruel. Some people have written a spicy chicken like the shadow of the fire. What is the strongest and what shield can become the new rookie of the year? I wrote a game about the Rubik's Cube of the elementary school composition essay, and I could get the popular recommendation of the bookstore details page for 3 consecutive weeks. I really didn't read these 2 books in 20 chapters, Spicy Chicken. My street writer is really a disadvantaged group, most readers are reluctant to read the original, and the editor has no chance to give it. I don't have the financial resources to ask the Water Army to brush me the data, let alone the team to give me hype. Let's talk about it. How many people can really support themselves by the manuscript fee? Just put it on the shelf. Anyone who is willing to follow this book, please wait and see, at least I will seriously write down the following stories. If you don't want to see, please feel free, I won't keep you anymore. I don't have the skill of a great god, but at least it makes me a little free and easy. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 52, World Shock. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. The release of the Joker game trailer shocked the world completely. Joker left the TV station with a big swing afterwards. As for the way to leave, he naturally walked away from the whole wall behind the smashing. When the police arrived, they immediately launched an inquiry and investigation. Because the news was live online, many people saw it during the live broadcast, and the TV station immediately retained this video and repeated it on the TV station. The entire West capital is destined to sleepless tonight. Night. The mayor of the Western capital held a press conference all night, and reporters from all walks stayed up late to rush to the city government. Various announcements have broken through all the previous limits of major media. This is simply a so-called big event. Everyone, thank you for coming to this press conference. The game trailer for Joker has attracted the attention of the government. Now the military and the police are negotiating and will be waiting at the central Fountain Square tomorrow noon. Joker, we can't indulge him for such a person who provokes the national society, and he must be severely punished. At this time, a reporter asked, dare to ask the mayor, Joker issued a game notice, has the central government made any response? Well, the government has sent the most elite action team to the capital of the West. At the same time, the government has also sent an invitation to all martial artists in the world. It is necessary to kill Joker, and he must not be allowed to destroy the world's terrorists. Tranquility and the rule of law. Many reporters exclaimed, "Mr. Mayor, did you mean to kill Joker?" In fact, as far as I understand, there were no casualties in the terrorist attack in the Western capital last night, and the law that Joker violated should not have reached the death penalty. Degree. Who knew that the mayor was furious and clapped the table and shouted, "It's ridiculous, how can such a person who can cause a large-scale explosion in the city allow him to live?" The reason why he didn't choose a crowded place to blast, maybe it was just because of operational errors, or because he was not familiar with the urban planning layout of the Western capital. Once he rearranged, I asked you who is responsible for what happened. In the face of the mayor's anger, the reporter was also dumbfounded, but the mayor said it was very reasonable. Since Joker has a way to start the bomb suddenly, which no one knows, this has seriously threatened the stability of the world. This kind of cancer can't stay anyway. What does His Majesty say about this? Stupid, His Majesty has fallen asleep at this moment, how can he bother him? The people were speechless, and there was no way to refute. The army began to lay out the front line overnight. The owners of all the commercial buildings around the central fountain square in the Western capital were temporarily requisitioned by the government. They did not have to work tomorrow. Not only that, the army immediately brought in armored vehicles and tanks from the military area. The city blockade is a necessary step. So that tomorrow's theme will not be a showdown between martial artists, but a showdown between the army and Joker. Yesun lay in the hotel and watched these announcements, and suddenly he was speechless. He knew that this group of guys absolutely wanted to use the army to clean up themselves. After all, it is absolutely impossible to use weapons of mass destruction tomorrow in the central part of the Western capital, so Yesun was not afraid of hurting himself if any powerful weapon appeared. I now have a combat power of 1002, and I have reached the level of Latais. It should not be a problem. For the sake of safety, I still think of a way to improve the marrow washing. After tonight, the combat power can be hundreds of combat powers. If you can reach the combat strength of about 2200 when the scion comes down, it should be no problem. Yesun is not lacking in self-confidence, but has never played so much. He just needs his reputation to do things, and then he can make money unscrupulously. In particular, he must flexibly flip the profit-making in the game settings. Since doing bad things comes quickly, let us make the bad things do justice, be allowed by the state society, and be tacitly approved by the people. Is NT at the end? I'm going to practice, I use this toilet, the three of you are free. As soon as Daodu heard, the bare hair burst, and he immediately grinned, Brother Yesun, if you can't support it, don't practice, Daodu is so scared. Silly Daodu, if Brother Yesun does not practice, how can he protect you? Yezio Tao blinked Shui Lingling's big eyes and asked strangely, Brother, are you doing weird exercises? Well, I created it myself, called Tao Dao Gong. Every time I practice, I wash the bones and marrow the bones. It hurts very much. Ah, Yezio Tao was very excited when he heard the words washing bone and cutting bone. Brother, you said washing bone and cutting bone, is there such a martial art in this world? Why don't you teach me? You can't learn it if you teach it. You're too spoiled and tired of squatting. Just about to wash your bones and bones, you can't stand the pain of cramps and bones. Yezio Tao refused to accept, but Yesun didn't say much. As for Sun Wukong, he watched cartoons and laughed. Indeed, Sun Wukong didn't have the idea to follow other people's practice, he just wanted to wait for his grandfather to be resurrected, and then practice with him. Live together. Yezio Tao grimaced and pinched Daodu's face. Regardless of Daodu's pain, he asked in disbelief, Say, you are such a strong panda, is it because my brother taught you heavenly Dao Gong? Doudou was really aggrieved, and gratefully replied, "Sister Xiao Tao, don't pinch any more." Doudou didn't learn heaven's Taoism. Brother Yesun never taught me that practice. Doudou was really scared. After repeated inquiries several times, Doudou responded that she had NT learned. She could only stop, and then went to continue to contact the cervical spine. It was precisely because Yeziao Tao felt effective that she insisted on practicing. Maybe Yesun would teach her God afterwards. Gong, but the time has not come yet. Maybe after getting the toilet, take all your clothes and pants off according to the usual practice, so as not to get dirty, because the golden bell is upgraded at LV2 level, so his physical strength has been greatly improved, so it can withstand greater pain. And because the pain caused by the washing of the marrow can respond to the alchemy bell, so as long as Yesun is willing, almost every practice can improve the combat power data a lot. In meditation on the legal world, there are 4 lives and 3 preparations. 6 roots and 6 dusts, 5 aggregates and 3 paths. Azura. 6 different trends. The second meaning failed to melt, and the 6th failed. See what is right and what is wrong, without understanding. Dayan is not shrewd, and his eyebrows have not landed. Yesun meditated on washing the marrow formula, and then started to work every week. Sure enough, the strong 4 senses spread all over every acupuncture point. It seemed that there was a magnetic force in the universe acting on each mitochondria, so the wailing began again. Like Dragon Ball, the Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, the Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 53, Worldwide Live Broadcast. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. What? Yesun screamed again and again, no matter how good the sound insulation of the toilet was, but after all, in a presidential suite, Doudou and others would not want to hear it. Doudou was still trembling and drilling into the bed. Yeziao Tao covered her face. Frightened, thought about this brother self-harming in the toilet. Sun Wukong also had his tail upright, and all the hair on it was combed up, which was really terrifying. Yeziao Tao didn't react until this time. Why Yesun didn't teach her Tiandao Gong? This practice might really need self-harm. Will washing the bones and cutting bones hurt like this? She secretly speculated in her heart, but Yesun was very painful, but he hadn't fainted for half an hour. And then opened the data, and suddenly surprised him. The above clearly shows that 86% of the second level of the Golden Bell has been completed. This progress can be called a rapid speed, but the progress of washing the marrow is very slow, but it has increased from 36% to 43%. Difficult. Just when Yesun decided to take a break, there was a prompt in his mind, ding dong, congratulations to level 15. It is good. Yesun couldn't help but praise, because after the upgrade can be resurrected in full blood, Yesun's physical and mental fatigue instantly disappeared, and the attribute points continued to increase, but Yesun did not intend to add attribute points, everything added later when the bloodline level is higher. This is how obsessive-compulsive disorder is. He opened the data panel to check the current data, and was surprised to find that his combat power had reached 1762. After he had his marrow washing, the combat power soared far beyond imagination. Now with a combat power of 1762, it is definitely invincible on the earth, but this level is not to mention fighting with the Scion, that is, the fighting ability of Tianjin Rice and other people after the cultivation of the Heaven Realm is around 2000, so Yesun is excited and worried. Since the story of the Dragon Ball main story has changed a little, Yesun is also praying that at least he should not have such a fighting monster, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Yesun exhaled a bit of turbid air, and his eyes seemed to be flashed with electricity. He took a pleasant bath, cleaned the body's blood and booty, and opened the toilet door. After going out, he saw 3 people staring at him innocently. Yesun said with a smile, "What do you see? Brother, do you practice this way?" "That's right, there will be other cultivation methods in the future, but I will say it later, and I have to deal with that thing tomorrow." Yezio Tao said with a bad smile, "Joker game," I said. "Brother, are you going to be a black club?" "Of course not. I'm a man who wants to be a great god. You all have a rest first. You have to watch a good show tomorrow at noon." After finishing talking, Yesun went back to his own bedroom and rested. He felt that he was sleeping peacefully. The rapid growth of combat power gave him unparalleled confidence. This time in the Joker game, he wants everyone in the world refresh all 3 views. Why Yesun chose to be in the central square? Because there are too many people on weekdays, there is no possibility of any hands and feet, and one night passed, within a few kilometers around the square, it was definitely thoroughly investigated by the army and the government. Once again, there is absolutely no act of obstructing the eyes. I believe that people who have seen Dragon Ball can understand Yesun's mood at the moment. He really does NT like Mr. Satan, who can use the obstructive eye method to slap the IQ of humans all over the world, or why Dragon Ball has many bugs. People's IQ is generally the biggest bug. The next day, when Yesun woke up, it was already 10 a.m. Daodu and others did not disturb him. He probably thought that after such exhausting practice, he should have a good sleep to recover his body. Several people went to the restaurant for lunch. "Yesun, it's almost time to start." Sure enough, the guests in the hotel did not go out, but chose to watch the live broadcast of Joker today in the room. This is a live broadcast for the whole world. National TV today will break the ratings record since the emergence of the world's TV industry, which also made many the TV station was dissatisfied because the order issued by the state was to only allow the national TV station to shoot on the spot, and other TV stations did not even get the admission qualification. Yesun changed the previous black hoodie into a red and black hooded windbreaker, and then continued to wear a mask, so he started very arrogantly, because he was too fast. No one noticed that someone from the window flying out. At this moment, both the political and ordinary people, and even the gangsters are taking a collective holiday today. The purpose is just to watch the battle between Joker and the forces of this world army. The Metropolitan Police Department, although all the policemen are responsible for their duties, actually watched this live broadcast on TV in their own office. Rhodes sat in the gorgeously decorated office and looked at the TV seriously. "Come on the screen." At least 20 cameramen were standing in different directions to execute the shooting plan. The screen kept switching, the soldiers began to move the magazine, the armored car was moving on the street, and even the tank began to adjust the range. The above is faithfully presented. Everyone thinks that if Joker dares to come, there must be no dead body, but the problem is that Joker absolutely dare not come, and silly Beep will come to die. "Dad, do you think Joker will come?" Rhodes narrowed his eyes and looked at the empty central square above the screen, saying, "Compared to this, do you know how many snipers are aiming at the central square at this moment?" Romeo froze, frowning. 10. 50. So many. Rhodes remembered the military missions he had performed in the past and lamented, there will be a very short time gap when 50 snipers fire. If an ordinary person stands there, this person will break after half a second. In a pool of flesh and blood, let alone human form, if I do nt tell you it's human blood clot, you probably won't realize it. Hearing this scene, Romeo couldn't help but swallow his mouth. The scene was scary to think about, and it was really terrifying. But he will definitely go, this opportunity for fame is not something ordinary people can enjoy. But no matter how you look, you can't survive. Rod smiled, who knows? At the same time, Xiao Qiu sat in the classroom and watched the TV with his classmates and teachers. The every move of the Joker Strangler project was being broadcast live. Xiao Qiu sat silently in the last row and looked at the picture on the TV, listening to the comments of the classmates, but he was wondering whether this Joker was Yedashin. If so, it means that the world pattern will be completely changed after today. If it is not, then this person is likely to be his own enemy, because it is absolutely impossible to be weaker than Yesun in terms of his ability to challenge people all over the world. In front of Xiao Qiu is a beautiful girl with big ponytails and big eyes, named Yun Yuner. Yun Yuner is one of the 3 recognized school flowers, and is also the subject of Xiao Qiu's crush, but Xiao Qiu does not have a person because he likes sitting in front and his mind trance. He now hates to get the capital to see this battle, it is meaningless to stay here. Yun Yuner said to Xiao Ni, another lovely Lu Hai girl next to him, Xiao Ni, I think this Joker will definitely not come. How could he come to die in such a scene? Who knew that Xiao Qiu, who was thinking deeply, subconsciously replied, Joker will definitely go, the army can't hurt him. After Yun Yuner heard it, Lu Mei twisted it, turned around and asked politely at Xiao Qiu, Hey, how do you know? Xiao Qiu hasn't been relieved yet. He stared at the screen and just calmly accepted the sentence, there is no way to explain it to mortals. When Yun Yuner heard it, she suddenly glared at the table, patted the table, and directly shouted, Who do you say is a mortal? Are you amazing? Xiao Qiu just responded, screaming badly, and quickly apologized, Sorry, I want to be hooked, not against you. You clearly aimed at me. The whole class was suddenly attracted by the firepower here, and they all turned their eyes. Xiao Qiu shrugged helplessly and explained, I am wrong, but I think the physical quality of Joker is far more than ordinary people. The hot weapons of firearms can't deal with Joker. Yun Yuner is about to attack, but Xiao Ni pulled her and whispered, Yun, it's about to start, don't quarrel with Xiao Qiu. Hearing Xiao Ni's persuasion, Yun Yuner leaned on his hips, snorted, turned around and sat down, cursing in his mouth, too baizai, too lazy to see with you. Xiao Qiu's mouth flicked. In fact, he was very unhappy. If he had a good impression of Yun Yuner, he would have punched him in the past. The current Xiao Qiu is not the little Qiu a month ago. Gossip boyfriend tied a piece, not enough for him to fight. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 54, Gamble. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Do you want to bet that Joker will come? A small flat-headed boy suddenly wanted to play a little Q. The school must not be able to play gambling, but the students themselves must be okay. Xiaoping Head looked at Xiao Qiu with a playful look and said aloud, Little Qiu, do the two of us bet one? Just $100. Xiao Qiu frowned. He knew that this flathead was because he liked Yun Yuner, so he wanted to wash himself in front of Yun Yuner, but Xiao Qiu didn't have time to care for this person, but said indifferently, no bet. So Yun Yuner directly sarcastically in the front row, Xiao Qiu was very uncomfortable, immediately added a sentence, 100 is too small, I bet 10,000 with you, but if Joker comes when I show my face, I leave, so as not to say I bullied you, I will bet with you that Joker will be killed in the end, I will bet that Joker is safe, how? As soon as these words came out, the classmates exclaimed suddenly. They turned to look at Xiao Qiu. They doubted whether they had heard it wrong. Yun Yuner and Xiao Ni also looked at Xiao Qiu with a look of consternation, thinking of this kid. Is it unconscious to gamble? The small flathead was originally stunned, but when Xiao Qiu said he wanted to bet on Joker's life or not, confidence came suddenly. He frowned frivolously and said frivolously, is there anyone to follow? This is 10,000. If everyone wins, everyone in the class will win 200 yuan, why not do it? As soon as this was finished, several thorns in the class hurriedly jumped out and coaxed, "We also gamble, if we lose, each loses 10,000 to Xiao Q, alas, don't bet on those of you, bet money that's not good." That's right, it's not easy to gamble money. If you lose one gamble, we will be able to divide more than 1,000 pieces. Xiao Q, you don't have to give money when you are bragging. As soon as these words came out, a lot of people in the class began to laugh. Little Q was originally bullied. The students were more or less malicious, they just thought it was fun. They all think that the current Little Q is just because of Yun Yuner. I was irritated, so I just raised the price tag to 10,000, so the students agreed in a relaxed and fun mood. Seeing that almost all the students in the class agreed, Xiao Q understood that these students were not serious, but just wanted to tease themselves, just like finding themselves happy. "Hey, I treat Lao Tzu as an idiot, okay, play with you." Xiao Q said aloud. Since this is said, did everyone give a meaning? So, if Joker is dead, I will lose 10,000 of each of you, but you do nt have to pay it, otherwise I will be very unhappy. Amount? When everyone saw Xiao Q serious, the kind of thought that wanted to tease him was stronger. "Okay, I bet too." Everyone looked back and it turned out that the head teacher was here. This head teacher was really uncomfortable to watch Xiao Q for a while, because the last time this kid made him criticized by the school leaders, he also cut off his salary, which was a real shame. When he saw that Xiao Q dared to block it, he took a lesson in mind, and he also participated in the gambling. He wanted to embarrass Xiao Q once. And the second thing happened, he could also take this opportunity to train Xiao Q. The lesson is gambling money is wrong, don't get carried away and the like. Everyone sees the teacher taking the lead to tease the little Q, then naturally, you are welcome. Those students who only study on weekdays also easily agreed to the game. Yun Yuner's contempt for Xiao Q is getting stronger, she has already asked clearly, before the fact that Xiao Q cut people's wrists was actually a passing expert who helped Xiao Q, it wasn't that Xiao Q made people cut, and Xiao Q was the issue of urinating was intentionally or unintentionally rendered artificially, and it was promoted that he was forced to drink urine, and finished drinking, which led to the classmates disgusting when they saw Xiao Q. This is the simplest idea of the students. Yun Yuner's suspicion of Xiao Q was beyond reproach. He was previously mentioned that Xiao Q liked himself. When he thought he was liked by a coward, goosebumps rose. "I also gamble with you, I hope you will have money to pay this bill." Yun Yuner hadn't ridiculed this sentence, and Xiao Q said directly, "I hope everyone will have the money to pay this bill, but I am serious." When the students saw him with a serious look, they all sighed, it's a silly beep, who took him seriously, lost 490,000 to see how he took it out. The head teacher snorted disdainfully, "Hey, it's really awesome. I'll tell your parents about it later and see if they will be proud of you." The untiring class teacher is bothered. Based on my understanding of my parents, if I can really bet 490,000 back, it is estimated that they will cry with joy. "Hey, cheeky, not ashamed or ashamed," the class teacher thought that Xiao Q was harder than his temperament, but who knows what Xiao Q actually said was in his heart. Thinking of this, the class teacher smiled and said, "Okay, I will do a notarization, everyone don't rely on the account, since the little Q classmates want to send money to everyone, then everyone is taking it, don't you thank the little Q. Does Q have money? Of course not. He receives a private sponsorship fee from Road every month. In fact, it is only 2,000 yuan. It is not that Road does not give a little more, but it is useless to give more to poor children like Xiao Q Insight, 2,000 to 20,000, but just buy a bottle of drinks for 3 meals a day. Okay, thank you little Q, everyone cheered happily. This is the sorrow of education, and the atmosphere of the whole class is based on the happiness of individual people. This kind of scene has been encountered by almost everyone in their school days. Maybe many people follow the coaxing of individual classmates and they don't realize it at all. How embarrassed that student is. But Xiao Qiu still muttered, "Stupid mortal." These words were clearly captured by Yun Yuner and Xiao Ni in the front row. Their expressions were all bitter and disdainful. Xiao Qiu was such a silly guy. No wonder he was so easy to be teased. Can he be serious? Oh, fool! Forget it, he has to spend money, we can't stop him. There is a smile in the corner of Xiao Qiu's mouth. He now believes that Joker is Yesuan. There is no other reason to be confident. Ah! Dear audience friends, there is a figure in the air, will that be Joker? Strange, why did Joker fly over? Is it some kind of stunt? The reporter in front and the host of the live broadcast took turns to express their feelings. Everyone watching TV was shocked to see this scene. Is this Superman? I'm going, isn't this a movie? I bet it's definitely a variety show. I heard that the explosion in the western capital was so strong but there wasn't even a dead person. This is enough to show that this is absolutely hype. I think so too. Will it be a counter-terrorism exercise organized by a state? In order to achieve a real effect, a Joker is made to be mysterious. Well, I also think that the report said that Joker went to the home of the world's richest man, but he didn't kill anyone, and he didn't steal money. He just asked Professor Bulletin to build a gravity chamber for him. This is nonsense, too. Fake it. The moment when Q saw the Joker figure on the screen, he completely settled down. It was indeed Yesuan's innocence. The is really not an ordinary person, so dare to play. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 55, Negotiation and Declaration. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. The figure of Joker came down from the sky very aggressively, and even the sniper froze at this moment, completely losing his concentration. But not everyone will be stunned by the appearance of Superman from the sky. Of the people watching the live broadcast in front of the TV, it was natural that someone suddenly saw this as a dance. On a small island not far from the coast in the south, there is a turtle fairy house. There is an old man who lives here. The person who is familiar with Dragon Ball can recognize the identity of this old man at a glance. Teacher Wu Tian, Turtle Fairy. Gaixian Ren still wears his sunglasses, but it's not easy to look at his face. He looked at the figure standing on the central square on the TV. He didn't know how to evaluate it for a while. His heart was complicated. First of all, Gaixian Ren, he naturally recognized this as the dance technique of Hexian Liu, but he didn't understand that the people of Hexian Liu always acted in a low-key manner, cherishing the wings no matter what they did, and it was impossible to expose themselves to the eyes of the world. This person can dance the sky, it must be inseparable from Crane Immortal, but I am curious why Joker is going to be against the world, and he has publicly provoked all the martial artists in the world, which is really not chi. What is the purpose? The Turtle Immortal was so fascinated by thinking that he squeezed the can in his hand without leaving his hand, and shot the soda in his face. The Turtle Immortal wiped his face and the floor in a hurry, and took another look at the TV. The screaming policeman couldn't help sighing, useless, this person can perform Qigong waves, and the second time is a martial artist of my level. If you want to leave, don't even think of a sniper with an eagle eye. To him. At the same time, in a rural tavern, Hexianren was taking Tianjin rice and dumplings to go out to practice. Hexianren was very surprised when he saw Joker performing Wukong, but he quickly recovered his calm. When he founded Wukong, in fact, it's just a matter of offline tricks. Dancing is not difficult to practice. As long as the air can be released, it is not difficult to drag the body up. If you pay more attention to skills, then naturally there will be no problem. Which sacred place is this joker? Which school? Which is really strange. Hezionran did not know that Tianjin rice and dumplings on the side were also full of faces, but they were looking forward to what the joker dared to challenge the world. Yesun stood in the center of the square, looked around, and found that many breaths were moving. No need to know that the soldiers were approaching with guns. This messy pace sound came to the ears, and then stopped after a while, and finally the infantry's encirclement was also completed. Helicopters roaring overhead, tank-armored vehicles visible on the wide streets, and how many snipers are lying in the surrounding business buildings. This treatment is indeed good, but it is not the same. However, at this time, a person wearing a black suit walked over alone, and the person watching the live broadcast was unknown. However, one can still guess one or two. This person should talk to Joker alone, in fact, persuade the surrender. The man walked in front of Joker, saluted a military salute, and said, "Mr. Joker, no matter what, at least the current scene is not escaped by you alone. The military hopes you can give up resistance. I think behind the scenes the envoy should have others." "Joke, do you know what I want to do?" The man seemed to be at ease with this kind of problem. "By disrupting public order to achieve the purpose of declaring your existence, this is the suicide mission your boss gave you, right? I have to admit that this reasoning is actually reasonable, because for any terrorist organization, the fastest way to become famous is to use this kind of extreme sacrifice to achieve your purpose, but unfortunately, Yesun is really not the case." Yesun did not answer him, just asked calmly, "Aren't you also a victim of the military? In all the simulations that I have today, you must have considered that I will be carrying a deadly bomb. As long as when it detonates, it will turn into a scorched earth. However, they still let you die." This military negotiator has a serious face, trying to persuade, "This is my duty, I want to maintain national stability and social peace. The same is true for me. I want to change the world. You should have audio equipment in your clothes bag. What we say will be played on the TV simultaneously, so I will talk about this opportunity. You do not understand me, I am not blamed. You guys, but I hope you understand that no one was killed or injured in the massive explosion last night. That is definitely not accidental. It's just that I do not want to kill the innocent indiscriminately. As long as the explosion can achieve my purpose, it will blow up the empty streets. It does not matter, but if you want to take this shot against me, then it's not going to blow up the streets next time." All the viewers were talking, and Joker said it too hard, leaving no room at all. The negotiator had a smile on his face. Although he looked tired, he still calmly persuaded, "Mr. Joker, all the buildings, parks, and sewers within 10 kilometers around the central square have been investigated and there is no suspected explosives. Although the entire western capital has not lifted the explosion crisis, at least the battlefield within a few miles of the central square will not have your chance to play." Yesun couldn't help but applaud. He always thought that the army and police of Dragon Ball World are silly beeps. Now it seems really not. Uncle Toriyama's fairy tale funny style is really not suitable for the three-dimensional world. You made 3 mistakes. Yesun extended 3 fingers and said very proudly. Negotiation experts frowned, begging for advice. "First, I don't use bombs to bomb cities, I use Qigong. Second, I am not a subordinate of any organization. At present, I only represent Joker's personal identity and declare my existence to the world. Third, and the most important point, Joker game will not be affected at all by the number of people coming from the army, or the army's killing tactics. I said that a month is a month, I will be here every day, today, but on the first day, you have never seen the world in this battle, and I am here to let you see the world." The negotiating expert's expression is tinged, not irritated, but because he feels unable to communicate. And the person in front of him is completely mentally ill. I know that you are performing aerobics, and the most basic condition for studying aerobics is to control qi accurately, so it is normal for you to use qigong, but it is only rumored that you can use qigong to cause such great destructive power. The god of martial arts Wu Tian's turtle qigong can do it. You must not tell me that you have a relationship with Wu Tian. Gaixian Ren heard this sentence when he saw the live broadcast, and nodded with pride in his heart. Indeed, only his own qigong faction can cause a large area of damage to a city under full exertion, but that is also limited in number of times, not enough gas what. This is not surprising, after all, it is a national-level anti-terrorist operation. If you can't even find out the knowledge of Wushu and Qi, it is too watery, so there are really a lot of bugs in the Dragon Ball comics, which seems to be out of Wukong. Other than that group of buddies, the others are completely ignorant idiots. Oh, Teacher Wushan's time has passed. Now is the time of my Joker. You stupid mortals, it's really useless to explain to you. When Joker said this, Yun Yuner and Xiao Ni were both startled. They even looked at Xiao Q involuntarily, because Xiao Q also used the same tone and content, and just mocked all of them. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 56, Like Water Off a Duck's Back. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. The negotiating expert took a sigh of relief after seeing that he could no longer communicate with Joker, and then turned around and said, Mr. Joker, ideally needs strength support, and I hope to see you again in 5 minutes. Joker replied indifferently, relax, you will definitely see me again. When the negotiating experts left, everyone understood that the negotiations had broken down and the battle was about to happen. Sniper is in place, tens of seconds to kill. Then a 10-second countdown came from the earphones worn by each sniper. They all held their breath, adjusted their breaths, and put their fingers on the trigger. As soon as the countdown ended, they would pull the trigger without hesitation and kill Joker. Perhaps to cater for the tense atmosphere, the TV station also specifically explained the current sniper action, and then the TV station also cooperated to start the countdown, and everyone looked very nervously at the figure in the center of the screen. 4, 3, 2, 1. After the sound of 1 was over, the sniper pulled the trigger without hesitation, and then an extremely strange scene occurred. The commanders on the scene looked at Joker's motionless figure with strange faces and asked with a walkie-talkie, why not shoot? Returning to the chief executive's words, the shot was indeed taken just now. The tone of the answering person was also shocked. Obviously, even the snipers were full of question marks, not knowing why. The shot? Why is Joker still alive? Did you miss it? After this, even the commander felt nonsense. He calmed down. When the target stood still, it was impossible for the sniper to make mistakes, and so many snipers made mistakes at the same time. This was a fool's dream. Sniper listens, keep attacking. Immediately after the sniper got the order, he launched a crazy fire on Yesuan, but it was strange that no matter how they designed it, the target remained still. This strange scene made the snipers startled and slowly realized the superb snipers stopped the attack in tacit agreement. The commander's face was pale and his eyes were cracked. Due to the increase in the number of snipers, he could clearly see from the telescope that more and more bullets were piled up under the foot of Joker. These bullets were all hit before they hit Yesuan's body. Qi vigorously cut off all kinetic energy, and then fell helplessly to his feet. What exactly is going on? The commander was still frightened, and the TV station's commentator had been shocked to no avail, screaming, "Unbelievable, all the bullets from the sniper fell to Joker's feet. What's going on? Are these bullets made of cotton? All the viewers were puzzled. Judging by their common sense, it was definitely dead if they were hit by a sniper bullet. If they were NT dead, other than conspiracy theory, everyone could not think of too many other meanings. Is it true that the military is doing something mysterious? The turtle immortal was shocked in his eyes. He couldn't believe what he saw. These bullets didn't even scratch the Joker's clothes, which means that Joker must have defended all attacks with strength. It's unbelievable that he has advanced to such a level. Has this person already surpassed me? Gaixianren has already got the answer in his mind. He could not accept this fact for a while. Although his state of mind is good, this does not mean that Gaixianren has no sense of competition and vanity. In contrast, at this moment, it was the Crane Fairy who really gritted his teeth. His body was trembling, and he clenched his fists involuntarily. His eyesight was as good as him. Naturally, it was clear that Joker should control the gas to such a detailed level. In order to make a perfect defense without hurting your clothes. Tianjin rice, dumplings, you remember, don't provoke this guy called Joker, his cultivation is too high. Tianjin rice and dumplings nodded solemnly, but the dumplings glanced at Tianjin rice and thought that Tianjin rice would definitely challenge Joker for no reason, because he was Tianjin rice. Infantry advances. The soldiers armed with automatic rifles surged up like a tide, draining the water around the central square where the Joker was located. They are like Zhang Yimou's heroes surrounded by the unknown Qin soldiers, the difference is that this is the era of hot weapons. The soldiers uploaded from the TV screen are in a circle surrounded by nets, advancing layer by layer, pressing the space of the Joker little by little, but the Joker still does not move. The captain of the infantry, headed up, raised his hand to signal that the circular enclosing net originally defended by the regiment immediately spread out to form a fan-shaped enclosing net, and about 45 degrees of vacant space appeared behind Yesuan. Shot. The firearms of the soldiers began to spout fire snakes wildly, forming a powerful fire suppression. Yesuan's body was immobile in the rain of the bullets. The soldiers immediately put on the magazines after finishing one round of the magazine. As long as the officer did not say to stop the attack, they won't stop. After 2 visits, the bullets that fell on Yesuan's feet could already be sold in bulk. However, after all, the man is an animal with self-judgment. After the crazy attack, the soldiers have stopped independently, and then more and more soldiers stopped, until all the people stopped. They looked at each other, their eyes were full of shock. The man was still there, was no trace of bullets on the body, but no bullet marks left him, but he was covered with bullets in front of him, full of irony. Yesuan didn't speak, he just suffered in silence. He couldn't hurt him anyway, just hit it if he wanted to. The commander was sweating heavily, he already understood the seriousness of the situation. This Joker might be really a superhuman, his pride is definitely not unreasonable. Yes, Commander, this is the current situation. The sniper team and the infantry team did not hurt Joker. I suspect that this person has the same superpowers as the protective cover. The bullet-level attack is not enough to hurt him. The Commander-in-Chief of the Western Division in the command hall is now grim, and he is more worried than his inability to kill Joker. This time his strangulation operation becomes a joke, which he cannot bear. Then use artillery attacks, missile attacks, and kill this person at all costs. But the commander, this is the central square of the western capital. Once large-scale weapons are completely used, it will inevitably cause serious economic losses. Who knows, the commander really roared, what about that? Compared to the loss of some buildings, this dangerous person must die. He will not die, I will become a joke. The commander was sweating, and the commander knew nothing. This kind of loss was not measurable by the value of the building itself. But here is the busiest commercial area. If it is ruined, who will bear it? Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 57, Army Retreat. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Yesun stood there and almost came out of sleep. He didn't know how long this group of troops would try, but since others didn't give up, Yesun didn't have any reason to say anything, just do whatever they wanted. Tank troops are ready. Adjust the range. Bouncing. Count down to 5 seconds. Fire. Boom. The tank started firing at Yesun, and the sound of the cannons popping out again and again seemed to be thundering and echoed through the city. Even if it was far away, roar could be heard. Yesun looked at the surrounding commercial streets and realized that the commander of the other party was completely frustrated and mad. This kind of city center said that he fired when he fired. Is he crazy to earn military power? No, I still can help. After talking about the electro-optical flow in Yesun's eyes, it seemed that the entire space was still. He easily caught 6 shells that had flown halfway. This is not a special function. It is simply because Yesun's nerve reaction is too fast. A comparison directly leads to other things in the world that are too slow, just like slowing down 20 times. It is difficult to feel this mystery before this level. Yesun's eyes were fast, and his palms quickly issued 6 rounds of Qigong bombs, which accurately hit the flying shells. The shells exploded immediately after the interception, and they made a blasting sound. The powerful air waves swept through the road. The upper facilities were all crushed and smashed, and the glass of the buildings in the distance was shattered, and no one was spared. It was also because the shells exploded halfway ahead of the expected range, causing an instant chaos in the army. The commander immediately stopped the tank unit's firing action and reported with the communicator, "Commander, the opponent is not a normal superhuman, I suggest let's stop fighting hard with him, and the city will be destroyed in this way." However, he responded with more violent words, "Obviously the commander has reached the brink of outbreak. What stupid words are you talking about? Joker is a criminal of the world. He is openly against the world. Now he will not kill him. Afterwards, he will shoot immediately, otherwise I will send you all to the military court." The commander's face was ugly, and his forehead was full of sweat. After turning off the communicator, he turned to the staff and said, "The opponent's strength is far beyond imagination. Did you see clearly just now?" "No, but Joker's hands seemed to be raised, and I'm sure he responded." "Sure enough, I thought I was wrong, that Joker must have used some means to intercept all the shells." The chief of staff was cold and sweaty. "If this is the case, we are fighting a monster. I don't want the soldiers to die in vain. If Joker is willing, he can kill all of us at any time. But the commander over there..." The commander closed his eyes and then suddenly opened it, seeming to have made a certain determination. He resolutely said, "I must communicate with His Majesty the King, and now it is only His Majesty who can stop the army from acting." After the commander of the Western District discovered that the army had stopped attacking, he was furious. He kept on calling the front line, but no one answered it. About half an hour later, His Majesty actually issued an order to suspend the attack. "The reason is that Joker has not offensive, don't have to anger him." The commander of the Western District had no choice but to think that this matter must have been reported by the commander. They were angered in their hearts, thinking that this group of kings and goddesses would dare to defy their orders. When this matter passed, he must take the whole thing. All the troops in the western region were replaced by their own confidants, so that they could become independent kings. The ambition in his eyes has been completely inspired, especially a plan in his heart that has been stranded by him once again came to mind. Originally he disdained this plan, but now it seems that he can't disdain and can become the commander of the Western District. How could a person be a fool? He naturally knew that the strength of Joker should have surpassed the 9th level of the warrior, reaching the level of the legendary superhuman, but he always felt that the credibility of this kind of information is not high. How can humans really achieve the myth and legend? What kind of ability to move mountains and reclaim seas, move things around, move away from the sky? But looking at it now, he couldn't believe it. The power of Joker is really intoxicating. If I also have this power, wouldn't the world be at your fingertips? The Western commander thought of this, and even smiled innocently. It was time to go to the guy, allocate a sum of money to him, and let the entire Superman project start again. The frontline commander also once again connected with the command room. The commander first naturally had to apologize. The commander said that it was okay. His heart was naturally extremely uncomfortable. He hated that someone violated his meaning. Audience friends, the army has begun to retreat. We just received the notice given above, saying that the army decided to suspend the plan to start a war with Joker. The hostess' words were unbelievable. The people who watched the live broadcast were completely refreshed today. They could speak one by one. Their eyes were full of doubts. They had many questions to ask the military. People, there are many questions to ask Joker, but they cannot achieve this desire. The civilization system established in this world has undergone a decisive change at this moment. In the School of Wind Capital, the class where Xiao Q is in is all quiet at the moment, whether it is the class teacher or Yunyuner, or other students who are playing tricks on Xiao Q, they all have a feeling of eating she. The retreat of the army is being played, and Joker is still intact. This gambling game was like Xiao Q won. Xiao Q sighed. After hearing the bell of class, he slowly stood up without saying a word. It's lunchtime now, and for him, this bet is irrelevant. It is impossible for a group of people to really give themselves 10,000 yuan, after all, they are students. On the way to the cafeteria, Xiao Q had complicated thoughts in his mind. He just wanted to hurry up to practice. There was a feeling of completely wasting time in the school. He could not help feeling anxious. As long as he could obtain the qualification of a warrior, the entrance examination was basically guaranteed. That's right. Although there is no pressure to go to college, I still need to become a martial artist before entering high school, so there are also scholarships. Thinking of this, Xiao Q stopped and walked back to the classroom. He carried his school bag under the eyes of everyone and left. The head teacher saw Xiao Q carrying the school bag and left without asking. After all, it is now noon, but no one imagines by that time, Xiao Q had never come to school for any lesson in the next half-month. Sure enough, at lunch, the students in the school are almost all discussing the Joker thing. It is estimated that no one will spend their minds on learning today. There is such a big thing that everyone's attention has been deviated. Yunyuner frowned, and the food in the lunch box couldn't be eaten in a single bite. Xiao and I couldn't help but smiled and said, "You are still thinking about Joker?" Everyone feels shocked, but it's no wonder, this non-human ability is really surprising. I'm not thinking about Joker, I'm thinking about Xiao Q. Have you noticed that this guy's words are obviously abnormal, seems to be particularly confident, and there is a feeling of not looking at others. Xiao and I stopped eating and thought deeply, listening to what you said, it really is, the tone of his speech is very similar to what Joker said on TV. Speaking of this, Yunyuner whispered, I had a strange idea in my head just now, listening to my uncle who worked at the police station said that the mysterious person who assisted the police in arresting the rogues seemed to have helped to interrupt Jack's wrist. That person? What do you mean? I suspect that person is Joker now. It's too coincidental. Xiao and I didn't believe it. What a coincidence. Yunyuner said very cautiously, I am not afraid of 10,000, I am afraid of it. What if that is really the mysterious person? Otherwise, why does Xiao Q believe that Joker will be unscathed, and it is impossible for Xiao Q to know him before? How could Xiao Q think that the arrogant girl with whom he had a good impression turned out to be the first person to touch his details? Like Dragon Ball, the Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 58, Budo's Challenge. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. After all, it is summer now. Although Yesuan's current physical fitness, the weather around 35 degrees will not affect him, but he still feels that this weather is a fool standing on the square like a fool, and it is a waste of time. It's a bit too much. So when he came the next day, he simply brought a large recliner, and then put a large parasol next to it, and the whole person was lying on the chair, as if on a leisurely vacation. However, the entire central square is deadly silent. The government has blocked this place. No one is allowed to enter the central square. Even reporters can only shoot on the next floor. Therefore, when the public sees Joker as a holiday, they were all angry and felt that such a terrorist was still so arrogant. This was simply imperial incompetence and military incompetence. What's more, on the third day at noon, when Yesuan came, he took out a freezer from the universal capsule, which was filled with various cold drinks. Starting at noon on the fourth day, Yesuan simply didn't even wear a trench coat, directly wearing ordinary casual clothes, wearing sunglasses and mouth-opening masks, so Master Yesuan's vacation trip to the capital of the West began like this. Sure, is this really a terrorist? I have never seen such a person in my life. Over the past week or so, the government's military has been constantly negotiating countermeasures, how to deal with this master who obviously surpassed the ninth order of the warrior, and the current situation is still incapable of fighting the enemy. Sir, there is an emergency. The commander asked. Speak, what happened? A warrior came to the periphery of the square and said he wanted to challenge Joker. The commander was stunned and didn't hear clearly. After asking several times to confirm that there was a warrior coming to challenge Joker, he was immediately dissatisfied and said, "What the is this warrior going to do? Did not see that even the army can't take Joker? Is he? What's the chaos? Do you want to take advantage of Joker's business to hype yourself? All boring." The soldier was frightened by the commander's impetuous temper. He immediately handed a business card to the commander. The commander frowned, opened the list, and immediately startled. It turned out to be the magic knife door Master Guan. Did not expect Master Guan to actually come, so that Master Guan wants to challenge Joker. The chief of staff on the side didn't know who the master of the Sword Knife Gate was. The commander explained, the Sword Knife Gate is an ancient sect that has existed for more than 400 years. When humans were still in the cold weapon era, the master of the Sword Knife Gate, but there have been many famous swordsmen, and there are many generals who save the country and the people, but the martial arts of the Shendaemen are in the mountains. Generally, people rarely disturb the Shendaemen. The commander was shocked and happy, but he was still a little unconfident. He thought about it for a moment and suddenly recalled that this was originally one of the contents of the Joker game: welcome martial artists from all over the world to challenge Joker. Let the master pass in. Is this really good? Can Master Guan also reach the level of confrontation with the army? The commander looked grim and shook his head. No, I think Master Guan knows that he can't do it, but as a martial artist, he wants to see how far he is from a superhuman beyond the ninth order of the warrior. In the world of martial artists, soldiers may not understand, but the heroes have the same mindset, and they can try to figure out one or the other. Outside the army blockade line, there was a thick man with a thick back knife and a height of 2 meters, who was closing his eyes and meditating. He was Master Guan, the head of the Divine Sword Gate, and came over from the North District. The purpose is to participate in the Joker game, defeat Joker, and promote the magic knife. Immediately after the army gave up away, a soldier shouted, "This master, please, but Joker is very powerful, please be careful." Master Guan opened his eyes and nodded, "Relax, a family has its own size. Under the follow-up of the TV station, Master Guan's figure looks like an eagle soaring above the sky, making people look directly at it. Almost all TV stations in the world have transferred their signals to this picture. The people watching the live broadcast are looking forward to the big sword. Guy and Joker have a fight. The narrator found the information of the Shendaeman with the fastest speed, and explained it to the audience in front of the TV. Master Guan walked up to the central square and saw a man in sunny beach shorts drinking a cold drink there and watching a novel. Master Guan saw this, he was very afraid of clenching fists and said, "In the next Shendaeogwan, come to join the Joker game." Yesun just replied lazily, "Are you going to challenge me?" Exactly. As soon as this word came out, a sound came from Yesun's mind. Xiao Long reminded that he was challenged by the 8th Order warrior. Do you accept it? Very good, the challenge ring mode has finally started. Yesun once mentioned the concept of this challenge mode in the design team. It was originally used for player online PK. As long as someone challenges you actively, you will get twice the corresponding difficulty experience value according to the difficulty level, such as the original tasks of this level may only have 100 experience points. Once someone actively challenges you, it becomes 200 experience points. The most important thing is to be able to learn the martial arts of the other party. Yesun's martial arts mode is hungry and unbearable. Now he can't get a large copy, he can only help himself to gain experience points through the Joker game. Decided to play this hand. Challenge mode and Yanwu mode will be the highlight of the next upgrade. Come on! Master Guan will not feel that Joker is not solemn, because he has proved his strength with practical actions. Drink! Master Guan screamed, and the trick directly greeted him. Yesun stood on the spot, not intending to rely on his body to defend, but dodged lightly. He wanted Master Guan to finish all the boxing skills at the same time, and he also wanted this. All the changes are completed, including leg work. Why didn't you fight back? You can't even touch my body, and you want me to fight back? Do you really want to die? You! Master Guan is obviously a bit fierce. He really condenses quickly, and his fists and feet speed up. Every move is to attack Yesun's every key position. In the eyes of ordinary people, Master Guan's move speed is already like a kung fu movie. Here, those deliberately fast accelerating movements have the same effect, not only dazzling, cool and handsome, but also strong and powerful. Come on, Master Guan! Kill him! At first, the audience started to cheer, but people with clear eyes like Gaixian could still see that Joker was just walking in the garden to avoid Master Guan's fist and foot attacks, and he hadn't done anything at all, but Master Guan's tactics were exhausted. It will go out at any time. Master Guan saw something bad and immediately retracted the move. Several backflips away from Joker in a row. The movement was very consistent. There was no muddy between the move and the move. It can be seen how solid its basic skills are. Yesun is naturally too lazy to chase, his temper keeps turning down, and you will not faint. After the two sides pulled away a little distance, Master Guan looked at Joker breathlessly and calmed down his breath. The master passed the trick and it was an instant win. The kind of dozens in the novel is basically unrealistic. At this time, Master Guan's eyes were full of shock. The speed of his attack just mentioned the limit he can reach. Any martial arts master who is good at speed will be attacked by him, and his plum boxing and plum blossom the legs already have many unexpected changes, but Joker didn't eat any of them, which is incredible. Joker's dodge speed is too fast, I can see it, he is deliberately testing me, so every time I increase the speed, he will increase the corresponding point by 1 point. In short, it is half a point faster than me. It is worthy of being able to compete with the army. My martial artist, I can't win this battle anyway, but I am forgetting my own wish. The gap between me and him is too great. I didn't expect such hard work over the past 100 years or so. The strength of Master Guan is actually very good. Yesun has given a rough assessment, the combat effectiveness is close to 100, which is at most half a line worse than Tao Bibai. Yesun was very emotional. First of all, he didn't know what the sword gate, Niao Shanming did not paint, but here is a real world after all, then the martial arts world on earth cannot naturally only surround the buddies turn around. Master Guan pulled out the knife behind him and said, I think even if I use a thick back knife, I can't help you, but I always have to try it. Then try your best, don't hide it, otherwise my Joker game will be meaningless. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 59, Gangster. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Master Guan pulled out the park knife behind him, and under the reflection of the sun, the knife's face rubbed and shined. Since it was a god's sword door, the essence of nature's kung fu was on the knife. My name is very simple. It's called the 8 kinds of divine swords, and I also ask Joker to enlighten me. Yesun condensed his golden bell cover on his right index finger, as if it were as hard as a diamond, and said very provocatively, to deal with your magical swords, I can do it with one finger. Otherwise, I won't give you a second chance. If another person said such words to Master Guan, he would be angry and brutal, but the strength of the Joker in front of him was shocking, and every word he said could not be purely a joke. Take the trick. There are 8 types of divine swords, each of which is interlocking and connected end to end. Master Guan stepped out one step at a time, and suddenly spread a knife curtain. Each knife seemed to flow backwards, with an indifferent knife shining on it. Yesun cut it off. Yesun's index finger very easily bounced off the knife of Master Guan. No matter how he cast it, the knife light could not cross that index finger. The battle was fleeting. Master Guan retracted the knife and sheathed, panting with fists, below lost. Xiaolong reminded that defeating the 8th Order warrior, you will get 600 experience points. Yesun is very satisfied. For him, the upgrade is more important than other things. He said to Master Guan, I think you can try to change a heavier knife. Hearing Yesun giving advice to him, Master Guan was overjoyed, but said in a difficult way, It's true, if this knife is heavy, it will not work well on my 8 swords. If my knife is like this light and fast. However, Yesun said with a smile, it's not the weight of the knife, but your pure strength is not enough. You never feel that your physical strength is a big problem? No matter the fist or leg in the front, or the knife in the back, you are basically respecting the principle of quick battle and quick decision. If you can kill the enemy after one set of tricks, if it can't be killed, you can wait to be killed. His face was pale when he closed the door, and he did not breathe out. This is his biggest drawback. The typical martial arts qualifications are good, but the physical conditions are relatively restrictive. Yesun pointedly pointed out this problem without hesitation. This thing can't be forced. Some people can't improve their physical fitness no matter how they practice it. This is an innate reason, but you still have drama. Your martial arts are still a bit worse than Wu Tian's teacher, but they are not far away. Reached that level. Just leave. Master Guan is very grateful for the opinion of Joker. Immediately after he left, he made a plan for himself. He wanted to improve his strength to a higher level. It is really worthwhile to challenge Joker this time. Although Gaixianren did not know what Joker and Master Guan said, but he watched the live broadcast of the whole battle in this battle. After watching it, Gaixianren was a little heavy in his heart, and he was really surpassed. Whether this young man named Joker is martial arts, both self-cultivation and martial arts accomplishments are above myself. This is really strange. He has practiced for so many years to achieve today's results, but why did this Joker suddenly appear? When Master Guan left the military blockade, the commander specially sent him a ride. The two did know each other before, and they were considered old acquaintances. Master Guan sighed, "I don't think you need to continue to block this way. If that Joker wants to conquer the world, you can't stop it. It's better to take the initiative to show him what he means while he doesn't know what it means. What is the next step?" The commander naturally knew what Master Guan said, and he was very entangled in himself. As a soldier, he could help himself. If he went to give these opinions now, he would be likely the crimes are all mentioned in the previous book. If that is the case, the future will not be guaranteed, and maybe it will be dropped. The only possibility is that it can only be determined by the upper-level people that this matter is irreversible, and it must be negotiated with Joker. That night, Yesun continued to practice the washing of the marrow, and Yezio Tao's screams at him were not strange, and his habits became natural, but Yezio Tao never told her mother about Yesun's things. She feels that these things are still kept secret. The news broadcast that evening was almost all news that the master of martial arts failed to challenge Joker. People talked about it. Since there are masters of this level in the world, does it mean that the martial artists can really reach the world? The point of confrontation. So an interesting situation emerged. This month's World Martial Arts magazine's reservation exceeded the highest record in history. The editor-in-chief of the magazine was shocked by the cold sweat, as smart as he immediately realized that this was the benefit brought by Joker. Decisively cut off the original copy, and add the Joker theme. As for the cover, it is Joker's wanted picture. As expected, 3 weeks later the magazine's instant sales broke the table, overwhelming all the magazines and becoming the sales champion of the week. Among them, there are many other well-known or unknown martial artists who were introduced by magazines, so this should also cause human society to pay attention to martial artists again. These changes were expected by Yesun. He now only wants to upgrade faster. As long as he arrives at LV20, very things can be solved. On the 7th day of the Joker game, the people have changed from the initial fear to a habit. When they saw the picture on the TV, they were not as fresh as before, but the discussion of Joker has never stopped. His power, the impression of speed, and speed really cannot be summarized by heat. Today, there was a fighting champion in the North District who challenged Joker and was beaten up at once. Yeah, the fighting champion is a terrific figure. He once reached the final in the world's first martial arts conference. I didn't expect to even touch Joker's body. It's too exaggerated. Why does Joker have this ability? I don't know. Many biologists have been giving lectures these days, saying that some people's body structure and the like, and some of them say that DNA has evolved. I think it's quite magical, maybe it's true. People's discussions have become more and more extensive. Ranging from various expert lectures, TV program columns, to private discussions, and the last time this kind of grand occasion was caused was the World War 100 years ago. Half a month later, there are more and more martial artists coming from all over the world. They have different purposes. Some are for hype, some are for fun, some are for challenging Joker, but no matter who they are all fiasco. Finally, there was a situation that caught the attention of Gaixianren, that is, Joker defeated his opponent by using the martial arts moves of the previous opponent. This situation completely shocked the Turtle Immortal. Whether he imagined such a person in this world, this is no longer a genius to open up, it is just playing Lou busy. Shall I go see it? Gaixian was entangled in his heart, he wanted to challenge Joker, but he knew he would be defeated. To be honest, Gaixian was still very proud, he did not want to see how he lost to others. In fact, if it were NT for Sun Wukong as his disciple, he was just too good, it was just that Gaixianren had a sense of being a teacher, no regrets, so he could accept the fact that he was surpassed. Still at a loss. Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect www.readwn.com. Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 60, Game Over. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 61, Looking for Dragon Ball. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 62, Turtle Fairy. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 63, The Whereabouts of the 7th Dragon Ball. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 64, Discouragement of the 13th Karin Fairy. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 65, Final Preparation. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 66, Urban Legend. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 67, Murder Train. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 68, City Hunt. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 69, Rush into the Subway Station. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 70, Bleach City. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 71, Is the Death Coming? Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 72, Rescue the Weak Chicken. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 73, Tow a Plane Under. Failed to download Chapter Body. Chapter 74, Grim Reaper Does Not Like to Deceive. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. The thing that worried Yesun was still there. In the thunderstorm just now, a game participant was hacked to death. When Yesun took Xiangzhong to the other side, the person had been split into coke. There was no other emotion except light. Not to mention that when Yesun couldn't see it, even if Yesun saw it, it was useless. At the speed of lightning, he couldn't stop him if he really wanted to hack someone. Everyone saw that Yesun's eyes had changed. Obviously, having such a master, being able to survive has a lot to do with whether this person wants to take action. First of all, he must have a better attitude. Do you want me to help you live? Don't be stupid. The death wants you to die, that is to find every way to die. It is useless to cover you with me, it is still necessary to die. Seeing Yesun say this kind of rhetoric, the people present were still discouraged, but Yi Fei thought that a strong player in the solar environment could not be locked in the game so easily. How did you get into the game? Yesun looked up at the sky and thought about it. I came in to find something. It is a pity that I haven't found it yet. To be honest, I don't want to save you. Saving you will not bring me any benefits. Everyone did NT speak, but their faces were pale. They were all ordinary people. It was completely forced to enter this game. No one realized that everything went into the game. For example, the woman in a wedding dress tried it in a bridal shop. Suddenly I entered this game when I was wearing clothes. For example, Zhou Wenkai, who was dressed like a policeman, also ran into the subway while performing a task. As a result, he immediately entered the game. However, it is not impossible to save you. I can only do my best. What is the standard of death? I don't know, but he can't kill me. In fact, Yesun thinks so. It is impossible to cause any damage to Yesun based on those accidents, and now there is only one destination, the subway station. Xiangzhong took a breath and asked respectfully, "Dare to ask Brother Aksun, how can we save lives?" After thinking about it, Yesun shared some of the plots he knew about the Grim Reaper. Of course Yesun could not directly say that it was in the movie, he just gave an example and took the movie. Those characters are simply used as an analogy. Speaking of which, Roger Talent suddenly realized, it turned out that no wonder the girl with the surname Tang said that we are all breath of death. In fact, without her reminder, we may not be able to respond. Yes, where did that girl go? Yesun asked curiously about the specific situation. They talked about what Tang said at the time. Yesun secretly surprised that there was this kind of sixth sense talent who could not help being annoyed if this girl at a pity to die, although the girl's existence is not a big deal for yourself. Yesun originally relied on the 5,000 combat power and the super strong defense brought by the Golden Bell. Even if it is even more dangerous, it can easily survive. For example, at the time, a falling car happened to be on top of a steel bar, as if the hammer was nailed heavily to the nail. Looking at it, it would be nailed into Yesun's body. However, when the steel bar hit Yesun, it was coiled up like a mosquito-repellent incense, and Yesun was not hurt at all. The people sent several injured survivors until they were sent to the hospital. After a hard rescue, the few people saved their lives dangerously, but the problem came, which was caused by the collapse of the bridge in front. For the welfare of the hospital provides free assistance. If it is injured, it can be unregistered. Do NT forget, for this world, they are foreigners. A group of people sent the injured to the hospital for treatment, so they took a rest in the hospital. 20 people crowded into a ward and began to discuss the matter of the death is coming. After listening to Yesun's previous words, they were all very afraid of the origin of this death, especially the strange death methods mentioned by Yesun, which originally would not be believed by everyone, but Yesun was a strong day. There is no need to deceive them. Besides, if Yesun does not support the bridge, they probably will burp before they can escape. Zhou Wenkai blinked and asked, Brother Aksun, you said that there is a backward order to the death of the of death. This order is still the order we should be damn. Is this true? Yes, this is the of death that I know. It's very principled, but I also know the work around. For example, me, the of death can't kill me, so I won't be too entangled in me, but will choose to skip me go kill the next person, get it? This is too exaggerated. If it's not because you have the same power as Superman, I absolutely don't believe this is true. Speaking of this, Zhou Wenkai suddenly pulled out his revolver at his waist, pointed at Yesun, and directly threatened, if I shot your head with a single shot now, wouldn't it mean that you were lying? It stands to reason that the death is not can use the bridge collapse to kill you, then the order of death should be delayed. Humph, stupid. Yesun lightning shot, grabbed Zhou Wenkai's revolver gun in one hand. I don't know why, he suddenly wanted to pretend, so he tilted Erlang's legs, the revolver pointed at his head. Everyone exclaimed, shouting him for restraint. Who knows? Yesun sneered, the martial arts in the world are unstoppable, but only fast. Yi Fei knew that it was impossible for a strong person in Yaori realm to be injured by a bullet, but as an old fritter, he naturally knew that Yesun was going to pretend, and quickly persuaded, Brother Aksun, this is a hospital, do NT open gun. Something is going to happen. After the sound of card, everyone screamed in horror, but it was time to take a closer look, only to see Yesun looking at them with a smile on his face, and did not hear the gunshots at all. Look at the trough again. It turned out that the gun got stuck and didn't sound at all. Zhou Wenkai's eyes were full of doubts. No, I am full of bullets in this gun, how could it get stuck? You don't believe it? Just a few more shots. After talking, Yesun pulled the trigger several times towards his temple, but without exception, the hole stuck. This incredible scene made everyone's heart sink to the bottom of the lake. Even if it is an intellectual disability, it should be understood that this situation has been able to explain everything. Roger's face was weird, wondering, is there a problem with this gun? You have a problem. This is a gun that the police has just issued. Should you try it? Yesun's face looked like a smile, and he handed the gun to the Rogers. I respect you as a man, and fired a shot at your head. If you ever die, it's not you. Hearing this, the Rogers flinched, but Zhou Wenkai took the revolver back, disdainfully, just kidding, Can the police's gun be touched by anyone else? Then Xiang Zhong sighed, it is impossible for a revolver to get stuck in a row, even a toy gun is impossible. It can only show that Reaper is true. I dare not shoot a shot in my head to prove it. Just when the image of death appeared in their minds, Yesun suddenly said to them with a smile, Death, don't like to be deceived. I don't know why. After hearing this sentence, everyone shivered. The woman in a wedding dress asked weakly, Can you, don't be so scary. Yesun just casually glanced at her, and then said, The reason why I have not retreated from all means of death, that is, I don't want to be a person who deceives death. I conform to the rules of death, and die where I should die, in the method that should die is going to die. However, these methods and means failed to kill me, I survived very hard. That is to say, I did not deceive the of death. I did not die, it was a mistake in the rules of the of death, the responsibility lies with Grim Reaper, not me. Oh, don't you understand? At this time, a sick young man couldn't help but smoke a pack of cigarettes, ignited with a click, the flame illuminated his cheek, took a deep breath, and suddenly interrupted, I understand everything that Brother Aksun said. You are drilling the loopholes in the rules of death, so speculate that if death really just cannot tolerate deception, then you rely on strong strength to resist the means of death, not to escape, not to use tricks, and not to rely on others, then you are not a deceiver, that is to say, you are not on the death list now. Because according to normal rules, you are already dead. What? After hearing this young man's words, the rest of the people were shocked, including Yesun himself, and he quickly asked, What's your name? Sherlock, a detective. My day? Good name. Yesun sighed slightly, he is indeed not on the death list, because he has received a reward, crack the death bureau, get 300 experience points. But then there are alternative tasks, whether to open the A-level task and save others from the death list, the more survivors, the higher the reward. In fact, Yesun is very emotional, because he is less than 1000 experience points away from LV20. This 1000 experience value is not big, but it is not small. Yesun may not be able to break through to LV20 until the end of the world to gain experience value. But it's not necessary if you finish this task. Yesun touched his chin. The question is, how do he get this group of weak chickens? Think about the movie The Grim Reaper, as long as the people in the Grim Reaper's list die strangely, there is a certain style and a certain level of death, and the death is unforgettable. Yes, fairy beans. Yesun suddenly remembered the ultimate magic weapon of Xiando, a bug level. As long as he was absolutely fatally injured, such as being blown off his head or being divided into 5 corpses, he should be able to be rescued. It should be so, that's right. Zhou Wenkai shouted. If the of death does not like to be deceived, those who should have died did not die, so he became a deceiver. If we also followed the rules of the of death at the time, when the bridge collapsed, as long as we after surviving, we will not owe the debt of the of death, and we can escape the clutches of the of death. However, we have all escaped. Therefore, we are all on the of death's death list. Everyone looked at Yesun together, full of the color of inquiry, as well as the color of prayer. Yesun was a pervert, he could not die naturally, but they were just mortals. That's probably it. It depends on you. Before Yesun finished speaking, everyone looked at him with envy, and now there are still more than 10 hours to go through the city of death. If there are more major accidents, who can survive? Brother Aksun, please ask you. Before they finished speaking, Yesun said, I can save you, but I took a little risk. Quick talk, too lazy to talk nonsense. Really? There were unison inquiries from the room. I have said that it may be a bit risky. I will first ask, what is the order of your death? Hurry to remember your seat situation on the bus. It stands to reason that the bus fell. Everyone felt reasonable, according to the situation, but Moore asked another question. Some of the people who died in the broken bridge incident were killed by the car behind, and some died. The vehicle exploded, and the location of those people at the time of death may not be in front of us. Yup. This sentence points directly to the point. Although the bus may fall into the river, who can guarantee that the car behind will not run out of control and hit it to let the people in the back die first, lying in the trough, and even when they die at this time cleared? Yesun lipped his mouth. So I said it was a bit risky. I need to use actual actions to confirm the order of your death, and then save you. Do you believe me? Of course, we are dead without you. Very well, the injured person is discharged from the hospital immediately. Follow me, and now I will identify your order of death. Yesun has always had a bold conjecture, just want to try. After all, these people will appear in the next 10 hours of any death method, those death methods that he can't control at all, such as suddenly stepping on a leakage wire, instant it turned into coke. How could Yesun save it? Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update. Chapter 75, Bug General Fairy Beans. Due to some reasons, a large number of users suddenly cannot open the web page to visit this site today. Please keep in mind the domain name of this site www.readwn.com, the first letter of literature and org.com, readwn.com, to find the way home. Yesun looked at the people with shy expression, and once again affirmed, don't ask any more, I mean that. But Lord Aksun, you let us shoot at our chest, isn't this killing us? That is to say, the of death hasn't killed us, we killed ourselves, which is more embarrassing. The people who were present expressed their disapproval, but Xiongzhong kept everyone calm and said, don't quarrel, you forget the various death procedures of the of death. Just now Master Aksun shot at his head, as a result, the guns jammed after several consecutive shots. This does not mean that what he said is true. If it is not your turn to die, the guns will definitely jam. Nima, it's so light. If it happened to be my turn to die, it wouldn't be a burp. Yesun sucked his lips and said yes by showing his hand. This question depends on your attitude. Many people are definitely unwilling to do it. How can a fool shoot at himself? But when everyone is arguing, Xiongzhong sighed and said to Zhou Wenkai, Sister Zhou, give me the gun, I will come first. Zhou Wenkai swallowed, then handed the gun to him. The original scene of the noise became silent. Everyone looked at Xiongzhong with different eyes, and Xiongzhong took a deep breath and pressed the gun against his chest. After a shot, the heart was at least half rotten, and Deluo Jinxian could not save it. Click! Xiongzhong was sweating all over his body and his legs were soft. The gun was jammed. The Roger grinned, Brother Xiong, this gun is really jammed. The next one to die is not you. When returning the gun to Zhou Wenkai, Xiongzhong's hands were shaking. He smiled bitterly, it's such a big age, I haven't played it like this. I suggest everyone to play with it, in case this gun really sounds. Sherlock Holmes coughed and reached out, I'll come next, I hope God bless this gun best, so I can witness the miracle. After he finished, he pulled the trigger, and then shot a violent shot, and 4 more fell to the ground without even screaming. He vomited blood and screamed with some timid fear of the gun. When they got up, Xiongzhong yelled relief trough and quickly stepped up to help Former up. He saw that his chest was half rotten. The blood penetrated. The gun was too ruthless, and the heart was absolutely finished. Yesun snapped his fingers and said to Former, open your mouth. But Sherlock's mouth kept vomiting blood, and Yesun had to force her mouth apart, and then a fairy bean was stuffed in, swallow. Former forcibly swallowed the fairy bean, but as soon as he swallowed hard, his chest hurt and could not be restrained. At this moment, a strange scene appeared. Yesun thought that the fairy beans would only work if they were swallowed. Who could think that the entrance melted into a sweet liquid, which nourished the body of Former. He only felt a refreshing and itchy sensation in his body, all the pain disappeared, and the congestion in his body was expelled, and then Former regained consciousness. He looked at the crowd and asked, "Am I dead?" "It was going to die, but you are alive again. It's a god, is that rejuvenating?" After Sherlock got up and saw the expressions of everyone in the ghost, he was also dumbfounded. He could all survive. Does this world no longer follow the basic law? Yesun immediately checked the taskbar, which read, 125. Then his experience value increased by 100. Sure enough, Former had already left the list of death, but it was too little to increase by 100. Congratulations, detective, you are no longer threatened by death, at least until the next level. You will not worry that you will die. Sherlock was unclear whether he was still on the list of death, but he was at least the greatest miracle when he was rescued, but there was an alarm bell ringing around him. The shot just alarmed the police, and everyone had to run quickly. Road. The wandering crowd went to a secluded place again, with the example of Former in front. The crowd calmed down a lot about shooting, but it certainly hurt when they were hit by bullets. Not everyone is as handsome as Xiang Zhong. Not everyone is as adventurous as Former and dares to confirm his inference. I'm coming. Yi Fei took out his Desert Eagle without hesitation, shot a shot in the chest, and then it stuck. It doesn't look like me. Yesun directly cursed, fortunately, it's not you, otherwise I don't even have time to save you. Don't joke, take the Desert Eagle to commit suicide, you will die without pain, I will save a fart. Speaking of which, Yi Fei felt cold sweat and could not help goosebumps. He recalled the power of the Desert Eagle, and he was afraid after a while. Yesun looked at these people and gave way, and immediately dissatisfied said, if that is the case, then forget it, I don't think you have the courage to shoot at yourself. It's a blame that I didn't save you. Where should we stand? It's here, at least there are fewer people and fewer cars. If something goes wrong, you can react as quickly as possible. At this time, Yesun suddenly pointed out, a Qigong burned a cobra to ashes at a speed that could not be caught by the naked eye, and everyone reacted. It turned out that there was a viper here. But it was still late. Someone had a sudden nosebleed, and his body was cold. At first glance, he was bitten by a poisonous snake. The toxin attacked quickly, and he would die in almost 10 seconds. Yesun hurriedly stuffed a fairy bean into his in the mouth. Under everyone's anxious gaze, the man's body voluntarily expelled all the toxins out of his mind and recovered his consciousness. Yesun looked at the man and said, it's okay, you have escaped the list of death. Why? Because Yesun's experience value increased by 200 this time, and became 225. The man was surprised, am I not on the death list anymore? Yes, so I hope you can hold it, as long as it is not killed immediately, you can be rescued back, understand? Everyone nodded to show that I understood that Yesun had noticed the poisonous snake just now, but considering that the speed of the poisonous snake could leave people breathing, Yesun allowed the poisonous snake to bite people, so he did not deliberately defy the death. And did not die. After half an hour, the situation came again. A jet plane slipped across the sky, and it happened to drop a thing. When that thing was about to hit everyone's head, Yesun's gas instantly blocked this. Something saved a life. Everyone sees this situation and can drop things on their heads, which is really terrible. If something in the air hits their heads, it will definitely be sparse in a flash, and they will save a fart. The death is cheap enough. 10 minutes later, a fire broke out in the restaurant on the street, and I did not know how to ignite the methane gas of the sewer. Then a serial explosion occurred below the street. In this explosion, a car was blown into the air. Flying up, followed by a second explosion in midair, only the broken glass on the car was fluttered around by the explosion, and there was a piece of broken glass like a hidden weapon that accurately penetrated a person. Hard position. Not only that, the hood of the exploding car pressed towards another person like Taishan. It's not over yet, and another tire hit Yifei like a shell. Attacked 3 people in a row, and they were all deadly and strong attacks, and everyone instantly panicked. Yesun's eyes seemed to flash, and he clearly captured the sequence. He instantly judged that there must be follow-up moves. He could not help but immediately flash his body, and rushed to the man who was penetrated by the glass and broke his heart. Immediately stuffed the fairy bean into his mouth, and pulled out the glass almost at the same time. The blood spattered out instantly, and the man didn't even respond that he was inserted through the glass and was rescued by Yesun. The man who was hit by the car cover had broken bones in both hands, the brain repair was fatally hit, and the Tianling cover was broken. The death was only the next second. Almost when he lost consciousness, Yesun had arrived in front of him, and then it was still put a fairy bean into his mouth. In the end, Yifei hit the chest with a tire, and the entire chest was completely recessed. The blood kept overflowing from his mouth and nose. It was impossible to stuff things in. Yesun insulted death, Icao Nima. He was so cruel, he found the part of his stomach and gasped, and forcibly cut it with his air knife. This sudden pain also made Yifei recover a little. The stomach acid instantly digested the fairy beans. After a few seconds, Yifei woke up and remained intact. Yesun wiped the sweat from his forehead, and all 3 of them were rescued. Xiando is really a bug-healing object. Experience is still 100. Lao Tzu's shopping mall can be opened immediately. Grim Reaper, how many fairy beans Lao Tzu wants to buy is not a problem, what do you do? Like Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening, please collect, www.readwn.com, Dragon Ball, The Age of Earth Awakening has the fastest literature update.